In the year 1991, the magical realm and Hogwarts eagerly awaited Harry Potter. Simultaneously, in the North Sea, the innocent Rog, wrongfully imprisoned for 11 years, departed from Azkaban. Saving the world? That is the task of the savior, Mr. Potter, Rog remarked nonchalantly, clutching the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Wizards must learn to save themselves. Chapter 1. The Nameless Prisoner. In July of 1991, tumultuous waves lashed against the fortress of Azkaban. An owl, soaring from the Scottish Highlands, approached with a letter bearing the seal of admission. While others transitioned from entrance to incarceration, belonging to the category of prison development, I am inherently a creature of the abyss, Rog declared, wielding a broom to sweep the debris from the corridor. He had grown up here, devoid of official status and not listed among the prisoners. Since awakening, he found himself within the confines of Hogwarts' Fifth College, the esteemed institution for wizards, Azkaban. Outside the fortress, a weary little creature flapped its wings, frighteningly evading the dementors that floated ominously in midair. Trembling, it alighted on the windowsill, its large orange eyes peering inside. The creature could not comprehend the presence of a young wizard preparing for admission. Upon sighting a dementor approaching, it hastily dropped the letter and fled. The administrator, Paul, was stirring a cauldron within the chamber, a tattered vessel filled with a viscous turquoise substance, occasionally bubbling with a few heated bubbles. Damn the Ministry of Magic. Damn the Muggle-borns. Damn the Wisingamot, he muttered under his breath, fervently waving his wand. The officials in London never cared for this place, merely dumping refuse into it. They never increased their manpower nor allowed for transfers. Cursed Azkaban, with but a solitary wizard administrator. Poor Paul remained unaware that the current minister was now Cornelius Fudge. My transfer letter? Paul exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon spotting the letter dropped by the owl. He grasped it eagerly, only to discover it was the cursed Hogwarts acceptance letter. What is this? He turned to glimpse Rog, who was outside, diligently sweeping the garbage. Rog, you must seek out Jessica. Are you serious, Mr. Paul? Rog inquired, glancing at the clock, perplexed by Paul's sudden whim. Of course, Paul concealed the letter behind his back, urging the small figure before him to hurry outside. 11 years prior, Jessica and her husband Theodore were pursued as Death Eaters by Barty Crouch. In a bid to protect her and their child, Theodore was slain by Barty, and the infant in Jessica's arms tragically fell victim to the Dementor's kiss. Believing the child to be dead, Barty Crouch cast both Jessica and her baby into Azkaban. Rog's arrival from another realm allowed the child to awaken, providing this unfortunate woman with the will to survive. In response to Jessica's desperate pleas, Paul carried the child from the prison. Initially, he had even written to London, requesting that they retrieve the child. To his dismay, that band of swine declared him delusional and mentally unfit. With no other recourse, Paul continued to care for the child. Fortunately, Rog was quiet and untroublesome. Otherwise, he might have cast the child into the sea to feed the fish. He treated him as if he had merely acquired a stray pet to pass the time. Rog carefully set down the broom and stealthily descended the stairs. At the end of the corridor lay a cramped room, where his mother, Jessica, resided. Lumos, Rog whispered, casting a spell that illuminated the cell with a soft glow. The faint light severed the tendrils of darkness, illuminating the walls with grotesque scratch marks left by past inmates who had succumbed to madness, the handiwork of the Dementors. Rog, you have come? A weary, raspy voice emerged from the dark corner, as Jessica strained to rise, supporting herself against the wall. Mother, Paul seems to be in a good mood today, allowing me to come down early, Rog replied, their hands clasping through the small window of the cell. Really? Jessica exclaimed with excitement, then shook her head. No, there are Dementors everywhere. You cannot stay long. What has happened to your hand? Through the glow, Jessica noticed the bruises adorning her son's hand. It is nothing. Rog extinguished the light, peering through the darkness to see glimmers of tears tracing the window. Jessica's tears flowed uncontrollably. If only she had not brought her son in. It was all her fault. Mother, do not cry. If it were not for you, I might have perished long ago. Rog grasped Jessica's frail hand, not fully comprehending how emaciated his mother appeared behind the prison bars. Rog, it is I who am sorry. Jessica wiped her tears away, yearning for the barrier of the cell to vanish so she could embrace her son. Mother, I am 11 this year and can wield magic. Will I receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts? Rog felt grateful to Paul for raising him, yet he had never contemplated leaving Azkaban. Each time a wizard escorted prisoners inside, he would lock himself away in the dark room. Only after their departure would he release himself. He was somewhat familiar with the tale of Harry Potter, recalling distinctly that professors would send countless letters ensuring young wizards receive their acceptance, even visiting the homes of new students. Mother, the professors from Hogwarts will not come. They only visit Muggle families. Jessica's words fell like cold water in winter awakening him from his dreams. Perhaps this regulation has changed. Rog nodded, pondering who he imagined himself to be, merely an unacknowledged entity, a deceased Death Eater. Rog's heart brimmed with despair and chill. He was imprisoned like a forgotten soul within Azkaban, merely an unnamed prisoner. Cough, cough. Jessica's persistent cough startled Rog from his reverie. The damp environment, the terror of the Dementors, and the scarcity of food had rendered Jessica increasingly frail to the point where she could no longer stand. He grasped his mother's hand, secretly resolving. If there was no acceptance letter, then an escape must be orchestrated at any cost. Rog closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the data panel. Rog Travis. Magical power, 1.2/2.3. Mental strength, 12. Talents, dark affinity, strong will, night vision. Skills, wandless magic. Spells, Lumos LV3, 36/50ths. Patronus charm LV1, 0/1. At the bottom of the panel, there lies a rounded orange button inscribed with the words, Simulate Life. Taking a deep breath, Rog invests 1 point of magical energy and initiates the simulation of future encounters. 1 in your room. You search for the wand and uncover your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. 2 Paul tears the letter to shreds, and you find yourself cast into a cell. Insufficient magical energy. Please continue to invest magical energy for the simulation. The remaining 0.2 points of magical energy cause Rog's head to throb. He rubs his temples while scrutinizing the simulation's content. It turns out the acceptance letter had indeed been sent. It was merely concealed by Paul. However, judging by Paul's demeanor in the simulation, he would never allow you to escape from Azkaban. It is understandable, as the Ministry of Magic in Britain adheres to the principle of exploiting useful resources to their utmost, which is why Paul remains stationed here. If he were to leave, he would be left in the company of Dementors. The person must be someone to whom Paul is willing to send a letter. Rog gazes at Jessica, who is weakened and asleep, desperately recalling the plot of Harry Potter. This individual is quite renowned in the magical realm, wielding considerable influence. He could facilitate both Paul and our escape from this place. Rog contemplates, striking out the majority of characters from his memory. His background must be untainted, not a Death Eater, and he must possess a strong motivation to undertake this task. Rog excludes figures like Malfoy and other pureblood families, as those purely self-serving beings would not concern themselves with the lives of others. With careful recollection, Rog gradually narrows down to a striking figure. Chapter 2. The Warden's Longing. Those wretched Death Eaters. Rise and partake of your meal. The heavy footfalls of Paul grew increasingly audible, accompanied by a stream of curses. Each day, he confronted the Dementors and the multitude of soulless prisoners, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued and emotionally numb. The jangling of keys heralded the automatic opening of the small window on the iron door. A pocket, floating beside Paul, released several moldy loaves of bread into the cell. For those prisoners who had not yet lost their souls, Paul would unleash a torrent of venomous insults, then toss them a few pieces of bread, as if performing an act of charity. He gazed at the deranged wizards with a heavy sigh, realizing he was not much different from them. At best, he was merely outside their confines. Clean this room and wash my clothes, Paul commanded. His eyes fell upon Rog, and an unnamable fury ignited within him. How dare he receive a letter from Hogwarts allowing him to escape this place, while Paul toiled for years without any end in sight. He had submitted his resignation to London countless times, only to be met with rejection each time. The reason was painfully simple. He had been a deserter during the war. If he wished to avoid repercussions, he was to serve diligently as the Warden of Azkaban. Understood, sir, Rog muttered, slinking past the wall. Paul was the sovereign of this realm. To provoke his wrath was to invite dire consequences. Letter. Rog entered the office, broom in hand, finding it in disarray due to his failed potion attempts. He gently closed the door and stealthily opened Paul's drawer. Inside lay a few rusty pocket watches and exquisite necklaces, relics left by wizards who had perished in Azkaban. Rog carefully rummaged through, retrieving a letter from the depths. The parchment envelope bore the inscription, to Rog Travis. Azkaban Castle C2, North Sea. Rog flipped it over, opened it, and began to read aloud in a hushed tone. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Travis, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Damn little Death Eater. You thieving little brat. What are you doing? Paul burst through the door. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he realized the protective enchantments he had placed had indeed been triggered by the boy. Come here swiftly. He waved his wand. and the letter flew into his hand. You want to leave, don't you? You wish to go to Hogwarts? He grimaced, tearing the letter into shreds before Rog's eyes. Go then. Why don't you go? He lunged forward and slapped Rog, sending him crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn little creature. You remain right here. I haven't left Azkaban, so how do you think you can? He scoffed, dream on. I'll tell you this. I saved you. I raised you from such a tiny thing. From today onwards, you are forbidden from seeing Jessica, and I intend to starve you for 3 days. If you dare to pull such a stunt again, I'll feed you to the Dementors. Suppressing the seething anger and hatred within, Rog gazed at Paul with a hint of desperation in his voice. Sir, I have a way for you to leave Azkaban. You? Were you? Paul struck him once more, lifting him by his tattered clothing into the air. Sir, please, just hear me out. If you think it's false, you can confine me. Paul paused, scratching his nearly bald head in contemplation. Speak. Rog was tossed onto the floor, propping himself against the wall. Sir, if you wish to leave here, you certainly cannot approach the Ministry of Magic. However, you could seek out someone who wields influence over the Ministry. Are you suggesting Dumbledore? Little one, ultimately, you still desire to escape on your own. No, not Dumbledore. It's Miss Rita Skeeter. Rog, noticing the tightening of Paul's fists, hastily revealed the name. Rita? Paul queried, perplexed. Who is she? Sir, there's a copy of the Daily Prophet in your office. Ah, I never imagined your mother taught you to read. That blasted owl came once over a decade ago and has never returned. As Rog watched Paul search for the newspaper, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is this what you're referring to? Paul produced the yellowed newspaper, which featured an article on the Wizarding World's triumph over the Dark Lord. Yes, that's the one. Rita from the Daily Prophet. She is a celebrity. Her words and reports hold significant weight. If you inform her that the Ministry has imprisoned an innocent child in Azkaban, she will surely report it extensively. And then? Paul remained puzzled by the purpose of such an action, believing informing the Daily Prophet to be less effective than writing to Dumbledore. Sir, Miss Skeeter will help us launch a scathing critique of the Ministry. Once a scandal erupts, the Minister of Magic will undoubtedly remove you from here. Remove? They'll likely dismiss me outright. But that's not so dreadful, is it? Think about it. Miss Skeeter could make a fortune from your story. She will be immensely grateful to you, and by then, you will have a substantial amount of gold. Why concern yourself with the Ministry? Let me ponder this. Paul threw Rog into the small dark room and began pacing the office, mulling over the feasibility of the plan. If he were to inform Dumbledore, the matter would likely be resolved quietly. The Ministry might treat it as a scandal, throwing him back into Azkaban under charges of negligence and desertion. However, if he sold the story to the Daily Prophet, he could earn a considerable sum of galleons. With that money, wouldn't he anywhere be better than here? Who would willingly remain in this forsaken place, counting stars with Dementors? As for informing the Ministry, Paul scoffed at the thought of those spineless, greedy fools. They would never dare approach this place. Restored to its former glory, Paul waved his wand, realizing the wretched little imp's suggestion was indeed viable. He excitedly clenched his fists, the dark handprint smudging the envelope. The crest atop, it was a nostalgic sight. The red background with the golden lion of Gryffindor. The blue background with the bronze eagle of Ravenclaw. The yellow background with the black badger of Hufflepuff, and the green background with the silver serpent of Slytherin. Alongside the Hogwarts motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Back in the day, the sorting hat should have placed me in Hufflepuff, not Gryffindor, Paul lamented. Feeling more akin to an ordinary, unremarkable badger than a courageous lion, he unfurled the yellowed parchment on the table. Realizing he hadn't written in years and was uncertain how to pen a letter. A child, despite having Death Eater parents, had been imprisoned by the Ministry in Azkaban for 11 long years, never seeing the sunlight, devoid of new clothes, endlessly accompanied by Dementors. Paul scrawled awkwardly, knowing that once this letter reached Rita, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the wizarding world. No, it must shatter the silence. Paul resolutely nodded, pouring all he knew into the letter. Thank you, old Barty. Thank you, dear Headmaster Dumbledore. Paul entrusted the letter to his owl, watching as it faded into the distance, exhilaratedly pumping his fist. The new students of Hogwarts are recorded by the Book of Admission, inscribed by the Quill of Acceptance. All that remains for the headmaster is to sign his name, allowing the school's owl to dispatch it. Paul, with a mere flick of his toes, instantly surmised that it must be Dumbledore's enchanted quill signing on its own. Otherwise, the esteemed wizard would have already arrived at Azkaban to effect a rescue. The convenience of magic is not always a boon. Comfortably propped up with his legs on the desk, Paul toyed with Roger's notification letter. A gentle flick sent it tumbling into the depths of a drawer. However, since a grand spectacle was in order, It seemed only fitting that the little affair should be a tad more tragic. An idea struck him, and he picked up a key. Chapter 3. The schemes of a notable journalist rise. He exclaimed as he burst into the small, dark room, seizing Roger by the arm. My dear sir, you've long expressed a desire to reunite with your mother, Jessica, haven to you? Allow me to fulfill that wish. With that, he swung open the C2 cell and unceremoniously tossed Roger inside. No need for gratitude from you two, Paul chuckled as he made his exit from the cell, for he still needed to find an owl to deliver a message. Damn those pesky Death Eaters. They truly were a nuisance. In the aftermath of the war against Voldemort, the entire wizarding community had suffered profound losses, with a significant decline in population. Once bustling Diagon Alley now lay desolate. And were it not for the influx of new students arriving for the upcoming school year, one might question whether this truly was Diagon Alley. Rita, with her flowing golden locks and elegantly arched brows, was nearing 40 and spent her days concocting a sensational, countercultural report that would ignite public discourse. Adjusting her gem-adorned spectacles, she set her ornate quill to work. The vibrant green shorthand quill danced swiftly across the parchment, and soon, a fresh article was born. Interest in the enigmatic figure had waned. Once more, Rita tore up her draft, the wastebasket beside her overflowing with crumpled papers. Cradling a coffee cup, she stood by the window, gazing out at the forlorn Diagon Alley, pondering how to craft a groundbreaking story. Cuckoo! An owl alighted on the windowsill, and Rita offered it some treats, casually picking up the letter it bore. The sender's handwriting was scrawled and unrefined. Which wizard from the gutter had penned this? Ordinarily, Rita would have discarded such correspondence without a second glance. Yet this letter was exceptional, originating from Azkaban. A flicker of amusement danced in the corners of Rita's eyes as her crimson nails delicately tore open the wax seal. Azkaban, Death Eaters. Before she had even extracted the letter, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Every wizard in the magical realm, to some extent, had relatives or friends incarcerated at Azkaban. Should she pen a few articles about them, while also critiquing the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors, her fame and the newspaper sales would surely soar. As she contemplated this, she idly scanned the letter, its appalling script causing her eyes to ache, yet the contents compelled her to sit up straight. Azkaban had imprisoned an infant for a whole 11 years. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Paul exaggerated in his mind, using clumsy phrasing to inform Rita that a child had spent 11 years in Azkaban. Both the letter and its implications hinted at the child's incarceration within the prison. The following day, an article attributed to Rita Skeeter sparked considerable discussion among wizards, titled, The Ministry's Secret. Have we created a new Dark Lord? Just as the mural in the Ministry's atrium, depicting wands and scales as symbols of law and justice, sets our expectations of the Ministry as a bastion of righteousness and a guardian of truth. Do we still retain faith in this belief when symbols of justice are marred by shadows? According to the latest information I have obtained, the number of prisoners within Azkaban Castle surged during the war. Astonishingly, this was not a result of a fair trial, but rather the result of the Auror's extrajudicial actions. They indiscriminately cast wizards into cold, damp cells without due process. In the guise of war, these extrajudicial measures were painted as heroic acts to protect our magical world. However, does this not suggest that we have, in our pursuit of prosperity amidst decay, unwittingly birthed a new dark figure? Here, I must assert that criminals undoubtedly deserve appropriate punishment, regardless of whether they are Death Eaters or nefarious dark wizards. Yet, let us recall that, once upon a time, the Dark Lord similarly wielded such tyrannical and absolute power to champion his vision of pure blood ideals, devoid of fair trials or inquiries into their culpability. The Dark Lord merely stripped them of their rights, steering the entire magical community toward chaos and dread. As our protectors, the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors must uphold law and justice while maintaining order. They must not abuse their power nor neglect justice and humanity under the pretense of safeguarding us. The Ministry and the Aurors must remind themselves that a far more dreadful entity exists than the Dark Lord, a society stripped of justice and dignity. Thus, I implore us all to work together to prevent history from repeating itself. Let us regard justice as our shield rather than our sword. Only in this manner can our magical world truly emerge from darkness, possessing the strength to vanquish threats akin to that of the Dark Lord and genuinely protect wizards. Otherwise, we may simply be paving the way for another dark figure. In this scathingly satirical article, Rita, with her seasoned and sensationalist writing style, exposed the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingamot for their extrajudicial confinement of wizards in Azkaban. The officials from both departments, upon reading Rita's article, could only chuckle in amusement. This matter had long been resolved years prior. The sharp-tongued woman's attempt to utilize this point against them was truly fanciful. Under the command of Minister Fudge, the minister's office swiftly drafted an announcement, which was released that very day. Dear Wizards, the Ministry of Magic has recently received concern from segments of the public regarding the incarceration of Death Eaters and Dark Wizards in Azkaban without trial. Upon review, it has been confirmed that some Aurors did indeed bypass the formal trial process during the war, executing direct imprisonments. In light of this matter, which touches upon the principle of legal justice, the Ministry has decided to clarify the relevant circumstances. 1. Those who were directly imprisoned are significant members of the Death Eater organization, with concrete evidence linking them to numerous serious criminal activities that jeopardize the security of the wizarding community. Their illegal actions are explicit, with a high risk of flight and retaliation. 2. Given the complexity and severity of the Death Eaters' criminal activities, and in the interest of maintaining social safety, the Ministry executed special procedures for certain core individuals, directly incarcerating them in Azkaban to prevent further harm. 3. Following the conclusion of the war, the Ministry has conducted rigorous reviews of the aforementioned individuals, adhering to procedures to ensure that each case is dealt with fairly. We shall continue to uphold the rule of law and ensure the fundamental rights of every wizard. Any lawbreaker will face appropriate consequences. We appreciate the public's attention to this matter and welcome your continued oversight of our work. Let us work together to build a fairer and more just society for the wizarding world. Joint statement from the Ministry of Magic and the WizardingWorld, July 2nd, 1991. Seated upon her enchanted carpet, Rita chuckled, recognizing the buoyant mood of the announcement's drafter. Their rebuttal was well supported and convincing. For the moment, Rita waved her wand, and the tea set began to stir. The teapot soared into the air, pouring freshly brewed red tea. A white porcelain cup with golden trim leapt into Rita's hand, allowing her to imprint her crimson lips upon it. She tucked the Ministry's announcement into a small leather folder, the distant silhouette of Azkaban Castle visible on the isolated isle. Dear Ms. Rita, welcome to your new reality. Paul stood atop the towering spires of Azkaban, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the enchanting lady before him, extending a fervent welcome. Good day, Mr. Paul. Rita removed her gloves, her heart brimming with disdain as she shook hands with the disheveled wizard. As Paul turned to introduce Azkaban to her, Rita hastily rinsed her right hand with fresh water, like a spring's flow. If I may be blunt, Mr. Paul, this morning the Ministry of Magic, in conjunction with WizardingWorld, issued an announcement. Announcement? Paul rubbed his balding head, pondering the fact that Azkaban was far removed from the world outside, to the extent that even owls were reluctant to traverse the distance. He was oblivious to the happenings within the magical realm. Indeed, the announcement addressed those Death Eaters. Yes, those you mentioned in your letter, who were imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, Rita interjected, covering her nose as she approached Paul's office. The dementor that had glided past in the corridor had left her legs trembling. She utterly despised this place. My apologies. The Ministry has conducted a re-examination as per Fudge's request. Following their rigorous investigation, the Ministry asserts that the situation you described in your letter will not occur. They are lying. Paul cursed vehemently, retrieving the admission letter belonging to Rock. He waved the envelope in the air, the Hogwarts crest glimmering uniquely in the candlelight. Chapter 4. The Patronus. A single letter cannot signify much. Perhaps it was an oversight by the confused headmaster Dumbledore, Rita remarked, examining the envelope meticulously. It was indeed Hogwarts' admission letter. I concede that Dumbledore may be somewhat befuddled, but he does not represent Hogwarts. The book of admission at Hogwarts is infallible. Paul thumped the table, startling Rita. And so what? Have you ever met that child? In a place like this, even Death Eaters become imbeciles, let alone an infant. Rita calmly probed, hoping to extract more information from Paul. Paul faltered, for he had indeed encountered that child, and had not refrained from delivering a few blows. His mind raced, knowing these matters could not be disclosed to the outside world. Otherwise, he would transform from the benevolent warden of Azkaban into a criminal guilty of child abuse. Miss Rita, his name is Rock. I assure you, he is growing up healthily in Azkaban. His mind is intact, and he is even learning to read under his mother's guidance. Rogue? Mr. Paul, I cannot report merely a name. You know, it's akin to John and Tom. Publishing them in the newspaper would carry no weight. You must agree, don't you? Wait a moment, Miss Rita. I have a personnel list. I can find out his surname. I can also prove he is not on the prisoner roster. Paul felt a surge of panic. That blasted little Death Eater never disclosed his surname. He retrieved a thick, dust-laden tome from the bookshelf, forgetting to cast a cleaning charm. Rogue. Paul flipped through the book multiple times, his fingers scanning line by line, but not a single child named Rog was found. See? He is absent. He smiled triumphantly at Rita, indicating that this meant the ministry's unlawful detention. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, Rita swiftly countered. Huh, am I not also unlawfully detained by the ministry, given that my name is not on that list? Do you not know he was brought in by his mother? Rita scoffed at Paul, deeming such a fool deserving of a lifetime in Azkaban. Foolish, impulsive, and utterly lacking the courage to confront the ministry for a handful of galleons. Perhaps it is due to his brain being as empty as a troll's. Indeed, Jessica found it. You see, Jessica Travers and Backtravers, both followers of the Dark Lord. Rita nodded, performing a cleansing charm before turning the hefty tome towards him. Goodness, the Travers family is all in Azkaban. No wonder the ministry adamantly claims all prisoners have undergone scrutiny. Rita indicated for her quill to begin recording, asserting that the ministry had unlawfully imprisoned the innocent heir of the Travers family, an infant named Rog. Miss Rita, what do you imply? Think for yourself. Most followers of the Dark Lord are pure-blood wizards. Travers, haven't you heard of that family? Of course, one of the Sacred 28. Yes, a magical lineage spanning millennia. What a immense fortune that is. If Malfoy had not paid a hefty compensation back then, do you think he would have been acquitted? The ministry? Then why? Back in the day, was little Barty Crouch? Perhaps it was because he caused his father to lose his position as Minister of Magic. Even Muggles understand that a vicious beast does not harm its own offspring. Our esteemed former head of magical law enforcement, Barty Crouch, would not part with a single galleon. His reputation was more important than his son S. Rita spoke of old Barty, who had sent Jessica and her son to Azkaban. Perhaps it was poetic justice that his own son also became a Death Eater, ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Little Barty Crouch died in 1982. I had no idea he had passed. I recall Mrs. Crouch also died that year. Rita perused the ledger with interest, filled with names both familiar and unfamiliar. She continued to sift through the pages, as if probing into the secrets concealed within Azkaban. This intoxicating sensation caused her body to flush with warmth. Mr. Paul, let us meet that newcomer from Azkaban, in the name of Headmaster Dumbledore. Rita waved the envelope, a charming smile adorning her face. Her excitement drew the attention of the Dementors lurking nearby, and as she surveyed the surrounding grotesque and malevolent magical creatures, her exhilaration only intensified. She had already conceived an article titled The Ministry's Sinister Dealings with Dementors. Miss Rita, we must take our leave. Do not rush, Paul. Rita exhibited remarkable patience, capturing various photographs of Azkaban, including one of the warden, Mr. Paul. I should change my clothes. Paul blushed, admitting that he had not been photographed in over a decade. The film is somewhat limited. Please forgive me. The remainder must be reserved for Jessica and her son. Rita set down her camera, politely declining to take another picture of Paul. Of course. Paul nodded hastily. Taking fewer photographs was inconsequential. The environment is rather dismal. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. Rita smiled, for this was not mere politeness. As an illicit animagus who could transform into a beetle, she had witnessed much worse. How curious. What is that light? Paul observed a glimmer emanating from the cell at the end of the corridor. It belonged to the cell housing Jessica and her son. Rita halted him, signaling for silence. Paul furrowed his brow. That little rascal has somehow acquired a wand. If he escapes, his heart raced, yearning to rush in immediately. But Miss Rita, you must understand that they have had their wands confiscated. Logically, there should not be any light. Perhaps it's wandless magic. Impossible. Dementors would drain their souls, rendering them incapable of casting spells. Show quiet now. Rita stilti approached, urging Paul to open the window of the cell. Within the cramped confines, Rog and his mother Jessica huddled together. They spoke of the future and hope, and the cold, dark cell was imbued with warmth. The Dementors, those creatures that loathed joy and hope, were drawn by the scent, arriving with their faceless forms, greedily fixated upon them. Rogue grasped Jessica's hand, resolutely standing before the Dementors. A silvery light erupted before him, forming an impenetrable barrier that repelled the creatures. Oh my, the Patronus! Rita swiftly seized her camera, capturing the image of the Dementors being driven away by the radiant glow. As Rogue beheld the retreating figures of the Dementors, he collapsed into Jessica's embrace. Jessica held her son tightly, softly sobbing as she hummed a lullaby in the corner. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The first time she heard Rogue call her mom, Jessica had consoled him with this song. She caressed her unconscious child, wishing to awaken him. Rita at the door couldn't help but shed tears. She felt compelled to do something for this mother and son. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rita wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Who is there? Hearing a noise from outside, Jessica concealed her son in her arms. Jessica, do not be alarmed. I am Rita Skeeter, a journalist from the Daily Prophet. May I assist you? Rita, it is you. I recognize this, she said, holding out her son's acceptance letter. Now, you require an article. A piece that could save you. Jessica fell silent at Rita's voice outside, recalling the witch's penchant for manipulating words. Lowering her gaze to her frail son, she realized Paul had sent the letter to this woman. He wished to escape this place at the expense of her child. Through the damp sea mist, Jessica's eyes locked on Paul beside Rita. All right, but you must not photograph my son. Of course, Rita replied, albeit with a hint of regret. For the Patronus had obscured Roja's face just moments ago, though there would be future opportunities. Chapter 5. A shocking report for the Wizarding World. At Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall perused a list of new students as she did every year. In addition to the pure blood and half-blood children, those hailing from Muggle families required extra assistance. After all, to Muggles, wizards seemed more like figures from fairy tales, a letter delivered by Owl, while astonishing, lacked credibility. To ensure Muggle parents consented to their children's enrollment, professors usually needed to make a visit. However, Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, was particularly ill-suited for such tasks. In the Transfiguration classroom, besides Professor McGonagall, there were also Professor Banshee for Ancient Runes, Professor Carity for Muggle Studies, the substitute Professor Grapple for care of magical creatures, and Madame Hooch for flying lessons. Esteemed professors, here is this year's list of new students. Please review it for any concerns regarding the young witches and wizards you are responsible for. There were fewer than 50 names on the list. Hardly longer than a student's lazily written essay. Excluding those from wizarding families, each professor was assigned at most 2 young wizards. Professor McGonagall, could there be an error with the address for Roach Travis? As the list reached Madame Hooch, who was accustomed to reading from the bottom up, she furrowed her brow. I recall the Travis family being located in the south, yet this address is in the North Sea, specifically Azkaban. After several readings, she almost suspected it was a prank by the Weasley twins, if not for the summer break. Travis? That name sounds familiar. Professor McGonagall rose, uttering the name of that Death Eater, back Travis. The murderer of members of the Order of the Phoenix was a memory she could never erase. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of surnames. The professors exchanged uncertain glances. Professor McGonagall, did you see today's newspaper? Professor Sprout burst into the Transfiguration classroom, covered in dirt and visibly furious. What is the matter, Professor Sprout? The Daily Prophet states that the Ministry of Magic has imprisoned a baby in Azkaban for 11 years. The entire wizarding community is discussing this, and the headmaster has already gone to the Wisingamot. Roach Travis? Madame Hooch turned to Professor Sprout, her tone a mixture of affirmation and inquiry. The article does not mention the child's name. The Ministry and those Aurors have gone too far. How could they throw a child into Azkaban? That place is crawling with Dementors. Poor child. Professor Sprout began to weep. The professors quickly grabbed the newspaper. The front page emblazoned with bold headlines, "The Little Star of Azkaban, a new student at Hogwarts." Below was a magical photograph depicting the dark, frigid cell of Azkaban, where a small figure stood defiantly before the Dementors, using the Patronus charm to drive them away before collapsing into his mother's arms. Beneath the image was a caption that read, "A child never touched by sunlight." Rita Skeeter, in many respects, was the most accomplished journalist in the British magical community. This article was a testament to her literary prowess, surpassing even her previous works. Ordinary phrases transformed into vibrant prose through her unique style. If her earlier articles were mere fabrications designed to capture attention, this piece, if true, was undoubtedly a rare masterpiece. Each sentence of the article struck like an unforgivable curse at the Ministry of Magic, directing its ire towards the current minister, Cornelius Fudge. After all, just yesterday, the ministry had solemnly issued a statement. Now, Hogwarts found itself embroiled in the controversy, with Headmaster Dumbledore, as chief warlock of the Wisingamot, being particularly targeted by Rita's attacks. The entire wizarding world knew that the acceptance letter must bear the signature of the current headmaster. That letter sent to Azkaban would undoubtedly include it, and had already been photographed by Rita and displayed in the newspaper. This is negligence. This is a crime. This is a blatant disrespect and violation of the Wisingamot Charter. The article unabashedly condemned the ministry and compared both the ministry and Hogwarts to the oppressive regime of the Dark Lord. They trampled upon the law and justice under the guise of equality, subsequently suppressing dissenting wizards. They branded these wizards with the name of pure blood supremacy and then cast them into Azkaban to be rendered mindless by the Dementors, even sparing no infants. If the soil is not purified, it will only bear the blooms of evil. I gazed through the cell door at the shimmering stars within, tears streaming down my cheeks. Unbeknownst to them, the Transfiguration classroom had filled with professors. With the exception of Professor Binns and Headmaster Dumbledore, nearly all Hogwarts teachers were present. Professor McGonagall, is this true? The others looked to McGonagall, the list of new students resting on the table before her. McGonagall removed her glasses, transforming a nearby quill into a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. Everyone, please remain calm. Headmaster Dumbledore has already gone to address this matter at the Wisingamot. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will protect each and every student. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Magic, Fudge was wreaking havoc in his office. He resembled an enraged bull, wishing to hurl that journalist Rita into Azkaban. That damned witch, how dare she set me up? Fudge bellowed at everyone in the office. Less than 24 hours had passed since the ministry's announcement, and Rita had delivered a resounding slap to the face of the entire ministry with her article. He had every reason to believe this was a conspiracy. Rita Skeeter, that vile, insidious witch. She has waged a shameless, despicable scheme against the ministry and the minister himself. The corridor outside the office was teeming with Ministry of Magic officials, their voices raised in vehement disputes over the veracity of the newspaper's claims. Officials of all ranks were preoccupied with exasperated attempts to vindicate the ministry, rather than verifying the truth. Percy, the minister's secretary, navigated through the throng and seized Dolores by the arm. Dolores, surely Rita's report must be false? Not all, Dolores replied, her position as a senior investigator compelling her to consult the archives at the first mention of the report. If it were true, how could a mere infant withstand the killing curse? That is, after all, the Avada Kedavra. If the child had been taken to Azkaban by Jessica, how could he possibly have survived? The assailant was Old Batty, and we all know he shows no mercy to Death Eaters. Percy fixed his gaze upon Dolores, hoping to extract the answer he sought from her eyes. Who knows? Dolores shook her head in resignation. Merlin above, our savior himself, fell victim to the Dark Lord's curse. Well, Percy, hurry to the fireplace and stand guard, interjected Janice, the minister's personal assistant, signaling Dolores to refrain from further commentary. The minister believes that with the intervention of former Minister Millicent Bagnold, a breakthrough will occur. I overheard him say that both Professor Dumbledore and Old Batty bear undeniable responsibility in this matter. Percy was anxious that Minister Fudge might resign over the affair, as they were all in the same boat. You expect the former minister to intervene? Listen to me, Percy. Janice shook his head, cornering Percy and taking the documents from her grasp. Chapter 6. Reactions from all sides. The entire ministry was aware of the improbability of the situation. Naturally, I do not find it surprising that the minister thinks this way, having served Fudge for many years. Janice understood the minister's mindset all too well. He wished to shift the blame, ignorant of the heightened danger such an act entails. Percy, everyone knows that Azkaban is a cesspit. During the war, countless wrongfully accused wizards were thrown in. But we cannot simply lift the lid because someone catches a whiff of the stench and invite everyone to share in the revulsion. Now, Rita stands atop her moral high ground, hurling a bomb from a distance. While we labor to cleanse ourselves of the filth, she reaps accolades from the entire magical community. We could attribute the Dark Lord's demise to Professor Dumbledore and our savior. But let us not forget, Millicent bore the burden of ministerial responsibility when the Wizarding World was on the brink of collapse. Her early retirement was to preserve her flawless legacy and honor. Janice cursed, cautioning Percy against dragging the former minister into this mess. Percy, you must remember that former Minister Millicent will not involve herself in this. But the minister need not deceive us. Percy muttered in a tone tinged with despair, realizing that Minister Fudge could not evade accountability. What loss is there? At least for now. Have you reviewed the archives? Janice inquired, rifling through the documents, his brow furrowing deeper. Look at this page. He extracted a file detailing the incident report from a Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes dated July 1st, 1980. Winchester was suspected of being struck by a Soviet nuclear missile. Percy read softly, memories flooding back. Theodore's disapparition. It was he, the father of that child. The report indicated that Theodore illuminated the entire Winchester to facilitate Jessica and the child's escape. Janice clicked his tongue, exclaiming, I never imagined anyone could master such basic spells to this extent. In some respects, Theodore was a genius. Alas, his opponent was no ordinary Auror, but the vengeful Old Batty. Look here, this battle had significant repercussions for the Muggle world. At that time, the Muggle world was at the peak of the Cold War, and the white light enveloping Winchester was visible even from satellites. Muggles believed the UK was under nuclear attack, plunging all of Europe into a panic over nuclear warfare. Had it not been for the then director, now Minister Cornelius Fudge, personally intervening to mitigate the impact of this incident, perhaps Muggle wars would have reignited. An investigation revealed that everything in Winchester was normal, with no traces of radiation. Professors from Oxford and Cambridge asserted that the white light observed on July 1st was an exceedingly rare natural phenomenon, as reported by the BBC and ITV. Then, it has nothing to do with us. Percy recalled that she had participated in a widespread memory modification effort. What would Rita say upon seeing this file? She would scream in the newspaper. Fudge steps on innocent infants to ascend to the minister's position. If former Minister Millicent is implicated, I dare say this report will find its way into Rita's hands at the very next moment. Janus mimicked the woman's voice, his tone high-pitched. Old Batty has arrived. The fireplace in the hall flickered with green light as a tall, thin man emerged. Old Batty, having lost his chance to become minister due to his son being a Death Eater, was reassigned to the International Magical Cooperation Department. Although he still held the title of director, it was widely understood to be a demotion. The crowd parted hastily, fearful that the disgruntled Old Batty would drag them into his displeasure. Percy, if Professor Dumbledore arrives, take him directly to the office, Janus urged. Hastily following Old Batty into the ministerial office, now in disarray, Dolores, Janus, Albert, and Kidley remained behind. Upon seeing Old Batty's arrival, Fudge waved his hand, dismissing the others. Apart from Old Batty, the remaining four were core members of the minister's office, steadfastly loyal to him. Old Batty, I command you to take personal responsibility for this matter. Minister Fudge slammed his hand on the desk, nearly tearing the Daily Prophet in two. Who do you think you are? A member of the Order of the Phoenix? Acting independently to exact revenge on the Travis family for the McKinnon affair. Circumventing justice to throw them into Azkaban, and even involving an infant. Fudge's thick finger pointed accusingly at Old Batty's hooked nose, as though he wished to pierce it. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement and Wisingamot have consistently lied to me. Everyone is deceiving me. Even the minister's office is deceiving me. Our Aurors are nothing but a bunch of contemptible cowards, willing to strike down mothers and children alike. Minister Fudge, I cannot abide your insults toward the Aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Old Batty retorted without reservation, adamantly asserting. That infant was definitively dead at the time. I had forgotten you are the infamous Barty Crouch, our esteemed former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What? Was it not you who cast the killing curse upon an innocent infant? Was it not you who imprisoned them in Azkaban without trial? You, who endlessly proclaimed the need to swiftly conclude the Wizarding War, instead wield black magic against infants. You are the disgrace of the ministry, the shame of the Aurors. Fudge, you have no right to utter such words. Old Batty shot back, both men leaning towards each other, nearly pressing their faces together. I have no right. Barty, you proclaim yourself the most honorable of wizards, yet your actions resemble those of the Dark Lord. Is it merely the absence of a lightning scar upon that child's forehead that distinguishes you? Faced with Fudge's inquiry, Barty found himself at a loss for words. Fudge continued to rage. The whispered enchantments at the door could not quell the minister's fury, and the entire corridor resonated with the echoes of his wrath. Percy stood anxiously by the fireplace, feeling helpless, and upon seeing Professor Dumbledore's arrival, hurried over. Professor Dumbledore, I am aware of everything. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, striding towards a room filled with fury. The fireplace behind them crackled with increasing intensity as a group, led by Lucius Malfoy, made their entrance into the Ministry of Magic. They were the representatives of pure blood families, intent on reclaiming the benefits they had lost during the war. Headmaster Dumbledore, I extend my gratitude for your owl. Otherwise, we would have remained unaware of the existence of any descendants from the Travers family. Lucius wore a smile, his words of gratitude laced with genuine emotion. That was a brave child, deserving of our utmost respect, Dumbledore replied calmly. I believe that what truly matters is not bloodline, but character. Everyone present today, I trust, is here in the name of kindness and justice. Malfoy opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by Dumbledore's assertion. Indeed, you speak eloquently of kindness and justice, Headmaster. The child of the Travers family certainly lives up to the name of pure blood, displaying remarkable courage, even in Azkaban. Lucius scoffed softly. Headmaster Dumbledore should prepare himself. I have received word that Ilvermorny in America and Beauxbatons in France have extended invitations for Mr. Rogue's enrollment. Is that so? What splendid news! Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. Regardless of which school Mr. Rogue chooses, I am genuinely pleased for him. A child of such good heart deserves the finest education. I have faith that wherever he goes, he will become an exceptional wizard, not because of his lineage, but due to his character. Malfoy's expression darkened. He had intended to use this news to unsettle Dumbledore, only to find the headmaster more composed than he had anticipated. With a scowl, he muttered, "You are indeed magnanimous, headmaster. However, there are members of the school board who believe that Hogwarts should not easily relinquish a pure-blood descendant. Should Mr. Rogue opt for another school, the board may justifiably suspect a flaw in Hogwarts' educational philosophy. Of course, we all know that Hogwarts is the finest institution of magical education. With just a little attention, Mr. Rogue will undoubtedly choose Hogwarts. This sentiment is shared by the majority of wizards in the British magical community." Malfoy fixed a steely gaze on Dumbledore, hoping to discern any shift in his demeanor. "Hello, Dumbledore," the latter greeted. "You make a valid point," Dumbledore nodded. "I will consider your suggestion. However, as we discussed previously, the paramount concern is to respect the child's own choice. The doors of Hogwarts will always remain open to all wizards who cherish peace." Malfoy glared at him fiercely and then adjusted his tone. "You are correct. As a graduate of Hogwarts, the Malfoy family's magazine, The Wizarding World, is willing to contribute to this matter." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. "Thank you for your goodwill, Mr. Malfoy. Now, let us proceed to meet Minister Fudge. After all, the foremost priority is to extricate the child from Azkaban." Dumbledore was acutely aware that the tumult surrounding this issue had only just begun, and the pure-blood wizards spearheaded by the Malfoy family would not easily forfeit this opportunity to strike a blow against the ministry. Upon entering the office, he surveyed the disarray of furniture and frowned. "Restore it to its original state." "Ah, Albus, you have arrived," Minister Fudge said, visibly relieved as he relaxed slightly. "Fudge, the most pressing matter is not assigning blame, but rescuing the child from Azkaban. In every sense, he is innocent." "Albus, what if the report is false?" Fudge still clung to his last vestiges of stubbornness. Once the ministry acknowledged that report, he would bear the brunt of the fallout, not only facing condemnation from the entire wizarding community, but potentially losing his ministerial position. Even if there is the slightest chance that an innocent child is imprisoned in such a dreadful place, we cannot turn a blind eye, Dumbledore said earnestly. "Trust me, initiating an investigation post-haste is a wise course of action. If the report proves true, we can rectify a horrific error in time. If false, we can quell unnecessary anger and panic among wizards. The crux lies in taking action, not evading the issue." Fudge fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, an Auror rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Minister, we have new information. We receive a response from the Azkaban warden confirming that the boy is alive." Fudge's expression shifted dramatically. His flicker of hope extinguished mercilessly. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh. "Very well, Albus, it appears we must act. I will arrange for a team to head to Azkaban immediately. If that child is alive, we shall transfer him at once to St. Mungo's hospital. We must also conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth behind this miscarriage of justice." A faint smile of reassurance graced Dumbledore's face. "Let us go in person. After all, this concerns a child's life." "You are right. I shall prepare the flu powder," Fudge signaled to his special assistant, Albert. Since the situation was beyond salvage, he might as well use it as an opportunity to restore his reputation within the magical community. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore, Fudge, Malfoy, and others arrived at Azkaban. Rita had not yet departed. Her curiosity piqued as she snapped photos of the arriving party. "Miss Skeeter, I appreciate your reporting." Minister Fudge approached her briskly. "Your article has saved a child and rectified an error, exemplifying the true spirit of journalism. Your bravery and contribution merit a Merlin's Medal." Rita's eyes widened in astonishment. A Merlin's Medal. That was an honor bestowed by the Order of Merlin for contributions to the magical community, and she had not anticipated receiving such recognition. However, it quickly dawned on her what Minister Fudge truly meant. The minister intended to silence her with this medal, preventing her from pursuing further inquiries. With a few minor adjustments to her report, her name would feature on the honor roll. "Minister Fudge, this is merely my duty. The magical world may harbor darkness, but justice will prevail. Justice may sometimes be delayed, but it will ultimately triumph over darkness." "Indeed, you are correct, Miss Skeeter. The remainder shall be managed by the ministry. We will conduct a thorough investigation and promptly publicize the results." Delayed justice, how ironic. Fudge cursed inwardly, his plump face adorned with a mask of appreciation. "I hope, Miss Skeeter, you will consider writing an exclusive feature on this matter. Rest assured, Minister, I shall craft a thorough article on this issue." In the public eye, Minister Fudge and Rita engaged in their transaction, both parties tacitly understanding the unspoken agreement, none daring to break the silence. They listened as Paul recounted the story of Jessica, and her son while entering the depths of Azkaban. "Rogue, they're here. Do you remember what your mother taught you?" Jessica observed the commotion outside, her gaze serious as she addressed her son. "Mom, I'm going to get you out of here. For his own sake." Rogue could have waited another decade to escape Azkaban, but Jessica's health was too frail. Remaining in Azkaban would lead only to her demise. "Listen to your mother. Go to school and study hard." Jessica shook her head, her expectations for herself reduced to merely hoping her son could escape Azkaban. "No," Rogue stubbornly turned his head, revealing that his magical power had been restored. HarryPotter. Power, 23. Mental strength, 12. Traits, affinity for darkness, strong will, night vision. Skills, wandless magic, Lumos level 3, 3650. Summoning charm level 2, 010. Rogue looked at the simulation button with a resigned sigh. The magic within him was too scant. Should he engage the simulation function, he would inevitably forfeit his capacity to execute his plan. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble. For himself and his mother, Jessica, he was prepared to wager his very life. Rising to his feet, Rogue recalled the most beautiful memories. These encompassed not only recollections from his past life, but also the envisioned idyllic existence he had shared with Jessica. His dark aura transformed, and every pore radiated joy and happiness. The elation within him blazed like a fervent light from an abyss, inciting the Dementors of Azkaban into a frenzy. Desperate to extinguish that luminous source, they surged forth, vowing to drain this individual of his emotions and soul. "Rogue, what are you doing? Stop at once." Jessica cried out in terror. "Trust me," Rogue asserted, gripping Jessica's hand firmly as the Dementors stormed into the cell, his voice imbued with an irresistible force. "Expecto Patronum." In an instant, a silvery specter materialized before him. Though its form was ethereal, it stood as an unyielding barrier, keeping the frenzied Dementors at bay. Meanwhile, Minister Fudge and Dumbledore exchanged startled glances. The Dementors had erupted into chaos at this very moment. Rita, ever perceptive, sensed the shift and raised her camera to capture the scene. Dumbledore regarded Lucius with a serious expression, who hurriedly explained, "Albus, I see no necessity to intervene. Our interests align in the matter of rescuing Rogue." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze sweeping over Fudge, who was casting spells against the Dementors and Old Batty, both of whom likewise lacked any motive to act. Expecto Patronum. Dumbledore brandished his elder wand, summoning his own Patronus. A magnificent silver phoenix erupted from the tip of his wand, soaring majestically, its wings spread wide. The phoenix emitted a melodious and uplifting cry, suffused with hope and warmth, dispelling the throng of frenzied Dementors in Azkaban. Dumbledore pushed open the cell door, and the silvery radiance before Rogue continued to shimmer. Everyone stood astonished, mouths agape, even Rita, who had witnessed the spectacle before. It was then that the others truly believed in the reality of magical photographs. An 11-year-old child wielding wandless magic and summoning his Patronus was a feat almost unheard of. Chapter 8. Leaving Azkaban. Even the most skilled aurors of the Ministry of Magic or the finest graduates from Hogwarts could only master wandless magic, an advanced skill by a select few wizards. To summon a Patronus was another matter entirely. The Patronus charm is one of the oldest and most formidable forms of magic in the Wizarding World. Despite Rogue's Patronus being incomplete and merely a wisp of shadow, considering the oppressive environment of Azkaban and Rogue's tender age, all present were profoundly astounded by his extraordinary magical talent. Fudge regretted the situation. Had he known that such a gifted young wizard was imprisoned in Azkaban, he would have pursued an alternative approach. Anything would be better than the current predicament. Upon seeing Dumbledore and his entourage appear before him, Rogue realized he had won his gamble. He collapsed into Jessica's embrace, a blissful smile gracing his face. "It's all right, child. The Dementors have been driven away," Dumbledore said, his expression warm as he waved his elder wand, casting vibrant spells that brightened and dried the entire cell. "Ms. Rita, I believe young Rogue is not suited for the pages of a newspaper." Dumbledore turned to Rita, his gaze sharp and commanding. "Of course. Safeguarding their privacy is the foundation of our journalistic ethics," Rita replied promptly, nodding before incinerating the negatives in a blaze of flames. "Child, your name is Rogue, is it not? Come with me." Dumbledore extended his hand, gazing kindly at Rogue. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I fear Hogwarts may not be the right environment for Rogue at this moment." Malfoy interjected, approaching Jessica to offer them alternative options. Jessica looked at Dumbledore in excitement, wanting to speak, but Rogue interjected first. "Will you come with me, Mother?" Rogue held Jessica's hand tightly, not daring to glance at Dumbledore and Malfoy. His gaze transcended them, landing on the pallid face of Cornelius Fudge. Familiar with the original narrative, Rog understood that choosing Dumbledore meant distancing himself from pure-blood families. Perhaps in the future, this would allow him to join Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. But the Ministry might only offer a simple apology in the end. After spending a decade imprisoned, transitioning from an infant to a frail youth, enduring the daily companionship of Dementors, living in constant trepidation, he knew too well that Dumbledore cherished Harry Potter above all else. Opting for Dumbledore would only render him another Weasley. He abhorred a life of dependence, resented being a companion and protector for others, and loathed the notion of sacrificing himself for another's glory. As for Malfoy, Rog felt nothing but disdain. The pure-blood ideology filled Lucius Malfoy's already limited intellect, aligning him with the doomed Voldemort, proving his foolishness surpassed his cunning. I must establish my own stance for myself and for my mother, Rog silently vowed, fixing his gaze on the astonished Fudge. A clever child, Malfoy remarked, turning to observe, truly a pure-blood wizard, understanding how to seek the greatest advantage at such a young age. Cough, cough. Fudge was momentarily taken aback by Rog's youthful voice, unsure of how to proceed. If Rog were to leave, whether to Hogwarts or Malfoy Manor, he would not object. After all, the Ministry was the last place they belonged. However, Jessica was a Death Eater, and procedurally, she could not be released from Azkaban. Yet adhering strictly to the rules would separate this unfortunate mother and son. Fudge understood that tomorrow he would find himself fleeing the Ministry in disgrace. As Fudge grappled with the situation, his assistant Albert discreetly tugged at his sleeve, whispering in his ear. Fudge's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to stand between Dumbledore and Malfoy. Gentlemen, I believe what Jessica and her son need most at this moment is medical attention at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Fudge refrained from mentioning Jessica's guilt or innocence, for it was customary for offenders to receive medical care, and no wizard could legitimately challenge that. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe their physical condition is unsuitable for apparition. I have brought a flying carpet. Ms. Rita, you are aware that flying carpets are prohibited as a mode of transport in Britain. Malfoy shot her a glare, to which Rita merely rolled her eyes. Making a mental note. Seeing Dumbledore offer no objection, Malfoy beamed. The Malfoy family possesses a magical vessel for transport in the North Sea. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore replied, Mr. Malfoy, your mention of the magical vessel is indeed an excellent suggestion. Malfoy summoned a wizard and whispered a few instructions. Soon, a magnificent magical ship appeared at the shoreline, adorned with the Malfoy family crest, its mast towering high, entirely indistinguishable from a mere transport vessel. The magical ship sailed smoothly through the waves of the North Sea, the silhouette of Azkaban gradually diminishing, until it vanished entirely amongst the frothy crests. Inside the cabin, Dumbledore gently cast basic healing charms upon Rog and Jessica. Heal swiftly, he waved his wand, causing their wounds and bruises to fade away. Pure water like a spring. A refreshing stream washed away the layers of grime. White radiance smoothens. The bruises and swelling gradually receded. The blood-replenishing potion was produced by Dumbledore, who administered the vivid red liquid to Rog and Jessica. Rog felt the pain in his body lessen, and his spirits began to revive. Thank you, sir. He weakly smiled at Dumbledore. My child, this is merely the fundamental treatment. True recovery will require time, Dumbledore said kindly. But for now, knowing that you are safe is enough to bring me solace. The ship navigated through layers of mist, and the silhouette of the city finally emerged on the horizon. Rog grasped his mother's hand tightly as a beam of golden light pierced through the thick clouds above. Upon disembarking, Rita's new report was sent back to the newspaper office. The magical community was eager for news of them, and the paper was swiftly snatched up upon its release. We returned by ship. On the tumultuous sea, a magical vessel glided slowly towards St. Mungo's Hospital. The Malfoy family crest at the bow swayed gently in the waves, symbolizing the involvement of this ancient pure-blood family in the rescue operation. I sailed on this vessel, witnessing a testament to the tenacity of life and love. That poor boy and his brave mother, after years of illegal imprisonment, were finally brought to light with the help of Warden Paul. Thanks to Dumbledore's immense kindness and the timely actions of the Ministry of Magic, this grievous miscarriage of justice has been rectified. As the ship docked, the frail figure of the child leaning against his mother's embrace stirred my compassion. This child, who had endured years of torment in Azkaban, could finally receive genuine care and healing. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of pride for the courage and responsibility exhibited by the Ministry of Magic. The process of correcting mistakes is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, yet the beauty of the outcome transcends all. This voyage, crossing tumultuous waves, is a celebration of life and hope. When true justice is upheld, our shared humanity shines brightly. I sincerely hope this is merely the first step towards happiness, with even greater futures awaiting us ahead. Reporter. Ritoshkiter. Upon learning that the mother and child were at St. Mungo's, countless owls bearing gifts rushed in. The enthusiasm of the wizards proved overwhelming for the medical staff, and only by stating that the patients had been discharged were they reluctantly sent away. On the top floor of the hospital were exclusive wards, several of which belonged to the Malfoy family, who generously sponsored substantial funds each year. The most luxurious of these rooms housed Rog and Jessica, initially filled with gifts. They were all returned at Rog's request. "How is your recovery, Rog?" Lucius inquired, a smile gracing his face, clearly in good spirits. Chapter 9. Travis's position. He led the pureblood families in leveraging the plight of Rog and his mother to challenge the Ministry of Magic, seeking to reclaim the benefits lost during the last war, and had already made significant progress. "Much better, Uncle Malfoy." Rog leaned against his pillow, gazing at the sunlit meadow. After 11 years, he finally escaped that dark cell. The bright sunlight and the fresh scent of freshly cut grass left Rog feeling utterly relaxed. The lengthy preliminary processes were now behind them, and tomorrow they were to attend a meeting. A meeting? Rog looked at Malfoy in confusion, as he had delegated most matters to him. "Yes, regarding your mother," Malfoy said, glancing at the slumbering Jessica. Malfoy admired this woman. She was an extraordinarily remarkable mother. Not only did she ensure Rog survived in Azkaban, but she also provided him with fundamental education, including language and even wandless magic and summoning charms. However, as the steward of a pure-blood family, he must candidly admit her political acumen was lacking. Had it not been for Rog's intervention, Jessica would have already signed a waiver under the Ministry's deceit. Should Rog and his mother relinquish their pursuit of compensation, the pure-blood families led by Malfoy would have no recourse to reclaim their power and interest from the Ministry. The Ministry was willing to offer compensation, but they insisted on re-evaluating your mother's innocence. Re-evaluation? Rog scoffed. "When have they ever judged us? Why do they have to reassess now?" Malfoy cautioned, "There is no need to become agitated. In truth, it is a struggle between our pure-blood families and them. Just observe and say little. Rest assured." "Uncle Malfoy, do you mean pure-blood families like ours?" "Indeed, I have brought you some books. Familiarize yourself with our history and glory." Malfoy placed a stack of books beside the right side of the bed. These included, but were not limited to, the Sacred 28, The Entanglements of Power, a history of wizarding families, an in-depth analysis of the Sacred 28, and notable families in magical history, all pertaining to pure-blood families. The Sacred 28 had become fragmented. Someone must shoulder the responsibility at this critical moment. Leaning on his silver-tipped cane, Malfoy placed his right hand on his chest, exuding a leader's demeanor. If the remaining pure-blood families failed to unite, they would ultimately be defeated piecemeal. The direct bloodlines of the Black family, the Crouch family, and the Gaunt family had essentially been extinguished. The glory and brilliance that once belonged to them could now only be glimpsed in the yellowed pages of history. Without Paul S. Letter, I fear the Ministry would have offered the last scion of the Travis family to the Dementors as fodder, Malfoy asserted vehemently, his words laced with intimidation. He relentlessly instilled pure-blood ideology into Rog, seeking to firmly bind the Travis family to his cause. Currently, some in the wizarding community are advocating for goblin rights. Have they forgotten that the current status of wizards was seized from the goblins? Malfoy continued, "Without stripping these vanquished foes of their rights to wield wands, we could be decapitated by goblins in our sleep. The vanquished lose everything. This is an immutable truth. Any mercy extended to them constitutes a crime against the descendants of wizards." Malfoy delivered a passionate speech to Rog. He perceived Rog's mind as a blank canvas, ready to be infused with his pure-blood ideology. Rog feigned agreement, as long as it could secure advantages for himself, embracing the notion of being pure-blooded. "Uncle Malfoy, why can't we pure-blood families establish an organization to voice our concerns?" Malfoy chuckled, pleased that Rog had quickly grasped his ideology and even extrapolated his own opinions and ideas. Observing the frail boy, he couldn't help but compare Rog to Draco. The comparison was disheartening. Draco seemed utterly inept despite enjoying the most privileged conditions, unable to even perform basic spells. A surge of frustration ignited within Malfoy, who longed to apparate back and give Draco a good thrashing. "Rog, you may not realize that the recent events regarding the Dark Lord have left the entire wizarding community extremely wary of pure-blood families. If we were to establish an organization, the entire wizarding community would turn against us. In truth, Malfoy found Rog's proposal tempting. Uncle Malfoy, what about the Order of the Phoenix? Rog gestured to the books on the left side of his pillow, all provided by Dumbledore, introducing the magical and muggle worlds. Malfoy paused, aware of the Order of the Phoenix, and even having confronted it. However, facing the most formidable white wizard of the 20th century, he dared not voice his dissent. Alas, if only the Dark Lord had succeeded. Malfoy sighed heavily, feeling deeply resentful. If it weren't for Harry Potter, what a pity history has no if only. The Dark Lord is far too perilous. Uncle Malfoy, I believe no one desires bloodshed and death. What we seek is merely to safeguard ourselves. Why can we not adopt the parliamentary system of muggles? Why not learn from the mudbloods? Malfoy erupted, fully aware that Olby had ulterior motives in sending such a plethora of books. Rogue furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage with Malfoy over titles. It was already 1991, not the Dark Middle Ages. He firmly believed that any wizard confronted with the might of humanity's firearms, colossal ships, aircraft, and atomic weaponry would engage in amicable and benevolent discourse. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald, or even resurrecting Merlin himself. Uncle Malfoy, power knows no hierarchy or nobility. Muggles have endured wars for millennia, leading to the loss of countless lives. Their remains could easily fill the entire magical realm. With a smile, Rogue picked up the book on Muggle politics that Dumbledore had bestowed upon him. I believe that those nations that have grown stronger through warfare, regardless of whether they are wizards or not, possess valuable lessons to impart. At an altitude of 186 miles above us, human satellites operate in a realm they have designated as space. Their astronauts have set foot on the moon, relying on something they call technology rather than any magical prowess. Listening to Rogue's words, Malfoy fell into a contemplative silence. Those he had derided as mudbloods were now upon the lofty moon, while he felt himself trampled beneath its glow. Burdened with thoughts and questions, Malfoy departed the infirmary. Jessica, who had long since awakened, sat up straight, marveling at how her son's growth far surpassed her expectations. Rogue, do you truly intend to ally with Malfoy? Mother, is the dark mark on your left arm still present? Jessica touched the arm concealed by her hospital gown, nodding slightly. Mother, we have no other choice. They claim we are overly concerned with bloodlines. What about them? They have long predetermined their stance, casting pureblood families into opposition, especially considering our family's history with Death Eaters. Rogue nestled beside his mother on her hospital bed. Rogue, it's merely my connection to your father. There's no distinction. When the little wizards at Hogwarts discover my identity, they will only call me that wretched Death Eater spawn. Upon hearing Rogue's words, Jessica clutched her son's hand tightly. She had not considered the ramifications. She had thought that leaving Azkaban would resolve everything. Today, she was uncertain of the date, but Professor Dumbledore, whom she had not seen in a long time, had arrived, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who sported square glasses. Ms. Jessica, young Rogue, how is your health? Dumbledore, with his flowing silver beard, smiled at the mother and son. He noticed the books sent by Malfoy and furrowed his brow slightly. Much improved, thanks to your care. Jessica smiled, genuinely fond of the headmaster. Splendid. Dumbledore beamed as he retrieved 2 letters from his robe. I believe it is time for young Rogue to make a decision. What is this? Jessica and Rogue exchanged puzzled glances. Invitations for enrollment from Ilvermorny in America and Beauxbatons Academy in France. Both are excellent magical institutions, Dumbledore explained. Although the acceptance letter from Hogwarts had been sent long ago, given the circumstances, I believe young Rogue has the right to choose a different school. Chapter 10. Rogue's Choice. Sir, is this the letter? Rogue carefully extracted the letter from the drawer. After all the turmoil, the acceptance letter had become crumpled. The edges of the envelope were frayed, and the letter bore numerous black fingerprints, with the corners curled. Indeed, this is the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded. Have you kept it all this time? Yes, sir. Rogue felt a bit embarrassed. Without it, he and his mother would still be battling Dementors in Azkaban. Rogue and Jessica exchanged a glance and unhesitatingly chose Hogwarts. As for the invitations from the other 2 schools, Rogue had not even glanced at them. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with delight. Rogue's choice would bring a satisfying conclusion to this incident. Restoring it to its pristine condition, he waved his wand, and the crumpled acceptance letter transformed into a brand new state. Dumbledore smiled gently. Rest assured, my child, the Ministry has made a decision. Azkaban will increase the number of Aurors stationed for management. Those wizards wrongfully imprisoned and judged will also be exonerated. They will learn from this incident, and laws and systems will be refined to ensure judicial fairness, preventing similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Dumbledore continued, "You and your mother have endured unjust treatment, and I feel deeply regretful. However, I believe that the future is bright." "Thank you, Headmaster." "Mother, shall we hear it again?" "Of course." Jessica joyfully embraced her son, overjoyed, kissing him fervently on the cheek. Rogue opened the envelope and read each word aloud, not omitting even the appendix. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Travis, students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are specifically reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Congratulations, child. Hogwarts looks forward to your arrival. There, you will meet like-minded friends and learn the most wonderful magic of friendship and love." "How splendid. Mother, once I learn magic, I can ensure you have a proper rest." Rogue, taking advantage of his youth, inadvertently revealed the dark mark on Jessica's arm. "Jessica, is it because of this?" Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he gazed at the mark. "It is my fault. The existence of this mark signifies the grave errors I committed in the past." Jessica lowered her head, hastily pulling down her sleeve to conceal it, her face reflecting a sense of guilt. Dumbledore stepped forward, speaking warmly. "The errors indeed exist. But what matters more is that you chose to turn back. This demonstrates the goodness and courage within you, and that is what is most important. Mother has trouble sleeping because of it. Please help her." Rogue tugged at Dumbledore's ample sleeve, his eyes glistening with innocence. "What a kind-hearted child," Dumbledore commended. "Jessica, I will do my utmost to help you rid yourself of this painful mark." He drew out his wand and approached Jessica slowly. "This may be somewhat uncomfortable. Please bear with it." Jessica nodded, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the full dark mark. It was a skull entwined with a snake, ominously resting upon Jessica's pale skin. Like a dreadful nightmare, Dumbledore closed his eyes and softly murmured a complex incantation. The mark on her skin began to contort and fade. Jessica bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her brow. After several minutes, the dark mark dissipated into a cloud of smoke and vanished entirely. Jessica felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face illuminating with a lightness not seen in years. "It is done. It will no longer trouble you." Dumbledore smiled. "Thank you, Headmaster. I am truly grateful." Jessica expressed her heartfelt thanks to Dumbledore, recognizing that while this could not erase her past as a Death Eater, it would at least grant her the courage to face the future. "I believe you will certainly start anew, becoming a good mother and a good witch. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps Professor McGonagall could accompany young Rogue to Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies." Dumbledore glanced at Jessica, noting the throngs of wizards outside inquiring about the identity of our delightful little star. "That would be splendid. My gratitude extends to both you and Professor McGonagall." Jessica acquiesced to Dumbledore's suggestion. Azkaban had inflicted immense harm upon her, and her body had yet to fully recuperate. Although Rita's article omitted her son's name and photograph, it had been published, and many wizards in the magical community would undoubtedly recognize her the moment she and her son appeared in Diagon Alley. It would be clear to all that Rogue was the child mentioned in the report. Jessica wished to spare Rogue from the burdens of Azkaban's past, despite the widespread knowledge of his innocence. She desired nothing more than for her child to grow up healthily and happily, free from the scrutiny of the entire magical world. "Young Rogue, are you prepared to venture to Diagon Alley?" Professor McGonagall regarded him, observing that he was indeed a frail child. Years spent in prison in Azkaban had rendered Rogue's physique notably more slender and delicate than that of his peers. His pallid skin, reminiscent of silvery moonlight, signified prolonged exposure away from sunlight. Yet, this could not obscure the handsome structure of his face. Beneath a prominent nose lay sunken cheeks, and slightly protruding cheekbones lent his visage a captivating depth. His black hair fell softly across his forehead, creating a striking contrast with his fair complexion. Rogue donned a slightly oversized black robe, the cuffs and hem secured with pins to prevent a loose fit. His striking black and white eyes shimmered with intelligence and resilience, heralding the promise that this young man would undoubtedly become a pillar of the magical community in the future. Dumbledore watched as McGonagall and Rogue departed, his expression gradually turning grave. From the black mark on Jessica's arm, he once again felt the lingering power of Voldemort. Contemplating, Dumbledore was engulfed by a vague unease concerning the future. The dark mark still harbored his power, implying that Voldemort had not vanished as many believed. He was somewhere, regaining strength and awaiting the opportunity to return. "We must remain vigilant, stabilize the hearts of the people, and clandestinely prepare for what lies ahead." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Dark forces were gathering, poised to reveal themselves before long. That prophecy. "Mrs. Jessica, your presence is required at tomorrow's meeting," Dumbledore reassured her. At the Wisingamot, I shall ensure that you and Rog receive the justice you deserve. After all you have endured, you are entitled to compensation and fairness. Thank you. I will be eternally grateful, Jessica replied sincerely. Then I shall make my way to the Ministry of Magic now. Please do take care and relax, Dumbledore smiled. Rest assured, I shall look after myself, Jessica said, watching Dumbledore step into the fireplace, green flames enveloping him until he vanished within. Outside the leaky cauldron, Professor McGonagall and Rog boarded an ancient carriage, their destination being the pub itself, nestled between a bookstore and a record shop on Charing Cross Road. The pub was enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm to ensure no muggles would inadvertently wander in. Taking Rog by the hand, Professor McGonagall pushed open the weathered wooden door. This is the Leaky Cauldron, the secret entrance connecting London to the Wizarding World. Ah, welcome, Professor McGonagall. An elderly gentleman with piercing blue eyes emerged from behind the bar. Like most British wizards, Old Tom sported a balding Mediterranean head. His gleaming forehead shone brilliantly in the dimly lit pub. And this must be this year's new student, Old Tom exclaimed warmly, approaching with a cheerful grin. Hagrid is also escorting new students to Diagon Alley. Perhaps you'll cross paths. Hagrid? Professor McGonagall pondered, recalling that he had not been among those tasked with retrieving Muggle students this year. Yes, accompanied by our savior, Mr. Harry Potter, Old Tom replied, a hint of mystery and excitement in his voice. Professor McGonagall suddenly understood. It was Harry, which explained much. We shall keep an eye out for him in Diagon Alley. She nodded before turning to Rog. Now, let us proceed to procure your textbooks and wand. Upon hearing that Harry Potter would also be in Diagon Alley today, Rog felt a surge of curiosity, pondering whether he might encounter the savior himself, and perhaps some delightful occurrences would transpire. Where Harry was, Voldemort could not be far behind. Rog quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that his own magical prowess of 23 was not something to squander on mere fantasies. Could Harry float about like a Dementor? Bidding farewell to Old Tom, Professor McGonagall led Rog to the courtyard at the back. Counting 3 bricks up from the trash bin and 2 across, she tapped her wand to demonstrate how to open the passage to Diagon Alley. 3 taps, she instructed. This part of the process was second nature to Rog. Yet witnessing the expanding hole in the wall still filled him with wonder at the magic of the Wizarding World. The opening widened until it revealed an arched passageway. If the trash bin were to be moved, what would happen, Professor McGonagall? Rodvin quired. Ah, that is an excellent question, my dear, she praised. In fact, a restoration charm is placed upon that bin. Should someone intentionally displace it, it will automatically return to its original position. I see, Rogue exclaimed indignant. Moreover, Professor McGonagall continued, since the establishment of this entrance, no one has attempted to move that bin. All wizards passing through are aware that it leads to Diagon Alley and would not disturb it without reason. Even if someone were to do so, we have alternative means of entering Diagon Alley. With a knowing smile, she added, for instance, one could use flue powder from the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace. Thus, there is no need for concern, young Rog. Wizards always possess ways to reach their destinations. Upon entering Diagon Alley, one could hardly overlook the crooked white structure of Gringotts in the center of the street. Rog, that is Gringotts, our bank, Professor McGonagall pointed out. It is managed by goblins, who safeguard the gold and treasures of wizards, as well as important possessions. Wow, managed by goblins? Aren't they worried about theft? Given there are no wizards overseeing it, Rog's eyes widened in disbelief. In this regard, the Ministry of Magic and the goblins have complete confidence. Gringotts employs the most advanced anti-theft magic to ensure the absolute security of its contents. Does Gringotts house magical artifacts? Rog asked with anticipation. Indeed, there are some ancient and pure treasures, but the majority consists of wizards' cash and important documents, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. For example, the Hogwarts Fund is established at Gringotts, allowing young witches and wizards from Muggle families to exchange a certain amount of galleons each year until their graduation. Professor McGonagall regarded Rog thoughtfully. Considering your situation, the school board has agreed to allocate you 100 galleons. So much. Rog gasped in surprise, though he politely declined Professor McGonagall's offer. Professor, I am deeply grateful to you and the school board for your generosity, but I have already borrowed my tuition from Uncle Malfoy. Rog retrieved a bulging pouch from his ample robe, heavy yet silent as he shook it. What Uncle Malfoy lent me should suffice. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, expressing her long-standing disapproval of the Malfoy family. My dear child, albeit it may not be entirely appropriate to say so, the assistance from the Malfoys may indeed come with stipulations. Have you truly contemplated this decision? Rest assured, Professor, I shall utilize these galleons wisely. I believe the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes will provide compensation in a few days. Professor McGonagall nodded resignedly. After all, the school's endowment largely stemmed from donations by the Malfoy family, though that differed fundamentally from borrowing money directly from them. Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect your judgment. It seems we can postpone establishing your student vault at Gringotts for a while longer. Let us first procure your robes and wand. In Diagon Alley, there existed a more upscale bespoke clothing shop. Yet parents uniformly opted for Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions for their young wizards. The robes fashioned by Madame Malkin not only provided warmth, but also possessed the remarkable ability to mend and press themselves. Generally, Madame Malkin refrained from selling robes that could automatically adjust to the physique of young witches and wizards. A garment capable of lasting 7 years would force her to shut her doors, unless explicitly requested by a customer, along with appropriate payment. She would never part with such a creation. Professor McGonagall, I never anticipated you would personally escort a young wizard to Diagon Alley. A witch clad in a deep purple robe enthusiastically greeted them. She was indeed Madame Malkin. After exchanging pleasantries, Madame Malkin began to introduce Rog to the Hogwarts robes he needed as a first-year student. Come along, child. Let's have a look at these garments. Madame Malkin regarded Rog, unable to fathom how such a frail child could exist. She sought out the smallest robe available, yet hung loosely upon him, explaining why his previous garments required pins for adjustment. This simply will not do. We must swiftly resize it. She shook her head and waved her wand, visibly shrinking the oversized robe. Although Rog's physique was slender, his skeletal development was entirely normal. The adjusted robe fit his shoulders, yet the sleeves and hem remained too short. My dear, it appears we do not have anything suitable in stock. The robes, pointed hats, gloves, and even cloaks must be custom-made to suit your measurements. Madame Malkin summoned a measuring tape, which began to autonomously take Rog's measurements. Would you prefer to sip a cup of coffee while you wait, or shall you return later? As Madame Malkin recorded Rog's measurements, she could not help but ponder what trials the child had endured. Will they be ready today, madam? Rod inquired, glancing at his slender arms and looking helplessly at Madame Malkin. Of course. Perhaps it would be best for Professor McGonagall to guide you in acquiring other items first. I anticipate that when you return, your robes will be complete. Thank you, madam. I entrust this to you. Do not worry. I shall ensure your garments are prepared promptly. Madame Malkin replied with a smile. Now go along, child. Select your wand and textbooks. I will hasten the process to guarantee your new school attire is ready on time. I believe your wand will not require custom crafting due to your stature. At this, laughter erupted among those present. Professor McGonagall led Rog to the far end of Diagon Alley, where a cramped, dilapidated shop awaited them. A wand was displayed atop a faded purple cushion in the window, and the shop sign, its paint weathered by time, read, Ollivanders, established in 382B, C, Chapter 12, the Uncommon Wand. As they pushed open a modest shop door, a bell jingled within, announcing their arrival to Mr. Ollivander. Following Professor McGonagall into the wand shop, Rog found it even more congested than depicted in the films. The floor creaked beneath their feet, and wand boxes stacked precariously to the ceiling swayed ominously. Minerva McGonagall, if I'm not mistaken, your wand is made of spruce. With a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9¼ inches in length, remarked an elderly gentleman with silvery hair, smiling at Professor McGonagall. Your memory is impeccable, Mr. Ollivander. She replied with a smile. I have brought the new student, Rog, to select a wand. Oh, a first year. Mr. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with excitement. Come, young man. Let us discover which wand chooses you. Mr. Ollivander took out a measuring tape, meticulously recording Rog's arm length, forearm, height, head circumference, and other dimensions. Rog cast a resigned glance at Professor McGonagall. Realizing this was the second time he had been measured that day, he felt Mr. Ollivander's scrutiny was even more thorough than Madame Malkin's. Mr. Ollivander, I am merely a child. Is this really necessary? Oh, indeed, it is quite essential, my dear boy. Mr. Ollivander replied enthusiastically. Choosing a wand is an intricate aspect of magical studies. Understanding the physical characteristics of the user is a crucial first step towards finding the wand that aligns best with the wizard's essence. Your body will continue to grow, yet your physical traits and skeletal structure will reflect your character and talents. As Mr. Ollivander explained, he jotted down Rog's measurements on parchment, noting that these details would provide vital insights to determine the most suitable wand length, core material, and other attributes. A wizard must see beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Fear not. We will undoubtedly find the wand that is best suited for you. Mr. Ollivander assured him confidently. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Ollivander. Rog nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation as he approached the prospect of owning his own wand. Based on Rog's physical data, Mr. Ollivander retrieved several boxes containing wands that might be compatible. Here, let's try this one first. Hawthornwood, with a core of a snidge of feather, measuring 12 inches, with acceptable flexibility. Rog took the wand and waved it, producing merely a faint gust of cold air. No, not quite right, Mr. Ollivander remarked, shaking his head, realizing Rog was a discerning customer. He promptly returned the wand and retrieved another. How about this one? Cherry wood, dragon heartstring core, 10 inches, quite resilient. As Rog waved this wand, a vase in the shop shattered with a loud bang. My vase, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, then chuckled and shook his head. Not quite the right match, it seems. Rog subsequently tried wands made of boxwood, yew, and several others. Yet either they produced no reaction or caused chaotic results. Ah, indeed a discerning customer, Mr. Ollivander muttered to himself. Do not fret. I believe I have one wand that may resonate perfectly with you. With that, he produced a pristine box containing a particularly unique wand. Here, try this one, Hollywood. Phoenix feather core, 11 inches, with remarkable flexibility. This seems to be Harry Potter's wand. Have I unwittingly intercepted it? Rog thought, staring at the wand before ultimately accepting it. He glanced at Professor McGonagall, who, sensing Rog's apprehension, encouraged him with a smile. Give it a wave, Rog. The wand will choose its wizard. Rog nodded and gave a gentle wave, yet nothing happened. Oh, you startle me. Perhaps Harry Potter and Voldemort's tumultuous connection should continue to intertwine. Mr. Ollivander frowned slightly, perplexed. This should not be the case. He scratched his head, reminiscent of Beethoven, and crouched down to retrieve a box from the lowest shelf. Inside lay a wand crafted from mahogany, measuring 12 inches, spiraled in design, exuding a unique and elegant charm. The core of the wand is made from the heartstring of a qilin, a rare and potent magical substance. As Rog grasped the wand, a dazzling golden light erupted forth, and exquisite sparks ignited within the shop. Splendid. This must be the one, Mr. Ollivander joyfully proclaimed. Made from mahogany, featuring a qilin heartstring, measuring 12 inches, and remarkably resilient. Mr. Ollivander, are you referring to the qilin heartstring? Professor McGonagall inquired, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at the wand in Rog's hands. Minerva, please remain calm. Ollivander raised his hand, signaling for McGonagall to allow him to finish. The qilin heartstring within this wand does not belong to Newt's creature, nor is it connected to Grindelwald in any way. This came from an adult qilin carcass provided to me by the Ministry of Magic 60 years ago, entirely lawful. So you need not worry. Now, allow me to elucidate the significance of this wand. The mahogany wood is rather uncommon. I sourced it specifically from the Far East to complement the qilin heartstring. It symbolizes that the wand's master typically possesses irresolute will and noble aspirations. Furthermore, the spiral design embodies the continuity of life and infinite possibilities. In Eastern culture, the qilin is a sacred being, emblematic of auspiciousness and peace. The use of a qilin heartstring as the core signifies that this wand possesses formidable protective and healing capabilities. Lastly, the 12-inch length is an ideal choice for many wizards who seek balance and harmony. To be frank, this wand was not crafted in accordance with our traditional methods. It was birthed through my hands, yet it seems to await a wizard from the East. Ollivander had not anticipated that the wand would indeed choose Rog. Regardless, this wand is imbued with tremendous potential, capable of executing a myriad of intricate spells with agility. It is an ideal fusion of flexibility and power, suited for those wizards who are adaptable and innovative, Ollivander concluded. Professor McGonagall wholeheartedly endorsed his explanation, yet the qilin heartstring continued to weigh heavily on her mind. Rog joyously clutched the profoundly meaningful wand, its magic flowing unobstructed, producing beautiful fireworks at the tip. Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander, Rog exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I shall wield this wand with great care and harness its power. Quite right, my child, Ollivander replied with a smile. Rog produced a small pouch and placed a hefty sum of gold galleons upon the counter. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Ollivander. I believe this wand is exceedingly precious. Oh, no need for such formalities, my child, Ollivander said, graciously waving his hand. He accepted only 7 galleons. This is more than sufficient. I trust this wand will become a loyal companion to you. You may take it home to try out, should you encounter any issues. Do not hesitate to return to me. Ollivander smiled, allowing Rog to reclaim his pouch. Rog nodded, carefully stowing the new wand in his pocket. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, he exited Ollivander's shop, elated to finally possess a wand from this day forth. Mr. Rogg, congratulations on acquiring your very own wand, Professor McGonagall expressed sincerely, adjusting her glasses as she commenced Rogg's inaugural lesson as a wizard. According to ministry regulations, children who become aware of their wizarding identity after the age of 11 but have yet to enroll are strictly prohibited from using magic outside of school. Their wands are to be confiscated and held until their enrollment. Ah, Professor McGonagall, please allow me to keep it. I swear I shall not use magic outside of school. Rogg implored, disappointment clouding his eyes as he gazed at her. He had never recalled that young wizards would have their wands confiscated. Rogg understood that the ministry would impose tracking spells on students once they enrolled, but he had not anticipated such stringent regulations for unregistered young wizards. In the films, Hermione had used her wand to fix Harry's glasses, and she had not yet been enrolled at that time. Chapter 13, The Junk Shop. No, McGonagall shook her head, observing the tearful glimmer in Rogg's large eyes, her demeanor softening. Very well, Mr. Rogg. You may keep the wand until we leave Diagon Alley. Understood, Professor McGonagall. Rogg nodded eagerly in agreement. He did not wish to dispute with her or question the validity of the old regulations. Since she wished to inspect the wand and its origin, he would treat it as temporarily loaned to her. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The wand issue is settled. We still need to procure first-year textbooks, tools for potions class, and equipment for astronomy. Additionally, young wizards are permitted to bring a pet to Hogwarts. Wonderful. I wish to bring an owl, Rogg exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the magical world's owls, which would allow him to correspond with his mother, even while at school. McGonagall chuckled. Owls are indeed a splendid choice. They help students maintain contact with their families. You will find them loyal and reliable, one of a wizard's best companions. Adjacent to Ollivander's wand shop was a second-hand store called the Junk Shop, brimming with antiquities, broken chairs, worn wands, textbooks, robes, and even magical creatures. Rogue? While the Leaky Cauldron and Patchett's Cauldron shop offer brand new textbooks and tools, they come at a steep price. You might consider this second-hand shop. Though the items may be somewhat worn, they are more affordable, McGonagall suggested, gesturing toward the store as she awaited Rogg's decision. Rogg had heard tales of the exorbitant costs of textbooks in the Western world. Brand new textbooks were notoriously pricey, with the total cost for a semester potentially soaring into the thousands of dollars. In such an environment, the market for second-hand textbooks thrived, with even businesses specializing in photocopying. It appeared that the magical realm faced a similar predicament. No wonder Harry and Hermione frequented this place for bargains. Rogg pondered that if memory served him correctly, Harry had inherited a substantial fortune, while Hermione hailed from a middle-class Muggle family. It seemed they too felt the economic pressures of education. He fondled his coin pouch. It was now 1991, with the Soviet events of '89 looming close. He had even contemplated ways to profit from it, hoping to share a piece of the financial pie from the city of London's moguls. The ministry's compensation negotiations were still ongoing, and any payout would take considerable time. In this regard, it seemed bureaucratic institutions were universally adept at procrastination, dragging matters out whenever possible. It would be wise to conserve funds. He could still leave a favorable impression on Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I would like to explore the second-hand shop first, Rogg cautiously suggested, hopeful of unearthing reasonably priced and well-maintained textbooks and supplies. McGonagall, unaware of Rogg's underlying thoughts, nonetheless nodded in approval at his prudent and frugal demeanor. Your consideration is quite responsible. Seeking suitable learning materials at the second-hand shop is also a valuable exercise. Let us proceed to the junk shop. The owner of the junk shop was an elderly wizard, his hair a wild, white tangle resembling a bird's nest that had been blown apart by fireworks. His murky, gray-blue eyes scanned the store, wary of anyone attempting to pilfer his wares. Though his appearance was somewhat unwelcoming, he greeted customers with warmth. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, he promptly called out, "Ah, Professor McGonagall, it's been ages. Hello, Elvin. I brought a new student to browse. Do you have any suitable books and tools for first-year students?" McGonagall inquired of the proprietor, her impression of the old fellow as vivid as his surname, Scrooge, suggesting a miserly and calculating nature. Indeed, I have high-quality second-hand goods. I assure you, they are as good as new, and the prices are exceedingly reasonable. Elvin hurriedly began to retrieve various old books and equipment from shelves. This tome, Elementary Transfiguration, is merely 2 sickles, although the cover shows signs of wear. The pages are in pristine condition. He gestured towards the pages, asserting that the text is legible and the illustrations are intact, making it exceptionally suitable for novice learners. Furthermore, there are notes from a previous student. I must discreetly inform you that the last owner was a witch. Ahem. Professor McGonagall shot Elvin a disapproving glance, dismayed by his increasing audacity. This cauldron is available for just 5 nuts. Though it bears the marks of soot from fireworks, its dimensions are just right, and the thickness of the base and walls is uniform. He tapped the cauldron, producing a solid sound. Don't you agree? It is undoubtedly worth the price. I can offer you these slightly older quills and parchment at a discounted rate. Look, this ink bottle still has more than half remaining. Elvin produced a handful of quills and a dozen sheets of parchment, all for a mere 10 nuts, ensuring exceptional value. Would you care to purchase a school robe? I have several second-hand ones that I can offer at a 20% discount. Their quality is exemplary. He dusted off a few black robes that he had taken from the shelf, demonstrating that the fabric is sturdy and free of damage. Elvin rambled on about the second-hand items, leaving Rog standing awkwardly to the side, unable to interject. Before he could gather his thoughts, he found himself surrounded by a mountain of books, assorted cauldrons, and old clothing. Moreover, these old wands have all been inspected by me and are in excellent condition. You may choose one at your leisure. I assure you, none of them are inferior to those found in Ollivander's shop. Most were crafted by Ollivander himself, anyway. A container filled with old wands was unceremoniously placed on the counter before Rog. He stood there, somewhat flustered. He wanted to speak, but Elvin's incessant chatter left no room for him to utter a single syllable. The array of items piled before him, combined with Elvin's relentless sales pitch, left Rog momentarily bewildered. Professor McGonagall observed Rog's predicament with interest. From their very first encounter, this child had exuded a sense of calmness, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Yet, at this moment, facing the old wizard Elvin, McGonagall finally glimpsed the inherent naivety that belonged to a child. Rog, despite the chaos of Elvin's shop, it indeed harbors a wealth of treasures. You may take your time to sift through and discover some useful old items, Professor McGonagall advised, encouraging him not to be daunted by Elvin's enthusiasm, but to carefully assess the quality of the merchandise before considering his needs. Items that are not essential need not be purchased in their entirety. Elvin, who had been pleased to hear McGonagall's endorsement, felt his face flush when her tone shifted, as if she were cautioning the young wizard against spending recklessly in his shop. In the presence of Professor McGonagall, Elvin could not express his discomfort openly. Forcing a strained smile, Elvin had a penchant for listing numerous items at once. One must learn to discern and find the truly suitable supplies for oneself. However, his prices are indeed quite reasonable. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the direction of Gringotts, followed by a tremor that shook the entirety of Diagon Alley. What could have transpired? Wizards rushed out to gaze towards Gringotts, where a plume of black smoke billowed forth. Professor McGonagall noted that the goblins had cast a spell to prevent apparition, indicating that something of grave significance had occurred. Chapter 14, Bargaining. I should go take a look over there. Do not be shy. Feel free to wander about, and if something catches your fancy, do purchase it. This is also an excellent opportunity for you to hone your decision-making skills, Professor McGonagall encouraged, winking at Rog, signaling him to take his time. Rog watched her retreating figure, gazing towards the distant Gringotts, now shrouded in smoke. It must have been a blast from Quirrell that ruptured the vault beneath Gringotts. Rog gripped his wand tightly, a sense of profound insecurity surging within him. Ever since Harry Potter had begun his studies, it seemed that Voldemort had been awakened, stirring up various troubles. The first year had been manageable, as Dumbledore was able to keep watch for the most part. However, from the second year onward, the so-called savior had increasingly indulged in reckless behavior. Rog recalled that, later in the story, young wizards even faced the specter of death. He was not Harry, and Dumbledore would not be monitoring him. He could not, nor would he, rely on others for his safety. With a magic level of 23, Rog inhaled deeply, hoping to discover something that would enhance his magical prowess. Young man, while Professor McGonagall may say that, I believe you will find all these items useful in the future. For instance, these old wands. Elvin whispered conspiratorially as he handed over the container of wands. Consider this. Your wand will be monitored by the Ministry of Magic. An old wand can be yours for just 1 galleon. You could practice spells freely. How splendid is that? When you arrive at Hogwarts, while other young wizards are still mastering their incantations, you will be able to perform them flawlessly. Elvin continued to drone on. The professors will award points to your house, and your head of house will surely take pride in you. In time, you will be hailed as a prodigy, and even the young witches will admire you. Mr. Elvin, I can cast spells without a wand. Lumos. Rog waved his finger, and a flicker of light appeared before Elvin's eyes. Elvin quickly rubbed his eyes, verifying that he had not misperceived. Are you truly only 11 years old? Is wandless magic difficult? Rog gazed at Elvin with wide, innocent eyes, causing Elvin to sigh in exasperation. Wandless magic is an advanced skill, typically taught only in the 3rd year. No wonder Professor McGonagall personally brought you to Diagon Alley. She hasn't done that for a first year in years. Elvin seemed to be taken aback, expressing a weary admiration for Rog's talent. I merely practice occasionally. I still have much to learn, Rog replied modestly, his smile only serving to further irritate Elvin. Mr. Elvin, may I explore on my own? Go ahead, but be mindful. Any damage incurred will require compensation. Elvin waved dismissively, already vexed by Rog's nonchalant demeanor. Despite Rog's evident talent, the years spent imprisoned in Azkaban had left him with countless visible and invisible scars. He discovered a book on the shelf titled The Intrinsic Laws of Natural Magical Growth. According to the author's research, an 11-year-old wizard's magical capacity is approximately 5 points. I'm only 23. I've lost half my magic, Rog thought, a cold glint flickering in his eyes, vowing that he would not let the Dementors of Azkaban escape unscathed, including the infamous Barty Crouch. Fortunately, he possessed a gift unmatched by others, enabling him to continually enhance his spellcasting abilities through relentless practice. Given sufficient time, even clear waters could flood an entire planet. Moreover, he could utilize his simulation abilities to glimpse futures intertwined with his own. I remember Ginny obtaining Voldemort's Horcrux at the bookstore. Rog surveyed the entire shelf of secondhand books, occasionally pulling one out to peruse. He was not entirely clear on the plot of Harry Potter, such as how Tom's diary had actually been in Malfoy's possession. After browsing for a while, Rog found nothing. It seems I was mistaken. He shrugged, realizing that the Horcrux was not an absolute necessity. However, with the assistance of young Voldemort, he could expedite his learning progress. Mr. Elvin, what do you think these are worth? Rog inquired after collecting several books, primarily on potions and ancient texts like runes of old. Potions were intended to enhance his magical prowess, while the ancient texts aimed to explore the mysteries surrounding the sudden disappearance of ancient magic in the world. He also wished to seek out books on spells to enhance his abilities, yet his magical power was regrettably meager. Rather than dabbling in many areas without mastery, he believed it more prudent to excel in a single craft. He had heard from his mother that his father was only adept at the Lumos charm, yet even that had been sufficient to fend off old Batty. Young man, aren't you interested in acquiring some spellbooks? I have here Basic Standard Spells and Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, which should suffice for your studies before the term begins. These two first-year textbooks were ample for his preschool preparations. Elvin scrutinized the books Rog selected, mentally calculating their worth. The advanced potion making was quite old, at least a decade worn. I acquired it for 3 sickles and could easily sell it for 5, making a tidy profit. The condition of Herbology compendium is decent. Offering 8 sickles seems fair. Neither too cheap nor excessively pricey. Yes, 8 sickles. This price would yield a reasonable return. As for ancient runic analysis, such a niche book would garner little interest. I purchased it for 1 sickle, so I could price it higher at 3 sickles. After all, he likely knows nothing of market value, and he must accept whatever I state. For compilation of ancient charms, I recall it costing me 4 sickles, hence raising the price to 7 sickles is entirely justifiable. I am being quite generous. While Elvin pondered, he began to announce his calculated prices. These books are rare finds, collected from various places, and are quite scarce in the market. For instance, this runic symbols study is a rare tome that even the Hogwarts library lacks. Mr. Elvin, please provide a specific price for all the first-year textbooks along with these supplies. Very well. Very well. Upon hearing Rog's request, Elvin cleared his throat. You have a total of 10 books, all of which are exceptional rarities. In light of Professor McGonagall, I shall offer you a discounted price. Each ranges from 5 to 10 sickles, but I will price them uniformly at 5 sickles, totaling 50 sickles. The 8 first-year textbooks, combined with quills, parchment, ink, and other supplies, amount to 25 sickles. The cauldron you desire is a complete set, including crystal, copper, and tin, priced at 30 sickles. The glass potion bottle set is 2 sickles, and the brass scales are 10 sickles. The telescope also comes to 20 sickles. Altogether, that sums to 137 sickles. With so many items, you surely cannot carry them all. Thus, I will also sell you a backpack enhanced with a permanent undetectable extension charm for 15 sickles. That brings the total to a neat 150 sickles. Elvin quoted a price that appeared favorable but was, in fact, advantageous for himself, hoping Rog would be convinced to proceed with the purchase. You are aware of the exchange rate for wizarding currency, correct? Indeed, 1 galleon is equivalent to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Correct. Thus, 150 sickles equates to 8 galleons and 14 sickles. Mr. Elvin, your offer lacks sincerity. Rog shook his head, gesturing towards the pile of old books he had uncovered. These tomes are hardly worth more than 1 sickle each. Should you disagree, I could simply wait until the term begins to visit the school library. Impossible, Elvin exclaimed, resembling a mouse whose tail had been stepped on, as he pointed to the topmost book, Advanced Potion Making. That book in pristine condition sells for 9 galleons. Very well, then I shall return it. Rog indifferently set it aside, his eyes betraying no hesitation. Wait, Elvin hurriedly interjected, recognizing that the market for such an advanced potion book was exceedingly small, making it difficult to sell. All right, I shall offer you a further discount. He gritted his teeth, deciding to sell it at a lower price, knowing otherwise the books would gather dust in his shop. 3 sickles each, 10 books for a total of 20 sickles. The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation, ultimately concluding the sale of the 10 books for 25 sickles and 16 nuts. Rog also insisted on having the prices of the remaining items, leaving Elvin to observe the quivering form of the young man before him. You little rascal, that's impossible. If I can't sell these items this year, I can certainly wait until next year. Elvin resolutely shook his head, insisting, at most, I can offer you a maximum of 80 off. I want to sell for a penny less. Very well, let us forego the textbooks and cauldron. Rog pointed out, these potion bottles are not even properly cleaned, and the scales have not been calibrated. I cannot ascertain whether they might cause issues. As for this telescope, it is rusted solid, utterly unmovable. Rog tested Elvin's limits, refraining from further bargaining. Restored to its original condition, as good as new, Elvin glared at Rog, waving his wand, and the minor imperfections in Rog's possession vanished instantly. And now, Elvin glowered at Rog. 80 off it is. Rog replied unperturbed. Elvin rapidly computed the discounted total of these items, which amounted to 69 sickles, 17 nuts, plus the earlier 25 sickles and 16 nuts, culminating in 5 galleons, 10 sickles, for nuts. Despite his age, Elvin's acuity with numbers remained sharp, meticulously noting every fraction. He begrudgingly accepted Rog's request for an 80 discount, calculating the profit margins of the transaction in his mind. Change. Rog displayed 6 galleons, placing the goods into the adjacent undetectable extension backpack. You little brat, that was not included in the previous price. Elvin swept the galleons into his drawer while pressing down on the backpack. This undetectable extension backpack is worth 15 sickles. Your earlier payment did not cover its cost. If you wish to take it, you must add 7 sickles. Elvin narrowed his eyes, unwilling to let Rog gain any advantage. Dissatisfied, Rog produced a galleon and slammed it on the table, casually retrieving an old wand from the pen holder, mockingly exclaiming, such a miser, no need for change. He tossed the old wand into the backpack and strode out of Elvin's shabby shop without a backward glance. Elvin, satisfied, stroked his beard, thinking to himself that Rog would not outsmart him. He gleefully pocketed the galleon. Just then, Elvin remembered that the old wand Rog had taken was a quality vintage item, worth at least 15 galleons. Not only had he failed to charge Rog more, but he had also lost a valuable undetectable extension backpack. Elvin felt a pang of regret. But Rog was already far away. You little rascal, just wait. Next time you come, I shall give you a 12 discount. In truth, Elvin still made a small profit. Yet taking a loss to a mere boy left him quite disgruntled. With wands and textbooks in hand, Rog now sought a pet. He glanced in the direction of Gringotts. Diagon Alley was structured in a zigzag manner, with Gringotts positioned precisely at the intersection. The chaos caused by Quirrell was escalating, attracting even the attention of the Ministry of Magic's Orus. Rog surveyed the crowded throng ahead, deciding against the owl shop nestled within the masses, and instead turned toward the magical menagerie. Upon entering the store, he was immediately overwhelmed by the array of wonders within. Feathers of phoenixes and curved eagle beaks adorned the walls, while a magical eye floated within a delicate vial on the counter. Unlike the owl-exclusive shops, this establishment boasted an assortment of extraordinary magical creatures. In a glass enclosure, a cerulean, fire-breathing lizard was expelling flames, while a tank nearby housed silver fish alongside a green water creature known as a Grindylow. Upon the wooden ceiling, a languid purple, 8-eyed giant spider traversed its web, while in the corner lay a twisted bundle of antlers, the silver and brown hues offering no clue as to the magical beast from which they originated. These were the antlers of a flying stag, a treasure of great worth. The shopkeeper approached, discerning Rog's curiosity, and, elucidated, the flying stag can soar through the skies. Its antlers are not only suitable for crafting wands, but also serve as ingredients for potions. I have not seen you in Diagon Alley before. You must be a new student at Hogwarts, am I right? The shopkeeper smiled at Rog and gestured toward the magical creatures nearby. First-year students are required to bring a pet. Would you like to take a look? Compared to the shop next door, the staff at the magical menagerie were both warm and courteous. Thank you. Rog nodded at the amiable shopkeeper, glancing at the owl perched on a branch, and then at the cats within the store. Why can we only bring 3 types of animals? Rog inquired with curiosity. This is primarily to ensure the safety of the students, as well as to facilitate the training and care of these creatures, the shopkeeper thoughtfully replied. Hogwarts is located in the Scottish Highlands, quite far from home. Owls are invaluable companions for delivering letters, while cats and toads, being smaller and quieter, do not disturb other students. Cats provide warmth and companionship, alleviating homesickness, while toads produce a useful slime for potion making. Moreover, all 3 types of animals are relatively easy to care for, not requiring overly complex habitats. The school prioritizes the students' time and energy for the study of magic. The shopkeeper smiled, then looked at Rog, awaiting his decision on which animal companion to purchase. I would like to buy an owl and a cat, Rog contemplated, as the thought of a slimy toad sent shivers down his spine. What sort of oddball would choose such a pet? Huh? The shopkeeper appeared surprised. A first-year student at Hogwarts is typically allowed only 1 pet. Indeed, Rog nodded. His choice of 2 pets was not for himself, but for Jessica. For 11 years, Rog had been by Jessica's side, and in September, he would be attending Hogwarts. At that time, Jessica would be left to wait for his return during holidays in solitude. Although they could communicate through owls, Rog wished to buy a cat to keep her company. I understand your sentiment, the shopkeeper said gently upon hearing of Rog's intention to acquire an additional pet for his mother. Come, let me show you the owls and cats we have in store. The shopkeeper opened a small door within the shop, revealing a realm brimming with the essence of nature. What is this place? Despite having lived 2 lives, Rog was taken aback by the scene before him. Behind a small wooden door lay a vast expanse reminiscent of a zoo, filled with bright sunlight, fresh air, a gently flowing river, lush trees, and vibrant flowers, with various magical creatures wandering about. Is it any wonder this establishment is named the Magical Menagerie? Robe Marvelid. This space has been enlarged using a non-detectable extension charm, allowing us to better care for a variety of wondrous creatures, the shopkeeper explained. Please follow me. Let's first explore the owl area. Eagerly, Rog trailed behind the shopkeeper through the verdant foliage, arriving at the owl activity zone, where dozens of owls of various species perched on branches, curiously observing the new visitors. Behold, this is a long-eared owl from Eastern Europe, robust and able to fly in blizzards, priced at 12 galleons. The shopkeeper indicated a light gray owl with elongated ears. The owl turned its head, its round eyes inquisitively studying Rog. Over there is an imported snowy owl, remarkably beautiful and rare, costing 15 galleons. The shopkeeper pointed to another owl perched high above. Rog scrutinized the 2 owls, particularly captivated by the snowy owl's exquisite feathers and graceful flying posture. Its rounded face and golden eyes exuded an air of mystery. The snowy owl appears splendid and intelligent, Rog mused. Can it adapt to the climate of Scotland? I worry whether it can withstand the winter storms of the Highlands. Fear not. Our owls undergo rigorous breeding and adaptability training, the shopkeeper assured. Summoning the snowy owl, he continued, they can thrive in all sorts of harsh environments. Rog extended his hand, and the snowy owl perched on the shopkeeper's arm regarded him with curiosity, gently pecking at him. Just as Rog was about to decide on the snowy owl, another owl soared in from the depths of the forest. Its feathers glimmered with a metallic silver sheen, elegantly spiraling in the air before landing on the highest branch. Its golden, slit-like eyes glowed softly, both beautiful and commanding. This is a rare, nocturnal owl, said to bring good fortune to its owner on nights of the full moon, the shopkeeper explained, noticing Rog's intrigue. Rog was entranced, unable to divert his gaze from the owl's stunning, radiant form. I want it, he declared resolutely, gazing up at the lofty nocturnal owl, his eyes brimming with eagerness and affection. Certainly, but the cost. The shopkeeper hesitated, aware that the nocturnal owl was a rarity in the magical realm. Priced at 120 galleons. My dear boy, I understand your fondness for it, but do consider your decision carefully. If you truly wish to purchase it, it would be prudent to have a parent present, the shopkeeper remarked, noting Rog's enamored expression, recognizing that he was not the first to fall for the nocturnal owl. Regrettably, the steep price deterred most adult wizards, deeming it unnecessary to spend 120 galleons merely on an owl. Rest assured, I will not return it. In the name of the Travis family, Rog replied, turning to the shopkeeper, determined not to let such a beautiful magical creature slip away. Upon hearing the name of the prestigious pureblood family, the shopkeeper's expression shifted. With the wealth that comes from pureblood lineage, excluding the Weasley family, this seemingly frail child was not merely speaking idly. Very well, I shall have someone bring the nocturnal owl over. Sir, let us return to the front to complete the paperwork, the shopkeeper stated. Owls have an exceptionally long lifespan. Choosing one signifies a commitment. I trust that with the Travis family's resources, this rare little creature will receive the finest care. Of course, Rog nodded, following the shopkeeper back to the front counter. After a friendly exchange with the shopkeeper, the magical menagerie agreed to sell the rare owl for the lofty price of 100 galleons. Rog meticulously read and signed the magical pet adoption agreement, pouring half the gold from a small pouch under the shopkeeper's watchful eye. Moments latte. A staff member cautiously brought in the silver-white nocturnal owl. It stood gracefully upon its perch, its golden eyes fixated on its new owner. Please take good care of her. Diana. Rog extended his hand, gently stroking its soft feathers, a surge of indescribable joy and affection swelling within him. Diana was the name Rog had chosen for her, symbolizing the moon goddess in Roman mythology. Sir, here's a bag we're giving you. The shopkeeper presented an old, worn satchel. Though it did not compare to Mr. Scamander's magical creature case, it was perfectly adequate for caring for a small number of magical beings. A bag? Mr. Scamander? Rogue, perplexed, inquired. For it was the second time he had heard the name Newt. He took the bag and examined it meticulously. To speak frankly, the bag appeared quite antiquated. Yet Rogue discerned intricate patterns upon its surface, seemingly concealing some secrets. Oh, you may not be aware, but Mr. Newt Scamander is a renowned magizoologist, the shopkeeper elaborated. He possesses a magical creature suitcase with no visible expansion, capable of housing numerous magical beings for his care. The bag we have gifted you is a similar magical space, albeit on a much smaller scale. Is it akin to the magical space behind that wooden door? Indeed, they are fundamentally the same, the shopkeeper affirmed with a nod. The bag is an excellent piece of magical equipment, allowing you to carry and tend to magical creatures at your convenience. I dare say with it, you might one day become a magizoologist of Mr. Scamander's caliber. The shopkeeper encouraged Rogue, instructing him on the bag's usage. It resembles a magical version of a pokeball. In a brief span, Rogue mastered the use of the bag. With Diana's consent, he attempted to place it within the bag. Subsequently, accompanied by the shopkeeper, Rogue selected a kitten, an exuberant ragdoll, just a month old, with striking azure eyes, radiating charm and vitality. Shall I name you Yumi? Rogue joyfully proclaimed, reminiscing about his previous life as a supportive sidekick. Still too young, Rogue hesitated to place Yumi into the bag. The shopkeeper, ever thoughtful, provided a pink pet backpack, assisting Rogue in securing Yumi inside. The kitten nestled comfortably within, peering out through the rounded viewport above. After parting with 5 galleons, Rogue became a lifetime member of the magical menagerie. Sir, here is complimentary pet food and toys to ensure their healthy and happy growth. The shopkeeper smiled, handing him another bag, which Rogue accepted with a wry smile. He slung the no-expansion bag from Elvin over his shoulder, donned the pet backpack in front, held the bag in his right hand, and balanced the food and toys in his left. Under the warm and reluctant farewell of the shopkeeper, he exited the magical menagerie, laden with his burdens. Unbeknownst to Rogue, within mere hours of his departure from Diagon Alley, news of the Travis family's young wizard expending a fortune on a nightshade owl spread throughout the entire alley. 100 galleons, equivalent to a month's wages for an orer. At the nearby dodgy shop, Elvin, upon hearing this news, yanked at his beard in frustration. Damn the little brat. So affluent, yet haggling over a few nuts. Next time, I shall empty your pocket full of gold. Rogue stood outside Gringotts, searching for Professor McGonagall, while nearby wizards discussed the recent theft at the bank. Despite Gringotts' official claim that the thief had not succeeded, gossip abounded. You must understand, this is Gringotts. The goblins proclaim it the safest place in the magical world. Of course, in the absence of Headmaster Dumbledore at Hogwarts, one voice remarked, Sarah, who dares to cast spells within Gringotts' vaults? Perhaps a former Death Eater. Sarah, a portly witch, peered into Gringotts, catching sight of a flurry of goblins and aurors bustling about. I heard from my uncle's sister's cousin's aunt that there was indeed an explosion inside. Sarah turned to George, her voice resolute. Chapter 17. The Disappointed Madame Malkin. Good heavens! En explosion? Did they blow open the vault door? George's eyes widened. Didn't he, the goblins, say the thief was unsuccessful? Ha! We've been known for ages that the official narrative is unreliable. Just the other day, the ministry claimed they had not wrongfully imprisoned anyone. Sarah whispered conspiratorially. The thief managed to open the vault, but the owner had already retrieved the contents earlier, which is why the thief left empty-handed. Rogue, overhearing her rich contralto, wondered how she believed herself to be discreet. However, her words reminded Rogue of the time Hagrid brought Harry Potter to Diagon Alley, encountering the persistent Quirrell wrapped in Indian cloth. Bah, Quirrell is a boxer. It's Quirrell we should be discussing. Rogue mused about Professor Quirrell's name, deciding it prudent to maintain his distance from the Chosen One, as Harry seemed to attract trouble. As fate would have it, Hagrid had indeed claimed the Philosopher's Stone beforehand, leaving Quirrell with naught but disappointment, nearly captured by the goblins. The Philosopher's Stone, a magical object promising eternal life and the ability to transmute base metals into gold. Rogue recalled the name of its creator, a tongue twister, who had lived for an exceedingly long time. Truth be told, had the Philosopher's Stone been presented to him, he would have seized it without hesitation. Immortality, who does not yearn for such a gift? Alchemy, a noble pursuit. Rogue resolved to include alchemy in his plans for his studies upon enrollment. Scenes from his previous life flashed before him. Voldemort, Quirrell, Dumbledore, Harry, and the three-headed dog. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, Rogue exclaimed, spotting her within the throng, waving his bag enthusiastically. Rogue, it seems you've done well. You've procured everything, Professor McGonagall observed, nodding at Yumi nestled in the backpack. Then glancing at the various parcels Rogue bore, shaking her head in bemusement. Professor, I have everything. Rogue twirled to showcase his purchases. Rogue, the next time you encounter Elvin, do not take his words at face value. It would be prudent to draft a list, purchasing only what is necessary, Professor McGonagall advised. Assuming Rogue had been swept away by Elvin's relentless sales pitch, she lamented, if you cannot refuse Elvin, even if you were to buy out his entire shop, he would continue to peddle his wares. Professor, in truth, I did not acquire much at the dodgy shop, Rogue earnestly clarified. Most of it was from the magical menagerie. No matter. Simply be discerning in the future, Professor McGonagall replied, taking the bag from Rogue and guiding him towards Madame Malkin's robe shop. This little kitten will require your diligent care. Once at Hogwarts, you can learn about magical creatures from Hagrid. Hagrid? Professor, is he as formidable as Mr. Scamander? Rogue was aware of Hagrid's identity, yet knew little of Newt. Newt, an old friend of mine, is an exceptional magizoologist. Professor McGonagall reminisced fondly about her acquaintance. Hagrid is remarkable in his own right, possessing an extraordinary affinity and understanding of magical creatures from a young age. I am confident that under his tutelage, your knowledge of magical creatures will flourish. Now, let us retrieve your robes. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door to the robe shop, where Madame Malkin greeted them with a smile, presenting a black robe. Come, try this on. I assure you, this time it will fit perfectly. Madame Malkin urged Rogue to place his bag on a nearby chair, encouraging him to don the robe. What a dapper young gentleman. The girls at Hogwarts will surely be enchanted by you, Madame Malkin declared with satisfaction, placing a newly crafted pointed wizard hat upon Rogue's head and draping a cloak around his shoulders. Rogue gazed at his reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a straightening of his posture. Madame Malkin's craftsmanship is indeed exquisite. It is no wonder that young wizards from across the entire British magical community flock to her shop for tailored robes. However, something is still missing. Madame Malkin clapped her hands and tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. Yes, a bow tie is still required. With a flurry of energy, she dashed over to a nearby rack and selected a slender, silver-green tie. Professor McGonagall observed the tie in Madame Malkin's hands with a hint of hesitation. Yet, considering that the sorting hat determines the houses for the first-year students, she decided not to dwell on its color. The young wizard in the mirror appeared somewhat slight, but once clad in the complete set of robes and the tie, he looked utterly transformed. Professor McGonagall could not help but acknowledge that Rogan possessed an ineffable charisma. Perhaps it was due to his childhood experience of being wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. This quality exuded a calm, yet profound contradiction, akin to the tranquil depths of the ocean poised to erupt into a tempest. It fit splendidly. I knew my robes would pose no issues whatsoever. Madame Malkin beamed at the reflection of the young wizard and added, Rogan, if you consent to allow the robe shop to use your photograph for promotional purposes, I will be delighted to gift you all your clothing for the duration of your schooling. The complete set of school robes, including both winter and summer ensembles, along with dragon-high gloves, would amount to no less than 30 galleons. For any family within the magical community, that is no trifling sum, considering that Rogan's robes were custom-made. The materials were undoubtedly of a higher grade than those on the mannequin. Thus the price would certainly be elevated. Madame Malkin, your artistry is truly remarkable. Rogan declined her generous offer, saying, I believe I should pay the full price. Madame Malkin regarded Rogan with a tinge of disappointment, yet respected the young wizard's wishes. Thank you very much, Madame Malkin. Although I cannot publicly display my photograph for your shop's advertisement, I would be happy to gift it to you personally. Oh dear, you are exceedingly gracious. Madame Malkin exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Rogan. Seeing children like you joyfully adorned in the robes I create brings me the greatest joy. I shall cherish the photograph you give me. Upon arriving at school, I shall take some photos to present to you, Rogan replied with a smile. Splendid. It is a promise. Madame Malkin squinted her eyes in delight and exchanged a high five with Rogan. The hour grows late. We must make our way to Gringotts. Professor McGonagall reminded them. Then we shall take our leave, Madame Malkin. Thank you once again for crafting such perfect robes for me. Rogan waved goodbye, declining Madame Malkin's generous offer of a 50% discount. Go on, my young sir. I look forward to your letter and photographs. Madame Malkin held a camera containing a magical photograph of Rogan attired in his full school uniform. Professor, hasn't Gringotts been sealed? Upon departing from Madame Malkin's robe shop, Rogan found his bag considerably heavier. Fortunately, with Professor McGonagall's assistance, he managed to avoid being overwhelmed. It is merely temporary. For those goblins at Gringotts, even a minute of lost business feels like a loss of 1,000 galleons, Professor McGonagall quipped, noting the goblins' fervent zeal for gold. Chapter 18, Vault 1111. As Professor McGonagall had anticipated, Gringotts had reopened its doors. The previous theft incident appeared to have caused no disturbance among the goblins. Let us proceed to open an account, she said while walking, advising Rogan on the necessary details. Each first-year student is entitled to their own vault at Gringotts, complete with a corresponding key. The smaller the vault number, the older and more secure it is. Wizards can store their money and other valuables within these vaults, as well as transfer funds to Gringotts worldwide through the goblins, albeit under their vigilant supervision. As she spoke, the street lamps on either side of Diagon Alley flickered to life. Professor McGonagall led Rogan toward the brightly lit Gringotts. The bronze entrance glimmered, while goblins clad in scarlet and gold uniforms bowed to the patrons. Rogan gazed upward at the second silver door, inscribed with a cautionary message, "Enter, stranger." But take heed, agreed. Undoubtedly, the entire structure was enchanted with multiple concealment charms. In contrast to the gradually emptying Diagon Alley outside, Gringotts was bustling with activity. Dozens of goblins sat behind counters, efficiently managing various transactions. Enchanted parchment with special magical markings floated through the air, navigating under the goblins' guidance. In the center of the hall, mine carts lined up, laden with gold coins and an array of gemstones. Hurry along, sir. There are other customers waiting, a goblin with a ledger urged, prompting the wizards in line to advance a few steps. Nearby, one goblin, equipped with spectacles, meticulously scrutinized a gemstone in his grasp, while another weighed gold using a balance scale. These precious metals, sourced from ancient tombs, carried the aura of death. Curse breakers delivered them from around the globe to Gringotts, where they were melted down and cast into gleaming galleons. Fudda, is the transfer slip ready? One goblin reminded his colleague. Almost there. The goblin named Fudda replied, without lifting his head. The entire hall resonated with the clattering of coins, the shouts of the goblins, and the rustling of parchment, intertwining into a symphony of bustling activity. What if I could sneak into the vault? Rogan pondered as he surveyed the breathtaking scene before him. In the original text, Quirrell, Harry, and others had successfully breached Gringotts to access the underground vaults. The goblins' defenses were not as infallible as they claimed. Rogan, it is our turn, Professor McGonagall reminded him, prompting Rogan to produce his notice. Welcome, Professor McGonagall, the goblin griphook behind the tall counter greeted. A new student from Hogwarts. I trust you will soon fill your vault. After verifying the notice, he presented Rogan with an agreement. After examining the document and finding it satisfactory, Rogan signed his name with a quill. Such a lovely flourish. Mr. Travis, congratulations on opening your account at Gringotts. From now on, you may deposit and withdraw items from Gringotts locations worldwide, Griphook declared, stamping the agreement with a seal after confirming the signature. Here is your key. Please keep it safe. Griphook handed over a golden key, marked with the number 1111, indicating that Rogan's vault was located on the 11th floor, number 11. Would you like to visit your vault? Thank you, but not this time, Rogan replied, feeling the weight of his remaining coins in his pocket. Mr. Travis, even a single canute can be stored in your vault. Griphook, hearing the sound of coins in Rogan's possession, looked at him expectantly. Next time, for sure. Rogan shook his head, wishing that a backpack system had been developed back in the day. Digital items would be undoubtedly safe and reliable. After bidding farewell to Gringotts, Rogan concluded his first excursion to Diagon Alley. Though he had not encountered Harry Potter or Professor Quirrell, the entire alley was steeped in their legends. Mr. Rogan, we had an agreement. Stepping out of the leaky cauldron, Professor McGonagall turned to him. Ah, dear wand, we shall meet again at school. Rogan reluctantly handed over the wand to the professor, a mixture of reluctance etched on his face while anxiety brewed within him, fearing Professor McGonagall might discover the old wand hidden in his backpack. Do not fret. Once you are enrolled, you shall see it again, she assured. As she took the wand, and with a gentle grip, it transformed into a vortex and vanished at her waist. The wands of underage wizards are imbued with a tracking charm, which notifies the Ministry of Magic if spells are cast in prohibited circumstances. Additionally, one must refrain from performing magic in the presence of muggles. Professor McGonagall is well aware of Rog's proficiency in wandless magic and has once again cautioned him against reckless usage. She is firmly convinced that by the start of the school year, Rog will have mastered all the spells contained within the textbook. Rest assured, I shall not cause any trouble, Rog hastily reassured her. Professor McGonagall nodded, her impression of Rog today being that of a composed, independent, and charming young wizard. However, considering their residence in the Malfoy family's quarters, a sense of concern crept into her thoughts. Lucius is indeed a bona fide Death Eater, with his radical pureblood ideology. She fervently hopes the Ministry's compensation arrives swiftly, allowing Rog and his mother to distance themselves from the Malfoy family. Upon returning to St. Mungo's hospital, Jessica gazed at the array of packages hanging from her son and couldn't help but smile. She felt a twinge of regret at not being able to accompany her son to Diagon Alley. Quickly, Rog, put on your school robes so your mother can see. Jessica, cradling Yumi, refrained from commenting on the evidently expensive owl, Diana. Rog retrieved the school robes handcrafted by Madame Malkin, donned the entire ensemble, and twirled a few times before Jessica. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Wonderful, my son is now a little wizard. Mom, during my time at Hogwarts, Yumi will be your companion. If you miss me, you can have Diana send me a letter. All right. Jessica embraced her son, wishing for a camera to capture this moment. Breathing in the scent of Rog's new clothes, she felt a tranquil acceptance regarding the impending trial at Wisingamot. Wisingamot, a subsidiary of the British Ministry of Magic, has grown increasingly independent in recent years, subtly establishing itself as an institution renowned for its authority and fairness. The ancient circular hall, constructed from deep gray stone, lies deep beneath the bustling streets of London. Two aurors swung open the heavy doors, and a gust of profound and mysterious history enveloped them. Please follow me, the auror instructed, guiding Jessica and Rog to the center of the hall. This was a unique trial. A spiny prisoner's cage was suspended alongside a rather large chair. Jessica seated herself with Rog in her arms, prompting him to secure his protective mask. Leaning against Jessica's arm, Rog curiously surveyed his surroundings. The circular tiered seating encircled the hall, with shimmering walls reflecting the dim flicker of candlelight. Light fell upon the wizards clad in voluminous purple robes, who arrived via apparition, observing Jessica and her son with a mixture of curiosity and warmth. Chapter 19, The Wisingamot Trial. The imposing golden judgment chair at the heart of the stone chamber exuded an air of solemnity, having borne witness to countless earth-shattering secrets and sins. Headmaster Dumbledore, perched upon the judgment seat with his half-moon spectacles, surveyed the mountains of files before him. He scanned the room, recognizing many old friends in attendance for this trial. Beneath the highest judicial seat, the clerks of Wisingamot held quills, meticulously preparing to document every word uttered during the proceedings, ensuring that none would escape the annals of magical law. In a short while, all 50 members of Wisingamot assembled. It is worth noting that in previous trials concerning dark wizards, jurors frequently absented themselves. Outside the grand doors, a throng of reporters awaited impatiently, eager to become the next Rita Skeeter. The last time such formality was observed was shortly after the conclusion of the war. Dumbledore rapped his wooden hammer, his aged yet powerful voice resonating throughout the chamber. Silence. Instantly, the room fell silent. The suspect, Jessica Travis, is now present. The prosecution may commence. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the Ministry's position. There, a seasoned prosecutor had been replaced by the young and ambitious Theo, who had joined the Department of Law Enforcement 3 years prior and rapidly ascended to the role of prosecutor. Taking a deep breath, Theo summoned his courage and stood. Esteemed wizards of Wisingamot, the defendant, Jessica Travis, is accused of following the Dark Lord. His tone grew increasingly severe, bordering on aggressive. Mom, who is the suspect? What does defendant mean? Who is the Dark Lord? Rog's innocent inquiries echoed in the chamber, momentarily silencing Theo. Order, please continue the questioning, Dumbledore commanded. Tapping his hammer again, Jessica placed her finger to her lips, signaling Rog to remain quiet. Rog nodded, having interjected earlier to disrupt the prosecutor's rhythm, preventing him from painting Jessica as a wholly malevolent Death Eater. The defendant, Jessica Travis, along with her late husband Theodore Travis, actively joined the ranks of Death Eaters during the rise of the Dark Lord. They perpetrated numerous violent attacks against Muggles and wizards of Muggle heritage, resulting in significant losses. I possess official records from the Ministry of Magic detailing the crimes committed by the defendant. Theo, having meticulously prepared Jessica's dossier, waved his wand to distribute the documents. Unfortunately for him, he had not anticipated the presence of all members of WizardingWorld, necessitating the use of a duplication charm, consuming considerable time to ensure each member received a copy. As the files landed in their hands, none chose to peruse them. Growing anxious, Theo stepped to the center of the courtroom, opened the dossier, and called out, "Please take a look. We have unequivocally established that the Travis couple participated in the murder of Barnabas, the kidnapping of the Evans family, the arson of the Ministry of Magic, and the disruption of Quidditch events, among other offenses. These crimes constitute severe violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and the Unforgivable Curses Act." Theo's voice rose passionately, betraying barely concealed indignation. "Why do you not examine the pamphlet in your hands?" he queried, most wizards on the tier responding with silence, while a few scoffed. "Does the prosecution possess any further evidence?" Dumbledore inquired, signaling Theo to conclude his address. "Your Excellency, Dumbledore, the defense may now present its case." "Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As Jessica's defense attorney, I implore you to momentarily set aside any biases and approach her past with reason." Attorney Albert Kim raised an objection, his demeanor calm. Having served as a prosecutor for 20 years in the Department of Law Enforcement, he had recently departed to establish his own wizarding law firm. As an old classmate of Malfoy, he relished the opportunity to take on this seemingly winnable and lucrative case. To begin with, the authenticity of the ministry's so-called records is in question. We request that the prosecution provide the original documents for the court's review. The originals are right here. How et Galim, raising the dossier, to which Albert reacted with delight. The ministry's originals can be so easily replicated by magic? He questioned the chief warlock and the jurors. "I have ample reason to suspect that these documents may have been tampered with." Theo, not a fool, quickly recognized his folly. The ministry's records would be protected by countercharm magic, and if the countercharm were to fail, it would indicate that they had lost their legal validity. Furthermore, regarding the prosecution's claims of Jessica's active participation in the Death Eaters, is there any evidence to substantiate this? I possess a copy of the ministry's original document. Albert handed the original to Dumbledore, sporting a triumphant expression as he reprimanded the opposing side. "This is Rod Travis's birth certificate. What does this prove? Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Jessica was originally known as Jessica Lestrange. She graduated from Hufflepuff Academy and subsequently ventured to France for work. In 1979, she returned to the magical realm of Britain and celebrated her wedding with Theodore Travers. It is noteworthy that Roger was born in 1980, implying that Mrs. Jessica became pregnant shortly after their nuptials. Objection. The objection is overruled." Dumbledore rapped his gavel, urging Prosecutor Chow to take his seat. How could a woman on the verge of motherhood willingly become a Death Eater? It was merely the coercion from other Death Eaters that compelled the Travers couple to serve the Dark Lord. Jessica's maternal devotion to her child is evident. She survived 11 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, ensuring her child's survival. Furthermore, she harbors deep remorse for her past involvement with the Death Eaters. Mrs. Travers indeed cherishes her child profoundly. One juror nodded in agreement with Albert's perspective. Observing their frail appearances, it was clear they were haunted by the terrors of Azkaban. Indeed, 11 years is a long time. What a pitiful child. What a remarkable mother. Albert was thoroughly satisfied with the audience's reaction and cleared his throat to further amplify the atmosphere. "We have endured a tumultuous era. Many individuals and families have found themselves in dire straits. We cannot measure the wartime period by ordinary standards. I contend that there are doubts regarding the prosecution's allegations. A mother so tender towards her child should not be deemed guilty." Agreed, agreed, agreed. The members of the WizardingWorld raised their wands in unison, with the tips emitting green sparks, symbolizing their accord. 50 green fireworks erupted in the ancient stone chamber as the WizardingWorld witnessed an extraordinary unanimous decision. Dumbledore brought his gavel down with finality. The WizardingWorld finds Jessica Travers not guilty and restores her full rights as a witch effective immediately. As Dumbledore announced the verdict, a thunderous applause erupted around them. Jessica, cradling Roger, felt hot tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Everyone stood to offer their blessings to the courageous mother and son, save for Chow, who sat dejectedly. When Chow took on the case, the director had promised him a promotion. He had foolishly believed he could become a candidate for the director's position. However, now, all his aspirations had evaporated into thin air. The Ministry of Magic officials accompanying Chow to the courtroom also clapped, though they were deeply unsettled. According to the Wisingamots' ruling, the Travers couple had been compelled by the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters, rendering them entirely blameless. Chapter 20. Lucius's Ambitions. Since Theodore had passed away, the compensation would be minimal, and the Ministry of Magic showed little concern for reparations owed to the deceased. However, Jessica and Roger were very much alive and had endured a full 11 years of confinement in Azkaban. Given the substantial implications of this matter, the Ministry would likely have to pay a hefty sum to quell the situation. A day later, regarding the case of Mrs. Jessica Travers and her son being imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, the Ministry of Magic and the Wisingamot issued an official resolution. 1. Jessica Travers and Theodore Travers were coerced by the Dark Lord into participating in the Death Eater organization during the Wizarding War. Considering that neither had committed significant crimes, their status as Death Eaters would not be pursued. Note, the Ministry of Magic has reached a confidential compensation agreement with the Travers family. 2. A substantial reduction in the number and authority of Dementors in Azkaban. The ratio of wizarding staff will be increased to avoid reliance on Dementors for the suppression of prisoners. 3. The introduction of psychological counseling personnel to aid Azkaban inmates in rehabilitation and reintegration into society, prioritizing the mental health needs of those who have suffered wrongful imprisonment. 4. The establishment of an independent prisoner rights committee to regularly oversee Azkaban, safeguarding the basic rights of inmates to live. 5. The expedited processing of appeals for Azkaban inmates, releasing those proven innocent or whose sentences are manifestly unjust. 6. For select few genuinely remorseful individuals already convicted, humanitarian measures, such as sentence reductions, may be considered. The Ministry will undertake a comprehensive review of Azkaban's management practices to treat all prisoners in a more humane and equitable manner. During this investigation, the Ministry discovered that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the court had indeed circumvented the law to carry out extrajudicial actions. Considering the ongoing war, Aurors had the right to execute special procedures, leading to the following resolutions for the involved personnel. 1. A demotion for Barty Crouch. 2. Accountability measures for the personnel in the Ministry's court. 3. Strengthening internal oversight within the Ministry to establish clear boundaries for the powers of officials, preventing abuse of authority. 4. Enhancing the Ministry's disciplinary inspection system, focusing on departments involved in life and personal liberty issues to prevent similar incidents from reoccurring. 5. Establishing publicly accessible complaint channels within the Ministry to allow the public to report and monitor inappropriate enforcement actions. 6. Regular training for all Ministry personnel on enforcement laws and procedures to reinforce appropriate use of power. 7. Increasing psychological support for law enforcement personnel to prevent extreme behavior. The Ministry will reorganize its internal management to decisively prevent such derelictions of duty from occurring again. Roger and Jessica, however, were indifferent to the Ministry's resolutions. They had produced a lengthy document, the only useful outcome being the complete exoneration of the Travers couple. Concerning compensation, the Ministry had already drafted an agreement, which was delivered to them through Dumbledore. Out of respect for the headmaster, Jessica refrained from contesting the unilaterally drafted compensation agreement by the Ministry. To restore the Travers family's reputation and provide reparations, the Ministry of Magic has decided to offer the following measures. 1. Financial compensation. 1. To Roger Travers, a financial compensation of 100,000 galleons. 2. To Jessica Travers, a financial compensation of 300,000 galleons. 2. Material compensation. 1. The return of all properties, lands, and estates belonging to the Travers family in Britain. 2. Provision of a high-end community apartment for Roger and Jessica in central London. 3. Educational compensation. 1. Waiving all tuition and living expenses for Roger's 7 years at Hogwarts. 2. Offering a full scholarship for Roger to study at a prestigious magical school abroad. 4. Medical compensation. 1. Providing lifelong high-end magical medical services for Jessica and Roger at no cost. 2. Offering 5 years of regular psychological counseling, extendable if necessary. 5. Employment placement. 1. Providing Jessica with job opportunities suited to her professional background. 2. Actively recommending Roger for employment at the Ministry of Magic upon graduation. 6. Other compensation. 1. The Ministry will publicly apologize in major wizarding publications. Through these measures, the Ministry of Magic aims to compensate for the losses suffered by the relevant parties and wishes them happiness in their future lives. The agreement seemed sincere, though the details required further negotiation. Roger observed Jessica sign her name on the agreement, realizing that the highly respected White Wizard, the chief warlock of the Wisingamot, Mr. Albus Dumbledore, was not without his own motives. He nestled against Jessica's arm, a sense of wariness towards Dumbledore rising within him. Congratulations. Malfoy was indeed pleased. He had gained much from this incident. Alas, had there not been irrefutable evidence of Barty's involvement in the murder of the McKinnon family, he too might have been released. The pureblood families have seen many of their members reinstated in their positions, with others gradually being released from Azkaban. As the influence of the pureblood family strengthens, Malfoy's own prestige has risen significantly. Especially with the Wizarding World believing that the Dark Lord has perished, Malfoy has subtly emerged as the leader of pureblood wizards. This elevated status has led to a sense of euphoria in Malfoy, prompting him to consider forming an organization exclusively for pureblood families. He has even conceived a name for this organization, the Ancient Magic Alliance, dedicated to discussing the preservation of wizarding bloodlines and the interests of purebloods. Malfoy lamented, "Bark is still serving a life sentence, and the key to your family's vault remains in his possession." He was somewhat aware of the ministry's compensation, but understood that the Travis family's vault contained the real treasure. It is conservatively estimated that this wealth amounts to no less than 5 million galleons. Madam Jessica, considering that the heritage of our pureblood families is beginning to dwindle, I am contemplating the establishment of an organization that only pureblood families can join, the Ancient Magic Alliance, Malfoy stated mysteriously. The term ancient magic symbolizes the former glory of the Wizarding World. Through this alliance, we can unite the strengths of pureblood families and seek out the lost ancient magics. I firmly believe that once we reclaim the power of ancient magic, the status of wizards will rise once more. Recently, Malfoy has perused numerous texts regarding Muggles, momentarily tempering his arrogance and prejudice while contemplating the future of wizards and Muggles. He painfully realized that modern wizards have lost their absolute advantage over Muggles. The destructive power of Muggles, capable of obliterating a city, is exceedingly difficult for any wizard to withstand. This imbalance of power signifies a disruption of status. As a pureblood, Malfoy cannot allow himself to be trampled by Muggles. Thus, he became enraptured with the pursuit of ancient magical power, convinced that once ancient magic is restored, wizards will once again reign supreme. I believe that once we recover the power of ancient magic, the status of pureblood wizards will undoubtedly rise again, Malfoy declared, his eyes gleaming with fervent zeal. Uncle Malfoy, will the alliance consist solely of pureblood families? Rog asked curiously. It must. Malfoy nodded firmly. Only our families have endured since the era of ancient magic. Only we maintain the bloodline of ancient magic. Who else possesses the right to join? However, Rog pointed out that such an approach would set us against the entire wizarding community, leading everyone to regard us with suspicion. Why not adopt other criteria? Rog suggested. For instance, spells and potions, as long as the core of the alliance remains under the purview of pureblood families. The larger our numbers, the greater the power of the core members. If we only admit purebloods, given the current sensitivity of the Wizarding World, Malfoy had to concede that Rog's analysis was indeed thought-provoking. Uncle Malfoy, do you have a blueprint for the organizational structure? Still in the conceptual stage, Malfoy replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He certainly could not admit that he had yet to finalize his thoughts. He hastily claimed he had matters to attend to and left in a hurry. I've already devised a plan for you. Rog lamented as he watched Malfoy vanish from sight. All right, get some rest. We have to move tomorrow, Jessica remarked, gathering the ministry's documents. She sensed that her son would inevitably stir up considerable trouble by associating with Malfoy. Tomorrow? Rog was taken aback by the quick timeline. He had wished to communicate further with Uncle Malfoy. Indeed, do not be deceived by the agreement stating the house is in London. If we delay, it might be dismissed by the ministry. Strike while the iron is hot, lest they procrastinate. Hurry and rest. Chapter 21. The Ministry's Subtle Intentions. Early the next morning, Jessica eagerly reached out to the ministry once more, demanding they implement the various compensations immediately, especially the financial and material reparations. Percy, the secretary to the minister, accompanied by the financial officer Thompson, arrived at the hospital with a briefcase brimming with documents. Mrs. Jessica, on behalf of Mr. Fudge and all of us at the ministry, I would like to express our sincere apologies for the injustices and grievances faced by you and your child. Percy and Thompson bowed to the mother and son. Although Jessica harbored a dislike for the ministry, she refrained from directing her anger at them. Having endured 11 years of darkness in Azkaban, her once fiery temper had long since dulled. She calmly nodded, accepting their apology. Miss Percy, I must also thank the ministry for rectifying the miscarriage of justice against us. Seeing the relatively mild demeanor of her counterpart, Miss Percy secretly sighed with relief. She promptly opened the briefcase filled with documents and presented the relevant materials. You have reviewed the compensation plan. This is a more detailed version. Should there be any aspects you find unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to inform us, Percy said earnestly. In principle, we agree, but when will these compensations be implemented? Jessica inquired, having read the materials attentively while observing the tense Percy. The Travis family's sealed manor and lands are still intact, and we will expedite the procedures for their return. However, as the Travis family's properties have been unattended, they have become scattered. We hope for your understanding, Percy said with a wry smile, knowing full well that those assets had long been divided among various parties, including the ministry and former allies among the pureblood families. Sister Percy, our primary concern lies with the financial compensation and the property the ministry is to provide in London. Rog interjected, approaching with an affectionate address, accompanied by a smile to ease her tension. Please, take a seat. Every item in the agreement is rather intricate, and we would appreciate your detailed explanation. Percy nodded eagerly, quickly grasping Rog and Jessica's core demands. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, particularly due to Rog's endearing address, which endeared her to the young boy. Considering Rog's unique circumstances, the ministry has allocated a five-fold compensation. Percy indicated to the officials behind her, who then produced the corresponding documents, smiling as they handed them over. However, legal restrictions meant that most of the compensation would be attributed to Mrs. Jessica's name. We are fully aware that Galleons cannot compensate for the harm inflicted by the ministry and Azkaban upon you both. We merely hope to express our remorse. Percy's choice of words was apt, and she made a small request. Mrs. Jessica, might we arrange for installment payments? For instance, a monthly remittance of 40,000 galleons over 10 months. Rest assured, the ministry will pay interest based on the highest market rates for the month, she quickly added, glancing at them nervously. The other items on the compensation list were manageable, but the financial compensation posed a significant headache for the ministry as financial officers. To pay out 400,000 galleons all at once was a considerable burden, even for the ministry. They hoped that Jessica and her son would agree to installment payments, even permitting some concessions on other items. Jessica remained non-committal, as she was not well versed in these matters. She nodded at Rog, encouraging her son to discuss the situation with Percy. Installments are acceptable, but we hope the other compensations can be delivered promptly. Rog took the lead in the conversation, choosing not to dwell on the interest calculation methods in the supplementary agreement. Sister Percy, could you elaborate on the property the ministry is offering in London? Rodin inquired, pointing to the second item on the compensation list, which appeared rather ambiguous. The London property was the most nebulous clause in the entire agreement, leaving considerable room for negotiation. The type of property that could be secured depended entirely on the negotiations between themselves and the ministry. Of course, the ministry has been a long-standing presence in London, and we have various properties available for you to choose from. Percy had come well prepared, retrieving a magical map from her case and unfurling it upon the table. With a flick of her wand, a miniature three-dimensional map of London manifested before the gathering. As her wand glided across the map, various properties illuminated with a gentle glow. There was the top-floor apartment at Grosvenor Square, steeped in 200 years of history, alongside a standalone villa by the Thames. Percy indicated the map, noting that some options exceeded the Ministry of Magic's budget. This was entirely out of her personal goodwill, as she wished to provide the mother and son with a broader selection. Should the chosen property slightly surpass the budget, she could leverage her authority to finalize the arrangement. The upscale apartment adjacent to St. James's Park, in proximity to Buckingham Palace, represented a luxurious enclave within the Muggle world. The property was equipped with Muggle-repelling charms, allowing its residents to indulge in a life of opulence. The Whitehall Villa by the river, complete with a garden, offered a splendid riverside view and a unique location. In South Kensington, there existed a Victorian terraced house, retaining its traditional charm, which pureblood families would undoubtedly favor. The outskirts of London boasted several smaller estates, featuring larger grounds, some even equipped with miniature Quidditch pitches. Percy meticulously introduced each option to Roger and his mother, including a unique penthouse duplex exclusive to the Muggle realm. Roger, you may choose, she encouraged. Jessica couldn't help but marvel at the ministry's financial prowess, yet she felt that as long as her son was pleased, any choice would suffice. All right, Mum, Roger nodded and inquired of Percy, Sister, what is the price range we can consider? Between 500,000 and 800,000, Percy promptly clarified, subtly raising the upper limit. Thompson was somewhat taken aback. This standard exceeded the ministry's initial bottom line by 100,000. However, Considering Percy's status and the resolution of the compensation issue, he suppressed his reservations. Roger gazed at the magical map, a surge of excitement swelling within him. The arduous times were finally drawing to a close. After decades across lifetimes, he could scarcely believe he was on the verge of acquiring a cozy home of his own. What about the price for that villa? Roger pointed to a 3-story residence along the Thames, a modern minimalist structure. The villa perched high above the river, offering breathtaking views through its floor-to-ceiling windows. The expansive garden was adorned with various roses and wisteria, with a wooden dock near the riverbank, ideal for mooring small boats. This one? Percy furrowed her brow. This medium-sized villa has a muggle price tag of 1,000,000 to 1,500,000, far beyond our budget. While the scenery is indeed splendid and quite fitting for you, I must be candid, the price is considerably over our means. Perhaps we should contemplate another property? Percy hesitated to suggest. What if we offset the difference with the compensation in galleons? Jessica, equally enamored by the property, gazed at the map. It was secluded and tranquil, a perfect abode for them. Really? No problem. It can be done. Before Jessica could finish, Thompson leaped up in excitement. Though the official exchange rate for galleons to pounds was 15, no wizard would be foolish enough to exchange at that price. Since the Bretton Woods system was discarded by muggles, the muggle currency had detached from the gold standard. Whether pounds or dollars for wizards, they were mere scraps of paper. A galleon weighed 8 grams, with 95 composed of goblin metal, and the remaining 5 being the gold extracted by curse breakers from tombs. Considering the current muggle gold price at 700 to 800 per ounce, along with the goblins' minting costs, the actual exchange rate of galleons to pounds hovered around 110. Thus, the property Roger selected would be valued between 1,010,000 to 1,500,000 galleons. Given the villa's prime location, along with its lavish decor and magical amenities, a price of 1,500,000 to 1,800,000 was more reflective of its true worth. Percy nudged him with her foot, prompting Thompson to sheepishly smile and sit back down. Of course, using galleons is feasible, but Roger, you must consider this carefully. Percy leaned in, whispering to him. The compensation is a significant burden for the ministry. Roger turned to Jessica, who nodded in encouragement for him to make his own decision. Thank you, sister. We decide to use galleons to cover the difference. How about 60,000 galleons? Roger proposed, with Percy showing no immediate objections, but Thompson jumped up again. Impossible. This villa, if in high demand, could sell for 200,000 galleons. Even after deducting the compensation, you should at least offer an additional 100,000. Very well, I choose my 100,000 galleons. Now, immediately, right away. Roger flung the unsigned supplementary agreement, which held no legal weight. Miss Percy. Thompson turned to the secretary with a look of desperation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The property evaluation rests with your Treasury Department. Percy shrugged, moving aside to pour herself a cup of coffee. Mr. Roger, the price of 60,000 simply won't suffice. It's too little. Thompson quickly began to flatter. If the installment compensation agreement were to collapse, he could easily envision the director's displeasure. Perhaps he would be exiled to the Arctic to oversee a lumberyard. I understand your predicament, Mr. Thompson, Roger said empathetically. Why not readjust the valuation method for the property? Considering aspects like the villa's location, decor, depreciation, etc., I believe that as a financial expert, this should not pose a challenge for you. It's merely a matter of reevaluating, is it not? Roger's suggestion sparked a light in Thompson's eyes. As a Treasury official, he was well-versed in the valuation system. A slight alteration of a few parameters could perfectly align the property with expectations. I believe this property does indeed warrant a reevaluation. Thompson realized, hastily retrieving a blank piece of parchment and starting to draft a report in exquisite calligraphy. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Miss Percy smiled, wishing Thompson well in his future endeavors. Riverside Villa, 10 Riverside TW13, Property Evaluation Report. Thompson glanced at the magical map and began to write. This property is a 3-story modern minimalist villa located on the outskirts of London. While it possesses certain living amenities and transport networks, its distance from the city center renders surrounding facilities somewhat lacking, making transportation inconvenient. The property holds potential for appreciation. However, due to its proximity to a critical waterway, the surrounding environment is damp, suffering from significant noise pollution, leading to elevated maintenance costs. Thompson read aloud as he wrote, his report content being absolutely fair, objective, reasonable, and compelling. No one could deny the villa's remote location, nor could anyone ignore the occasional sound of steam whistles from the Thames. Mr. Thompson, considering the ever-expanding Muggle population in the London area, we must also include the pollution situation of the Thames as a crucial indicator. You're absolutely correct. Those Muggles have no concept of environmental preservation. Thompson quickly added this portion, nodding in satisfaction at the first section. He used his wand to probe the villa, examining its internal structure. The property was quite spacious, featuring a generous garden, dock, and other ancillary facilities. However, the living and dining room floors were severely cracked, exposing the underlying timber, necessitating a complete replacement at an estimated cost of 10,000 galleons. Rogers wholeheartedly concurred with Thompson's perspective. The house had indeed been severed in twain, and the floor's fissures were undoubtedly grave, extremely grave. Thompson magnified the cost of floor maintenance to a staggering 20,000 galleons, converting it to its equivalent in Muggle currency at the official exchange rate. As an official of the Ministry of Magic, particularly one in the Treasury Department, he was obliged to adhere strictly to the official rates. The report further detailed the severe water damage in the ceilings of the master and guest bedrooms on the second floor, as well as in the study on the third floor, necessitating comprehensive renovations. The property's walls and roof were overrun with an abundance of fantastical ivy and deerhorn ferns, which proliferated rapidly and proved exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The garden was a veritable jungle of weeds, requiring complete tilling and removal. Given the adverse effects inherent to certain magical plants and the potential emergence of magical creatures, one had to factor in additional medical expenses that could arise during the garden-esque cleanup. This endeavor was projected to incur a total cost of 5,000 galleons. Inside the house, the magical amenities had fallen into disrepair, the carpets were in tatters, and most spells required reapplication. Unbeknownst to him, Thompson had filled the 5th page of the report, which cumulatively deducted an astonishing 45,000 in additional expenses, exceeding Rogers' expectations. Mr. Thompson, for the sake of our friendship, why not omit the 5,000 galleons designated for the procurement of Muggle equipment and electrical upgrades? Rogers offered, presenting a cup of coffee while smiling at Thompson. Friendship? Thompson queried, perplexed. Indeed, the 5,000 galleons of friendship. The expression in Jessica's eyes from her sickbed was one of complexity. She understood that the friendship Rogers proposed was fraught with complications. At least at his age, he ought to be oblivious to such notions of friendship. Yet, she felt a sense of relief knowing that the Travis family had such a mature heir poised for revival. Perhaps it was the experience from Azkaban that had instilled this wisdom in him. Jessica chastised herself inwardly, believing these matters should have been attended to by her as a mother. That is too much. No, I mean friendship, Thompson stammered. I understand, Thompson, what you wish to convey. For the sake of our friendship. Mr. Thompson was incredulous. Had he really just effortlessly secured 5,000 galleons? The Treasury was a minor division of the ministry, its authority dwarfed by that of the more powerful Department of Law, resulting in comparatively lower compensation for its staff. He had labored in the Treasury for numerous years, earning a meager 50 galleons a month. A sum of 5,000 galleons, representing a friendship, was sufficient to reward him for 9 arduous years of toil. I will specify all exceptional budgets, such as for procuring Muggle equipment and books to prevent young witches and wizards from being misled by pure-blood ideologies. Thompson hastily rose, respectfully inquiring about Rogers' opinion. Would this be acceptable to you? Mr. Thompson, I trust in your professionalism. I shall not disappoint you, Mr. Rogers. We must also include automobiles and small vessels. Thompson's enthusiasm surged as he diligently undertook a comprehensive investigation of the entire property. They agreed to redesign the underground rooms, transforming them into a potion-making chamber. Half an hour later, Thompson completed the report, binding it neatly, awaiting Miss Percy's review. In this document, our dear Mr. Thompson had effectively devalued the 3-story villa on the banks of the Thames to a mere pittance. The property, with a market value of £1,500,000 to £1,800,000, was reduced to a mere £600,000 on paper, even considering exchange rates and inflation. It seems you two have been enjoying quite the conversation, Percy remarked casually, flipping through the report, astonished by Thompson's audacity. The transformation of a typically honest individual into someone capable of such remarkable revelations was indeed astonishing. The report is quite professionally composed. She closed the report without further comment. The report was meant for review by the Treasury, the house being property of the ministry, which bore no relevance to her. She was merely a diligent secretary, utterly bewildered by the intricacies of these professional valuation systems. It was only upon Mr. Rogers' suggestion that I recognized the myriad deficiencies in this property regarding location, structure, and decor. I firmly believe this report accurately, comprehensively, and without reservation reflects the true value of the estate. Thompson's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He comprehended why his peers of equal standing enjoyed lives of luxury, while he labored tirelessly for a meager existence. Perhaps the Treasury had long harbored unwritten rules, of which he had previously been unaware. Chapter 23. The End of July. Percy smiled knowingly. Perhaps someone would come to verify the report's authenticity. Yet she was well aware that the department's work was largely completed on paper. As for actual investigations? Percy scoffed internally. As long as the report was thorough and detailed, why concern oneself with anything else? At least the property valuation provided by Thompson was professional, detailing the very real circumstances. Minor discrepancies were easily understood by all. Sister Percy, I wish to convert part of the galleon compensation into Muggle currency, Rogers suddenly declared. Rogers? Jessica interjected, bewildered, hastily attempting to dissuade him. Rogers, Muggle currency is utterly useless to wizards. It is barely worth the paper it's printed on. Thompson stood firmly by Rogers' side, aiding Jessica in her effort to dissuade him. The puzzled expressions from the trio made Rogers feel somewhat uneasy, yet he could not divulge the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union. To not seize the opportunity presented by its impending downfall to profit from the financial district would be a grave misfortune, especially given the chance of 1991. What? You say Muggle currency is worthless to wizards? Rogers retorted inwardly, disdainful of such a notion. Purchasing land, property, and other tangible assets with Muggle currency was indeed appealing. Mother, please trust me just this once, Rogers implored, grasping Jessica's hand in a display of childish charm. Just this once and never again. Half is out of the question. At most, 100,000. Jessica, unable to resist, reluctantly acquiesced. Long live Mother. Rogers felt an overwhelming sense of shame, yet planted a fervent kiss on Jessica's cheek. Alas, he was still a minor, with financial authority resting firmly in the hands of his beloved mother. Sister Percy, if I convert this portion of the compensation into Muggle currency, when can I expect the funds to arrive? Rogers, I still advise against this. Percy assumed this was Rogers' way of expressing gratitude, kindly cautioning him. Rest assured, I shall have no regrets. If you are so resolute, very well, Muggle currency, such as pounds, can be credited by this afternoon. However, the exchange rate will not reach the underground market S110. I can negotiate for you at 18. No problem. Rogers calculated mentally. The lost £200,000 could easily be regained. In the sunny hospital room, both parties were exceedingly pleased with the outcome. The installment payment plan was set in motion, with even a portion of the compensation converted into seemingly worthless Muggle currency. This undoubtedly would satisfy both the Treasury and the Minister's office. If evaluated by the new examination standard, their performances would undoubtedly merit an O, outstanding. Thompson's delight was palpable, not only having gained Rogers' friendship, but also grasping certain underlying rules. He was confident that whenever Miss Percy required the Treasury's support in the future, he would be contacted without delay. Rogers, in a few days. Shall we present Miss Percy with a necklace? Jessica suggested. Of course, Mother. Rogers nodded, realizing he had forgotten to express his gratitude to Miss Percy. From the beginning of July to the end of July, from Azkaban to the Wisingamot trial, from the signing of the compensation agreement to the property's handover to the ministry, nearly a month had elapsed to bring the matter to fruition. Jessica and Roger, as direct victims, not only restored their reputations and identities, but also received substantial compensation. In addition to this, the Ministry of Magic provided various tangible and intangible benefits. For instance, although Jessica did not physically work at the ministry, she held an honorary position there and received a generous monthly salary. The rewards for other related parties varied significantly. Among them, Rita's advantages were particularly pronounced. The distinguished reporter from the Daily Prophet covered the entire event, transforming public perception of her from one of fanciful fabrication to that of a courageous and upright woman willing to expose darkness. To commend her proactive role in this incident, the Ministry of Magic exceptionally awarded her the second-class Order of Merlin. This was a remarkable leap for Rita, as she experienced firsthand the profound impact of truly accountable journalism. However, in the days to come, Rita's green quill would continue to embellish and exaggerate the truths she heard and saw. Readers would inevitably have to rely on their discernment to distinguish between factual truths and artistic embellishments within her reports. Alas, in this era, even within the Wizarding World, it was challenging to find a reliable, genuine, and unembellished newspaper that adhered to professional ethics. Conversely, the Azkaban warden, Mr. Paul, N.O.V., who had privately disclosed this matter to the press, remained firmly etched in the memory of the petty Minister Fudge. Our beloved Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, lost a notable 20 pounds due to his fury towards Paul, illustrating the intensity of his wrath. Naturally, the ministry felt compelled to reward its honest employees. On the very first day the ministry's resolution took effect, Paul received a promotion notice. Under the guise of promotion, Paul was finally able to leave the detestable Azkaban for the desolate regions of Wales to oversee the Flynn network. Coupled with the 200-galleon bounty from Rita for his information, he enjoyed a relatively comfortable life there. With the encouragement of Miss Percy and Mr. Thompson, all compensation agreements swiftly received unanimous approval from various departments. An owl from ministry came crashing through the window, utterly exhausted, carrying a hefty and cumbersome package, thicker and heavier than a large cauldron. "Thank you," Roger exclaimed as he retrieved some delectable owl treats, top-of-the-line pet food sent from the magical menagerie. The ingredients included magical herbs to enhance the owl's powers, moonlit nectar, nutrient-rich fish oil, and powdered fire snake eggshell. There were even magical bird snails and dragon's breath chili to adjust the taste of the food. Since Diana had tasted it, she had lost interest in regular rations. Yumi even went to great lengths to use magic to fly just to reach Diana's food, only to be pecked down by the perched Diana each time. "Quickly replenish your strength," Roger said kindly, extending his hand as the delivering owl happily began to eat the treats provided by the little wizard. "Roger, perhaps you need to acquire another owl." Jessica's health had improved significantly, and she could now move about freely. Diana was so beautiful that if poachers discovered her, they would surely capture her. "Indeed, I might need another owl capable of handling daily delivery tasks," Roger mused, stroking Diana and reflecting on the magical creatures that possessed inherent magic. If one could find or invent spells suitable for magical beings, they might be able to protect themselves and even assist wizards in battle. "Mom, from now on, Diana will rely on your protection." "Rest assured," Jessica replied, producing her wand, crafted from black walnut and dragon heartstring. Upon hearing Jessica's call, Diana flew over and landed gracefully on her shoulder. In a villa by the Thames, a well-dressed middle-aged man sat upright on a leather sofa. He wore a tailored Henry Poole suit, complemented by a crisp white Charles Turwick cotton shirt, classic gentleman's shoes. And his hair was meticulously styled, exuding an air of elite professionalism. "Roger, this is my cousin Andrew. Although he is mute, he is exceptionally intelligent and reputedly very successful in the Muggle financial sphere." Thompson introduced the two as he leisurely sipped his red tea. "By the way, Roger, you may not be aware, but Andrew holds a PhD in finance from Cambridge. To put it in perspective, Cambridge holds a status in the Muggle world akin to that of Hogwarts in the Wizarding realm." "Thank you, Thompson," Roger nodded, approaching to warmly extend his hand. "I have heard of Cambridge. It is one of the 2 universities in England, alongside Oxford." "Indeed, there is no doubt about that." Thompson wholeheartedly agreed with Roger's sentiments. The acknowledgement from a wizard, especially one from a pure-blood family, filled Andrew with pride regarding his Cambridge identity. He exuberantly praised his alma mater, which helped him relax. "Mr. Roger, during my time at university, I secured the National Stock Investment Competition Championship for our school through exceptional trading skills. Upon graduation, I was immediately invited by a major investment bank. I have designed numerous high-risk operational schemes, including securing extraordinarily high leverage for clients and short-selling multiple national stock markets through derivatives." Thompson interjected, reminding Andrew, "We are wizards. Your achievements in the Muggle world hold little value here. Mr. Roger, are you interested in investing in the financial district? May I inquire how much capital you have at your disposal?" Andrew promptly responded to the little wizard's straightforward query. "I currently have 800,000. To be honest, it feels somewhat insufficient. I hope you do not mind," Roger stated as he opened a non-detectable extension box, revealing neatly stacked bundles of pounds in cash. "Mr. Roger, you jest," Andrew thought, momentarily astonished, though he managed to maintain his composure. The average annual salary for ordinary employees in the financial district was approximately 250,000, meaning 800,000 represented 32 years of work without eating or drinking. The private bank where he worked had a minimum investment threshold of 500,000. Roger's available capital already constituted a considerable personal asset. He quickly adjusted to a professional demeanor. 800,000 is indeed sufficient for your initial investment operations. However, to enter the financial district, mere capital is not enough. You also require connections and business acumen. Mr. Andrew, there may be some details I have not clarified. I need your assistance in obtaining sufficient leverage, leveraging your connections to secure adequate credit from various banks. Rest assured, this will be no issue at all. How does a tenfold leverage sound? Andrew confidently offered, thumping his chest. No, 50-fold. Andrew nodded, acknowledging the difficulty, but assured it was manageable. Isn't that so? Seeing Roger shake his head, Andrew's heart sank. Could it be 100-fold? Andrew could hardly believe it, his eyes widening. Andrew, 100-fold merely doubles the leverage. If the principal, along with this real estate, allows you to borrow sufficient funds, could you then short sell financial products related to the Soviet Union? Andrew was instantly overwhelmed, his mind foggy, utterly unable to comprehend Roger's proposition. He certainly understood the current political turmoil in the Soviet Union, but it had once rivaled the United States, being dubbed the European juggernaut. Their military could have crossed the English Channel in just 2 weeks. Who was it? Who gave Roger the audacity to short sell a superpower? Was it the wizard's ignorance of muggles? Andrew could not help but ponder, his heart racing with anxiety and fear, his lips trembling and rendering him speechless. I do not require you to monitor the international situation day and night. Instead, I need you to short sell everything related to the Soviet Union. Short the government bonds, the ruble, stock market indices, as well as futures in oil, natural gas, and other commodities. Then, at the opportune moment, execute the close. You see, it is quite simple. Rog glanced at Andrew, who appeared utterly stunned, and inquired coolly, "What has become of your wolfish nature, Mr. Andrew?" Andrew emitted a strange sound, rendering his words indecipherable. His last venture had involved short selling, only to be met with catastrophic losses. Truth be told, he was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The prospect of facing the Soviets again was unfathomable. Perhaps he would leap from the heights of the financial edifice, or worse, be cast into a steel furnace by the KGB. Rog rose and poured Andrew a glass of Hague Club, speaking leisurely, The financial district is replete with geniuses and industrious souls, yet few can seize fleeting opportunities. I happen to possess such an opportunity, but lack an executor. Andrew took a sip of whiskey, feeling his hands steady. His lips ceased to tremble, and the fear in his eyes dissipate. He was already standing at the precipice. Sooner or later, he would plunge downwards. It was better to gamble on a grand scale. Coming to a realization, Andrew set down his glass, adopting a steadier tone. "Mr. Rog, might you require a professional Muggle asset manager? I can provide you with a comprehensive financial planning scheme." "Oh, intriguing proposition," Rog replied with curiosity. "It depends on whether your investment plan can dazzle me." After a moment's contemplation, Andrew swiftly articulated a detailed investment blueprint for Rog. "First, I need to ascertain the valuation of this property." "Well, the paper valuation stands at 600,000. 600,000? Andrew was perplexed by the short-sightedness of the appraiser. In his untrained eye, this real estate was worth at least $5 million, not to mention the valuable adornments surrounding it. That is inconsequential. You may recalibrate using your own metrics. I understand. Andrew nodded and continued. The initial round of leveraged funds can amplify by 8 times, while real estate allows for 5 times. Conservatively, we can expect $7 million in available capital. Excellent. This grants us ample liquidity to maneuver. Rog listened intently, nodding frequently. Indeed, this exemplifies the multiplier effect. We can take this capital to Barclays, HSBC, and other major institutions to open high-leverage accounts. Andrew's confidence grew. I have connections there. For instance, the president of Barclays is an old classmate of mine. As Andrew divulged these financial terminologies, a spark ignited in Rog's eyes. He had found a breakthrough into the Muggle financial realm and an ideal partner. 7 million, with 10-fold leverage, could yield 70 million. Wow, that is already quite substantial. However, I hope to push further. Rog nodded, as a wizard should always aim higher. Further? Andrew took a sip of his drink and confidently replied, "Absolutely, but Rog, are you familiar with a betting agreement?" "A bet?" "Precisely, a zero-sum game. More exhilarating than short selling." After a moment of reflection, Andrew chuckled. "With 70 million in hand for off-market betting, we could leverage an additional 20 times. That amounts to 1 billion. As Andrew uttered this staggering figure, his voice quivered. Such an immense sum could lead to total ruin if lost. Were Rog not a wizard, were he not of pure blood lineage, and were it not for Thompson's guarantee, Andrew would never dare to engage in such a gamble. 1 billion? Thompson stood frozen, oblivious to the tea spilled on him. A staggering 1 billion could likely purchase the entirety of the British wizarding world. "Rog, are you confident?" Thompson posed the soul-searching question, one that Andrew wished to inquire but feared to voice. "Confident? I cannot claim an 80 certainty, but 100 is entirely within reach." Rog met their skeptical gazes with a convincing answer. "My certainty stems from prophecy." "Prophecy?" "Indeed. This month, the Soviet Union will experience severe turmoil. By Christmas, it will vanish entirely. Trust in the power of magic. Fate never falters. Thompson lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Rog, count me in. Chapter 25. The Hope of Growing Power. The Ministry of Magic has a sum of 700,000 in galleons that I can lend. As long as it is returned promptly, no one will notice. With the Ministry backing us, we will have ample collateral to avoid forced liquidation. Andrew nodded eagerly, both men gazing at Rog. Will you partake? Aye. Thompson hesitated. I can play with a few thousand galleons, depending on your willingness. As long as you agree. I will handle the exchange with the Ministry for galleons. How does a 10 profit share sound? That is agreeable, Rog acquiesced, not dismissing Thompson's courage. Andrew, what is an appropriate margin? 10 to 20, though ideally, we should aim for 30, Andrew calculated in his mind, envisioning a potential betting fund that could soar to 100 billion. Then let be 30. Andrew, your name will grace the list of asset managers for the Travis family. Thank you, sir. May I inquire if there are others on the list? As far as I know, you are the sole individual. Rog raised his juice in a toast to Andrew. I will grant you a 3 profit share. 3? Andrew pondered, realizing that 3 equated to a significant sum. He combined the exchange rates of the Wizarding World in his mind, his thoughts racing. With the initial round of cash leveraged 8 times and real estate 5 times, the operational funds would reach 7 million. In the second round, a 10-fold leverage combined with the off-market betting of 20 times would yield a staggering 74 billion. Retaining 30 as collateral, the actual betting amount would approximate 18 billion. If Rog's prophecy held true, the returns would conservatively amount to 15 times the invested capital. Not only would this resolve his financial crisis instantly, but it would also elevate him to a titan within the financial district. Mr. Rog, I find the commission somewhat low. Such high leverage is unprecedented. Were you not a wizard, I would hesitate to agree. The operational risks are immense. Andrew cautiously inquired, how about a 5 commission? I could certainly accept 5, but I have a more favorable commission proposal. Please enlighten me. Rog smiled, presenting a variable commission scheme. For final returns within 100 billion, you will receive a 2 commission. For any amount exceeding that, your commission will rise directly to 30. 30? Are you serious? Andrew licked his lips, feeling his blood surge with excitement. I am a wizard. My word is my bond. Mr. Rog, rest assured, I will strive to generate the maximum yield. Mr. Andrew, I have no doubt regarding that. Here's to our success. Rog raised his juice, and the glasses of the 3 clinked together. Remember to hire some bodyguards. Or even consider having a wizard on standby, Rog stated more seriously. London is quite safe. No need for that. Andrew hesitated. Consider it for your future safety. Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Rog packed the money into ordinary boxes and handed them to Andrew. From this day forth, you shall transform into a titan of the financial district. Remember to manage them wisely. Andrew nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. In the afternoon, Jessica returned with her pet house elf, Bubble. Bubble sported a fluffy mane of silvery white hair and large, shimmering green eyes. Compared to Dobby and Winky, Bubble appeared somewhat cuter and possessed a more vivacious personality. Most importantly, Bubble excelled at culinary enchantments, liberating Rog from the monotony of fries and fried fish. British chefs, French workers, German policemen, Russian customs. Encounter them, and you shall comprehend the essence of a splendid life. Jessica instructed the house elf to tidy the house and prepare the meals, oblivious to the fact that, in a certain sense, their home had already vanished. In the underground laboratory of the villa, Rog was concocting potions. The liquid in the silver cauldron emanated a brilliant azure glow, and as Rog waved his wand, the potion exploded just as it was about to crystallize. The swaying cauldron emitted a resounding crash, and the potion burst forth in a riot of colorful sparks, leaving Rog's face smudged black, resembling a little mouse that had rolled in a coal pile. Meanwhile, Bubble was busy bringing towels, nimbly tidying up the workspace and cauldron after the potion's failure. Jessica, resting in the garden, shook her head. This was the 40th explosion. She held a stack of letters, most from French relatives, with a few from former classmates, making one particular Muggle letter stand out conspicuously. Surely, it couldn't be yet another bill for Muggle toys purchased by Rog. Jessica noted her son's keen interest in Muggle toys, which far surpassed his fascination with spells. Upon opening the letter, she stood frozen in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, she regained her composure. Rog, how dare you mortgage our home to a Muggle? Mother, rarely brimming with vigor, stormed into the basement in a huff. Rog, have you sold our house? Jessica unceremoniously yanked Rog by the ear, dragging him from the laboratory. "Mom, easy now, easy." Rod cast a glance at the letter in Jessica's hand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, caught up in his potion experiments, he had forgotten that the Muggle Bank would send back the mortgage agreement. "Explain this at once." Jessica tossed the letter onto the table, demanding Rod clarify the matter. "So, you sold our house for a pile of worthless paper?" "I haven't sold it. Merely mortgaged it temporarily. We still have the estate." "The estate?" Jessica chuckled softly, glancing at the house elf. "Ask Bubble what the state of your Travis family ancestral home is now. It's on the brink of collapse. It's not much different now. Still an estate." Jessica remarked disdainfully about the dilapidated manor, her tone rife with contempt. "It's been plundered and ransacked, aside from a cacophony of incessant portraits. All that remains is overgrowth and vermin. Retrieve the house from the Muggles at once." "Mom, it was only mortgaged a couple of days ago, Rog." Perceiving the ire in Jessica's gaze, quickly acquiesced, "I'll contact Andrew immediately and reclaim the house by tomorrow. Your remaining allowance is revoked." Jessica ruffled her son's hair, urging him to take a bath. Rog examined his disheveled reflection in the mirror, suddenly aware he and T left the laboratory in a week. After a quick shower, he emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. "Bubble, prepare the ingredients." "Master, the last batch of ingredients has been depleted. Should Bubble go to Diagon Alley for more?" "How much do we have left?" "Master, there are still 200 galleons remaining, enough for 10 potion ingredients." Bubble patted the large bag, realizing the once full pouch of coins now lay pitifully depleted. "Go to Diagon Alley for the ingredients. I'll investigate where the problem lies." Rog Sigid, picking up his notebook to review. From the potion books scavenged from the dubious shop, he discovered several potions capable of enhancing magical power. There was the highly potent giant potion, a temporary booster for magic, and the Devil S Nettle Juice, which could elevate the magical capacity but was highly addictive. After diligent research and perusal, Rog finally found two seemingly viable recipes. The first potion, called Phoenix Blood, lived up to its name. The recipe required a minuscule amount of phoenix blood to be added to the cauldron, thereby augmenting a wizard's magical prowess. One must admit, the wizard who devised this potion was quite imaginative. However, his creativity was excessive, rendering the recipe theoretically feasible but utterly impractical. Who in the magical realm was unaware that phoenixes were rare creatures, with the only known one residing in Dumbledore's office? Rog lacked the courage to approach Dumbledore with a syringe in hand, demanding, "Old B, hand over your pet." By then, before Dumbledore could react, the phoenix would have incinerated itself into ashes. In contrast to the impracticality of phoenix blood, Rog found more promise in another potion called Blue Moonlight. Its recipe appeared feasible, with all required ingredients readily available in the market. The potion also boasted remarkable effects, enhancing both mental and physical attributes. The primary components of this potion included dragon's blood for physical enhancement, dragonhead flower leaves for mental fortitude, moonlit, due to harness lunar magic, and starlight bearberry to bolster magical reserves. Supplementary ingredients comprised moonstone powder, blue rose petals, glowworm powder, and licorice root. Though the cost was steep, 20 galleons to procure a complete set. Expensive as it was, the manufacturing process proved exceptionally intricate and demanding, requiring utmost caution. Any slight misstep could lead to failure. Thus far, Rog had expended 800 galleons, tirelessly repeating experiments and adjustments, with only a thick dossier of failure to show for it. Rog laid open his notebook, documenting his 40th attempt. He bit down on his pen while reclining on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Initially, Jessica had been able to assist, but as Rog delved into the practical application of Blue Moonlight, Jessica found herself at a loss. Rog had to rely on simulation functions, repeating trial and error, gradually making progress. Rog was acutely aware that this advanced potion exceeded his current capabilities. Direct engagement was unwise. Yet, the ceiling of 23 magical power loomed over him like a tightening noose, compelling him to forge ahead despite the obstacles. With each failure, Rog meticulously recorded the operational processes, various parameters, and changes in the cauldron's liquid. He would then compare these notes against the practical guidelines in the recipe to identify and rectify issues in subsequent attempts. To minimize wasted time, he remained in the underground laboratory. Whenever hunger struck, he would have Bubble fetch him food, and when fatigue set in, he would collapse onto a nearby cot for rest. Were it not for Jessica's daily check-ins, she would have been deeply concerned for her son's mental state. The loss of money was secondary. The primary concern was the cumulative frustration from each failure. Rog was grateful for the resolute will forged by the Dementors. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to despair. "Rog, you must rest properly." Jessica entered with a warm glass of milk, commanding Rog to surrender his notebook. Mom, I'm on the verge of success. Just a little longer, Rog pleaded, shaking her excitedly. No, Jessica rebuffed her playful son, insisting he finish his milk and retire for the night. Rog had no choice but to clamber onto the soft bed under Jessica's watchful gaze. He closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, plotting to sneak back to his experiments once Jessica left. However, the drowsiness was far more potent than he had anticipated. He barely closed his eyes before drifting off into slumber. Jessica carefully tucked her son under the covers and gently lifted Yumi, who had jumped onto the bed, down. Young master, the materials have arrived, Bubble exclaimed, holding up a bag with palpable excitement. Bubble, Jessica scolded, giving Bubble a firm tap on the head, signaling it to relinquish the bag. After sleeping soundly from 6 in the evening until the next afternoon, Rog jumped out of bed, brimming with energy. As he ate dinner, he fixed his gaze intently on Jessica. Not today. You must go to bed obediently. I will return it to you in the morning. Jessica shook her head, recognizing the need to regulate her son's routine. All right, Rog pouted, casting a glance at Bubble, who looked dejected as it was unable to assist the young master in pilfering from the mistress. The following morning, Rog eagerly retrieved his experiment notes, dashing into the laboratory. Jessica watched her son's retreating figure with a sigh, pondering the last of the materials. Once they were exhausted, she would take a break. While she believed in her son's talent, she knew that without systematic learning, he could not concoct advanced potions relying solely on books and magical recipes. Rod, feeling a tad unfamiliar with the experiment table after 2 days of absence, touched its surface. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the tiny particles of dust dancing in the light. Clean as a whistle, Rog waved his old wand, transforming the laboratory into a dust-free haven. Bubble, bring over the materials. Yet again, failure loomed, failure upon failure. I cannot afford another misstep. Rog gazed at the last of the materials. His mother had made it abundantly clear that he would not receive another galleon of pocket money. With a resigned sigh, he closed his notebook, grinding the moonstone into a fine powder while adjusting his mindset. The moonstone was meant to absorb and filter the impurities from dragon blood. Unlike the divine dragons of Eastern mythology, the dragons of the Western magical world resembled large lizards with wings, known for their ferocious nature and difficulty in taming. Even seasoned wizards found it challenging to utilize their blood directly, let alone a young wizard. Rog's technique became increasingly adept, the moonstone ground to an exquisite fineness. His experiments had revealed that the powder's optimal fineness lay between 800 to 1,000 mesh. If the moonstone was not ground finely enough, it would fail to purify the dragon blood entirely. If too finely milled, the moonstone itself could contaminate the dragon blood. In a long test tube, the blood of the Hungarian horntail glimmered brilliantly. Upon the addition of 20 grams of moonstone powder, the dragon blood immediately became murky. As the moonstone slowly settled, the dragon blood above grew increasingly pure, ultimately resembling the clearest emerald, crystalline and devoid of any impurities. After layers of refinement, this hard-won dragon blood was perfectly prepared for potion making. Rog, that muggle named Andrew has arrived. Jessica, observing her son tending to the ingredients, knocked on the door from outside. Andrew, Rog carefully secured the dragon blood, wondering what he could want at this hour. Mom, did he mention anything? It seems he spoke of a place in the muggle world called Moscow. Moscow. What date is it today? August 16th. There's still half a month until school starts. Why the sudden interest? Just 3 days, Rog pondered, deciding to meet with his asset manager. Andrew, what is the matter? Rog approached the garden to find Andrew pacing excitedly. Rog, I had Cousin Thompson procure some newspapers from the Soviet Union. Andrew eagerly grabbed the papers. This is today's news. Look here. He pointed to an article, his tone betraying uncontainable joy. Yakovlev says the Communist Party is planning a coup. He asked the Minister of Propaganda for the Soviet Union. Since June, they've halted payment of foreign debts for nearly 3 months, coupled with impending turmoil. Rog, you place your bet wisely. Keep your voice down. Robulad Andre Waside. Wary of Jessica's inquiries regarding the house. Most in the financial district are still unaware, but the market is already showing fluctuations. Has the rival family collapsed? Rod Fronad, noting that it was only August 16th. Not yet. Andrew quickly shook his head. I just came to ask what we should do next. He whispered if the market rebounds. We must continuously add margin. Rog meticulously recalled the bewildering maneuvers of the Soviets in August, wishing to stomp the accelerator into the gearbox during their descent. The coup on August 19th, resignation on August 25th. Rog paced back and forth in the gazebo before suddenly halting. If the market shows signs of recovery before the end of the month, do not hesitate. Make bold moves. Roja's appetite was vast, not merely to sip broth at this lavish feast. If funds run low, seek out Thompson. Besides what he promised, I can also borrow from my holdings at the Ministry of Magic. Rog, aren't wizarding galleons stored in Gringotts? Andrew regarded him skeptically. You mustn't deceive me using your wizarding identity. You don't need to know why. The Ministry owes my family hundreds of thousands of galleons. Hundreds of thousands? Remember my words. Do not be afraid, and never let me down. Rog patted Andrew's arm, bidding him farewell. As Rog turned, he spotted Jessica standing in the living room doorway. He quickly blurted, "Mom, what lovely weather we're having." Chapter 27, The Blue Moonlight. Rog, you better not leave us homeless, Jessica remarked before retreating into the living room, unprecedentedly turning on the television to listen to BBC News. A few days prior, she had visited the Muggle Bank with an agreement, only to be bombarded with a slew of financial jargon that she could not comprehend. Ultimately, she understood that retrieving their house would not be possible for the time being, as her son had accrued debts amounting to several 100 million Muggle coins. Several 100 million? Jessica was taken aback. She had never encountered such a staggering figure in her life. She feigned nonchalance upon returning home, attending to household chores and caring for her son. Yet, deep down, she silently vowed that, regardless of the outcome this time, she would never allow Rog to handle a single galleon of their household funds again. It was far too alarming. Moreover, she decided to have his monthly allowance. Unaware of these developments, Rog dashed back to the laboratory, retrieving a vial containing dragon's head flower leaves. The leaves must be harvested within 3 days of the full moon and cut into uniformly sized pieces using a silver knife. The starlight bearers and other materials were also to be ground or sliced as required, then placed in stainless steel containers or dark glass. Rog meticulously prepared most of the materials, finally picking up the crucial moon dew. This dew, collected on the night of the full moon, could balance the terrifying power contained within dragon blood and allow young wizards to sense the moon's magic. It was also the most expensive ingredient in the entire recipe, with usage conditions being extremely stringent. Once opened, there were only 3 seconds to use it. If this time was exceeded, the moon dew, priced by the gram, would turn into worthless pure water. Rog diligently reviewed the other prepared materials once more, his gaze lingering on the final vial of moon dew, unable to make a decision. He had long suspected that an important step or variable in the production of blue moon dew had eluded him, likely linked to the passage of time. Staring at his watch, he initiated the simulation promptly at 6 in the evening. Simulation commencing. 1. You begin the potion-making process. The moon dew is successfully extracted into the starlight bearers. You extinguish the source of the fire, and just before the silver-blue potion could crystallize, it erupted in a sudden explosion. Simulation halted. Rog flipped through his notebook, documenting the simulation results. At 18:01, the simulation revealed that the potion exploded just before crystallization. Judging by its color, the potion had attained the ideal silver-blue state, meeting the prerequisite for crystallization outlined in the formula. Prior to cooling, all operations had proceeded without issue. The problem invariably arose during the final cooling crystallization. Rog emphatically noted this observation, encircling the segment pertaining to cooling crystallization. After numerous comparisons and validations, he found the panel simulation function to be immensely beneficial for his potion brewing endeavors. The discrepancies between simulation results and experimental outcomes were minimal, primarily attributed to deviations in his practical execution. Given that the simulation indicated failure, there was no need to squander the last of his materials. Rog meticulously re-examined the original formula, confirming that no crucial information was missing. Having invested nearly 1,000 galleons, surely he would not emerge empty-handed? He cast the formula aside and sifted through his previous experimental records for analysis and comparison. The recent operations had shown no major flaws. The sole difference lay in the timing. Rog drew a straight line in his notebook, segmenting it into smaller intervals, then annotating each with the respective hour. He subsequently estimated the completion rates for each experiment, graphing the data in a bar chart. Indeed, the potion brewed at 2100 hours exhibited the brightest silver hue, while that at 12 o'clock fared poorly, ceasing its reaction just as it transformed into a deep blue. Rog clenched his fists in excitement. He had finally grasped the elusive tail of the fox. Given the higher completion rates at night, Rog decided to disregard the daytime experiments and start fresh. A curve appeared before him, ascending with each passing date. A positive correlation. I have finally discerned your hidden secret. Rog gazed out the window, where the remnants of twilight faded and the full moon rose. The better the lunar phase, the higher the completion rate. No wonder it was called the blue moonlight. Rog lamented. How could I have overlooked such an obvious detail? Yet, it was not entirely his fault. not all potion masters openly share their formulas. Within the seemingly innocuous words of a formula, perhaps lay the key to success. Thus, it became evident that potion making was not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. Talent, willpower, galleons, and a reliable mentor were all essential. Damn it, what a pitfall. To brew a potion while considering the lunar phase, do not let me catch you. Rog harbored resentment towards the author, especially since he could not ascertain their name. August 8th marked the waxing crescent, while the 16th would be the full moon. Rog consulted the calendar, realizing that today was also Chishi Festival. What does a single dog celebrate on Chishi? I shall focus on my potion making. Rog took a deep breath to calm himself, clearing his mind of unpleasant emotions, then virtually rehearsed the operational process in his mind. As the moon fully revealed itself outside, Rog opened his eyes and commenced the actual brewing. The pristine silver cauldron was filled with all the ingredients: the luminous bug powder, moonlight dew, and starlight bearberry. He waved his wand, stirring the mixture counterclockwise 7 times with a glass rod. He then raised the heat to boiling, subsequently reducing it evenly to maintain a gentle simmer for 5 minutes until the liquid transformed into a deep blue. Fulgur cadum lumen viosa. Rog waved his wand, removing the cauldron from the fire. After stirring clockwise 3 times, he added the luminous bug powder and swiftly stirred counterclockwise 10 times with vigor. He then returned the cauldron to the fire, continuing to simmer while stirring intermittently until blue-silver steam began to rise. Rog counted the instances of steam escaping, his gaze fixed on the full moon outside. The night was cloudless, and the moonlight was resplendent. 6:51 now. Rog quickly opened the moonlight dew and poured in the starlight bearberry fragments. The penetrating qualities of the moonlight dew rapidly extracted the starlight essence from the bearberry in less than a breath. The moonlight in the glass vial transformed from silvery white to a dazzling silver blue, resplendent enough to reveal the stars suspended within. Rog had no time to admire the beauty of the moonlight dew in the glass vial. He carefully poured it into the cauldron without a single drop wasted. Splendid. Rog swiftly extinguished the flame and flipped the hourglass on his workbench, awaiting the cooling of the potion within the cauldron. 3 minutes later, the cauldron radiated a silver-blue luminescence. Mysterious and enchanting. Rog waved his wand, eagerly yet anxiously watching as the potion gradually crystallized. Under his unwavering gaze, the silver-blue potion fully crystallized before magically transforming into a viscous, smooth fluid. It's done. Rog leaped up in sheer delight, taking a moment to regain his composure. He cautiously transferred the blue moonlight into a test tube, meticulously securing the lid. Simultaneously, the panel underwent a transformation, adding a new section for potions. Rogue Travis. Magic Power, 0623. Mental Power, 12. Talent, Dark Affinity, Strong Will, Night Vision. Skills, Wandless Casting, Advanced Potion Brewing. Potion, Blue Moonlight. Spells, Lumos Flicker LV3, 3650. Guardian Summon LV2, 110. Featherweight Charm LV4, 17100. Clean Slate LV4, 17100. Transfiguration LV1, 01. This is it. At long last, success. Rog raised the potion vial, the moonlight filtering through it, casting a silver-blue hue throughout the room. Starting from scratch, the labor of many days had finally borne the sweet fruit of success. This was not merely the invaluable blue moonlight, but also a significant milestone in his potion-making journey. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test it, eager to feel its potential to enhance his magical prowess. However, there remained one final step before achieving the perfect blue moonlight. Chapter 28. A not insignificant side effect. Bubbles. Rog opened the door, calling out the name of his little sprite. Little master, you have finally succeeded. Bubbles is so delighted for you. Bubbles gazed at the dazzling potion, her eyes sparkling like stars. Rog, congratulations. Jessica, hearing the commotion, descended the stairs and looked at the beautiful blue moonlight in astonishment, her heart swelling with joy for her son. Indeed, mother, I have finally succeeded. Rog enveloped Jessica in a warm embrace, relieved that she no longer had to worry about him being injured by a potion explosion. There's just one last step. Bubbles, please carry that shaking machine to the balcony. Rog indicated towards the nearby, small medical apparatus. The remaining task was to agitate the potion for 6 hours. According to the formula, the blue moonlight could be utilized at this stage. However, the absorption rate would be significantly low, yielding less than 50 effectiveness. If agitated continuously for 6 hours, the viscous fluid would revert to its silver-blue potion state. Very well, little master, I shall prepare it right away. Bubbles fetched the shaking machine and test tube rack, accompanying Rog to the balcony. Rog carefully took out the blue moonlight, the silver-blue potion shimmering even more brilliantly under the bright moonlight. The blue moonlight was secured in the shaking machine, the vortex-style agitation proving more conducive to the fusion of magical energies. Now, all that remained was to wait. Yet, one more task was at hand, to keep an eye on the mischievous Yumi to prevent any disturbances. As Yumi grew, the magical energy within the little cat surged. She darted about, leaping and flying everywhere, causing minor troubles that elicited both affection and annoyance. Bubbles, you must keep a close watch and ensure Yumi does not cause any mischief. Rest assured, my little master, Bubble will guard the blue moonlight with his very life. Bubble declared with a resolute pat on his chest. That need not be the case. If you were to perish, who would run errands for me? Oh, my dear master, you are simply too kind, Bubble exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy at Rog's acknowledgement of his worth. As a house elf, there is no greater honor than to have one's value recognized by their master. Very well, go and rest. I shall watch over Yumi, Jessica urged as she gently nudged Rog away from the balcony. She settled onto the sofa, her gaze fixed on the rocking cradle, lost in thought. At any moment, she could easily replace the muggle contraption with a spell to rock the cradle automatically. Yet, Jessica understood that the torment of Azkaban had stunted her son's magical growth. The blue moonlight before her could only provide a temporary surge in magic, failing to heal Rog's fragile body. The question of his magical development in the days to come remained a pressing concern. She did not hinder Rog from brewing potions, nor did she inform him that magic could assist him. Jessica hoped these muggle tools would unlock new avenues, allowing Rog to advance further along his path as a wizard. With a flick of her wand, a banishing charm soared towards the balcony. Just as Yumi was about to pounce, he was suddenly thrust back, shaking his head in frustration outside the balcony, scratching and biting but unable to breach the barrier. Jessica chuckled softly and summoned a refreshing drink from the refrigerator. Another exhausting week had passed, yet the outcome was quite favorable. After finishing his bath, Rog collapsed onto his bed and drifted off to sleep. He had intended to rest for merely 6 hours before awakening to retrieve the blue moonlight. But fate had other plans. "Oh, what time is it?" Rog mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes and hastily leaping from his bed. "Now, my dear boy, let us see the fruits of your labor," Jessica said, shaking the test tube in her hand, the silver-blue potion glimmering enchantingly even in the daylight. "Thank you, mother. Show me quickly," Rog exclaimed as he hurriedly dressed, eagerly accepting the test tube. "My magic is finally saved." He plunged into Jessica's embrace, momentarily speechless. "So, while the side effects of the blue moonlight are minimal, you must still exercise caution." Yes, I understand. It's not a significant issue," Rog nodded, carefully transferring the blue moonlight into smaller vials. For adult wizards, the blue moonlight could be consumed directly. However, for young wizards, the sudden surge in magic could be perilous. Thus, it was advisable to extend the usage over a span of 30 days. Following each dose, the user would experience drowsiness and hunger, which was entirely normal, as drowsiness heightened mental clarity and enhanced magical power, while food provided vital nourishment to bolster physical health. Considering the more severe side effects associated with other potions, including but not limited to baldness and excessive hair growth, these effects were indeed negligible. The silver-blue potion swirled within the glass vial, casting a mesmerizing sheen. Rog gingerly opened it, allowing the liquid to drip into his mouth. Initially, the blue moonlight brought a refreshing, sweet taste, reminiscent of sipping from a crystal-clear spring. Soon, a warm wave surged from his throat to his brain, and Rog felt as if his entire being had become weightless, floating effortlessly. The surroundings began to warp and twist, walls and furniture gradually melting away. Everything before him elongated and distorted, as if he were ensnared within a kaleidoscope. As the potion's effects intensified, Rog perceived countless specks of light darting before his eyes. A brilliant beam suddenly pierced his mind, as if unlocking a gateway to another realm. In an instant, a myriad of colors flashed before him, transporting him into a wondrous land where the air shimmered with iridescent waves. Countless fantastical creatures danced around him, serenading him with their melodious voices. A profound drowsiness emanated from his brain, spreading through his spine and permeating every nerve and cell. Rog felt as though every inch of his skin was caressed by moonlight, the sensation as gentle as silk. "This child is far too impatient," Jessica mused, cradling her slumbering son, who had only just awakened moments ago. It wasn't until the evening that Rog finally roused from his slumber, stretching and rubbing his eyes in a grand yawn. To speak the truth, he had never experienced such a delightful sleep. Glancing at Yumi, the little creature appeared to be sleeping even more soundly than he was. Sensing the absence of his furry cushion, Yumi grumbled in discontent. Rod, with no time to comfort the cat, hurriedly checked the effects of the blue moonlight. Robe Travis. Magic, 2828. Mental strength, 13. Talents, dark affinity, strong will, night vision. Splendid. An increase from 23 to 28, and my mental strength has risen by 1 point. Rog nodded, reveling in the notion that sleep could enhance his magical prowess. Such a life was indeed splendid. Calculating based on 30 days, the blue moonlight theoretically could augment his magical power by 15 points. Considering the body's potential for developing resistance later on, a conservative estimate would still yield an increase of 10 points. His stomach growled in protest, a reminder that hunger had overwhelmed him, indicating that the side effects were far more pronounced than described in the formula. Chef Bubble had already prepared a delectable feast, serving Rog dish after dish at the table. First, a rich onion cream soup wafted an appetizing aroma that heightened Rog's hunger. Next, a whole roasted chicken, its skin crisp and meat tender, had him drooling as he eagerly seized a drumstick to devour. Mind your manners, Jessica admonished, frowning as she approached to teach her son the proper etiquette for dining. Mom, I'm practically starving. Is that so? Jessica replied, taking her son's hand and wiping it clean with a napkin, placing the knife and fork into his grasp. Chapter 29. Andrew's Troubles. Manners and speed of eating are not mutually exclusive, Jessica remarked as she took a seat opposite Rog. With swift, graceful movements, she cut the roasted meat into small portions, leaving Rog in awe of her dexterity. How did you? He stammered, utterly astonished by Jessica's skill. When we traveled to France for the holidays, I often found myself unsatisfied after meals. Eventually, I devised this method. Ah, do we have relatives in France? One might say so, Jessica replied, choosing not to elaborate as she beckoned Bubble to bring out the side dishes and desserts. After downing a generous bowl of onion soup, warmth radiated through Rog's body. He then indulged in the roasted chicken and beef, their juiciness providing immediate sustenance to his weakened frame, gradually restoring his strength. The dessert that followed was the crowning glory. The sweet and tart flavor of the apple pie filled Rog with immense satisfaction and joy. As he savored the last bite of creamy pudding, he felt as though he had completely regained his vitality. Burp, are you full now? Jessica asked, gazing incredulously at the empty table. Did my son truly consume the equivalent of 3 adult servings? About 8/10 full, Rog replied, sipping apple juice as a warm sensation blossomed in his stomach. I worry about how you will fare at Hogwarts. Jessica expressed her concern, noting that while missing a class could be excused, insufficient nourishment could hinder his physical development. Is the food at school really that inadequate? Generally, it should suffice, but dear son, do you believe that a typical young wizard could consume this much? Jessica shook her head, reluctantly revealing the secret she knew. Beneath the school's great hall lies the kitchen of House Elves, with the entrance opposite Hufflepuff. If you find yourself hungry in the middle of the night, you may visit there for a snack. I truly hope you are sorted into Hufflepuff, just like your mother. However, it will ultimately depend on the sorting hat, Jessica concluded, anticipating Rog's inquiry about the sorting hat, only to discover that he had already ventured outside to play with Diana. As the remaining days gradually became more leisurely, I spent my waking hours reviewing textbooks, subsequently satiating my increasingly voracious appetite with delectable food, until August 27th, when Andrew called for help from the financial district. Mr. Roger, you must come to my aid. Andrew pleaded on the other end, his voice lowered, as a series of heavy knocks resounded through the receiver. Tell me your location. St. Mary Axe, London Financial Center. Suis 3200. Roger, hurry. Given the urgency of the situation, there was no need for further discussion over the phone. Roger abruptly hung up, calling out Bubbles prepare the car. While he could have opted for Bubbles to use apparition to transport him to the financial district, such a choice might alarm the Ministry of Magic and potentially expose Thompson's clandestine borrowing of galleons. Roger preferred to resolve the matter through Muggle means. What is the matter? Jessica inquired, observing her son's furrowed brow as she handed him his coat. Andrew's in trouble. Wizards? Muggles? What do you mean by Muggles? Bring your wand. Don't worry, Mom. Roger nodded, donning the bespoke suit he had ordered from Naples. A Maybach 500 SEL, equipped with a V8 engine and a 4-speed automatic transmission, awaited outside, capable of accelerating from 0 to 60 in 6.9 seconds. To the financial center, Roger instructed. Understood, young master. Please hold on. Bubbles floated in midair, manipulating the steering wheel and pedals with magic. Commencing simulation. 1. You arrive at the financial center, only to be expelled by Andrew's Muggle assailants. 2. You wave your wand, casting a memory charm on them. 3. The Ministry detects magical fluctuations, and senior aurors arrive to escort you back for questioning. 4 Downing Street is highly displeased with wizardly interference in Muggle financial markets, prompting an investigation by the Ministry. Magical energy insufficient. Simulation halted. What? Roger exclaimed, glancing at the panel. There should still be 33 points of magical energy remaining. How could it suddenly be inadequate? He rubbed his temples, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The first 2 simulations had consumed a total of 1 point, if the 5th simulation required 4 points. Damn it. Roger glared at the button, realizing that the energy consumption for the simulation function followed an exponential curve. A mere glance at the exponent could lead to catastrophe, even if he summoned McDermott. It would be impossible to infinitely explore the potential branches of fate. Roger grasped the staggering cost of touching the threads of destiny. Every step forward demanded an unpredictable price. Just as he sighed, the car came to a steady halt in front of the financial center. The doorman, upon seeing the luxury vehicle at the foot of the stairs, swiftly opened the glass door, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the young boy stepping out. At just 11 years old, Roger was still in the early years of his education in the Muggle world. The doorman longed to inquire about the boy's parents, but thought better of it, stifling the question as he noted the confidence radiating from Roger's youthful visage. Aware of the implications of his age, Roger turned to instruct Bubbles to summon Thompson. If he was to reap dividends, he could not merely sit idly by. Take me to the 32nd floor. Child, my post is here. Roger patted his pockets, wishing he could hurl a stack of Elizabeths at the doorman. However, his pockets were empty. What respectable person would carry items in the pocket of a suit? You have no idea what you're missing, Roger remarked, smirking as he disregarded the doorman. He stepped into the elevator, rising on tiptoe to reach the floor button. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have been tempted to use his wand. Little one, which floor are you going to find your parents? Inquired a lady in black stockings, crouching down to address the adorable Roger. The 32nd floor, thank you. No need to thank me. The lady in black stockings raised her hand to assist him in pressing the button. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered which prominent figure Roger belonged to. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a throng of individuals was seen clustered across the way. Several burly men jostled against the door, inadvertently revealing firearms tucked at their waists. Andrew, open the door. Not a chance. You bloodthirsty beasts. My transaction is legal. Damn Rothschilds and Morgans, a bunch of sore losers. Andrew retorted loudly from behind the door, his voice echoing through the corridor. He paced anxiously in his office while the 4 hired bodyguards braced against the door, preventing the intruders from breaking in. If it's legal, why not discuss it? Discuss? Do you think I'm a fool? HMRC, CIT, MI5, NCA, and Interpol. Do you think I'm naive? You merely want to arrest me and seize my funds. Not a chance. Boss, why didn't you mention Interpol? One of the bodyguards interjected, realizing the financial sector was a high-risk domain. None of your concern. Hold the line. But we can't hold on any longer. The bald bodyguard wiped his brow, panting heavily. Chapter 30 requires translation into English. They're going to take me away. U1TC is sending your wages. As long as the boss arrives, your salaries and bonuses will double. Upon hearing Andrew's words, the 4 guards exchanged glances, resolutely bracing against the onslaught outside. Excuse me, could you make way? Roger, already aware of the consequences of revealing his wizarding identity, contemplated alternative solutions. Child, go play elsewhere. The woman with the badge, Sophia, waved her hand, urging Roger not to approach. I'm here to see Andrew. Oh, you're Andrew S.'s son? Alia exclaimed, surprised, attempting to grab him. No, I'm Andrew S. Boss. Roger brushed aside the woman's hand, solemnly asserting his identity. You Andrew S. Boss? Sophia chuckled. All right, young boss. May I ask you to go elsewhere? This is adult business. Not suitable for you. I'd rather not, but Andrew has landed himself in trouble. Roger shrugged, prompting Sophia to ponder. Since you can't break down the door, why not let me give it a try? Perhaps a mere shout will prompt him to welcome us in. The surrounding adults fell silent, parting to allow Roger passage. Andrew, open the door. Not a chance, Mr. Roger. Step aside. Andrew burst forth, pushing past the bodyguards in a frantic rush. Mr. Roger, you finally arrived. Andrew nearly collapsed at Roger's feet, his voice trembling as he tightly grasped Roger's hand. The bodyguards felt a tinge of disappointment. They had anticipated encountering a formidable figure from the financial district, only to find a mere child who had just outgrown his diapers. All right, I've got this. Roger reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, comforting him as one would a small child. The others stood in bewilderment, contemplating whether the roles had been reversed. Roger, what's the urgency in summoning me? Thompson suddenly appeared in the corridor, leaving the Muggles wondering who he was and when he had arrived. "Are you this child's guardian?" Sophia inquired softly. No, no, no. Thompson vehemently shook his head, firmly denying that claim. "Thompson is my partner. Since you're looking for Andrew, please come in. The leader may enter, while the others should step outside." Rog's tone is unwavering, exuding an authority that brooks no dissent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rod Travis, and Andrew is the asset manager of our family. This is Thompson, an employee at a prominent financial institution. Young Rog, I am Sophia, representing the NCA." Sophia searches her mind for prominent family funds, but finds none under the name Travis. "NCA?" Rog raises an eyebrow, inquiring about the acronym. "The National Crime Agency, primarily focused on combating significant economic crimes," Sophia elucidates. "Significant economic crimes?" Rog takes his seat at the head, surveying the room. "So, you believe Mr. Andrew's financial transactions are criminal in nature, extracting billions in profits with minimal capital. We have reason to suspect that there is transnational crime at play." Although Aaliyah is puzzled by the dynamics among them, she is unperturbed by the idea of taking the child back. "We ask that Mr. Andrew accompany us to the station for questioning, along with you and Thompson. Our Team S operations are entirely lawful and compliant, and we can provide documentation of transaction origins and funds flow." Rog gestures for Andrew to remain silent. "The others are here to stir trouble and are unconcerned with your trivial matters." "Rog, I merely raised my wand for Thompson," but Rog shook his head. "May I inquire who this lady is?" "A representative of the U.S. SEC stationed in the UK. "The U.S.? Rog furrows his brow, casting a reproachful glance at Andrew. "Can you not even afford a translator?" Laughter erupts in the room from the British contingent, mocking the Americans' clumsy pronunciation. Yet they dare not offend the Americans. As someone brazenly ridicules Aaliyah, the others feel a sense of delight. "My time is precious. I suggest your commission send someone less eccentric." "Eccentric?" Aaliyah suddenly stands, taken aback by the venom in what appear to be the child's innocent words. The others in the room, all proud Union Jack citizens, watch her with a gleeful sense of schadenfreude, their gazes filled with derision, as if ready to brand her with the label of eccentricity. "Wait for it," Aaliyah retorts fiercely, slamming the door behind her. "Americans always seem to have such long reach. This is the financial district, not Wall Street. However, I doubt she would dare be so audacious on Wall Street, barking like a mad dog." So Rod pauses, curious. "Why do you wish to arrest the upstanding Mr. Andrew? He belongs to a legitimate, underprivileged social group. Are you intent on dragging an innocent citizen into a dark cell, torturing him into confessing to a myriad of crimes, before sending him a bullet to justify lining your own pockets? Can you truly bear to do such a thing?" "Child, I believe you are mistaken," Sophia hastily interjects, but Rog does not allow her to continue. "Mistaken? Madam, then what brings you here?" "It is Aaliyah. Andrew's betting amounts are considerable, causing distress to others." "Others? Rothschild and Morgan, perhaps?" Rog overhears Andrew's curses from outside, astonished that the other party in the wager is them. "These disgraceful capitalists." He questions on behalf of Andrew in this city where capital never sleeps. "I understand your regulatory duties, but please comprehend the plight of ordinary citizens. They feast on lavish meals while we impoverished souls struggle for a mere chicken leg." Rog implores, focus on those powerful elites and officials exploiting legal loopholes, rather than continuously burdening the downtrodden among us. "The impoverished?" The crowd exchanges glances. Who in the financial district does not know of Andrew's wagers against the two major institutions? Profiting handsomely? If that constitutes an impoverished individual, what do they represent? "Andrew, since they do not wish to allow us to thrive, let us seek out Oppenheimer. Stanley will inform them to play the big game." Rog replies calmly, "Let all remaining funds be used to bet against the pound, and drive that damn currency down to the depths of hell. Let the Prime Minister and his Chancellor explain themselves to the electorate." "Mr. Rog, please remain composed." Sophia quickly interjects, "We are merely conducting a standard investigation. There is no need to escalate matters." "Standard investigation? Yet I heard MI5 mentioned. Are there officers graduates from Cambridge? Soviet spies? Merely because someone expresses skepticism about the Soviet Union warrants their arrest. That is MI6. We are MI5. We have no Soviet spies." A man standing at the door suddenly interjects, startling everyone. "Is that so? If you are so noble, why don't you go to Wall Street? That is the stronghold for shorting the Soviet Union. Also, are you certain this operation is compliant?" Rog slams his hand on the table, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The group exchanges looks, none daring to assert their compliance. They have come because the powerless Andrew rejected the overtures of financial tycoons. If you believe Andrew is defenseless, let me inform you that he is backed by Travis. Chapter 31. King S. Cross Station. "Travis? The Muggles exchange glances, having never heard of this surname in the UK. Go back and inquire among those involved in mysterious affairs. Rog leans back slightly, entirely unhopeful they will grasp the significance of wizards behind it all. Are you still waiting for me to treat you to coffee? At Rog's reprimand, the group shuffles out, their spirits deflated. Employees of the financial building can only watch from afar, speculating about what transpired behind the closed wooden door. Mr. Rog, I sincerely apologize. I will handle this appropriately. The funds will surely be discreetly transferred to your name. Forget it. Since it has already been exposed, there is no need to hide. Rog shakes his head. How much profit did we make this time? After deducting the hefty interest, there remains 5 billion. Andrew promptly reports, a hint of pride in his tone. So much. Thompson regrets not taking action sooner. Had he known, he would have emptied the Ministry of Magic to engage personally. Cousin, you also have a profit of 1 billion. I nearly forgot. Handle the preliminaries properly, and you will receive your dividends as agreed. No problem. Andrew quickly affirms. Not all wizards resolve issues the way Rog does with Muggle methods. For instance, his cousin Thompson's first reaction to Muggle pressure is to raise his wand. Thompson, ensure the Ministry of Magic's galleons are handled well, and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Also, regarding the conversion of Muggle currency to galleons, the volume is substantial. But I will consider a solution. Yes, you must put in more effort. If possible, aim to secure the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer as soon as you can. Chancellor? Do you wish to remain a mere clerk for life? With so many Muggle currencies, can you manage to exchange them given your position and capabilities? I understand. However, Rog, the magical community, simply cannot absorb such a vast amount of funds. Broaden your perspective. This world is not confined to Britain, and Gringotts is not solely located in Diagon Alley. Identify the right opportunity, ideally exchanging simultaneously to prevent the goblins from catching wind of anything. I understand. If the exchange cannot be completed, Thompson rubs his nose. Although his share is considerable, it pales in comparison to Rog's. Well then, Andrew, any excess funds should be utilized to establish an investment company. I will be attending Hogwarts next month. If there are matters to discuss, you may contact Jessica. Rogue waved his wand, casting a spell of rejuvenation upon Andrew. The Soviet Union is on the brink of collapse, and the Iron Curtain has vanished. I know the bamboo curtain will fall too. Are you an imbecile? Rogue scolded him. Is there an even larger market than that? If the python swallows the elephant and survives, we should be thankful. All that remains is to retreat and digest slowly. If anyone approaches you for investment, dismiss them all without my command. I understand. I will handle everything properly on your behalf, awaiting your orders. Andrew wiped the sweat from his brow. If he botched even the operations, what use would he be? He followed closely behind Rogue, while others gazed in astonishment at the child walking in their midst. Andrew's team arrived in full force, a cohort of financial elites from prestigious institutions accompanying him to escort Rogue downstairs. The merciless realm of finance cares little for morality or age. Money is the sole truth. The doorman, witnessing a throng surrounding the child as they filed out, couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had missed a golden opportunity. This bottle of Macallan from 1926 is a gift for you. Accept it and celebrate with your team. Rogue offered the whiskey to Andrew before departing the financial district with Thompson. The daily life of a wizard is as mundane as that of an ordinary person, and for Rogue, it was particularly tedious. Eat, then sleep, sleep, then eat. He increasingly felt like a languid dragon. Jessica measured her son's height, delighted to see him grow a few more inches. On September 1st, Rogue remained sound asleep. While Bubble called out loudly, "Young master, it's time to rise. If we don't hurry, we will miss the train to Hogwarts." But what time is it? Rogue glanced at his wristwatch, realizing there were still 4 hours until the 11 o'clock departure. Quick, gather your things. I've had bubble-packed breakfast for you to eat on the train, Jessica urged. King's Cross Station, Platform 9, and... Are you ready to depart? I'm ready. Rogue leaped up and high-fived Jessica. With the inconspicuous expandable bag, gifted by Elvin, I'm not. Stop spreading falsehoods. Rogue's luggage was particularly minimalist. An old-fashioned backpack contained textbooks and tools. A vintage leather satchel housed the newly purchased Snowy Owl, Selly, and a trunk held his school uniforms. With Jessica thoughtfully preparing several formal outfits for him. Let us set off, Rogue exclaimed, taking Jessica's hand as they boarded the car to the station. King's Cross Station, a classic edifice from the last century. Rogue, lugging his luggage, internally grumbled about its overwhelming historical gravitas, akin to the grandeur of this Maybach. Do you remember our platform? Jessica reminded her son once more, lest he forget. Platform 9, and I remember. Rogue pointed to the wall between platforms 9 and 10, where young wizards occasionally collided with the wall, disappearing. Mom, I bet the employees of the Ministry of Magic here have a tough job, Rogue remarked sympathetically, envisioning many ordinary folks witnessing this spectacle only to be subjected to a forgetting charm. Their salaries are relatively higher. They earn their keep, Jessica replied, holding her son's hand as they stepped onto the platform. A deep crimson steam engine rested beside the platform, bearing a golden plaque. Hogwarts Express, 5972. Oh dear. What's wrong? Why the sudden sigh? Jessica looked at Rogue in confusion, while nearby first years were buzzing with excitement at the sight of the express. Mom, don't you think it's too old? Rogue mused. Rather than appearing here, it should be donated to a museum outside. A nearly 200-year-old train, still in motion, is quite remarkable. Jessica smiled gently at his observation. While its exterior may seem outdated, it carries the beautiful imaginations of every child stepping into this magical world. Its historical value far surpasses its physical form, serving as a bond connecting each generation of Hogwarts students. Thus, we take care to maintain it. Moreover, this train is imbued with magic, a feat far beyond mere technological creation. Jessica patiently explained as she guided him onto the express. Rogue turned back and embraced Jessica, reluctant to let go. Having traversed time, the mother and son had never been apart for long. The thought of months without seeing each other cast a shadow over their expressions. Now, other young wizards are watching. Don't be embarrassed, Jessica said, crouching down to look at him, kissing his cheek. Hurry up and board. Remember to take plenty of photos at school and have Selly send them back. I will, Mom. I'll miss you, Rogue nodded, his heart heavy. I will miss you too. Now, prepare to embrace life at Hogwarts. Jessica stifled her tears, smiling as she watched her son board the train. She observed Rogue settling his belongings, and they waved goodbye through the window. Jessica turned away, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Be careful, child, Jessica exclaimed. I'm sorry, Ma, am, Harry replied awkwardly, adjusting his glasses. Chapter 32, Sleeping Beauty. It's all right. Come this way to avoid being bumped into by those coming in, Jessica said with a smile, helping him push his luggage aside. What a beautiful snowy owl, Jessica exclaimed upon seeing the owl perched atop the luggage cart. Ma, am, her name is Hedwig, Harry replied, blushing. Is that so? She must be a splendid companion. Jessica smiled. My son has a snowy owl as well. Her name is Celeritas, but we all call her Selly, hoping she can be as swift as the wind. As Harry stepped away from the entrance, Ron rushed in. Oh, how amazing is this? Ron exclaimed, looking at Harry with excitement. Indeed, it feels like a dream, Harry nodded, marveling at the wonder of the magical world. Jessica watched the two boys enthusiastically discussing, a smile spreading across her face. Young wizards should live joyfully and vibrantly like them, rather than solely studying magic every day. The sounds of laughter reminded her of Rogue, stirring a twinge of melancholy within her. Ron, step aside and don't block this lady's way. Mrs. Weasley entered with Ginny, pulling him aside. No worries, Jessica smiled. I wish you all health and happiness at Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley gazed at Jessica's retreating figure, lost in thought. What is wrong, Mom? Ron inquired curiously. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Now hurry up and get on board. Mrs. Weasley urged them to move quickly. Rogue sat in the carriage, having arrived early enough that he was alone in the compartment, enjoying his breakfast. Excuse me, may I sit here? A chubby little wizard shyly asked as he approached. Of course, please do, Rogue nodded, noticing the boy's round face. If not for his slight stutter, he would be quite adorable. Neville Longbottom. This is my pet toad, he said, seemingly forgetting the toad's name as he scratched his head, staring blankly at the creature in his hands. Hey, Rogue warned, watching the toad prepare to leap away. Your toad is about to escape. Startled from his reverie, Neville quickly expressed his gratitude. Thanks. I've always been a bit forgetful. Right, his name is Trevor. My Uncle Algy gave him to me. Leaf, a splendid name indeed. Rogan nodded, harboring a slight aversion to toads. Yet he found himself quite taken by Neville. Both of Neville's parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and on the eve of victory, they were captured by Bellatrix, who mercilessly tortured them with the Cruciatus Curse until their minds fractured. At that time, Neville was merely a year old, a witness to the horrific ordeal. The wizard who rescued them had to employ a memory charm to erase that traumatic recollection, which inadvertently rendered Neville exceedingly forgetful. Perhaps it requires a formidable spirit to overcome such tribulations and rediscover the truth. After finishing his meal, Rogan elegantly dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Truth? Neville gazed quizzically at Rogan, as if a significant matter had slipped his mind. I'm going to rest now. Would you mind if I draw the curtain halfway? Without awaiting Neville's response, Rogan produced a blue potion and proceeded to draw the curtain. All right. Neville regarded him with a hint of curiosity, wondering if Rogan intended to sleep. Unbothered by Neville's scrutiny, Rogan consumed the potion, and shortly thereafter, his eyelids began to flutter. He fought against the drowsiness, retrieving a blanket from his bag and draping it over himself. Neville stared in astonishment at Rogan, who had succumbed to slumber in the blink of an eye. "Hello. Is anyone here?" A brown-haired girl entered, furrowing her brow as she beheld Rogan sprawled across the entire sofa, and inquired of Neville. "Please have a seat." Neville quickly rose to welcome the young witch. "Thank you, I am Hermione. Hermione Granger," she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Everywhere else is full. She observed the boy beneath the blanket, puzzled as to whether he, too, was a first-year student who had fallen asleep without even beginning the journey. Was attending Hogwarts truly so dull? "His name is Neville," he said, glancing at the ceiling and sheepishly scratching his head. "I seem to have forgotten to ask for his name." "Hermione, this is my pet. His name is Leaf." Hermione looked at Neville's pet with a touch of discomfort and managed a strained smile. "Leaf? What a lovely toad." With Rogan monopolizing the opposite sofa, Hermione reluctantly took a seat beside Neville. Fortunately, Leaf was quite tranquil, not triggering the young witch's aversion. The train's whistle sounded loudly, yet it failed to rouse Rogan from his deep slumber. Hermione looked at him and jested. "It seems he has little interest in Hogwarts. Perhaps we should call him Sleeping Beauty." "Sleeping Beauty? I believe I've heard that name before." Neville pondered for a moment before explaining to Rogan. "I think he's sleeping so soundly due to the potion." Neville described to Hermione the silver-blue potion Rogan had consumed, which shimmered with a liquid that flowed like the Milky Way. "I haven't seen such a potion in magical potions and elixirs." Hermione frowned, contemplating whether the boy across from her had ingested a high-level potion. "What?" Neville gazed at Hermione in confusion. "The textbook for our first-year potions class. Haven't you looked at it?" "Ah, isn't that for class?" Neville queried, bewildered as to why one would need to study in advance. Through their exchange, Hermione realized Neville was exceedingly forgetful. She shifted the topic away from magic and began to recount amusing anecdotes regarding their acceptance letters. In the midst of their conversation, Neville's toad went missing, prompting him to frantically call out, "Leaf? Where are you, Leaf?" Perhaps he ran on his Sleeping Beauty, Hermione suggested, pointing at Rogan, indicating Neville should check there. Hey, Neville called out several times, poking him, yet Rogan remained utterly still. "He can't be dead, can he?" Neville's face turned pale with fear as he stepped back. "No, look, his stomach is still rising and falling." Hermione rolled her eyes at Neville, who was behaving like a coward. "He's merely in a deep sleep." Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck Hermione. In fairy tales, Sleeping Beauty requires a prince's kiss to awaken. Why not give him a kiss? Perhaps he will wake up. Neville shook his head vigorously. "The tale says it's the princess who kisses the prince." "That's not right. You must be mistaken." Hermione regarded the befuddled boy and decided to abandon the fairy tale. "All right, why don't you turn him over and check?" Neville complied with Hermione's direction, nearly dropping Rogan onto the floor, yet ultimately failed to locate the elusive toad. Perhaps Leaf wandered into another compartment. "Let's split up and search," Hermione proposed. "We'll each take a side. Surely we will find Leaf." Neville nodded, realizing this wasn't the first time Leaf had gone missing. He always managed to find his way back. The train, billowing white smoke, continued its journey toward the Scottish Highlands. Despite the presence of a slumbering companion, fate intervened, allowing Hermione to encounter Harry and Ron. In the end, they still could not locate Leaf. As the lights in the compartment flickered on one by one, Hermione and Neville reluctantly returned to their seats. Chapter 33, Grindelwald's Postcard. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger." Hermione regarded Rogan, who had just awakened from his nap, reproaching him for his behavior. "You occupied half the compartment, making it difficult for other first years to find seat." Hermione. Rogan, still groggy, momentarily failed to grasp the situation. He looked at the girl before him and marveled at the coincidence. By all that is good, he had merely chosen a compartment at random and had arrived first. Could it be I drank Felix Felicis? Rogan suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Hermione. "My apologies, I just recalled something about potions," he offered with an apologetic smile. Rogan. "Travers. Potions?" Hermione regarded him, unreservedly inquiring. "Is that the potion that turns you into Sleeping Beauty?" "Sleeping Beauty?" Rogan echoed in confusion, pondering when he had acquired such a nickname. "We see you sleeping so soundly, just like a fairy tale Sleeping Beauty." Neville nodded, seeking confirmation from Rogan. "Rogan, isn't it a princess who kisses the prince awake?" Rogan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What tale is this? I've never heard of it. Is there a book? Let me see. Who knows? Fairy tales are all deceptive anyway." Rogan noticed Hermione's awkward expression, unaware of her thoughts. "Let's not digress. You mentioned potions earlier. Why not enlighten us?" Hermione settled into the sofa, her gaze carrying a hint of judgment. Having arrived at Hogwarts alone, she could only prove her worth through intelligence and diligence. Coupled with her unyielding demeanor, it might make her come across as unapproachable to her fellow wizards. Fortunately, she was accompanied by Rogan and Neville. Otherwise, she might have faced exclusion before even reaching the school. Felix Felicis, a potion that brings good fortune. Hermione pondered for a moment, realizing she had never encountered it in her readings. She had to concede that her knowledge of advanced potions was quite limited. However, Hermione was not one to easily concede defeat. A name alone does not equate to the ability to brew it. You are right, but I do know it is part of the Newt Potion syllabus. When a wizard drinks this golden elixir, they experience a sensation of exhilarating speed. The recipe is quite complex, requiring a full 6 months to brew, Rogan observed, watching Hermione's expression as she gradually faltered. Miss Know-It-All, perhaps you should consider perusing some advanced potion texts. Hermione glared at Rogan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't be upset. I'll treat you both to some snacks, Rogan said, patting his stomach, which was growing increasingly ravenous. He approached the saleswoman and swiftly cleared the shelves of pumpkin pies, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and cauldron cakes. Dear, you're the second person today to empty the shelves, the saleswoman exclaimed, accepting the galleons that Rog offered. But you refused to give me a discount, Rog sighed, casting a regretful glance that left the dear saleswoman feeling rather bashful. Very well, my dear. I can offer you an extra chocolate frog. Based on my years of collecting trading cards, the wizard inside is undoubtedly rare. The saleswoman handed the chocolate frog to Rog, hoping to soothe the little wizard's grievances against her. He unwrapped it, and the chocolate frog immediately leaped out, only to be caught mid-air. As Rog bit down on the frog's head, chocolate began to ooze from the severed neck. It's merely chocolate, no need for formality. In the midst of Hermione's horrified gaze, Rog licked his lips, acknowledging that the chocolate frogs from the magical realm indeed possessed a unique charm. Rog, Neville's pet toad has gone missing. What are you doing? A toad, you say? Neville won't mind, Rog replied, tearing open the packaging, revealing a card featuring a dark wizard. It was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard imprisoned in the highest cell of Nurmengard. In no time, Hermione and Neville were captivated by the character depicted on the card, huddling around Grindelwald to discuss the descriptions inscribed upon it. Hermione glanced up casually, only to discover that Rog had consumed half of his snacks. Judging by his appearance, it was evident that the remaining half would scarcely satisfy him. Ugh, Rog retched. How could there be a nosebleed flavor in those beans? I swear, I shall never eat another Bertie Bott's bean in my life. He was no Forrest Gump. Why should he care what flavor the next chocolate would be? If the manufacturers couldn't manage their production lines, it was not his concern to manage his purse. That's fake, Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, noting that Grindelwald's profile claimed he had dueled with Dumbledore. It must be true. Just look at this. Neville chimed in, pulling out his collection of cards to reveal a card of Professor Dumbledore. In 1945, he defeated Grindelwald, discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood, and made significant advancements in alchemy with his partner Nicholas Flamel. It truly is him, Hermione gasped, while Neville clutched the card of the dark wizard with fervor. Nicholas Flamel? For a time, I confused him with von Manstein. Rog nodded, admitting he had indeed misremembered. Hey, von Manstein was a Nazi officer. Hermione looked up at Rog. Your knowledge of European history leaves much to be desired. Well, I think von Manstein rolls off the tongue better than Nicholas Flamel, Rog replied, popping the last cauldron cake in his mouth, patting his only partially filled stomach. Rog, would you consider trading me your Grindelwald card for all my cards? Neville asked cautiously. Ahem, Neville, you shouldn't assert that Grindelwald is mine. He belongs to Professor Dumbledore. Rog glanced at the cards Neville produced, all featuring common figures from the British magical community. It seemed that Grindelwald, being the continental dark wizard with his unique connection to Dumbledore, made his cards exceptionally rare and valuable in the British magical realm. It's a fair trade. I have no reason to decline. However, you should consider that these cards have taken you a long time to collect. It's fine. I have duplicates of all these cards. I have 8 cards of Dumbledore. Neville eagerly offered his cards to Rog, carefully tucking away Grindelwald. Rod nodded, likening this to certain game skins from his previous life. What was unattainable for some might be as common as cabbage in another realm, even given away for free. Indeed, quite like cabbage. Rog flipped through the packaging of the chocolate frog he had just opened, discovering 3 cards of Dumbledore. Perhaps in the German magical community, Dumbledore was the rarest of all. Neville, you must keep those safe. Do not let the headmaster see them, Rog said meaningfully, igniting Hermione's curiosity. Rog, could there be a story between the greatest white wizard and Grindelwald? Hermione speculated, weaving a fantastical narrative in her mind. Perhaps not a story, but an incident? However, I can tell you they once shared a blood pact. Rog marveled at her keen intuition. Perhaps women truly were born detectives. A blood pact? What is that? Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There is a secret between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Chapter 34. Hello, Hogwarts. Not quite a secret, Rog mused, but decided to leave the matter undiscussed for now. Why? Before Rog could respond, the Hogwarts Express arrived at the station. The whistle blew, and outside, voices urged the little wizards to disembark. All right, first years this way, Hagrid called, holding a lantern high, his half-giant stature making him exceedingly noticeable, even taller than the train itself. The upperclassmen opened the carriage doors, reminding the newcomers not to bring their luggage down. Come on, follow me. Hagrid beckoned from the front, signaling the little wizards to follow. To speak frankly, Hagrid's path was rather treacherous, dark, and slippery. The irony was that although he held a lantern, much of the light was obstructed by his massive frame. Were it not for Rog's night vision, he would have genuinely worried about slipping. The other little wizards followed the crowd fearfully, anxious about getting lost at any turn. Hermione. You know Lumos, right? Rog whispered, gesturing her wand. Of course. Hermione proudly lifted her chin and waved her wand, uttering the incantation. Soon, a bright light emanated from the tip of her wand, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The illumination eased Neville's anxiety, allowing him to finally release his grip on Rog's robe. This is a foundational spell for first years. If you review it beforehand, you'll find it quite manageable, Hermione said with a hint of pride, akin to a swan lifting its neck. I wish I could, but my wand was confiscated. Rog shrugged, hoping for its swift return. I don't believe you. Hermione turned her head, raising her wand as she walked ahead. In truth, Rog had brought an old wand as a precaution, and besides, he could perform magic without one. However, he regretted that his proficiency in Lumos had inadvertently reached level 3. Should he use it, half the forest might illuminate. What the headmaster or Voldemort took notice. Rog shook his head, reminding himself to focus on his studies and refrain from seeking mischief. Matters of blood and tears were best left to others. His role was merely to assist in gathering the spoils. For in a boat, Hagrid finally led them over the rugged path, where a fleet of small boats adorned with lanterns awaited at the dock. For people, symbolizing the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Hermione declared confidently, to which Rog nodded in agreement. He too had perused the book Hermione mentioned, understanding that this represented the path traversed by the 4 founders. Are you familiar with the 4 houses of the school? Rog asked, sitting at the back of the boat. Without waiting for Hermione to respond, he continued, Slytherin is home to pure blood wizards, cunning and shrewd. Ravenclaw has many diligent students, and I'm quite fond of learning too. Gryffindor is known for its brave little wizards, while Hufflepuff has the largest number, characterized by humility and hard work. Hermione, which house do you wish to join? Ravenclaw? I don't know. Hermione hesitated, uncertain of her choice. From Rog's description, it seemed that Ravenclaw was quite appealing. Let's simulate. Rog closed his eyes. 1. You suggest to Hermione that she is more suited for Ravenclaw. 2. During the sorting ceremony, Hermione is placed into Gryffindor. Yet again, a simulation unfolds. 1. You challenge Hermione, urging her to compete with you for the top spot in their year at Ravenclaw. 2. Hermione agrees, yet she is sorted by the sorting hat into Gryffindor. 1. You remind Hermione that the mysterious figure lurks within Gryffindor's ranks. 2. Hermione, filled with trepidation, but the sorting hat perceives her to possess the courage akin to a lion. Regardless of Rog's actions, Hermione's placement in Gryffindor remains unchanged. Gazing at the majestic castle in the distance, Rog cannot help but acknowledge the extent of Headmaster Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts. Perhaps even while he dozed on the train, Dumbledore had already chosen companions for Harry. And what of me? Is this mere coincidence? Rog looks towards Neville at the bow of the boat. This forgetful gentleman is also the child of prophecy. The old man's predetermined pairings cannot be thwarted. Rog shakes his head, suddenly feeling naive. The trajectory of fate is as solid as iron. It cannot be altered on a whim. Dumbledore orchestrates events from shadows. And how different is he from a mere drop of water within the tide of destiny? Past writings suggest the sorting hat possesses the ability to delve into the souls and thoughts of students, thereby assigning them to their respective houses. He has yet to experience this, lacking any profound insights. As for the mental occlusion technique, he has limited avenues to learn it at all. Were an 11-year-old wizard to master such an art, I imagine Dumbledore would deem them possessed by Voldemort and swiftly deliver a curse. The boat glides gently across the tranquil black lake, and under the moonlight, Hogwarts Castle gradually reveals itself, with its towering astronomy tower and illuminated windows, lending it an air of mystery and grandeur. Neville leans over the bow, his mouth agape in excitement as he gazes at Hogwarts in awe. Hey, hello. I'm Hermione. Hermione takes the initiative to greet the witch sharing the boat. Hello. My name is Eilina. The witch lifts her head, displaying a radiant smile. Together, she and Hermione hold their guiding lanterns, marveling at the magnificence of Hogwarts Castle. As for our Mr. Rog, he is indifferent to Hogwarts' splendor. His sole concern lies in whether the forthcoming feast will satiate his hunger. The journey from London to the Scottish Highlands has left him both weary and famished. Perhaps next time he returns home, Bubble can whip up some Chinese cuisine. Rog's spirit still belongs to his homeland. He clings to the habit of drinking hot water, yet the absence of authentic Chinese food leaves a lingering ache in his heart. Come Christmas, he will indulge in twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, hot and sour soup, and soup dumplings. Just the thought of it makes his stomach grumble audibly. Rod, I suspect there's a dragon hidden in your belly, Hermione teases, having overheard the sounds. Perhaps there truly is, Rog nonchalantly replies, reclining backward to gaze at the starry sky. Miss Granger, why do you insist on giving me nicknames? Sleeping Beauty, the belly of a hidden dragon. Rog looks at Hermione, curious about what she will come up with next. Sleeping Beauty? Eilina turns to Rog, her face a picture of perplexity. After half a month of treatment under the blue moonlight, Rog's physique has notably improved. However, compared to Neville, he still appears somewhat frail. Yet, in the presence of beauty, this is of little consequence. Even when reclining lazily at the rear of the boat, his countenance can be quite striking. Eilina, I'll let you in on a secret. Hermione whispers conspiratorially to the young witch. Eilina bursts into giggles, surprised that someone actually fell asleep on the train. Miss Granger, Rog sighs, hopelessly requesting, could you perhaps maintain silence like a lady? I would rather not have this nickname spread throughout Hogwarts. A gentleman who lacks decorum certainly does not merit a lady's respect, Hermione retorts, tugging Eilina along. Look, Hogwarts is here. Neville joyfully interrupts them, having been fixated on the castle, blissfully unaware of their conversation. Neville, shouldn't you inform the professors at school that your pet, Trevor, is missing? Hermione queries, puzzled by his apparent lack of concern. Trevor. Yes, Trevor is lost. Neville suddenly exclaims, then mutters to himself, Trevor will find his way back on his own. However, this time, Neville is less certain, considering the black lake separating Hogwarts from the train station. Letting the little toad hop to school alone might wear him out. Let us go. Perhaps Trevor will arrive at Hogwarts before we do, Rog reassures. Chapter 35. The Sorting Ceremony. The young witches and wizards pass through the grand oak doors, navigating the staircase until they spot Professor McGonagall waiting for them outside the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall greets each young wizard warmly and explains the forthcoming procedures. Shortly, they will pass through the doors to meet their new classmates, but before seating, they must determine their respective houses. Upon hearing McGonagall mention the sorting hat, all the young witches and wizards listen intently. Rog gazes eagerly at the professor, wondering when he will receive his wand back after enrollment. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest points will be awarded the House Cup. Just as Professor McGonagall is about to finish her speech, a croaking toad is spotted on the stairs. Neville immediately recognizes it as the missing Trevor. Trevor, he exclaims with delight, rushing forward to scoop up the small toad. How did you know? Hermione asks Rog in surprise, her voice barely above a whisper. Eilina, standing nearby, also appears curious. Could Rog possess the gift of prophecy? Don't look at me. I was merely speculating, Rog replies, casting a glance at Professor McGonagall, seemingly inquiring. Where's my wand? Regarding Neville's comical antics, Professor McGonagall signals him sternly to return to the line. The other young witches and wizards erupt in raucous laughter, mocking the clumsy fellow. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Professor McGonagall turns to leave, entirely disregarding the expectant eyes of one particular student. It seems the rumors from the train were indeed true. Harry Potter has truly arrived at Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy steps forward, attempting to ingratiate himself with Harry. Yet his haughty demeanor deeply unsettles the young savior. Particularly, Malfoy's derision towards Ron Weasley only intensifies Harry's disdain. His arrogance and malicious jibes evoke unpleasant memories of Dudley. Thus, when faced with Malfoy's outstretched hand, Harry unhesitatingly rebuffs him. Professor McGonagall, noticing the young wizards have yet to enter, steps outside to ascertain the situation. She taps Malfoy, who is blocking the doorway, with her roll parchment, urging, Are you ready? Everyone, follow me. Rog lags behind, opening his mouth to exclaim, I wand. My dear Professor McGonagall. As the grand doors swing open, the Great Hall of Hogwarts unfolds before them. The pitch-black ceiling twinkles with stars, resembling a true night sky. Rows of floating candles hover in mid-air, casting their light in harmony with the sconces adorning the walls. For long tables are meticulously arranged within the hall, each filled with students clad in black robes. A closer inspection reveals that these long tables correspond to the four houses. Upon seeing the pointed hats they wear, Rog cannot help but chuckle. The more he looks, the more they resemble sleeping robes. At the head of the hall, on the staff dais, sits the silver-bearded Professor Dumbledore, flanked by other professors and teachers. The ceiling here is not an actual night sky. It has merely been enchanted to appear so. Hermione and Elena stroll together. Pointing to the ceiling as Hermione elucidated, I read in Hogwarts, a history that the ceiling here was designed by the most erudite of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. Roger smiled in astonishment, remarking that this was not merely an illusion, but rather a manifestation of extraordinary wisdom and imaginative magic. The entire Hogwarts castle was a creation of Lady Ravenclaw. Roger repeatedly uttered the name Ravenclaw, hoping Hermione would remember it. Such remarkable spatial manipulation and transfiguration abilities, he continued. In reality, the night sky above is not a mere facade. It even possesses prophetic capabilities, drawing from his understanding of the original narrative. Roger speculated that if one day the future seemed uncertain, it might become a pitch-black void devoid of any stars. Hermione wrinkled her nose and glared at Roger. Every time he referred to her as Miss Know-It-All, it unleashed an overwhelming torrent of knowledge that left her defenseless. How do you know transfiguration was employed here? Hermione sharply challenged. A space of this magnitude must require spatial magic to contain it, and then transfiguration. No, I misspoke. Roger shook his head, correcting himself. I apologize, Miss Granger. Initially, I believed that Lady Ravenclaw adjusted the positions of the stars in real time through transfiguration to align with the outside sky. However, it should actually be an illusion enchantment. Noticing Hermione's confusion, he elaborated, this ancient magic, recorded in the ancient traces of magic, allows for real-time rendering. Simply put, it can replicate the corresponding sky with impeccable accuracy. Hermione nodded, surprised to discover such profound mysteries behind the seemingly splendid ceiling. She expressed her gratitude for Roger's explanation, but remained unable to forgive him for calling her Miss Know-It-All. It's a form of mockery. She shot him a disdainful glance and tugged Elena forward. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students through 2 rows of long tables to a stool positioned before the dais. There, an old sorting hat lay, its creases and patches stacked haphazardly, appearing rather ominous. The crowd fell silent as the sorting hat suddenly burst into song, describing the characteristics of the 4 houses. You may think I lack beauty, but do not judge by appearances, for I am a thinking hat. The teachers were accustomed to this yearly spectacle, even applauding the hat's whimsical tune. The first years, however, were startled. How could a hat scream? Before we begin, Professor Dumbledore has a few words to share, McGonagall announced from the podium, signaling for the new students to remain quiet. Before the school year commences, I have several points to clarify. The first point contained 3 major subpoints, each with 3 minor items, encompassing various applicable situations. As Roger listened to Dumbledore's speech, he recalled anecdotes about leadership speeches, a smile creeping onto his face. Unfortunately, unlike the anecdotes, Dumbledore seemed to understand the young wizard's aversion to lengthy discourses. Keeping his remarks exceedingly concise, he merely emphasized, it is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, also asked me to remind everyone that if you wish to avoid death, please do not enter the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Dumbledore shook his head, his tone grave and devoid of jest. Roger, aware of this year's narrative, glanced over at Snape and Quirrell, who were seated closely together. What an intriguing arrangement. Perhaps on Quirrell's first day at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had already noticed the secret lurking at the back of his head. For Harry Potter, our savior, the headmaster truly exerted great effort. Roger observed Harry, who was curiously surveying the hall. These are all resources meticulously prepared for your growth. Professor McGonagall unfurled a lengthy list and grasped the sorting hat. When I call your name, step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head, and you will be assigned to your respective house. Chapter 36. Whose thoughts? Hannah Abbott. As she leapt from the queue, she nearly stumbled. This scene elicited laughter from the surrounding students. Hannah timidly donned the sorting hat, hoping that the tattered hat would not devour her head. The sorting hat seemed bemused by the little witch's thoughts and, almost instantaneously upon being placed, proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff students erupted in loud cheers, warmly welcoming their new member. Hannah, her face a mixture of anxiety and excitement, hurried to the Hufflepuff table. The protagonist of the moment, steadfast Hannah. Roger silently recited his last name, Travis, the very last among the newcomers. Hermione Granger. Upon hearing McGonagall call her name, Hermione dashed forward. The Sorting Hat lingered atop her head for a moment, hesitating before murmuring. Interesting. It furrowed its brow, pondering, and ultimately declared Gryffindor. Just as expected, Roger did not glance at the little witch, but instead focused on Dumbledore. He saw the headmaster clasp his hands, calmly observing Hermione rushing into Gryffindor. The knowledge-thirsty girl had been sorted into Gryffindor. If Ravenclaw were alive, she would undoubtedly have delivered a sound thrashing to Old Bee's head. Roger sighed gently. He had made an effort, yet it seemed futile. If one day he were to fall into Dumbledore's trap, would he possess the strength to resist? Beneath his ample robes, Roger clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy ascended the dais, and before the Sorting Hat had fully descended, it eagerly screamed, Slytherin. Poor child. Roger, witnessing Draco's triumphant expression, couldn't help but worry for Uncle Malfoy. Wouldn't it be better for such a naive boy to graduate peacefully from Hufflepuff? Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Next was Ron, who predictably joined Gryffindor, as all Weasley children did. In the matter of sorting, they were no less prominent than the Malfoys. Harry Potter. McGonagall smiled as she announced the Savior's name, encouraging him to step forward. The hall plunged into silence, all eyes focused on which house the boy who lived would be assigned to. Dumbledore, on the dais, straightened his posture, lowering his hands. His gaze calm, yet expectant. Elena, standing beside Roger, gently poked him with her pale finger, rousing him from near slumber. Why are you falling asleep? The Savior is being sorted. Use your prophetic abilities to see which house he will join. Gryffindor. I'm last in line. Let me sleep for a moment. Roger yawned, nonchalantly divulging the answer. I'm ahead of you. Elena proclaimed proudly. My full name is Elena Crowell-Smart. Roger observed her victorious demeanor, curious if such a trivial victory mattered. Smart? That surname is quite rare. Our family hails from the Slavic region. Elena smiled, providing no further details. Nana, what a good girl. Roger gazed at the Sorting Hat, now conflicted atop the dais, and implored, please shield me for a moment. I feel drowsy. Very well. My sleeping beauty princess. Elena disregarded Roger's eye roll, offering him a shoulder to lean on. Gryffindor. Oh. The jubilant cheers of Gryffindor students nearly lifted the roof. For their new member was none other than the Savior, Harry Potter. On the elevated platform, almost every professor, from Dumbledore to Madame Hooch, applauded Harry Potter. As he approached the Gryffindor long table, the prefect stepped forward to shake his hand, and the classmates welcomed him with fervor. Headmaster Dumbledore even raised a golden goblet in congratulation to Mr. Harry Potter. A profound sense of happiness enveloped Harry. He had found the warmth of belonging at Hogwarts, a feeling he had never experienced with the Dursleys. Rog, you are remarkable. You've guessed correctly again. Eilina exclaimed, gazing at the slumbering Rog, marveling at his unparalleled gift of prophecy. After a prolonged wait, the younger wizards ahead of them had been sorted into their houses, leaving only Eilina and Rog. The sight of Rog resting his head on her shoulder made the young girl blush furiously. In truth, she had been calling for Rog for quite some time as their turn approached. But he was in such a deep slumber that she couldn't bring herself to jostle him awake for fear of him tumbling to the ground. Mr. Rog. Professor McGonagall looked at him with an air of exasperation. Mr. Rog. She elevated her voice several octaves before finally rousing him. Huh? What's wrong? Rog struggled to open his eyes, prompting laughter from all the young wizards at his drowsy appearance. Oh, Professor McGonagall, are you returning my wand? Rog looked at her with anticipation, but the professor merely shook her head in silence. Elena Crowlishmore, Eilina declared, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, allowing Professor McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon her head. A champion of wisdom, a seeker of the unknown, the Sorting Hat nodded repeatedly, undoubtedly declaring Ravenclaw. Upon hearing the announcement, a surge of joy and pride welled up within Eilina. Rog's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the Eastern European girl would be sorted into the House of Eagles. Rog Tralvis, the Hat called out. Tralvis, yet another pureblood. Undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Ron remarked confidently beside Harry. No, Rog possesses a comprehensive understanding of magical knowledge. He will surely be sorted into Ravenclaw, Hermione countered, recalling Ron's earlier statement that dark wizards hailed from Slytherin. He is definitely Slytherin. Let us find out together. Ron glared at Hermione, the irritating little which would caused him great embarrassment on the train. Another difficult choice, the Sorting Hat mused as it sensed Rog's character and essence. Falling into contemplation. Impressive talent, I perceive the scent of dragon blood and moonlight. Rog exclaimed in astonishment. Is your nose that keen? No, you don't even have a nose. Though I lack a nose, I possess unparalleled wisdom. I can discern your talents from the thoughts and essence you emanate. The Sorting Hat boasted, continuing its analysis, extraordinary prowess in spell casting and potion making. How about Gryffindor? Are you certain? What does that have to do with Gryffindor? I despise mindless bravery, Rog firmly opposed, despite the presence of Gryffindor's head, Professor McGonagall, right beside him. Ah, very well then, the Sorting Hat nodded before loudly proclaiming, Slytherin. See, I knew it, Ron declared triumphantly, lifting his chin. He had suspected Slytherin all along, the house notorious for harboring dark wizards. Hermione watched in dismay as Rog walked toward the Slytherin table, aware that the values of the two houses were fundamentally at odds, which filled her with concern. The Slytherin prefect and others rose to welcome Rog Tralvis, hailing from a pure-blood family. You come from the Tralvis family? Malfoy inquired with keen interest, having heard of this pure-blood lineage from his father. Indeed, Rog replied nonchalantly as he took his seat. The welcome from the various houses was enthusiastic, and Professor McGonagall had to tap her spoon against her glass to restore order. Attention, everyone! Her voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing the students' focus towards her. Chapter 37, The Sovereign of the Dining Table. Headmaster Dumbledore nodded, standing to announce loudly, the feast begins. Suddenly, sumptuous food and beverages appeared on the 4 long tables. Golden plates and goblets sparkled brilliantly, while the candlelight reflected off them, creating a dazzling display. Harry gazed in astonishment at the plate before him, piled high with roast beef, chicken legs, sausages, an array of fruits, and rich gravies. He swallowed hard, for he had never feasted upon such delights at the Dursleys. Beside him, Ron was already indulging, devouring chicken legs and beef steaks as if he were a ravenous beast. Hermione happily ladled some herb-roasted chicken and baked potatoes onto her plate, still mindful of her dental health, purposefully selecting from the plethora of dishes before her, avoiding ice cream and desserts entirely. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy joyously clinked goblets with Crabbe and Goyle, eagerly consuming roast pork and onion soup. Rog sat opposite them, elegantly yet swiftly savoring the food before him. The Ravenclaw table was adjacent, and Eilina couldn't help but chuckle at Rog's rapid consumption. She raised her juice in a toast to him. Now convinced of Hermione's assertion, a dragon's appetite, Rog lifted his cup in response, and it must be said that the culinary creations of Hogwarts house elves were indeed exceptional. The lively feast soon attracted ghosts from all corners of the castle, including nearly headless Nick, the fat friar, and the Grey Lady. While enjoying the delectable dinner, Rog was unexpectedly greeted by a ghost emerging from the table. He suppressed his nausea, reminding himself, a magical world, a magical world. Lady Grey, could you refrain from rising from below? Rog could hardly tolerate the desecration of food by these spectral beings. They would transform the meal into something resembling leftovers from a freezer, and he felt compelled to voice a strong protest. A true lady must respect food. Rog devoured a piece of steak and, amidst the astonished gazes of his fellow young wizards, summoned another plate. In the blink of an eye, Rog had polished off the steak before him. The towering stack of plates made it difficult not to notice him, especially as Rog's manner of eating was both graceful and remarkably swift, creating a bewildering and contradictory spectacle that left everyone astounded. A dragon's appetite, Hermione observed with wide eyes, gazing at Rog, who continued to battle his feast. Just minutes before the train arrived, she had witnessed him consume a mountain of snacks. Rog, Malfoy stammered, still sitting there with his first steak unfinished, while the surrounding food had already vanished. Is the appetite of the Tralvis family always so fearsome? Special circumstances. Special circumstances, Rog replied without elaborating, merely stating that he would be fine after this month. He smiled ruefully, not wishing to be so peculiar. But every cell in his body screamed, hungry, 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 burp. After finishing his 6th ice cream, Rog finally felt about 80% full. The people around him sighed in relief, particularly Professor McGonagall at the high table. Under normal circumstances, it would have been Professor Snape's responsibility to check on the new student from his house, but the head of Slytherin was engrossed in conversation with Professor Quirrell, entirely oblivious to the arrival of a freshman with such a staggering appetite. If Rog continued to eat at this rate, Professor McGonagall would have to consider sending him to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to conduct a thorough examination. Dining can be quite exhausting. Rog stretched his arms and sincerely lamented. The young wizards beside him opened their mouths, remarking that such a way of eating would tire even a dragon. By the end of the banquet, Malfoy had still only consumed a single steak, feeling rather disheartened on his first day of school. His friendship had been publicly rejected by Harry in front of all the young wizards. He had even encountered a peculiar individual from the Travis family, leaving him unsated. The others exchanged wry smiles at Rogue, vowing to keep their distance from him during future meals. The Slytherin common room lay in another direction, diverging from the other three houses right from hall. Prefect Marcus led the first years to the entrance of the secret passage. It appeared to be an ordinary wall. Yet as Marcus approached, he uttered the password, green silver. Instantly, a smooth, serpentine form of bricks rose from the base of the wall, arching gracefully to reveal a large door behind it. The password changes every 2 weeks. You must remember that new passwords will be announced on the notice board in the common room, Marcus reiterated to the first years, who nodded in understanding as they followed him in single file. As the archway slowly descended, the wall returned to its smooth facade. They entered a dimly lit corridor, where the moss on the walls emitted a greenish glow. At the end of the passage awaited an opulent common room, situated beneath the lake and crafted from black Gothic marble. The ceiling was a transparent hemisphere of crystal, reflecting the shimmering waves above during daylight. Lanterns with a greenish glow hung from chains above. Within, a fireplace adorned with exquisite carvings stood beside intricately designed chairs. One could often glimpse enormous octopuses or strange creatures through the windows. "Welcome to Slytherin," Marcus announced. The boys' dormitory lay to the left, while the girls' dormitory was to the right. Marcus glanced around, pleased with this year's crop of Slytherin first years. "Your luggage has already been delivered to your dormitories by the schoolhouse elves, though our house is rather distant from the Ollery." He chuckled, revealing his prominent overbite. "Each student in Slytherin enjoys a private dormitory. Your names are inscribed on the doors, and I trust you will find them easily. Should you wander the castle after hours and encounter the caretaker, yes, that would be Filch and his bothersome red-eyed cat, you will lose points that you must work hard to regain. Our head of house, Professor Snape, is exceptional, a fact you will come to appreciate in your studies." He continued, "Moreover, our house has triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and I hope we can strive together for a 7th victory." Marcus's words ignited a spark of pride and anticipation among the first years for Slytherin House. Rod nodded, realizing that the unlikable Marcus from the films was not without merit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attained the position of prefect solely on the basis of Quidditch. The female prefect, Emily, spoke up. "First-year students will have 7 subjects this academic year: Transfiguration, Potions, and Defense against the Dark Arts." Her voice was clear and melodious as she distributed the class schedule. "Our classes will be shared with our old rivals, Gryffindor." After detailing the course arrangements, she smiled slightly, adding, "In Professor Snape's potions class, just avoid appearing foolish. There are no wizards more foolish than those from Gryffindor." Marcus interjected with a laugh. "The selection for prefects occurs in the 5th year, and boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory." Emily nodded, supplementing, "We have high hopes for this year's first years. Malfoy appears to possess leadership qualities, already accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. As for Rogue Travis, he seems to be merely a pure blood with a large appetite." "Curfew is from 11 at night until 6 in the morning," Emily announced, glancing at her pocket watch. "For those who do not have an owl, you may borrow one from the Ollery in the West Tower. If you need to send something, do so promptly. Curfew is in an hour." The first years hurried to locate their dormitories, and Rogue soon found his own room, pushing the door open to discover his luggage had been delivered by the house elves. On the nearby table lay his wand, confiscated by Professor McGonagall, accompanied by a letter and a booklet. Chapter 38, Wand and EMP. Rogue Travis. Upon seeing this letter, "I trust you have once again grasped your wand. It is made of mahogany, with a core of unicorn hair, measuring 12 inches and exhibiting remarkable resilience. These characteristics herald that this wand is extraordinary, and they suggest that its owner will achieve great things in the future. During my time in Diagon Alley, I could ascertain that you are destined to become an exceptionally skilled wizard. Your unfortunate experiences have not tainted the noble spirit of a wizard. You have displayed composure and independence, though you certainly have some shortcomings, such as being unable to withstand Mr. Elvin's incessant sales pitch. Perhaps you're already aware that wand management for unregistered wizards is not executed with complete rigor. You may feel some resentment towards me, questioning why your wand alone was confiscated. Forgive me, child. The unicorn hair within this wand relates to an incident from 60 years ago, necessitating my verification. I apologize and hope you understand that patience is a rare virtue. I have entrusted a house elf to deliver my notes from my studies in Transfiguration, hoping they will provide you with some small assistance on your magical journey. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall." After finishing the letter, Rogue's dissatisfaction with Professor McGonagall dissipated. However, time was of the essence, and he needed to write a reply. He picked up a quill and swiftly filled 3 sheets of parchment addressed to Jessica. Then, skillfully using magic, he took a picture of himself with his wand. Unfortunately, the magical world lacked instant cameras. The film required special treatment before it could come to life. Rod couldn't help but ponder the potential for creating a magical version inspired by digital cameras and instant prints. Such an invention would surely sell well in the wizarding world. He jotted his thoughts down in the booklet, packed the film and letter tightly, and hurriedly made his way outside. "Excuse me." Rod dashed into the common room, nearly colliding with another first year coming from the opposite direction. "Not a problem." Daphne smiled, her waist-length, light golden hair shimmering softly in the light. Her clear blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly recognizing him as the boy who had indulged at the banquet. "And you are?" Rog asked, glancing at the witch who stood slightly taller than himself, struggling to recall her face. "I'm Daphne Greengrass, a pure blood like you." Time was short. They needed to hurry. Rog nodded, glancing at the common room clock. Only 10 minutes remained until curfew. He rushed into the courtyard, releasing his owl from his bag. "Seela, have you seen the West Tower? That is where you will reside." He fed her some of his provisions and handed her the letter. "Deliver this to Jessica. If there is a reply, you can find me in the Great Hall or drop it off at the Slytherin common mailbox." With Rod's call, Seela shot into the night sky like a white arrow, vanishing in an instant. Such speed. Daphne closed the cage. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Rog's satchel. "What is that?" "It is a bag for carrying magical creatures, commonly referred to as a grab bag," Rog demonstrated, lifting his wrist. "Oh dear, what happened here?" Daphne pointed at the object on Roger's wrist, which resembled a watch. "An electronic watch? How could it be broken?" Roger gave a firm tap, yet remained unresponsive. "A muggle device?" She furrowed her brow and, upon seeing Roger nod, kindly reminded him, "Hogwarts renders all muggle electrical devices inoperative." "What? Such magic exists?" Roger exclaimed, his mouth agape, realizing that all the muggle gadgets he had brought were suddenly rendered useless. "EMP? Is it a muggle term?" "Ah, electronic pulse." Roger seemed somewhat despondent, increasingly convinced that the magical world was not necessarily more advanced than the outside one. "I fear if we do not hurry, we shall be late." Daphne shook the silver pocket watch in her palm. Curfew was fast approaching. The two exchanged a glance and sprinted towards the castle, desperate to avoid being caught by the administrator on their very first day. "So close, just a hair's breadth away," Filch lamented, watching helplessly as the 2 young wizards vanished around the corner at the last moment. Exhausted, Roger and Daphne burst into the common room, gasping for breath and laughing. "That was too close. We nearly got caught. They would have deducted points from us." Daphne clutched her heaving chest, reluctantly admitting that it had indeed been thrilling. "See you tomorrow, Miss Daphne." "Mr. Roger, do you remember my full name?" Daphne suddenly interjected, reminding him Greengrass. "Certainly, Miss Greengrass. Good night." "Good night." Daphne watched as Roger's figure receded, hastening towards the girls' dormitory. "Ah, a wonderful day begins with sleep." Roger leaped onto his bed, eagerly anticipating the magical life that awaited him the next day. The following morning, he surprisingly awoke early. He tapped the silent air horn alarm clock by his bedside. This large toy, modeled after SpongeBob's alarm, was now utterly useless. I had hoped for a life that was not so Merlin-like. After freshening up, he donned his robes and tied his tie. Having checked his textbooks and wand, he made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Good morning, Hermione." Roger waved at Hermione, who was the first to arrive at the Gryffindor table. "Humph," Hermione huffed, still unable to forget that Roger's choice of Slytherin had caused her to lose to Ron. Watching Hermione turn with her plate, he wondered, who has vexed Miss Granger this time? The thoughts of girls were truly inscrutable, even at the tender age of 11. Hermione's anger intensified when she saw Roger calmly seated, eating his meal. She quickly finished her food and, clutching her textbooks, left the hall without a backward glance, presumably to find a place to read. Roger felt somewhat awkward, but given Hermione's studious nature, perhaps by the time Transfiguration class rolled around, her ire would have subsided. "Good morning, Roger." Elena looked at him in surprise, not expecting the sleeping beauty to be up so early. "Elena, good morning." Roger nodded, observing the clusters of Ravenclaw students and marveling at their diligence. While other houses were still fast asleep, the Eagles had already flocked to the Great Hall. "Elena, what class do you have this morning?" Roger inquired curiously. "Professor Snape's potions class," Elena murmured, her voice tinged with apprehension. "I heard from the upperclassmen that the potions classroom is in the dungeons, lined with glass jars filled with preserved specimens." "Elena, do not be afraid." Roger reassured the young witch. "Our head of house, while somewhat biased, is quite amiable." Roger was not merely flattering Snape. Throughout the Harry Potter saga, Snape had been rather kind to students, aside from his excessive favoritism towards Harry. Let me share a secret. Roger leaned closer to Elena, whispering conspiratorially. I've heard that Snape's Patronus is related to Gryffindor. Huh? A lion? Elena's eyes widened with curiosity. How extraordinary that the Slytherin head's Patronus could be a lion. No. I only said it is related to Gryffindor, not that it is a lion. Roger grinned, imagining how surprised Elena would be if she uncovered Snape's youthful secrets. In the dungeons, Snape was busy organizing potions, inexplicably sneezing. He rubbed his nose, oblivious to the fact that his little snake was behind him divulging his secrets. Good morning, Roger. Daphne approached with a throng of girls, breaking away from her companions to join him. You don't plan on sleeping all day, do you? Daphne scrutinized his profile, recalling the slothful little wizard who had indulged in food during the sorting ceremony. Is that all you've eaten? She could hardly believe her eyes. Had she truly seen wrong yesterday? It is indeed due to the potions, Roger explained to Daphne, exasperated. The effects from yesterday have worn off. Once I consume the potion in the morning, I will become drowsy and ravenous again. Does that mean you will sleep through potions class? Daphne looked at him with concern. Chapter 39, Transfiguration and Animagi. The headmaster's first class, I commend your bravery. Daphne laughed, though she was also worried about Snape's potential punishment. It will be fine. I shall demonstrate my prowess to the headmaster, so he understands that my drowsiness in class is not my fault. Roger raised an eyebrow, speaking confidently. Not your fault? Then whose is it? Daphne was immensely curious, resting her chin on her hand, eager to hear his magical excuse. Naturally, it is the headmaster's issue. After all, his class is dreadfully dull, Roger replied, eliciting wide-eyed admiration from Daphne, who exclaimed, You must keep your distance. Do not involve me. When Roger and Daphne finished breakfast, the great hall was bustling like a marketplace. He glanced around with his textbooks in hand, failing to spot a single clock. It seemed he would need to procure a mechanical watch. This is rather Merlin-like, Roger sighed, as he felt he had unearthed the essence of the historical weight of the British magical community. Professor McGonagall's booklet, which she had gifted him, proved quite practical, detailing various techniques and considerations regarding transfiguration. Combining it with Swish's Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, he gained a deeper understanding of the subject. Transfiguration was founded on two principles, the mutability of matter and the will of the caster. In Professor McGonagall's notes, it was posited that the essence of matter is fundamentally the same, thus allowing for its mutability. Wizards must not only master the incantations and wand movements of transfiguration, but also possess a robust will. Roger nodded. This notion resonated with much of the wizarding world. One must possess an unwavering self-will, knowing one's self to be the universe. Under such will, the caster could channel their magic according to their desires. In other words, will is the core of the spell, while the incantation and wand serve as tools to manifest that will. When a wizard's will is sufficiently strong, they can transcend the tools and directly realize their intentions. With a flicker of luminescence, Roger involuntarily executed a non-verbal spell, waving his hand to illuminate the surroundings, a pure expression of his will. Wow, so bright. Daphne, who was poring over her textbook nearby, widened her eyes. Why is your lumos so brilliant? And without a wand, Roger hastily interrupted the charm, relieved that they were in the courtyard. Otherwise, he could only imagine the commotion it might have caused. Yet he felt troubled. His spells were growing increasingly potent, and he had yet to discover a way to control their intensity. In the days to come, he might find himself unable to cast spells that will due to their overwhelming strength. The ancestral techniques shall remain within the family, Rog mysteriously proclaimed. Daphne shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. He chuckled awkwardly, offering no further explanation, and continued to peruse the text. After mastering the fundamentals of transfiguration, the next step lies in comprehending the essence of matter and form. This is a pivotal stride towards achieving transfiguration, necessitating an adept wizard's profound understanding of the relevant substances. From this perspective, every wizard well-versed in transfiguration is a master deconstruction. They possess the ability to discern the very nature of matter at a glance, a skill that demands extensive knowledge and practice. Professor McGonagall noted in the concluding section of her notes, subsequently enumerating various types of transfiguration. Basic transfiguration enables the transformation of one substance into another. In this aspect, the similarity in shape prevails above all else. Animal transfiguration, a more advanced technique, allows a wizard to transform into an animal through incantation. Why is there no explanation regarding animagi? Rog pondered, noticing a substantial blank space beneath the section on animal transfiguration. indicating that Professor McGonagall had deliberately omitted this part. Nonetheless, Rog gleaned some insights from the animal transfiguration section. The spell requires specific incantations and extensive training, resulting in transient and external changes. Deductively reasoning from these characteristics, animagi must naturally entail permanent and intrinsic transformations. If I could elevate the level of the animal transfiguration spell to a significant degree, would it not also represent a form of animagus? Rog mused whimsically. If the animal transfiguration spell could last for 50 years, despite their inherent differences, there would be no visual distinction from an animagus. At the conclusion of her notes, Professor McGonagall also mentioned human transfiguration and non-material transfiguration. However, due to their complexity and danger, which classify them as advanced magic, she refrained from elaborating in her notes. As Rog and Daphne entered the transfiguration classroom, Daphne immediately spotted the adorable tabby cat perched upon the podium. Wow, what a cute kitty. How could there be a cat in the transfiguration classroom? Daphne's eyes sparkled with delight as she instinctively approached. Wait a moment, Rog said with an unnatural smile, retrieving some owl treats from his pocket to hand to her. Cat food, after all, is simply bird feed. Watching Daphne sprinkle the treats before the cat, he pinched his thigh hard to stifle a laugh. The cat on the podium evaded Daphne's hand, glaring at the young witch with a disapproving gaze. Not adorable at all, Daphne muttered, taking a seat beside Rog, who was trembling with suppressed laughter. Sensing something was amiss, she quickly glanced back at the podium, only to see the cat disdainfully sweeping the treats away. It was then that she noticed the half-rectangular patterns beneath its eyes, strikingly similar to Professor McGonagall's signature glasses. No way. Daphne's face flushed as she covered her mouth to suppress a gasp. She kicked Rog sharply, hastily adopting a demure demeanor as she held her textbook up to shield her face. At that moment, she wished she could draw her wand and vanquish the insufferable fellow beside her. As the final bell for class rang, students from both houses had gathered, with the exception of Harry and Ron, who had yet to appear. The first class of the term spurred a flurry of chatter among the young wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, who boldly discussed their anticipation. In contrast, the Slytherins remained considerably quieter. It was not that they lacked enthusiasm, but rather that Rog had reminded them that they were in the deputy headmistress's classroom. With concerns over losing points to Professor McGonagall, they settled into their seats in hushed silence. They had already heard whispers of Snape's favoritism towards them, leading to apprehension that McGonagall might exhibit similar tendencies. In the shadow of Slytherin, the Gryffindors suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, all eyes waiting for the tardy Professor McGonagall and the still absent Harry and Ron. The two boys quietly pushed open the classroom door, but the sound of the closing door caught everyone's attention. Oh no, the chosen one is in trouble. Daphne observed the cat with a glimmer of schadenfreude. Hermione, seated in front of them, shook her head in resignation. Their tardiness would undoubtedly cost them points in the very first class. Malfoy turned to glance at them, sneering in disdain. Harry had spurned his friendship, opting instead to associate with Ron. It was a fate all but sealed to be entangled with the red-haired Weasley. We finally made it, Ron exclaimed, surveying the classroom, noting that only the center seat in the front row remained vacant. He and Harry made their way over, relieved that the professor had not yet arrived. What expression would the professor make if she discovered our tardiness? Ron mused aloud, just as the cat on the podium leapt down, transforming mid-air into Professor McGonagall. In that moment, he was met with the cold, frosty demeanor of his house head. Despite having anticipated this, both Rog and Daphne could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this advanced transfiguration? Daphne marveled, suddenly captivated by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson. Transfiguration cannot sustain such a prolonged change, Rog quietly explained. This is an animagus. Chapter 40, Hermione's Defiance. How cool. Ron beamed at the sight of Professor McGonagall standing before them, oblivious to their tardiness. Or perhaps this was simply the quintessential Weasley courage, foolhardy and fearless. Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. Perhaps I should transform one of you into a pocket watch, so the other does not arrive late. We got lost, Harry quickly defended. Then I could transform you into a map. At least a map wouldn't lose its way to a seat. Professor McGonagall turned back to the class, addressing the young wizards below. Due to your tardiness, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Harry lowered his head as Malfoy's mocking laughter echoed behind him. Despite being students from the same house, the strict Professor McGonagall would not show any favoritism. This was precisely why all students held her in such high regard at Hogwarts. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Any mischief in my class will result in immediate expulsion, never to return Professor McGonagall declared, waving her wand to transform the podium into a pig. The young wizards gasped in astonishment, some leaning forward curiously, with a few bold enough to reach out to touch it, like Ron. Rog, seated towards the back, clearly observed the entire casting process. The incantation was pronounced clearly, the wand movements precise. It was a graceful and swift display. The pig bore no resemblance to the podium, and even a butcher would struggle to differentiate it from a real pig. Remember, transfiguration is not merely a whimsical endeavor. It demands intense concentration. Even a single syllable mispronounced can lead to dire consequences, Professor McGonagall warned gravely, meticulously deconstructing the entire spell. You must master the nuances of wand movements. Every motion's nodes, force, and rhythm must be impeccably controlled. As she reverted the pig back to its original form, she demonstrated the wand trajectory in an exceedingly slow manner. Now, what you're to do is transform the matchsticks on the table into needles. Professor McGonagall provided a demonstration once more before allowing the students to attempt it themselves. Rug, this is so difficult. Daphne furrowed her brow, trying several times, but the matchstick before her remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Rog focused on taking notes, not rushing to wave his wand like the others. Your pronunciation is off, Rog pointed out. Your aim is to transform the matchstick into a needle. The incantation is composed of two parts, the first being Verdo, which signifies transformation, and the second representing the target of that transformation. Rog inscribed the Latin term for transformation in his notebook and continued, the pronunciation for needle is acus. Oh, Daphne questioned, perplexed, but Professor McGonagall didn't discuss its etymology. Perhaps Latin was a foundational skill during the Professor's studies, Rog suggested. In this regard, you could certainly learn from Hermione. He gestured towards Hermione, who was seated in front of Daphne, her matches already displaying a metallic sheen. Upon hearing Rog's commendation, Hermione beamed with pride, having been the first in her elementary Latin competition. Verdo acus, Hermione exclaimed, her intense emotion causing the transformation spell to radiate from the tip of her wand. Wow, Hermione, you're amazing. Daphne marveled as she noticed that half of the matches on Hermione's desk had transformed into needles. Hailing from the Greengrass family, she held a deep reverence for the pure-blood ideology, yet she did not hesitate to express her admiration for Hermione's superior talent. Well done, Professor McGonagall approached, offering praise. Hermione, ensure your wand movement is steadier. This will lead to an even more flawless result next time. Thank you, Professor, Hermione replied with a sweet smile, catching sight of Rog, who was busy sketching with a quill. Mr. Rog, Professor McGonagall acknowledged him. I would assume that transfiguration is not akin to history of magic. Practical application is far more effective than lengthy discourse. Why not give it a try? She encouraged, aware that the boy had already mastered the Patronus charm. For him, basic transfiguration posed no challenge. You make a valid point, Rog nodded, inscribing the final character. Let us give it a go then. Verdo acus. He executed a steady and rhythmic wand movement, drawing a graceful arc in the air before directing the tip of his wand towards the matches. A silver light shimmered, transforming the match into a perfect silver needle, and the transformation spell level on the panel promptly increased by 1. Absolutely beautiful, Rog, Professor McGonagall affirmed, nodding as she examined the needle closely. Even the most discerning eye could find no fault. Any mispronunciation or improper wand movement could have distorted the silver needle. She lifted Rog's creation for all to see. If the magical energy emitted by the wand is excessive or insufficient, the silver needle will become either too hard or too soft. Professor McGonagall pressed the needle, which immediately returned to its original shape, indicating that the magical energy was just right. Remember to vividly envision the appearance of a needle in your mind and then pronounce the incantation firmly, she instructed, returning the needle to Rog and scanning the room. Who else would like to give it a try? Without hesitation, Hermione raised her hand, aside from Rog. She was the one most confident in her abilities. Hermione, please proceed, Professor McGonagall encouraged with a nod. Hermione closed her eyes and took a deep breath, determined not to fall short of Rog's transfiguration success, and boldly declared, Verdo acus. The wand moved smoothly from right to left, and a silver light shot forth from its tip. Well done, Professor McGonagall noted with satisfaction as she observed the match transform into a silver needle. Hearing the professor's praise, Hermione glanced at Rog, seemingly asking for his approval. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? Professor McGonagall inquired, her gaze lingering on Harry for a moment. Harry turned his attention to his match, struggling to transform it into a silver needle. His identity as the chosen one felt insignificant compared to their talents, leaving him feeling disheartened and frustrated, though he was fortunate to have Ron by his side. All right, everyone, practice diligently after class. Professor McGonagall signaled for Hermione to take her seat, generously awarding points. Slytherin receives 10 points and Gryffindor 5 points. The Slytherin students erupted into cheers. Without Hermione, the Gryffindors would have been left trailing by a 15-point deficit in their first lesson. Professor, why did he receive 5 points more than me? Hermione stood, quickly questioning, feeling the disparity was unwarranted. For the strict Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall did not reprimand. She placed the 2 needles in Hermione's hands for her to assess. The simplest way to achieve success in basic transfiguration is to ensure the form closely resembles the original. That is precisely why I instructed you to use matches rather than the textbook. McGonagall observed Hermione's downturned lips, recognizing that she comprehended the source of the disparity. The closer the form is, the higher the success rate of the transformation spell. Returning to the podium, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the quill into a balanced scale. Chapter 41. I'm going to the kitchen. Next, the weight. The change in weight signifies an alteration in the essence of the object. Professor McGonagall placed both students' creations on either side of the balance, and to everyone's astonishment, Rogue's silver needle weighed down the scale. The young witches and wizards gasped at this revelation. His mastery of transfiguration had reached remarkable heights. Transfiguration is not mere illusion at advanced levels. It can alter the very essence of objects. Alas, when a magical energy dissipates, the object reverts to its original state. Yet this is also the allure of magic. Any incomplete work before the end of class must be submitted as an essay, no less than 2 feet in length. Professor McGonagall looked at everyone, signaling them to continue practicing. In addition to transforming matches into needles, you may also attempt to transform beetles into buttons and mice into snuff boxes. She assigned 2 additional tasks, evidently aimed at Rogue and Hermione. Oh, how difficult. Daphne sighed. Her hair tousled like a chaotic pile of straw. Rogue, may I borrow your notes? Of course. Rogue nodded, handing her his notes. Hermione? He called to the glum girl seated in front of him, waving his notebook. What for? In truth, my proficiency stems significantly from Professor McGonagall's assistance, Rogue admitted, genuinely admiring Hermione, who excelled through sheer effort amidst a sea of peers from wizarding families. What is this? A notebook gifted to me by Professor McGonagall. I thought you might like to take a look. McGonagall at the podium glanced over, but said nothing further. You are quite generous. What are you thinking? Rogue shook his head. Just return it to me at dinner. A Master's notebook in transfiguration. It holds substantial collectible value. Thank you, Sleeping Beauty. Hermione chuckled at Rogue's playful retort as she accepted the notebook. Nearby, Daphne giggled, Sleeping Beauty? What sort of nickname is that? I'll tell you in secret, Hermione said, placing a hand over her mouth as the 2 girls whispered. Rogue, I will not let you best me in potions class, Hermione declared challengingly, her competitive spirit ignited. Rogue merely nodded nonchalantly. As long as you're happy. After all, Professor Snape will never award you points. Rogue mused internally, casting a glance at Ron and Harry. With those 2 black holes of points, no amount of effort would suffice. Gryffindor shall not be outdone by you, Hermione retorted, though her expression betrayed her disappointment. Due to those 2, they had already lost 5 points on the first day. When magnified over the entire school year, Hermione could only imagine the total loss in points. Don't overexert yourself. Just do your best, Rogue reassured her calmly. Although Slytherin had claimed the championship for 6 consecutive years, he believed that the Olby had likely decided to award the House Cup to the chosen one before the term even began. He would strive to earn points for his house, yet the outcome would ultimately depend on the Olby's sense of pride. Daphne, what time is it? Look for yourself. Daphne produced a pocket watch and handed it to him. Rogue looked at the exquisite pocket watch, and indeed, being handsome had its advantages, as even young ladies would bestow gifts upon him. May I borrow yours? Daphne inquired, imitating Rogue's earlier demeanor as she lowered her voice. It was a gift from my mother, imbued with significant sentimental value. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles before promptly ejecting Rogue from the chat channel. Hermione, you are truly remarkable, Daphne exclaimed in awe, utterly surprised by the breadth of Hermione's knowledge. You've actually finished the first-year textbooks. That is 8 books, and they're so thick. You must be the brightest little witch among us. Oh, it's not that impressive. I merely read them, Hermione replied modestly. The school library is vast, and I plan to study there after class. Hermione felt Daphne's praise was somewhat exaggerated, prompting her to exhibit rare humility. Really? Take me with you, Daphne implored. My Latin is abysmal. Of course, Rogue said, producing a vial of blue moonlight, the dazzling silver blue glow instantly captivating both girls. What potion is this? Hermione asked curiously. Blue moonlight, Rogue replied, consuming his daily dose of the elixir, a gentle languor washing over him once more. Is this the potion you mentioned this morning? Hermione inquired. Daphne looked to Hermione, who shook her head, indicating she had never heard of it. Hey, stop shouting. He is already asleep. Hermione gestured for Daphne to disregard him. No wonder you call him Sleeping Beauty, Daphne teased, nudging Rog and propping a textbook up to shield his head. Professor McGonagall noticed the book in front of Rog and understood that the young wizard was preoccupied with other pursuits. However, since he had completed the classwork, she chose to remain silent. What should we do? He is still asleep, Daphne remarked at the end of class, tugging at Rog, who appeared to be in a deep slumber. I've learned a spell specifically for this. Watch me, Hermione said, a sly smile gracing her face. Fully aware that Rog could sleep until dusk. Levitation charm. Hermione waved her wand, and Rog began to float slowly in response to the spell. Sensing the drain on her magical energy, Hermione gripped her wand tightly. Oh no, this is too heavy. As Rog gradually ascended, Hermione felt her dwindling magic and gasped, covering her eyes, unable to bear watching him fall. Thud! Although the height was modest, the impact of Rog's head hitting the desk was quite painful. He rubbed his forehead and blinked groggily. What happened? Why'd I have a bump on my head? You fell by yourself. We merely helped you up. Hermione feigned calmness, revealing the truth to Rog. Is class over? Rog surveyed the room, noticing only the three of them remained. If we take much longer, the Great Hall might run out of food. We can't have that. Let us hurry. At the mention of food, Rog instantly became more alert, grabbing his textbook and dashing out. Wait for us. Hermione and Daphne called after him. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they found the main dishes largely depleted. Particularly at the Slytherin table, Draco and his cohort had finished their meals early, fearing Rog would sweep through as he had the day before. It was worth noting that yesterday had been the welcome feast, and a typical lunch would not be nearly as lavish. Rog, why not join us at the Gryffindor table? Hermione suggested, realizing that the available food would hardly suffice for Rog's appetite. That wouldn't be appropriate, he replied, having noticed the unfriendly gazes from the Gryffindors. To spare Hermione from exclusion, he declined her kind offer. You all go ahead. I'll seek out the house elves. Rog appreciated Jessica's foresight in informing him of the house elves' kitchen before the school year commenced. However, he still had not fully familiarized himself with the castle and needed to ask for directions. Susan? He called out to Susan, who was preparing to leave. The adorable Hufflepuff girl looked at him with curiosity. I know you, the one who sleeps standing up, Rog. Susan chuckled at the sight of him. With such a hearty appetite, you should just come to our Hufflepuff table. Just temporarily, Rog quickly clarified, acknowledging that his performance yesterday had made him recognizable throughout the school. But this had its advantages, as it made initiating conversation easier. Susan, where's your Hufflepuff common room? Rog hastily explained, don't misunderstand. I'm just looking for the house elf kitchen. Oh, did you arrive late? Susan glanced at the Slytherin table, which was now empty save for some unappetizing vegetables. Follow me, she said with a friendly smile, leading Rog towards the lower part of the Great Hall. Chapter 42, Snape's Favoritism. The brightly lit underground corridor was adorned with various oil paintings. As they walked further, they encountered stacks of wooden barrels against the walls. The Hufflepuff students greeted Rog warmly, tapping the barrels with their wands, showing no concern that Rog might discover the secrets to accessing their common room. Care to give it a try? Susan suggested, pointing at the row of barrels with eager anticipation. What would happen if I got it wrong? Rog asked cautiously, recalling Jessica's warning that the Badgers were quite adept at guarding their den from outsiders. You might end up drenched in vinegar. Susan chuckled at his hesitance. Our common room doesn't employ any magic to repel intruders. Aren't you willing to try? You might be the first guest in 1,000 years. Faced with Susan's invitation, Rog firmly refused. No, we must respect the school rules and not wander into other houses' common rooms. The surrounding Badgers erupted in laughter. It was their first time hearing a Slytherin express adherence to the rules, which was quite uncharacteristic. Rog paid them no mind, patting his stomach. Miss Susan, please take me to the house elf kitchen. I'm absolutely famished. Certainly, follow me, she said, gesturing toward the fruit painting across from the common room. Here, Rog, make the pair laugh, and you shall find the kitchen. Thank you, Miss Susan. Rog expressed his gratitude, gently tickling the pair, which erupted into giggles, transforming into a green doorknob. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Rog with a hearty appetite. The house elves greeted him with respect as they bowed in unison. Is there anything we can assist you with, Master Travis? A house elf wearing a carrot hat approached eagerly. You know my name? Rog asked in surprise. Of course, Master Travis. Your robust appetite yesterday was our greatest commendation, and all the house elves at Hogwarts thank you for your praise. May I have some food, please? Rod nodded. astonished that such a hearty appetite could yield this effect. "Certainly, it is our utmost joy to serve you," the house elf replied cheerfully. "Roasted meats and a selection of fruits." "Please," Rog specified his request. "Rest assured, Master Travis, it will be ready shortly." The house elf, like a small whirlwind, quickly filled the table before him with an array of food. "Well done," Rog casually complimented, causing the house elf's eyes to shimmer with tears of joy. "This is the finest commendation for them. The little elves require no thanks." Rog relished his meal with great delight, taking a bite of the freshly roasted lamb chops. The juices bursting in his mouth, the meat tender and pleasantly chewy, leaving him utterly satisfied. He devoured the food before him with remarkable speed, the dishes arriving like a whirlwind from the hands of Juhao. Half an hour later, a towering stack of plates had accumulated to his left. All the little elves in the kitchen were awestruck. Although the little badgers occasionally came in for extra servings, it was Rog's insatiable appetite that truly brought them joy. Juhao was overjoyed, beaming with happiness. He bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude for your acknowledgement, Master Travis. As Hogwarts house elves, they were only able to toil away in the shadows, unseen by the young wizards, whether it was cleaning in the dead of night or cooking in the underground kitchen. Now, witnessing Rog's appreciation for their labor filled their eyes with tears of joy. "This was the finest meal I have ever had." Rog showered praise without reservation. "Juhao, could you prepare 2 packed lunches for me?" Rog glanced at his pocket watch. Potions class was about to begin. "Certainly, it would be my honor to serve you." Juhao promptly packaged the lunch, thoughtfully providing silver cutlery. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, Hermione and Daphne glanced around anxiously. Class was about to commence. Yet Rog had not yet arrived. Upon noticing this, Ron expressed his excitement. "Harry, it seems Rog from Slytherin is going to be late, that insatiable oddity." Hermione shot Ron an angry glare. "How can you say such a thing about him?" "Why not? All Slytherin wizards are." Ron's sentence was cut short as the little snakes turned their heads to glare at him unfavorably, especially Malfoy, who wore a smirk, as if waiting for Weasley to finish his remark. Ron's face flushed with anger as he turned to glare at Hermione, who was defending Rog. "During this class, you need not foolishly wave your wands or mutter incantations." Snape burst into the room, oblivious to the fact that someone was tardy, with a few students stealthily slipping in behind him. "In truth, I do not expect many of you to truly grasp the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." Snape turned around, his black eyes fixated on Rog. Rog took a seat beside Daphne under the scrutinizing gaze of his housemaster, discreetly passing her the packed lunch. However, for the select few truly gifted elites, Snape lowered his gaze, seemingly targeting Malfoy. "I can teach you how to enthrall and beguile the heart and mind. I will instruct you on how to elevate your reputation and even stave off death." His voice was soft, yet every word was distinctly audible. That said, some of you may have arrived at Hogwarts with established repute, overflowing with confidence. Snape scrutinized each student's face before settling his gaze on Harry's detestable visage and the sleeping Rog slumped over his desk, both of whom appeared disinterested in the lesson. Snape cast a casual glance at Rog before focusing intently on Harry Potter, who was scribbling notes below. "Mr. Potter," Snape said, releasing his cloak with a low, resonant voice. "Our newly arrived celebrity." His disdain for Harry Potter was purely subjective, devoid of any rationality, and the mere mention of that surname made him feel nauseous, an urge to retch. Harry lifted his head, perplexed by Snape's derision. Snape gazed into those eyes, identical to Lily's, and involuntarily softened his tone. "Potter, answer me. What will you obtain if you add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion?" Hermione immediately raised her hand. "Slytherin is still 10 points ahead of Gryffindor." "I don't know," Harry replied honestly. "All right, let us try another. Potter, if I were to ask you to find me a piece of bezoar, where would you look?" "I don't know." "Sir," Harry replied earnestly. "Then tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane." Hermione nearly flew out of her seat with a raised hand. Yet Snape's attention remained solely on Harry. "I don't know, sir." Harry recognized that Snape was targeting him, his tone tinged with defiance. "What a pity," Snape remarked coolly, a hint of lament hidden in his voice. Lily's son was utterly dim-witted, having inherited none of her potion-making talent. Fearing his thoughts might reveal too much, he quickly added, "It seems fame does not equate to ability." Hermione, clearly aware of the situation, thought, "Why don't you ask her?" Harry, frustrated, interjected, "I'm not going to let you treat me like this." Laughter erupted among the classmates. Silence. Snape's merciless gaze swept the room, and the young wizards promptly closed their mouths. Chapter 43, Left Behind Alone. He approached, pulled up a chair, and sat across from Harry, resting his hands down. The foolish child. No one understood why he was fixated on Harry's eyes. seemingly testing the courage of the Gryffindor lion, or perhaps desiring to extract those eyes and preserve them in potion forever. The outcome evidently disappointed Snape. Harry met his gaze unflinchingly. He was never lacking in courage, perhaps even excessively so. "Professor, this isn't fair." Before Snape could continue, Ron defended his friend. "Why is it that Slytherins can be late without penalty?" He pointed at Rog, who was sprawled beside Daphne, questioning the frosty-faced Snape, even brazenly sleeping there. Daphne nudged Rog, but she had already anticipated that shouting would do no good. Snape shook his head and stood up, his sharp gaze cutting into Ron's face like a knife, then blandly declared, "Mindless courage is no different from foolishness. For publicly questioning a professor, Gryffindor loses 5 points." Snape's deduction ignited fury within the young lions. Even Hermione glared at him fiercely. "I want to accept this." Despite his fear of Snape's terrifying aura, Ron mustered the courage to shout, "I didn't do anything wrong." I don't believe he could answer all 3 questions. Hermione rolled her eyes. Based on her understanding of Rog, these questions were child's play. "Since you insist," Snape approached Rog, sniffing the air, the scent of dragon's blood and moondew. Restorative. He incanted a spell, channeling his own energy into the slumbering Rog. "Rog." To Daphne's astonishment, Rog suddenly awakened. "Is class over?" Rog glanced around, noticing Daphne signaling that the headmaster was watching him. Snape's expression darkened, and Rog felt a jolt of alarm. "Hey, why are you looking at me? Aren't you deeply resentful of Harry?" Naturally, Rog dared not voice such thoughts aloud, keeping them to himself. Snape took a deep breath and reiterated the 3 questions. "The language of daffodils is love, while that of wormwood is pain. If powdered daffodil root is added to wormwood infusion, it will yield a potent sleeping potion, also known as the elixir of life." Upon hearing Rog's response, Hermione appeared puzzled, wondering why potion making would involve flower language. Bezoar is an antidote. You can find it in a cow's stomach. As for the difference between aconite and wolfsbane, Rog observed Snape's increasingly unfriendly expression, mentally simulating the possibilities. 1. You tell Snape there is no difference, and he remains silent. 2. After class, you're kept back by Snape, who provides you with potion tutoring. Stop simulation. Realizing there was nothing of great significance, Rog shrugged and voiced the correct answer. No difference. They are a slender, vertical, and toxic perennial herbaceous plant, whose flowers can be used to concoct potions, while the leaves are highly poisonous. Observing the rigid expression of his headmaster, Rog smiled and, undaunted, inquired, "Headmaster, is this a riddle?" "Slytherin gains 5 points. Now, why don't you jot that down?" Snape uttered no reprimand, allowing Rog to sit there in a lethargic yawn. "Rog, you are truly impressive," Daphne remarked admiringly, noting that the headmaster had even awarded him points. Rog smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He was feeling rather unwell. Snape had transferred his energy to him, keeping him alert, yet his own spirit was weary, leaving him in a state of near collapse. Upon hearing the flawless response from his rival, Ron's face twisted in a manner reminiscent of a toad, deepening his animosity towards Slytherin. However, recalling his brother's warnings, he found it difficult to muster the courage to stand up and challenge again. The first-year potion class was remarkably simple, particularly the inaugural lesson, which covered the fundamentals. After Snape had explained the handling of ingredients and the use of cauldrons, he instructed the young wizards to brew a potion for treating boils. Dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, except for Rog and Malfoy. Nearly all students had faced criticism. Yet, Snape blatantly ignored Rog, merely standing behind Malfoy to showcase his flawless technique. Bored, Rog rested his head on the table, harboring a deep resentment for Snape's lack of decorum. Propping his head with his left hand, he waved his wand casually, and an exceedingly simple potion for treating boils was completed. Daphne shot him a glance, feeling that partnering with Rog was a misstep. "This time, you shall not intervene. I will handle it myself." A sudden loud hissing sound erupted from behind, and Rog turned to see Simon's cauldron spewing caustic green smoke. The cauldron had long been removed from the fire, yet the hedgehog spines remained on the table. Neville must have forgotten to add the hedgehog spines. As expected, the cauldron erupted into a violent reaction, crashing to the floor and spilling its contents. As the unfortunate culprit, Neville was doused in the potion, covered in boils, even in his ears and nostrils. His agonized wails echoed throughout the classroom. Poor child, Rog sighed. Neville was utterly unsuited for this class. Potion making is an art of precision, where a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. Given Neville's forgetful nature, concocting potions was nothing short of torment. "What are you standing there for? Get him to the infirmary," Snape bellowed at Simon, waving his wand to clear the spilled potion from the floor. "Look, Someone has already completed theirs, while you can't even manage a cauldron. Snape, unsurprisingly, fashioned Rog into a model, more accurately a target. He scrutinized Rog's bemused smile with an uncomfortable intensity, sensing that this student was aware of something. In the next class, you will partner with Neville. He turned to Harry, his tone laden with accusation. Why did you not remind them? Gryffindor, predictably, lost a point, and as for the reason, Rog bluntly stated, does Snape need a reason to target Harry? No. Yes. No. Thus, our dear savior divided his grievances into 3 parts, with Snape and Malfoy claiming the vast majority, while Rog unfortunately caught collateral damage. Snape stormed back to the podium, having never encountered such a foolish young wizard. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly oppressive, and once the bell rang, the young wizards fled towards the entrance of the dungeons. Rog Travis, stay behind. Snape's voice drifted from behind him. Daphne and Hermione exchanged a look of resignation, waving as if bidding farewell. Dragon blood and moonlight dew. Only the blue moonlight could utilize both materials simultaneously. Snape was scribbling something on parchment, not bothering to look back. Headmaster, you guessed correctly. Rog inwardly mocked his acute senses discontentedly regarding Snape. If so, why impose vitality, restoration upon me? Do you think it appropriate to sleep in class? Snape retorted coldly. Rog reluctantly nodded. He certainly acknowledged that sleeping during class was indeed inappropriate. However, given the first-year potion class's nature, merely attending was a feat in itself. The formula for blue moonlight was available in numerous texts, yet the number of potioneers capable of brewing it was scant. Show me, he commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. Rog had no choice but to retrieve the blue moonlight from his robes, the silvery blue liquid. Regardless of how many times one had seen it, was always intoxicating. A remarkably high degree of completion, Snape remarked, tossing his shoulder-length hair back, his scrutinizing gaze flitting between Rog and the potion. Make it. Snape tossed over a 4-foot-long parchment, and Rog glanced at it, filled entirely with potion-related questions. Indeed, this was a handwritten exam by Snape. Chapter 44. The True Master of Potions. Rog returned to his seat with a quill, pausing intermittently to contemplate. In his estimation, this exam's difficulty surpassed that of the 5th-year ordinary wizard graduation exam, colloquially known as the OWLs. Some questions might even exceed the Newt level. The entire paper lacked introductory potion questions, commencing at an intermediate level, encompassing advanced potion knowledge and the creative formulation of new potions. For instance, if the intermittent confusion potion changes to deep green after the 7th stir, what could be the cause? How should one adjust the process? If tasked with creating a potion to enhance memory, which 3 herbal ingredients would you select, and why? Please analyze why mimosa must be collected during thunderstorms. Outline your vision for the future development of potion making. Rog glanced up at the podium. Snape was busily concocting potions, clearly believing that the blue moonlight was his creation, using this exam to gauge his own skills. Look at this paper. It's filled with open-ended questions, designed to be as tricky as possible. Isn't this just tormenting the poor fellow? Rog could certainly submit a blank sheet, but Snape was a veritable treasure trove, a master of potions, casting spells silently. And his self-created spells had the potential to make any child weep with desire. He labored until 8 in the evening to complete the exam. The factual knowledge was manageable, surely accurate. Yet, once it came to the specific operations of potion making, he could only rely on his experience from brewing blue moonlight to attempt answers. The final question pertained to the future of potion making. Rog glanced at it and thought to himself, what significance does this inquiry hold? These are matters for potion masters to ponder. Nevertheless, Rog generously penned down his thoughts. The vast majority of tools in the magical realm are steeped in historical weight, entirely stagnant since a millennium ago. Introducing Muggle methodologies and instruments from the fields of medicine and science might just usher in a revolution in potion making. Professor, I'm done. Rog submitted his paper, while Snape's potion was nearing completion. What are the properties of dragon vine seeds, thunderbird feathers, and unicorn horn dust? Snape shook the golden potion in his hand, picking up Rog's blue moonlight. Dragon vine seeds come from tropical volcanic craters, bearing fruit once every 100 years. They can be distilled into a fiery essence, suitable for crafting soul-washing potions. The feathers of the thunderbird originate from the tempestuous realm of thunder and lightning, capable of igniting one's mental prowess. The ashes resulting from the incineration of thunderbird feathers can be utilized in the crafting of potent spiritual potions. The dust from a unicorn's horn is reputed to enhance cognitive abilities, and it is said that potions made from this substance can unlock mysterious cerebral realms. Rog answered one by one, watching Professor Snape as he removed the lid of the blue moonlight vial and dripped the golden potion into it. Professor Rog felt a tremor in his heart, a hint of trepidation washing over him. The blending of finished potions requires masterful skill and is typically reserved for those crafted by one's own hand. To amalgamate someone else's potion could potentially ruin the entire concoction, leading to exceedingly dire consequences. Snape maintained his impassive demeanor, focusing intently on the transformation within the vial. The original silver-blue liquid began to swirl with strands of gold, intertwining to form a vortex of dancing light. Rog stared, seemingly forgetting to breathe. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking potion reaction. It was as if a universe were being born before his very eyes. This, Rog murmured, gazing incredulously at Snape. The golden spiritual potion combined with the blue moonlight would negate the soporific side effects of the latter. You may refer to it as the tranquil galaxy. Snape affirmed with a nod of satisfaction, returning it to Rog. And what are the new side effects? Rodinquirid. One might experience an increase in static electricity. If one considers it a side effect, Snape replied nonchalantly, tossing the vial to Rog as he began to grade papers. Rog was somewhat taken aback, occasionally glancing up at him. Many answers were riddled with errors, yet it was evident that Rog possessed a solid foundation of knowledge and unique insights into practical applications. Is blue moonlight your sole expertise? Snape queried after reviewing the paper, his curiosity only deepening. Upon seeing Rog nod, he did not hesitate to retort, practicing with advanced potions? Your foolishness is comparable to that of a troll. Headmaster, you are well aware of my circumstances, Rog replied helplessly. Due to those wretched beings in Azkaban, my magical growth has nearly stagnated. I cannot procure ingredients in Diagon Alley, so I must resort to crafting them myself. Without it, I would struggle to keep pace with even the first-year curriculum. Wretched? Snape paused, momentarily taken aback by the amusing descriptor. I doubt anyone else in the wizarding world would characterize Dementors in that manner. Here, take a look, Snape said, retrieving a thick notebook from the bookshelf, filled with potion recipes and insights he had gathered over the years. You must submit one potion every 3 days. Following the order in the notes, Snape stated without reservation, as he had previously mentioned that he would never withhold knowledge from a true genius. With such a potent moonlight extract, I presume you're not lacking in funds for materials, he added, rolling up the parchment and placing it in the drawer. Huh? Rog raised his arm to sniff. Headmaster, doesn't the moonlight extract dissipate shortly after being uncorked? Use your brain, or would it disappear too? Snape retorted with sarcasm. It could decompose in the air or adhere to other substances. Rog nodded, but remained curious as to how Snape could detect it. But Headmaster, I can't smell it. Snape offered no explanation and waved Rog away. He reflected on the answer to the final question, finding it rather intriguing. Reform? Snape murmured, not particularly fond of the term. A pureblood leaning toward the Muggle world, a half-blood aspiring to pureblood status. Reform? It was indeed quintessentially Slytherin. The Slytherin ethos has never been about pureblood ideology, but rather about honor and strength. They are willing to pay any price for their ultimate goals, including their very lives. Headmaster, Rog suddenly recalled something, peering through the doorway. Is there a place within the school where I can brew potions? He was referring to the room of requirement, knowing it lay opposite the ballet tapestry. Yet Hogwarts was too vast to locate it quickly. Opposite the tapestry on the 8th floor, walked back and forth 3 times. Snape pondered before providing the location of the room of requirement. Listening to the fading footsteps outside, he fell into contemplation. Rog exhibited an extraordinary talent for potions and spells, reminiscent of his own past. However, what struck Snape most was the subtle relationship between Rog and the Gryffindor students. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Those were matters of the past. He would not mistake Rog's talents as a sign that his own life would be repeated. The school hall was devoid of life, and Rog, gazing at the pristine long table, found himself compelled to return to the kitchen. The side effects of dragon blood still lingered. Chapter 45. The Room of Requirement. Rog's appetite remained as robust as it had been at noon, and the house elves in the kitchen joyfully catered to his needs. Dobby, the excitable house elf exclaimed, leaping forward. What may I do for you, Master Travis? Are there any secret passageways in Hogwarts? Rog's inquiry left Dobby momentarily perplexed, as he banged his head with a frying pan. Dobby knew the answer yet could not respond, his self-punishment continuing. Enough, I was merely asking, Rog interjected, but Dobby appeared oblivious, persistently chastising himself. That's enough. Bring me some food. Rog slammed his hand on the table, prompting Dobby to cease his self-harm and begin serving him. Prepare some dinner for me and deliver it to Professor Snape. If he inquires, tell him it offsets the debt for the potion. Yes, Master Travis, Dobby eagerly replied. his busy work restoring his spirits. On the 8th floor, Rog located the tapestry Snape had mentioned. It depicted a nearly 4-meter square tapestry, prominently placed in the center of the wall. The tapestry illustrated 6 trolls clad in ballet attire, attempting to dance under the guidance of a wizard named Barnaby, who ultimately failed and was soundly thrashed by the trolls wielding their bone clubs. Rog, standing before the tapestry, felt sympathy for Barnaby, especially since he had endured beatings for centuries. "I need a room to brew potions," Rog muttered repeatedly as he paced the corridor. On his 3rd pass before the tapestry, a remarkably smooth door appeared in the wall. Rog's eyes widened with excitement as he hurriedly pushed the door open. Behind it lay a spacious and well-lit room, with a central workbench adorned with cauldrons, test tubes, and various other potion-related apparatus and books arranged neatly. What a splendid place. How could it have been destroyed? Rog sighed at the sight of the room of requirement. He remembered that at some point in the future, the room would vanish in a blaze. Independent space detected. Initiating system access. Commencing access. Warning. Warning. Blocked by anomalous forces. Insufficient energy. Insufficient energy. Rog was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden malfunction of the panel. He could not recall having developed such a feature. Surely, it could not be due to some magical alteration from his crossing over. Yet the error messages made him realize that Hogwarts was protected by a mysterious force, one that even the panel could not breach. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, focused on knitting, furrowed his brow as he discerned that the room of requirement was under attack. The enigmatic force swiftly dissipated, leaving no destruction in its wake. Dumbledore pushed open the door and gazed intently at the smooth stone wall. He lifted his crescent-shaped spectacles, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he shook his head and turned to leave. In the room of requirement, Rog was poring over the notebook given to him by Professor Snape. From the recipes for the potion against scabbers, neutralizing agents, to Felix Felici's Veritaserum, and even the complex potion, it seemed that choosing Slytherin had indeed been a wise decision. Rog nodded, jotting down the materials needed for the first potion in his booklet. As for gathering them in the Forbidden Forest, he thought better of it. The image of Voldemort's face lingered in his mind, prompting him to choose to have Sella procure the ingredients instead. Without the life of the Savior, one should not undertake the Savior's burdens, Rog reminded himself, cautioning against impulsiveness. If money can solve the problem, why risk one's life? "A good day, Headmaster," Rog exclaimed, leaving the room of requirement, only to bump into Dumbledore. "Rog, it has been quite a while since we last met," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "To uncover the secret chambers of Hogwarts on your 2nd day of enrollment is truly impressive." "It was Professor Snape who informed me," Rog replied with a chuckle, his mind conjuring the image of Snape's cadaverous face, attributing all matters to the esteemed head of his house. "Oh," Dumbledore nodded. "This place is indeed quite difficult to locate. I once took a wrong turn while searching for the restroom and stumbled into this very room. Can you guess what I found inside? The restroom? Rogue Lozed. I was hoping to find a place for potion making, and it conjured a room with a workbench for me. If the headmaster had been in urgent need of a bathroom at the time, it surely would have been a restroom." "Haha, incorrect." Dumbledore burst into hearty laughter, filling the room with mirth. Rog couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the headmaster's rather unique interests. "Would you care to join me in my office for a moment?" Dumbledore invited. "I have some delightful lemon sherbet." Simulated. 1. You accepted Dumbledore's invitation, entering the headmaster's office. 2. Dumbledore inadvertently cast legilimency on you, encountering a blank slate. 3. Dumbledore grew suspicious that you had mastered the occlumency technique, heightening his vigilance. 4. You accidentally sustained an injury due to a magical mishap, resulting in a year of leave from school. Simulation halted. Rog quickly declined, remembering that if he returned late, he would be caught by Mr. Filch. "Very well. The hour is indeed late," Dumbledore observed, glancing at Rog's pocket watch. "Farewell, Rhodes." "Farewell, Headmaster Dumbledore." Watching Dumbledore's figure vanish around the corner, he pondered. Rog was indeed unique, particularly given his extraordinary experiences. For a child like him to lead a normal life was no small feat, let alone to excel as he did. Dumbledore couldn't help but recall Neville, that frequently forgetful boy. However, did Snape truly need to expose him to the room of requirement at such an early stage? Returning to his office, Dumbledore worried whether Rog might be concealing some dark secret, perhaps involving dark magic. Further observation was warranted. He mused that Rog's ability to summon a Patronus theoretically indicated he was not a dark wizard. Perhaps he was merely curious about power. He murmured, "Phew." Rog breathed a sigh of relief as he exited the main building. A magical mishap? What sort of magical accident could lead to a year off from school? "I don't believe you, old man," You are indeed quite cunning. Under the watchful eyes of Filch and Mrs. Norris, Rog returned to Slytherin at the last moment. Good night, Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. Rog executed a dramatic turn, waving at the beleaguered Mr. Filch. Oof. Next time, you won't be so fortunate, Filch glared at Rog, beginning his patrol of the other corridors with his cat. He felt Rog was mocking him. Who didn't he know that he would be patrolling the grounds all night, capturing those little wizards sneaking around? And that wretched Peeves, who caused chaos every night. Don't let me catch you, little wizard. Filch glared at the entrance to the Slytherin's secret passage, marking Rog on his blacklist. Chapter 46, Magical Instant Photographie. Rog, you are finally back, Daphne exclaimed, jumping up in relief upon seeing him safe. I was worried you might have been caught by the headmaster. Daphne mimed the action of severing potions, splintering. How could that be possible? Rog certainly wouldn't confess to being left by Snape to complete a test. That would be too tragic. The headmaster saw my remarkable talent in potion making and wept, begging me to accept his gift. Rog boasted shamelessly. You should have seen the eager gleam in his eyes. It gave me goosebumps. Look, Rog produced a potion that shimmered with a golden aura. He even worried about my studies and personally modified the blue moonlight potion. It's now called Tranquil Star River. Is that true? Daphne regarded Rog with skepticism, questioning when their headmaster had ever been so benevolent, weeping and pleading for him. Of course it's true. I can drink it now without experiencing any drowsiness. Rog nodded, asserting that honest people never lie. What about the headmaster's gift? Daphne inquired further. I've placed it in my secret base. Secret base? Daphne's curiosity was piqued. She had heard tales of the numerous hidden passages and chambers at Hogwarts, some of which even the headmaster and teachers might not know. Take me to see it, Daphne urged excitedly. Sure. Rog signaled for her to lower her voice. Tomorrow. I don't want to be caught by Mr. Filch. All right, it's a pact. Daphne nodded, returning Professor McGonagall's note to him. Here, we haven't seen you all afternoon. Hermione asked me to return this note to you. Ah, you want to study Latin? Rog accepted the note, noticing several hefty dictionaries on the round table. He handed the note back to Daphne, inadvertently adding to the little witch's academic burden. Please return it to me once you've finished reading. By the way, Malfoy has some grievances against us. Daphne said with concern, warning Rog, you know how the houses feel about Gryffindor. Sometimes they're practically enemies. Let him be. Rog was indifferent to Malfoy's opinions. Draco was Draco, and Malfoy was Malfoy. Here, they were in Slytherin. I understand your point, Daphne nodded. However, with you stealing the limelight today, it seems Draco is planning something. Ah, being as outstanding and charming as I'm always breeds envy, Rog sighed, shaking his head. He turned and waved his hand. Don't forget to submit your transfiguration essay. It needs to be 2 feet long. Good luck. Watching Rog proudly retreat to rest, Daphne clenched her fist, wishing to knock him out with one of the hefty tomes on the table. In the following days, Malfoy made no moves against her. Instead, he seemed to engage in daily arguments with Harry, leading Rog to suspect that perhaps their quarrels were healthier for them. Rog kept his promise and showcased the wonders of the room of requirement to Daphne. No matter what kind of environment she desired, the room could accommodate her wishes. However, upon hearing Rog's complaints, she couldn't help but grumble internally. 3 potions due in 3 days? What a dreadful punishment. I'd rather not know about this place. Aside from brewing potions, Rog commenced his magical instant photography project. In the present day, the cameras within the magical realm are cumbersome and unwieldy, requiring the flash to be held manually. Upon deeper investigation, he discovered that magical photographs are solely in black and white. They hardly pose a threat to the artists. With a touch of sarcasm, Rog disassembled the magical camera into its components, categorizing them and hanging them on the walls of the All-Needs house. The Leica R3, procured at his request from Jessica, had already been delivered by Sella, its iconic red emblem recognizable from afar. Following disassembly, the next step was to replicate this refined industrial marvel. He contemplated altering the body's color to a rich coffee or silver hue, complemented by dynamic, shimmering magical insignia. What? You suggest utilizing Muggle manufactured components for modification? This is a magical instant camera with the handle crafted from lightweight, yet sturdy Himalayan birchwood. The lens mount must be fashioned from pure silver, ensuring slip resistance and shock absorption. Diamonds for the lens, dragon hide straps, and a pure silver exterior. Everything conceivable would be included. A quintessential handmade design, exuding sophistication. How much would such a basic model of a magical instant camera cost? I mused. At least 2,000 galleons. 2,000? Not 2,000. Not 998. Not even 98. Just 9 galleons, and it could be yours. Don't scoff at the profit margins. Who in this day and age profits from a basic model? One must understand the wizard's psyche. Those willing to pay 9 galleons for the basic model are likely to spend more on the upgraded version. The lenses would be classified into 11 categories, with a standardized external hot shoe flash, offering no fewer than 6 variations. Do not complain about the abundance. The basic model doesn't even grant you more than a plain white body. Additionally, with the inclusion of reverse transformation spells, should you desire a built-in flash, a color-changing shell, all would come at an extra cost. The film and developing potion would cost 1 sickles for a portion, primarily profiting from consumables. A magical photography exhibition would be held monthly, with prizes starting at 30 galleons. As for autofocus, what are you, an old master? The old master's creed is, seek not automation, but embrace manual operation. However, how to pair the film and developing potion? Rog stood perplexed, while other matters seemed straightforward. These two were the core of the magical instant camera. Since magical photographs move, Muggle instant cameras provide no relevant comparison. Faced with this conundrum, Rog found himself seeking assistance from Hermione and Elena. 3 heads are better than 1, especially when those 3 are present. On a Thursday morning in late October, the young wizards were particularly exhilarated, for they were about to embark on their inaugural flying lesson. Rog, a flying broomstick! Daphne exclaimed, shaking the composed wizard beside her. Have you never seen Quidditch? Quidditch? Rog shook his head. I have never understood the wizarding fervor for such a sport. How could you not adore it? Daphne marveled. It is the most popular sport in a magical world. 2 teams chase each other on flying broomsticks, and there's even a golden snitch. Just imagining it is thrilling. Flying? Rog frowned. The image of wizards soaring on broomsticks always evoked thoughts of dementors. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that the two were not synonymous. Where I previously resided, there were many flying creatures, and they left me with an unsettling feeling. Oh, Daphne, not thinking too much of it, assumed Rog simply harbored a dislike for things that soared through the skies. Yet, flying lessons were compulsory for every young wizard. Daphne brimmed with anticipation for the afternoon class. You must do your best. Across the room, Malfoy, overhearing Rog's admission of never having ridden a broomstick, began to boast loudly. Honestly, the school claims we freshmen are unqualified to join the house Quidditch team. Malfoy lamented, my father bought me a Comet 260. If I could join the team, I would surely be upgraded to the latest Nimbus 2000. Nimbus 2000? The Slytherin young wizards gasped, all eyes turning to Malfoy, including their prefect, Marcus. Of course. Malfoy raised his chin, boasting, the latest product from a Nimbus company, crafted from mahogany. That's a professional-grade Quidditch broom. True seekers would use it. Malfoy added proudly. If I could join the team, I would show you what a real Nimbus 2000 looks like, rather than merely gazing through a shop window. Crabbe and Goyle looked at Malfoy with eager eyes. Can we touch it? You may. Malfoy complained. Last time I flew out, I nearly collided with a Muggle airplane. Such loud and bothersome creatures, causing my broom to be locked in the cupboard. Students from wizarding families chattered about flying broomsticks, with some even boasting about having flown through the jaws of a water monster. Slytherin and Gryffindor quarreled over the Puddlemere United team, and had it not been for the Ravenclaw table separating them, they might have come to blows. Sella soared over the noisy young wizards, landing before Rock. Chapter 47. Conflict Among Purebloods. Harry, where did Hedwig run off to? Ron asked in astonishment, eyeing the fleeting white figure with confusion. For more than a month since school began, Travis had always been the preferred choice for teachers' questions. Whenever an unusual query arose, professors would direct it to him, only to receive perfect answers that garnered praise and points. Yet he was a Slytherin, and this impressive display only solidified Ron's belief that he was destined to become an evil dark wizard, even leading him to regard Hermione as a traitor to the house. However, he overlooked the fact that Travis never raised his hand during class. No, that isn't Hedwig. Harry recalled vaguely that the lady he met at the train station had mentioned her son owned a snow owl. What's wrong? Daphne inquired curiously as she noticed Rog's excited expression. The shadow manifestation potion can now be mass-produced. Rog exclaimed with enthusiasm. Really? That's wonderful. Does that mean the instant camera can be released? Daphne, having experienced Muggle cameras, grew weary of the cumbersome and outdated traditional models. And the lengthy developing process was particularly irksome. Earlier in the month, under Snape's guidance, they had discovered a silver frost solution with developing properties. After 2 weeks of repeated experiments and optimizations, they finally concocted a new potion, the Shadow Manifestation Potion. This potion, when applied to a photograph, would cause the image to materialize instantly. Thus, they collaborated to create double-sided magical photo paper, with an outer layer coated in black film and an inner white absorption layer. After capturing an image, The white photo paper would absorb the potion, causing the image to spontaneously appear, transforming into a moving magical photograph. Once the image stabilized, the white paper would be removed, leaving behind the black portion for preservation. Rog had always believed that black film was superfluous. After all, wizards had duplication and enlargement spells. What need was there for film? Yet Hermione and Elena were adamant. A camera without film has no soul. Reluctantly, Rog yielded and agreed to produce the magical photo paper in double layers. However, the mass production of the shadow manifestation potion posed a significant obstacle. As a crucial consumable for future profit, large-scale production was vastly different from his previous small-batch concoctions in the cauldron. Rog could not afford to drop out of school to focus solely on potion making, nor did he trust others with the formula. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to modify the recipe. The letter from Sella contained Jessica's test results, and the new formula had finally succeeded. Following this method, shadow manifestation potion could now be produced in large quantities and at a low cost, or more accurately, it was now the shadow manifestation elixir. All problems had been resolved. Rog exclaimed with delight. Finally, an antiquated relic was about to undergo a much-needed transformation under his stewardship. Had it not been for the dean's reminder, he would never have considered that the Silver Frost solution possessed a manifestation property. He also expressed gratitude towards the Greengrass family for providing a plethora of materials. Raising his juice in salute to Daphne, he said, "I owe you my thanks. You are too kind. I'm merely assisted in sending the letter back," Daphne replied. Her head bowed in modesty as she clinked glasses with Rog. "Do share the good news with Elena and Hermione. They will undoubtedly be thrilled." Under Rog's influence, she gradually began to accept non-pure-blood wizards. Of course, her standards for friends remained stringent. Either one had noble lineage or intellect as extraordinary as Hermione's. Had it not been for the two knowledgeable young ladies assisting in the research, things would not have progressed so smoothly. "Indeed," Rog nodded. "But I dare not continue to call Hermione the know-it-all. Please, who doesn't he know you coined that nickname?" Rog smiled as he lifted his juice and made his way toward the long table of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Through Elena, he had also been in contact with her father, Alexander, even discussing the affairs of the Soviet Ministry of Magic in their correspondence. Despite the claims of various magical ministries that wizards should remain concealed from muggles, it was undeniable that there existed connections between the upper echelons of muggles and wizards. Indeed, muggles and wizards often influence one another. The downfall of Hitler and the imprisonment of Grindelwald, for instance, seemed inextricably linked. The modest endeavors in the financial city were merely a preliminary exercise. Rog's true ambitions lay with the Soviet Ministry of Magic. Their library housed a vast trove of forbidden tomes. Rog aspired to assist in liberating these magical books into his own study. Undeniably, the Hogwarts library boasted a long and illustrious history, filled with an abundance of texts. Yet, under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Rog doubted that one could study dark magic without arousing suspicion. "Elena, thank you for your assistance," Rog said with a smile as he approached the Ravenclaw table to pass her the letter. "Wonderful. It's truly successful," Elena exclaimed, leaping with joy. "You must promise me a device when it's ready." "Of course. The shop's profits will include your share." Rog clinked glasses with Elena. "Any new updates from your father regarding Eastern Europe?" "My father has yet to reply. He merely mentioned he would observe the situation further," Elena replied, a hint of concern shadowing her features. "No matter, we can afford to wait," Rog nodded. "When the flag of the Kremlin changes, the Soviet Ministry of Magic will surely not remain tranquil, and chaos is but a ladder to our advancement." Hermione, having never encountered Quidditch before, incessantly recited the magical game of Quidditch in an effort to fit in. The surrounding young wizards groaned in exasperation. They had long grown weary of the monotonous rules and silently prayed for her to cease her recitation. "Rog, the rules of Quidditch are quite peculiar. For instance, if one captures the golden snitch, the match concludes immediately." Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction to Rog. "If someone were to catch the snitch right at the start, wouldn't they never lose?" The others breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for Rog's presence which had interrupted Hermione's lengthy discourse, despite the fact that he belonged to the more loathed Slytherin house. "You make a valid point, Hermione," Rog chuckled, glancing at Harry, reflecting perhaps in a few days. "Your perspective will alter." Harry, keenly perceptive, sensed the gaze directed at him and pondered why Rog was looking his way. Each encounter with Rog reminded Harry of the professor's accolades: exceptional talent, humble demeanor. In contrast, he felt quite ordinary, akin to Ron, save for his title as the Chosen One. "Our instant photo device is ready for sale. Look, my mother has validated a new method for large-scale production. It's entirely feasible." "Really?" Hermione exclaimed, jumping with excitement. That is fantastic. Let me see. She hastily snatched the letter, marveling at Rog's ingenious design. Using the diminishing purity method for mass production. How did you conceive of this? Shoo! Rog cautioned her, signaling for silence. This is our trade secret. Hermione quickly covered her mouth, acutely aware that the core secret of the shadow manifestation potion must not be divulged. Look what I have. Malfoy emerged from nowhere, snatching the now-red memory orb from Neville's grasp. Malfoy returned the orb to Neville. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, their furious glares seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Mr. Draco, you certainly have broadened my horizons. It seems the honor of the Malfoy family is of this nature. Rog remarked with a sardonic smile, his eyes filled with disdain for Malfoy's despicable actions. Even if your family pursues sycophancy towards the strong while exhibiting martial virtue towards the weak, you are still a member of Slytherin. Please do not tarnish our house's reputation. Travis, our family's honor does not require your commentary. Malfoy glared, having long harbored disdain for Rog. Neville, as a member of the Longbottom family, you should stand up for yourself when things are taken from you. Rog gazed at the helpless Neville, believing that if he lacked even this modicum of courage, he deserved to be bullied. Hermione sought to intervene, only to be seized by Percy, who simultaneously warned his brothers to remain silent. The Weasley family must not become embroiled in this dispute, even if it seemed to be merely a squabble among young wizards. Chapter 48. Dumbledore's Concerns. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as all eyes turned towards them. Professor McGonagall intended to intervene, but seemed to receive some news, merely standing at the doorway and observing the unfolding events. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe positioned themselves behind Malfoy. Meanwhile, Daphne Greengrass resolutely approached Rog, fixing him with a determined gaze. The situation now stood at 3-2, seemingly favoring Malfoy. At that moment, the head boy, Marcus Flint, shouted inopportunely, "What are you all doing?" He did not wish for internal disputes within the house to be publicly displayed, fearing it would become fodder for ridicule from other houses. He bellowed angrily, revealing his prominent front teeth, "For the sake of an inconsequential fool, you are turning against your own?" Rog turned to glare at Marcus, his cold and profound gaze causing a shiver to run down Flint's spine. How could a fifth-year student be intimidated by the gaze of a first-year? Those who do not choose a side should return to their seats. Rog's tone bore an air of authority and admonition, as if he were the true head boy of Slytherin. At that moment, Marcus realized that the essence of this dispute was a contest between pure-blood families. Despite its seemingly juvenile facade, Marcus felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, returning silently to his seat at the long table. The Flint family chose to remain uninvolved, perhaps deeming the conflict too childish. The younger Slytherins cast him sidelong glances, their expressions a blend of amusement and derision, as if to say, "You may choose not to take a side, but at least do not appear as foolish as Gryffindor, or even more so." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Marcus understood his authority had suffered a significant blow. He pounded the table in frustration, masking his inner turmoil with impotent rage. "Travis, look at the person you're defending." Malfoy sneered at Neville, shoving him forcefully. "You had something stolen from you, and yet you dare not speak. Come on, Neville. Just say Longbottom is a coward, and I'll return your worthless trinket." A small lion encouraged the cowering Neville. "It appears that the courage of the Longbottom family has utterly vanished in your presence." Rog's indifferent gaze swept over Neville before he turned to leave. Upon witnessing Rog's departure, Malfoy mocked even more audaciously. "You've forgotten how to spell courage, haven't you? Malfoy, return my memory ball." Neville suddenly rose, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted, his voice carrying a comical break. "What did you say?" Malfoy was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Neville's defiance. That ludicrous outburst felt like a resounding slap across his face. "Return my memory ball." "Humph, just wait and see." Malfoy scowled, tossing the memory ball to Neville before leaving the hall in disgrace. A thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, as the young lions celebrated Neville's triumph over the detestable Malfoy. The courage of the Weasley family is often foolishly excessive, yet also inadequately lacking at inopportune moments. Rog's words struck like a hammer, abruptly silencing the sustained clamor of applause. He glanced at Percy, derisively stating, "As a prefect, you are even inferior to Marcus. At least he understands how to defend his house, while you merely resort to various excuses to mask your self-interest." Marcus's expression was a complex tapestry of uncertainty, unsure whether to regard Rog's words as praise or reproach. Nonetheless, any opportunity to undermine Gryffindor brought him joy. The conflict among pureblood families? Rog mused, his gaze flitting over the Weasleys. If memory serves, Harry, Ron, and Seamus are Neville's roommates. If this is the rationale some of you cling to for avoidance, perhaps you should emulate Voldemort and undertake a grand purge of us. All your little wizards trembled at the mere mention of that name, their eyes wide with fear. How dare he utter that name? What's the matter? Are you scared? Rog continued to sap the courage of alliance, questioning whether a dark wizard who merely excavates in the British Isles could truly be deemed the Dark Lord, unlike Grindelwald. Rog, the Dark Lord is dead. Huh. Then why do you still hesitate to utter his name? Rog sneered. In my eyes, Gryffindor's courage is rather commonplace. The hall fell into an eerie silence as the meal concluded, and the young wizards hastily vacated the premises. The animosity between the two already discordant houses deepened further. In the Transfiguration Professor's office, Professor McGonagall inquired of Dumbledore, perplexed, Albus, why do you not intervene? The bullying of Neville by Malfoy should not be left for students to resolve on their own. Rog, that child, not only spoke the name of the Dark Lord, but even mentioned Grindelwald. Hearing that familiar yet foreign name again, Dumbledore found himself momentarily lost in thought. Please forgive me. Minerva, I'm too curious about Rog. When I first encountered this child in Azkaban, he astonished me. Do you know how Professor Snape introduced this student to me? Talented. Unparalleled. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Professor McGonagall, asking, Minerva, what is your opinion of this child? Humble, composed, and possessing immense talent. Professor McGonagall concurred with her old rival Snape's assessment. Among the students I've taught, those with such exceptional gifts often become prominent figures in the magical world. However, in comparison to them, Rog, Professor McGonagall pondered her choice of words. How should I put it? Lazy? It is difficult to find a term that accurately encapsulates this trait. He is not as proactive as Hermione and seems only passionate about matters that interest him. Professor McGonagall lamented, which is a consensus shared by all the professors. She felt a twinge of frustration regarding Rog's demeanor. If we do not ask questions, he will never volunteer answers, even when he clearly knows. To be honest, the first-year curriculum serves him no purpose at all. It merely wastes his time. Professor McGonagall added that in this regard, even Miss Granger falls short. Indeed, Rog has consistently adhered to school regulations. Dumbledore nodded, gazing out the window. I even wish he would occasionally bend the rules like other Slytherin students. Professor McGonagall somewhat agreed with Dumbledore's sentiment, despite her strict reputation for enforcing school rules. Albus, I understand your curiosity. Yet Professor McGonagall frowned, her brow furrowed with concern. Perhaps it is inappropriate for me to say, but Slytherin has always revered strength. We can foresee Rog overshadowing Draco as the central figure. You know, his wand's core is a unicorn hair. Ollivander always says that wands choose wizards, and if that is truly the case, before Professor McGonagall could finish, Dumbledore interrupted her. I understand your concerns. The choice of the unicorn, such a familiar yet distant memory. Minerva, the conflict this morning appeared to be merely Malfoy stealing Neville's memory ball. But in reality, Dumbledore's thoughts were intricate. On one hand, he sought to suppress the pure-blood ideology, while on the other, he understood that this was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. The pure-blood ideology was born alongside the magical world and cannot be eradicated in a single generation. Chapter 49, The Broom That Cannot Rise. The clash between Rog and Malfoy serves as a metaphor for the future. Dumbledore produced a scroll of parchment, which was none other than Snape's examination paper. This child harbors revolutionary ideas, Dumbledore mused. Why do exceptional wizards always possess such unique perspectives? Unlike Tom, he seeks to reform the entire magical world by drawing on Muggle practices, though in my view, such a necessity is questionable. Yet, this is precisely what concerns me. Dumbledore gazed out at the lawn where the young wizard's flying lessons were about to commence. Voldemort still lurked in the shadows, while another ideology began to take root beneath the surface. Just as you said, the unicorn wand has chosen him. After a moment of silence, Professor McGonagall spoke. Albus, at least we have discovered that Rog, like other children, has the right to form his own values, even if they appear immature at present. Professor McGonagall looked out the window. This is also the school's responsibility, to guide them towards healthy growth. Well, it seems our Mr. Rog is not particularly adept at Quidditch, Dumbledore remarked, turning his gaze toward the pitch, where Madame Hooch was instructing the young wizards on how to summon their brooms. The afternoon sun illuminated the green field as Madame Hooch walked past the lined-up young wizards. Beneath their feet lay their flying brooms, all of an unfamiliar make, tattered and worn. Up, Harry softly commanded, and the broom obediently soared into his grasp. Madame Hooch nodded in approval. Harry seemingly possessed a natural talent for Quidditch. Up, up. The other students shouted the incantation, attempting to make their brooms obey. However, None had yet achieved the level of success that Harry displayed. Quidditch is a sport that relies on talent. Perhaps Harry will join the team next year, Madame Hooch encouraged, while lamenting the situation. Rog, why does your broom remain utterly still? Daphne asked, puzzled as she looked at Rog, whose broom appeared to be rooted to the ground, unresponsive to his calls. Rog shrugged helplessly, glancing around. Malfoy was the second to succeed, proudly brandishing his broom and casting a challenging look at the others, even daring to mock Rog. Rog merely wished to utter one thing. What are you staring at? Since the start of the term, Malfoy had been thoroughly suppressed by Rog in nearly all subjects. This perpetual feeling of being a perennial second had nearly suffocated him. Yet today, in flying class, he finally managed to reclaim a measure of pride, greatly improving his mood. If Roger were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly illuminate the fact that academically, he was far from second place. Hermione was the true luminary. Even in flying lessons, Harry exhibited a prowess that eclipsed his own. After 5 minutes, everyone had managed to procure their brooms. Yet Roger's broom remained inert, akin to an aloof and frigid goddess of ice, silently rebuffing his invitation. Brooms can sense the emotions behind your commands, imbued with sentiment. Dear child, Mrs. Hooch encouraged. Some individuals are simply not cut out for flight. Draco Malfoy jeered triumphantly. Ground snake, Ron remarked, a red mark on his face from the broom's reprimand, relishing in the misfortune of his rival, while even Harry chuckled at Roger's clumsy display. Laughter erupted, revealing that even prodigies have their shortcomings. Perhaps the broom is simply defective? Roger shrugged indifferently, unfazed by their mockery. Rise, Mrs. Hooch mused, moving closer to softly beckon. To everyone's astonishment, the broom that had previously ignored Roger slowly ascended, obediently landing in Mrs. Hooch's hands. The laughter of the young wizards grew more exuberant, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. Roger, perhaps your emotional investment is lacking, Mrs. Hooch observed with a hint of exasperation, as she encountered this unusual situation for the first time in her extensive teaching career. Lacking emotion? Roger furrowed his brow, inquiring of Mrs. Hooch, is any emotion acceptable? Indeed, any emotion will suffice, Mrs. Hooch affirmed, explaining, a flying broom is not merely a tool. It is a companion to the wizard. It can sense a wizard's emotions, whether they be joy, anger, or resolute determination. She elaborated, as long as your emotions are fervent, the broom will soar in accordance with your desires. Take a deep breath, then close your eyes. Mrs. Hooch instructed him to adjust his feelings, summoning the broom with passionate fervor. Rise, or I shall incinerate you. Roger's tone was laced with an icy chill, an indescribable oppressive aura emanating from him. The surrounding young wizards shivered involuntarily, and even Mrs. Hooch's expression shifted. The broom, which had previously been indifferent, promptly floated up with compliance. Before Roger could repeat his command, it hovered steadily in his palm, unshaken and quietly submitting to his grasp. Roger, witnessing this scene, left Mrs. Hooch momentarily speechless. The classmates exchanged glances, utterly astonished by his unique manner of controlling the broom, questioning in their hearts, why did Roger possess such a distinctive understanding of emotional engagement? Thank you for your guidance, Mrs. Hooch. Noticing her astonished gaze, Roger offered a gentle smile, erasing the prior coldness from his demeanor. Mrs. Hooch sighed softly and moved to the center of the line, reminding everyone, now mount your brooms, and remember to hold on tightly, lest you slide off the back. I will blow the whistle. You will push off the ground with force. Then ascend and maintain your balance. She lifted the whistle hanging around her neck, instructing them on how to land. When I blow the whistle again, lean forward and land steadily back on the ground. Now listen for my whistle. 3, 2, tweet. As soon as Mrs. Hooch blew the whistle, Neville's broom took him soaring into the sky, climbing rapidly upward. Exceptional reflexes. In the blink of an eye, the broom carried Neville higher, prompting Roger to laud him from below. Daphne shot Roger a sharp glance, deriding. Did you not see Neville's panicked expression? His broom is completely out of control. Amidst Mrs. Hooch's calls and the gasps of the crowd, Neville spiraled chaotically in the air. He was performing a chaotic dance, preventing Mrs. Hooch's wand from aiming accurately. Just as he was about to careen towards the Forbidden Forest, the statue lady on the rooftop intervened, ensnaring his school robe with a spear and reeling him back down. The runaway broom continued to ascend, ultimately vanishing in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The robe could not withstand Neville's weight, ripping with a sharp sound, and he plummeted with a startled cry. Levitation charm. Roger brandished his wand, halting Neville's rapid descent in midair. So heavy, Roger lamented, feeling his magical energy swiftly deplete. Thinking to himself that Neville ought to consider shedding some weight. Bang! Despite the cushioning effect of the levitation charm, he landed heavily on the ground. Neville, Mrs. Hooch rushed over, internally chastising herself for her negligence. Thankfully, Roger's spell had mitigated the fall, and Neville appeared uninjured, albeit somewhat shaken. I'll escort him to the hospital wing for a checkup. You all stay put and do not move. Mrs. Hooch instructed, supporting Neville, her demeanor stern as she addressed the other young wizards. Return your brooms. She glared at them, her eyes sharp as a hawk on the hunt. If I discover any of you riding brooms without permission, prepare to be expelled from the school. Come now, dear, she gently reassured Neville, comforting the young wizard who had just fallen from a considerable height. Mrs. Hooch should award you some points, Daphne remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Roger as she spoke. Your spell was crucial. Without it, Neville might have suffered serious injuries, if not worse. All right, Daphne, Roger chuckled, sensing that this was not the time for accolades. In a twist of fate, Malfoy had gotten hold of Neville's memory ball, tossing it playfully in his hands. What a fool! He sneered maliciously, sunlight filtering through the glass ball and casting a kaleidoscope of shadows on his face. Roger, I concur with your assessment. Chapter 50, Schrodinger's School Rules. The Longbottom family possesses astonishing courage. A flying pig, ha ha ha. The foolish creature nearly met its demise. TSK, TSK, I wonder if his grandmother will spank him? Malfoy laughed triumphantly, soaring on his broom with raucous mirth. Haha, the flying pig. The young wizards erupted into laughter upon hearing Neville's nickname. Malfoy, hand over the ball. Harry stepped forward, shouting at Malfoy. What is this? Do you wish to play the hero? Or perhaps showcase the scarce bravery of Gryffindor? Malfoy glanced at Roger, noticing his silence and reluctance to intervene, thus redirecting his taunts toward Harry. Since Neville is so brave, let him seek out the rooftop himself. Harry, what do you think about tossing it outside the astronomy tower? Malfoy provocatively eyed Harry, skillfully maneuvering his broom in circles above their heads before ascending into the heights. If you want it, come and get it. He taunted from the air, daring Harry to pursue. As for the incapable Roger, Malfoy deemed him wholly unworthy of being considered a rival. His provocation ignited a blaze of fury within Harry, who gripped the broom tightly, ready to take flight, only to be restrained by Hermione. Harry, absolutely not, she warned, reminding him of Mrs. Hooch's words. You'll be expelled. Let go. Harry disregarded Hermione's plea, consumed by a singular desire to topple Malfoy and reclaim the memory ball. Harry, Hermione called out anxiously as Malfoy ascended into the sky. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. At most, we'll get scolded, Roger said, glancing upward with no concern for any impending punishment. That will still result in a significant deduction of points, Hermione pouted, her expression suggesting she might just explode. Go, Harry, go. Harry, go. Ron shouted encouragement to Harry, and soon the other classmates joined in the raucous cheering. Hermione wrinkled her nose, increasingly feeling out of place, even beginning to ponder whether it might have been better to join Ravenclaw. Rod, why don't you give it a try? Daphne suggested, glancing at the two figures soaring through the air, imagining him swooping in to subdue them. Spare me, Rod replied, shaking his head. Merely passing this class would be a blessing for him. The flying wizards, in a moment of distraction, morphed into dementors in his mind. Yet he resisted the urge to draw his wand against them. To be frank, attending flying lessons was already quite the challenge for him. The arrogant Malfoy could hardly anticipate that Harry, despite being a novice at riding a broomstick, would catch him off guard. He felt an immense pressure, and an inkling of fear crept into his heart. Malfoy, give me back the memory ball, or I'll knock you off. Harry glared at Malfoy, his eyes sparkling with determination. The exhilarating sensation of soaring freely ignited every drop of blood within Harry. He felt alive with fervor. You wouldn't dare, Malfoy shouted defiantly, attempting to mask his own anxiety. Deep down, he was acutely aware that if Harry launched another two such attacks, he would certainly be sent tumbling from his broom. Cursing under his breath, Malfoy found himself flustered as Harry closed the gap behind him. Harry's speed increased, allowing him to almost reach out and touch Malfoy. If you want it, then go get it. Malfoy, cornered by Harry's relentless pursuit, was forced to toss the memory ball away. It hurtled toward the high tower, promising certain destruction upon impact. Harry shot a glance at Malfoy, who was retreating to the ground, and surged forward with even greater speed. He lowered his broom, accelerating further, akin to a diving vintage bomber, constantly gaining momentum. The wind howled past his ears, while the startled cries of classmates echoed below. Those of a timid disposition shielded their eyes, fearful of witnessing a catastrophic collision. At the very last moment, just as the memory ball was about to crash into the towering wall, Harry executed a stunning turn and snatched it from the air. Amid the cheers of the young wizards, he returned to the ground like a triumphant hero, brandishing his trophy aloft. Congratulations, Professor McGonagall. Gryffindor has discovered an extraordinary seeker. Dumbledore chuckled as he watched Harry being celebrated by his peers, pleased that Harry had found a subject in which he excelled. For true prodigies, we ought to adapt the rules to accommodate their growth, allowing them to fully unleash their talents. Professor McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, suggesting, for instance, let us allow Harry to join the Quidditch team. Excellent idea, Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. In the course of their conversation, a school regulation regarding Quidditch restrictions was carelessly overlooked. Witnessing the commotion surrounding Harry, Malfoy seethed with jealousy. Daphne huffed disdainfully and turned to reprimand him. You were defeated by a novice. Malfoy stammered, his mouth agape, and in the face of reality, he could only stomp his foot in frustration. He could neither acknowledge nor accept that Harry's talent surpassed his own. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall, still adorned in her favored green robes, beckoned Harry to approach. Look, our savior is about to be expelled from school. Malfoy laughed maliciously, while everyone anticipated that Harry would face the gravest of punishments. Harry lowered his head and obediently followed, oblivious to the delight glimmering in Professor McGonagall's eyes and the slight upturn of her lips. Draco, if that were the case, what punishment would you face? Rob pointed out. Not a chance. Professor Snape wouldn't expel me. Besides, my father is a governor of the school. Malfoy screeched, like a cat with its tail stepped on, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Harry Potter is the renowned savior. What makes you think he would be expelled while you would not? Have you saved the Wizarding World too? Rog highlighted this irrefutable fact, leaving Malfoy dejected and speechless. It was precisely Harry's status that had led Malfoy to desire friendship with him. After suffering Harry's harsh rejection, he had harbored a grudge, seeking to create trouble for him ever since. Things aren't as simple as you think, Rog said, stepping before Malfoy and addressing the spoiled child. You ought to place Harry on an equal footing. Had he grown up in the Wizarding World, his reputation would render him an unofficial prince. Harry followed McGonagall to the doorway of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, where Wood was summoned by the headmaster. It was only then he realized that the headmaster was not there to criticize or punish him. Oliver Wood, McGonagall introduced, he is the captain of our Quidditch team. Wood, I found you a seeker, McGonagall said, looking at Harry, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Headmaster, really? Wood gazed at Harry, incredulous at McGonagall's unwavering confidence in his capabilities. Absolutely. I witnessed what transpired earlier. He is undoubtedly a prodigy, able to manage a broomstick on his very first attempt. Wood, trust me, Harry will become the finest seeker in the entire school, McGonagall asserted confidently. Wood nodded, re-evaluating his perspective on Harry. If what Professor McGonagall said was true, then Harry's talent was indeed unparalleled. Harry, I must say, your physique is well suited for the position of seeker. Can you mount your broom for me to see? No need to fly, just hover, Wood quickly added. Harry mounted the broom and Wood circled around him several times. Light and agile. We must provide you with an appropriate broom. Wood concurred with the headmaster's assessment. Harry was a natural seeker. Headmaster, according to school regulations. Do not worry, McGonagall chuckled. I have already discussed this with the headmaster. Wood, we need a team that surpasses last year's performance. The devastating defeat against Slytherin left me avoiding Snape for weeks. Headmaster, I understand. Wood nodded. Last year's crushing loss had indeed cast a shadow over everyone. How about giving Harry a Nimbus 2000, or perhaps a Firebolt? Chapter 51, Dark Arts Talent. I will consider it, McGonagall replied non-committally, fixing her gaze on Harry, who was practically glowing with excitement. I expect to hear about your rigorous training for Quidditch. Otherwise, Potter, I shall reconsider your place on the team. Upon hearing the headmaster's approval for his inclusion in the Quidditch team, Harry's cheeks flushed with excitement, leaving him speechless as he nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination, silently chanting, "Defeat Slytherin." At dinner, Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the news of his inclusion in the team with his friend Ron, urging him to keep it a secret. Seeker? Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Harry. Well done, Harry. Fred and George, Ron's twin brothers, approached with grins, whispering what already told us. With you as our secret weapon, we'll surely send Slytherin running for cover. Harry's valiant performance in flying class rapidly spread throughout the school, and students began to glance at Malfoy, discussing Harry's remarkable talent. With Harry on board, Gryffindor will undoubtedly become our fierce rival next year, Marcus remarked. Worry etched on his face as he munched on a meat pie. Rog, there are team members graduating next year, which will free up several positions. Are you interested in giving it a try? Marcus called out to Rog, who was about to leave, believing that Rog's talent in Quidditch was as exceptional as his prowess in spells. Me? Rog replied in astonishment, pointing at himself, thinking Marcus was jesting. Marcus, I harbor no interest in Quidditch whatsoever. In fact, I would gladly cast a few unforgivable curses upon it. Rog shook his head and suggested the rather gloomy Malfoy over there. You might want to let Malfoy have a go. He is at least more suited for Quidditch than I am. Upon hearing Rog's recommendation, Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being suggested by Rog, especially after their quarrel that morning. He quickly straightened up, eager to demonstrate his readiness for Marcus's scrutiny. However, the events of the afternoon hinted that Harry was slightly more capable, causing Marcus to hesitate about including Malfoy on the shortlist. If Draco were to join the team, the Malfoy family could at least sponsor the purchase of some Firebolt 2000 brooms. As a member of Slytherin, Rog naturally wished for his house to triumph. I'll think it over. Marcus did not make a decision. He was still contemplating who would match up against Harry next year. His indecision left Malfoy feeling frustrated. Goyle Crab. Follow me. Malfoy stood up in a huff, resolved to confront Harry. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, Snape was inspecting the memory potions submitted by Rog. Headmaster, if I were to drink Felix Felicis to brew potions, would it not increase my success rate? Rod inquired. And then what? Snape coldly turned his head, his dark eyes glaring at Rog. He sternly warned the young wizard, put away your cleverness. Felix Felicis can only ensure your success, not instruct you on how to succeed. I told you from the very first lesson that potion making is a precise science and a rigorous craft. Felix Felicis will only ruin a potion maker. If you cannot comprehend such a straightforward principle, I must have overestimated you. Go and cut that batch of horngrass into 1-inch segments. Observing Rog's bowed head in acknowledgement of his error, Snape did not relent, issuing his command with unwavering severity. The pile of hard and sharp horngrass in the corner was one of the ingredients for the memory potion. If processed into fragments, it would ruin the entire plant. Frankly, this material is rather expensive. Rog had previously painstakingly carved out 1-inch lengths with a knife for potion preparation. Are you a muggle? Can't you use a wand? Snape sneered as he spotted Rog picking up a knife. Headmaster, is it permissible to fragment it? Rog waved his wand, then obediently put it away under Snape's incredulous gaze. Have you been using a knife to process it all this time? Snape asked, his suspicion growing. Seeing Rog nod, his anger flared, and his face grew even paler. From now on, submit 10 vials each time. 10 vials? Is that not too few? Then it shall be 20. Snape placed the memory potions Rog had submitted into a cabinet and retrieved an old book from within. Learn this spell and then finish processing them. Rog noticed the title of the textbook was Herbology, likely a relic from Snape's student days. Impressive. It appears to be based on the Severing Charm, evolving into the Cutting Curse. Rog looked up at Snape and, feigning ignorance, praised Professor, who developed this remarkable spell. Truly a genius in charms. Stop wasting time and get on with the horngrass, Snape snapped, pulling his cloak tighter, his tone still icy. If you do not finish today, leave it here and do not return. He strode out of the office, his steps brisk, barely able to contain his buoyancy. Quite the proud one. Rog chuckled to himself as he settled down to study the Cutting Curse diligently. As an upgrade to the Severing Charm, the Cutting Curse maintained the essence of its predecessor while undergoing a comprehensive enhancement. Firstly, when employed in the processing of materials, the wand would emit no obvious signs. Imagine cutting potions while your wand sparks. What a foolish sight that would be. The Cutting Curse operates silently, ensuring precise and swift cuts, making it the best spell for potion makers when handling materials. With just a flick of the wand, one can execute meticulous and fluid slicing. Most importantly, it can thoroughly tear apart the material, which is crucial for enhancing potion efficacy. Rog recited the incantation, feeling a distinct flow of magical energy. This energy exuded a chilling and sinister aura, as if all warmth and vitality were being drained away. Within Rog's consciousness, it swirled in a foreboding vortex, reminiscent of the oppressive atmosphere before storm. This subtle sense of pressure inexplicably stirred the darkness within him, causing a surge of negative emotions to boil with the ebb and flow of the magic. As the spell was released from the tip of his wand, Rog distinctly felt the sharp, dark arrows flying towards the horned grass, that chilling and despairing aura rendering all vitality before it as fragile as a dandelion. The horned grass silently snapped in two, as if it were destined to do so. Truly, the Half-Blood Prince possesses profound knowledge of dark magic. Could my affinity for darkness pertain to dark magic itself? Rog chuckled bitterly, instinctively waving his hand, causing the horned grass to break instantaneously. Rogue Travis. Magic power, 13-15. Mental strength, 16. Talents, dark affinity, strong will, night vision. Skills, wandless casting, silent casting of dark magic, advanced potion mastery. Potions, blue moonlight, memory potion, white fresh potion. Spells, cutting curse LV1, severing charm LV3. Have I truly mastered silent casting? Rog was astonished to realize he had mastered both silent and wandless spellcasting. With a natural proficiency for dark magic, if I were to learn the killing curse, could I covertly eliminate Voldemort? Rog meticulously handled the horned grass, deep in thought. Compared to the spells learned from textbooks, the power of the cutting curse was an overwhelming superiority. This ignited within him a yearning to delve deeper into dark magic. Such a dangerous and ruthless power is undeniably alluring to any wizard. Should I sneak a visit to the restricted section? Rog felt a stirring in his heart, unable to resist the urge to explore the library under the cover of night. With my simulation ability, one visit should pose no significant risk. Wait, why am I suddenly inclined to go to the restricted section? Rog was jolted awake, questioning how his thoughts could be influenced. Chapter 52, The Silent Canon Office. Magic? Rog glanced at Snape's textbook, feeling uncertain. Steady now. Let me wait until Christmas to visit Moscow. Patience is indeed a rare virtue. Rog recalled Professor McGonagall's teachings, diligently remaining in the dungeons to process the ingredients. As night deepened and the moon ascended the tower, Rog stretched lazily, easing his weary body from prolonged labor, and could not help but curse, Snape, you exploitative taskmaster. And without compensation, the previously chaotic horned grass had been neatly processed into 1-inch segments, tied together and stacked pleasingly. Spending the night here, is one not afraid of nightmares? Rog surveyed the office, the walls adorned with biological specimens, sending shivers down his spine. Various glass jars contained the preserved limbs of beasts, the brains of unidentified creatures, and eyeballs rotating endlessly. Despite having a designated office, one must dwell in the dungeons. No wonder they call him the Old Bat. Rog shook his head, tucking the herbology book into his cloak as he exited the classroom. Given the dungeon's secluded location, he had to take a considerable detour to return to the common room. Checking his pocket watch, he noted it was nearly midnight. He still had to be wary of Filch and Madame Loris. With a heart full of trepidation, Rog cautiously made his way into the castle. He glanced around, finding no sign of Filch. Oh, how foolish of me, not to have learned the disillusionment charm on my first day. Although Hogwarts forbids the use of apparition and disapparition, the disillusionment charm is permitted. After all, Filch is rather inept. He would surely fail to notice its implementation. While Hogwarts buzzed with life during the day, it was at night that the ancient castle truly came alive. Instruments floated in the corridors, playing melodies, while the figures in the portraits mingled and exchanged pleasantries, occasionally greeting Rog as he violated curfew. The suits of armor on either side of the hallway leaped from their pedestals, often engaging in mock battles during the day, and were even more brazen by night. The contender on the left was a German Gothic suit of armor, its surface smooth and opulent, boasting sharp edges and elegant curves. Its iron gauntlets grasped a double-handed sword, delivering a fierce blow to the adjacent suit. The opponent, hailing from England, retaliated without hesitation, raising a war hammer to deflect the broadsword before countering with a powerful punch. Despite their loss of knights, the spirit of battle still blazed within the steel armor. Under Rog's watchful gaze, the German contender successfully dismantled its rival into fragments. Such precision in craftsmanship from Germany, even in the magical realm. Rog applauded the victor, who humbly bowed in thanks to the young wizard. However, as the armor parts clattered to the floor, a resounding crash echoed through the corridor and into the hall. Startled, Rog hastily fled the scene. A young wizard wandering about at midnight would surely attract Peeves' ire. Suddenly, Peeves emerged from the shadows, floating in midair and cackling with glee. Peeves, move aside. Not a chance. Unless you say please. Peeves made a face as the sound of Filch's footsteps grew louder from upstairs. Please. Rog wished he could bind Peeves with a spell and toss him to the Bloody Baron for a thorough reprimand. Why didn't you say please? How did you know what Peeves wanted to hear? Peeves, curious, descended and locked eyes with the young wizard. Can I move now? With an expression of discontent, Peeves finally granted Rog passage. Just as Rog lifted his foot, Peeves shouted, Filch is coming. There's a night-wandering young wizard here. Curse Peeves. One day, I'll hand you over to the Baron. Peeves, you won't fool me. Filch and Madame Loris rushed toward them. Just moments ago, Peeves had stubbornly refused to divulge where the young wizard had gone. You dolt, Filch, you can't even solve Peeves' riddles. Even if I told you there's a rule-breaking young wizard, you wouldn't catch him. Peeves erupted into laughter, vanishing into the walls, leaving only his chuckles echoing in the corridor. Madame Loris seemed to have noticed something and shrieked towards the corner. Cursed young wizard, see where you think you can escape. Filch cursed, lantern in hand, pursuing the sound. The corridor led to the Slytherin common room, and Filch likely guessed which young wizard was out of bounds. Purity and power. Rog dashed back to the entrance of the secret chamber, hastily reciting the password. However, the stone wall remained immovable. Oh no, it was already Friday. Rog chocolate be curly. Realizing that it was past midnight, had he known, he wouldn't have let the armor serve as judges. Pure blood supremacy, the heart of the Black Lake, power. Rog recited the former password repeatedly at the wall, even conjuring new phrases, but to no avail. It was time to escape. The secret entrance to Slytherin was a dead end, and Rog did not wish to be trapped there. Meow. Madame Loris was the first to arrive, calling out to Rog and beckoning Filch. Let me see who has broken curfew. Filch buffet, coordinating growth. Aha, I knew it was you. Filch grinned like a malevolent boggart, explaining why all the young wizards at school feared him. Good evening, Mr. Filch and Madame Loris. Rog smiled at them, quickly explaining, I was delayed because of Professor Snape. Do you believe me? Oomph. Filch seized Rog's shoulder, dragging him toward his office. Then you'd better explain yourself to Professor Snape. I'm going to give you detention. Filch bellowed, shoving Rog into his office, excitedly pointing at the gleaming iron chains hanging from the wall. The headmaster should allow me to reinstate medieval punishments. Filch grabbed a whip, giving it a sharp tug. He threatened, all you rule-breaking rascals should be hung upside down with iron chains and whipped. Only then will you learn your lesson. Mr. Filch, surely that's unnecessary? Rog chuckled wryly, observing Filch, who seemed like a rabbit, overly excited after so long without catching a young wizard. Stay put. The naughty student who just escaped must be caught. Filch warned Rog that he was not allowed to leave, leaving Madame Loris to keep watch over him. He slammed the door shut and locked it, ensuring no escape. Madame Loris, look, there's something delicious. Rog caught the scent of fried fish in the air. No wonder Madame Loris was so thin under Filch's care. The benefits of having an owl were once again evident, as he could carry cat food with him. Madame Loris leaped onto the table, puffing up her fur and hissing a warning at Rog to retract his hands. Are you really not going to try? Rog shrugged, scattering cat food across the table. Madame Loris jumped back, cautiously sniffing the offerings once she saw Rog retreat. Initially wary, she soon succumbed to the alluring aroma of cat food, cautiously tasting a morsel. Then she lunged at it, devouring everything on the table, leaving nothing behind, even the crumbs that fell. Madame Loris arched her back, rubbing against Rog's leg, demanding more. Ha! There's nothing a cat can't be conquered by when it comes to cat food. If there's more, I'll have some more. Rog settled onto a chair, gesturing for Madame Loris to jump up. He stroked the cat, relishing the moment, showing no signs of being captured. Rog surveyed Filch's office, dim and filthy, devoid of windows. A solitary oil lamp hung from the low ceiling, casting a stifling gloom over the room. Rog frowned. The stale air was cold and damp, reminiscent of Azkaban. Time for a cleanup. He waved his wand, attempting to conjure a window in the wall. Yet, the castle's magical protections rebuffed his charm. Holding Madame Loris, he walked past rows of wooden cabinets, each labeled with various confiscated contraband. One drawer bore the inscription, high-risk items. High risk? How intriguing. Rog opened the drawer, revealing an assortment of peculiar magical objects, biting teacups, spoons with legs, dung bombs, and even a string of keys of unknown purpose. Some were undoubtedly intended for pranks. Yet the majority were ordinary magical items, including several wands. Filch may be inept, but where did these wands come from? Curiously, Rog picked one up, waved it a few times, and then tossed it back. So many curiosities. He opened the adjacent drawer, which was brimming with trading cards from chocolate frog packaging. Rog appeared akin to a mouse that had fallen into a cheese trap, eagerly rummaging through the long-standing collection within the caretaker's office. The contents were both numerous and eclectic, with some magical artifacts exuding an aura of age, seemingly left behind by previous caretakers. Just the trading cards alone filled several drawers, and, with a casual search, one could easily assemble a complete set. Were the young wizards to discover these treasures in Filch's office, they would undoubtedly flock there, vying to acquire them. Thank you. Filch. Mrs. Loris, may I take these? Rog, seeing no objection from the cat, unceremoniously stuffed the unfamiliar cards into his ample school robe. Mrs. Loris lounged lazily atop the desk, her round belly making her yearn for a sweet, languorous slumber. The golden snitch? Rog unearthed a crystal box from the depths of a faded drawer, revealing the very golden snitch used in Quidditch matches. Exquisitely crafted, it appeared quite valuable. The front of the box was inscribed with golden lettering, Baumanlight, number 101. A commemorative edition, no less. Rog cautiously opened the crystal box, fearing the snitch might take flight. However, it seemed to have lost its magical essence, lying quietly within. He exhaled in relief, scrutinizing it intently. The snitch was merely the size of a walnut, with two tiny wings tucked into the recesses of its spherical body. Its surface bore intricate, mysterious patterns, seemingly concealing some hidden information, which piqued Rog's curiosity immensely. As magic gradually infused it, the sphere suddenly vibrated. Fortunately, Rog held on tightly, preventing it from soaring away. Once the magical energy dissipated, it settled back into silence. A commendable piece of alchemical craftsmanship, undoubtedly with intricate mechanisms inside. Excitement sparkled in Rog's eyes. He was tempted to dismantle it immediately for a meticulous study. However, considering its collectible value, purchasing an ordinary snitch for disassembly seemed far more practical. He stowed the crystal box away. Glancing at his pocket watch, it was already past 1 a.m, and Mr. Filch had yet to return. He extinguished the oil lamp and collapsed into the chair, surrendering to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, Filch's hand came crashing down on the table, rousing him from slumber. Snape stood silently in the doorway, leading his student away. Professor, you should grant me a permission slip. A permission slip? Snape halted abruptly, nearly colliding with Rog. It was time for class, and the corridor was bustling with students hurrying toward their classrooms. Snape loomed like a specter, prompting everyone to cautiously sidestep past him. He sneered. It took you until dawn to handle a trivial matter. Even Hagrid's dog could have managed it faster. Rog scoffed, if dogs were so efficient. Why did you invent the disarming charm? Snape then unleashed a tirade of scorn, caught red-handed at the entrance to the chamber, unaware of the password. And you insist on waiting there? Are you the only little wizard roaming Hogwarts at night? Snape's deadpan gaze swept over Harry and his companions as they rushed by. Headed for Professor Flitwick's charms class. Slytherin has lost 5 points due to your violation of curfew, in addition to a detention. Snape seemed indifferent to the lost points. His ire stemmed primarily from Rog's foolishness. Even a night spent evading capture within the castle would have been preferable to being trapped at the entrance to the house. Harry and Ron perked up at the mention of Slytherin losing points, their hearts swelling with joy. They skipped merrily toward the charms classroom. Don't worry, Professor. I will definitely make up for it. Rog pledged earnestly. It's just points. I can recover them in no time. 3 days, 50 points. If you can't retrieve them, prepare to gather water lilies from the bottom of the Black Lake. But Professor, tomorrow is Saturday. Upon hearing the reminder from behind him, Snape hesitated momentarily before departing without a backward glance. Rog, are you all right? Daphne approached cautiously after the headmaster had left, with Hermione looking on anxiously. It's just a swim. If it weren't Friday, 50 points would be a cinch. Rog chuckled, reassuring them that their head was all bark and no bite. In charms class, Rog unusually engaged in answering questions, leaving Professor Flitwick scratching his head in confusion. Has this lad taken a different potion today? All right, Rog, you can sit down now. Flitwick withdrew his wand, explaining the spell they would learn today, Wingardium Leviosa. This was one of the essential spells every wizard needed to master, allowing objects to levitate. Standing atop a high stack of books, Professor Flitwick demonstrated for the young wizards below. Do you remember the movements we practiced before? Flitwick instructed everyone to watch their wands and follow his lead. Swish and flick. Swish and flick. Typically, Rog would lazily wave his wand. But today he responded with unprecedented enthusiasm, completely transforming his demeanor. Daphne beside him was amused by his seriousness, prompting Rog to silently urge her not to disrupt him. Excellent. Flitwick surveyed the room, pleased to see everyone mastering the wand movement, especially Rog, whose motions were elegant and precise, a veritable exemplar from a textbook. When reciting the incantation, ensure you pronounce it correctly, Wingardium Leviosa. As he spoke, Flitwick used the example of a boggart as a cautionary tale. If you wish to avoid having your ribs crushed by a rampaging bull, do not pronounce the F as 8. After issuing this warning, he invited everyone to give it a try. Unlike her usual self, Hermione did not immediately wave her wand to demonstrate her success. She remained seated, seemingly waiting for something. Ron wondered in perplexity if Hermione had changed her disposition. If so, it would be a welcome reprieve from her usual nagging. Wingardium Leviosa. Rog swiftly recited the incantation to recover the 5 points lost, and the feather before him obediently soared into the air. Well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed excitedly, having never witnessed a young wizard mastering the levitation charm so swiftly. Professor, I can levitate it without a wand, Rog declared, casting a respectful glance at Professor Flitwick, who at present had no intention of awarding points. Oh, Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in astonishment. Rog, are you suggesting nonverbal magic? Indeed. The other young wizards began to murmur among themselves. ISNT, that's something only upperclassmen can learn? Ron, what is nonverbal magic? Harry adjusted his glasses, inquiring curiously. Nonverbal magic is casting spells without relying on a wand as a medium to focus and direct magical energy, Hermione interjected, enlightening them on the concept. It is a highly advanced and complex skill mastered by only a select few in the magical community. However, if precision in casting is disregarded, many wizards from the African continent can perform it. Show off, surely just boasting, Ron scoffed, dismissing the idea that Rog could master nonverbal magic. Chapter 54. Whose troll is roaming about? Rog, nonverbal magic requires immense talent and a high level of proficiency with spells, Professor Flitwick cautioned. Professor, I can do it. Rog replied resolutely. Flitwick nodded, permitting him to begin. With everyone watching, he set down his wand and softly murmured, Wingardium Leviosa. The spell was executed with precision, and the feather on the desk floated steadily into the air. Rog skillfully controlled the magical energy, guiding the feather to circle above the classroom before gently returning it to the surface of the desk. The classroom erupted in exclamations of astonishment as the young wizards experienced wandless magic for the first time. If the difficulty level of wand magic is a mere 1, then wandless magic must be rated at least a 10. Rog's precise manipulation of nearly weightless feathers exemplified an extraordinary mastery of magical energy, a feat of remarkable complexity. Professor Flitwick was profoundly impressed by Rog's performance, showering him with praise. Marvelous. Simply marvelous, he exclaimed, leading the applause which Ron reluctantly joined with a couple of half-hearted claps. 5 points to Slytherin for your outstanding performance. The cheers from the Slytherins were exuberant. With Rog's skill, he could easily persuade the professor to grant them points. Barring flying lessons, Rog bowed in gratitude to Professor Flitwick. While 5 points fell short of Snape's expectations, it might just lighten his mood. Hermione followed suit, effortlessly casting the Featherlight charm, earning her praise from Professor Flitwick as well. Hermione, have you known this spell all along? Ron questioned, his gaze fixed skeptically upon her. Mind your own business, Hermione retorted, disliking Ron for the points he often cost their house, and focused on her own spell practice. Thank you, Hermione. Rog expressed his gratitude after class. No need to mention it. Your wandless magic is the reason Professor Flitwick awarded you points. Hermione replied with a smile as they exited the classroom together. Regardless, without your assistance, the professor's generous points would not have come so easily. Would you consider accepting my invitation to the library to study, Miss Granger? Rog inquired. Hermione shot him a knowing glance. I suspect you are the one who wishes to go. Alas, you've seen through my ruse, Rog admitted with a nod of frustration. It was evident that the 50 points Snape demanded were unattainable. He would have to think of how to breathe underwater instead. He recalled that Harry had used a similar herb in the Triwizard Cup, but he would need to consult the library for its name. You brought so many books? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide as Rog held a stack that nearly obscured his face. What can I say? I cannot transform into a fish, Rog replied, setting the books down with a dull thud. Madame Pants, the librarian, cast a fierce glare in their direction, prompting Rog to quickly offer an apology. Be careful, Hermione advised as she divided the books into 2 piles, whispering, Madame Pants is extremely protective of these volumes. She believes merely browsing them damages them. Thankfully, these belong to the library, or we would surely be expelled. Last time, I borrowed a comprehensive history of ancient magic. Madame Pants lectured me for ages, Hermione revealed, producing a borrowing slip filled with warnings. If you damage or tear this, I shall ensure you face the direst consequences within my power. Hermione picked up a magic book she had found, the title Reading Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, with a note beside it stating they could not possibly design an unachievable task. In the past, I found answers to my questions in the library's books. I believe you can do the same, Hermione encouraged, assisting Rog in searching for means to breathe underwater. Potions for underwater breathing. Strange magical plants, potions and ingredients, spells, from simple to complex. The 173-21960 spell dictionary. As time ticked by, the number of unread books dwindled, yet they remained empty-handed. How can there be nothing? Rog mused, propping his head on his hand, his eyes weary from reading. Today was Halloween, and the library would close 2 hours early. The only occupants, aside from the 2 of them, were Madame Pants, who vigilantly watched over them. Hermione, let us return the books, Rog suggested, unable to bear the weight of Madame Pants' resentful gaze, as if he had stolen her daughter. "Rhodes, do you think we might be searching in the wrong direction?" Hermione asked, placing the last book back on the shelf and scanning the titles. Though Professor Snape has an eccentric demeanor, he wouldn't leave us with an unachievable task. "You're right, which is why I've been searching for potions or magical plants. He is our potions professor, so it must be related to that." "Children, it's time to head to the Great Hall for Halloween," Madame Pants suddenly announced, her gaunt figure casting a long shadow in the candlelight, startling them both. "Madam, we still have 5 minutes until closing?" Rog protested, shaking his pocket watch, but Hermione quickly pulled him away. "What's wrong? Do you see the feather duster in Madame Pants' hand?" Hermione warned, recalling how a young wizard had accidentally dropped a book, prompting her to chase him out with the duster. "Honestly, she reminds me of someone," Rog remarked, eyeing Madame Pants in her black garb, strict and utterly unforgiving. "Her approach to work is not merely serious, it borders on nitpicking," Hermione added, clearly recognizing whom Rog was referencing. "Moreover, she doesn't endear herself to us." They exchanged knowing glances, increasingly convinced that the two figures they spoke of were remarkably well-matched. "I thought a delightful prank," Rog said, recalling his intention to gather herbs by the Black Lake and deciding to play a trick on Snape. "What is your plan?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "Impersonate Madame Pants and write a letter to Snape." Rog grinned mischievously, gesturing animatedly, causing Hermione's eyes to widen in shock. "If they discover it, the consequences would be dire," she gasped, aware of Snape's fearsome reputation. "Fear not, I shall share a secret with you," Rog whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Hermione. "Our headmaster is unmarried because he is still in love with a former classmate." "Really?" Hermione gasped, taken aback. She had assumed Snape was merely a research fanatic, incapable of understanding affection. Indeed, though sadly, their child is already in school, just like us, coincidentally in first year this year. Rog Siged, imparting a sage adage, "A lovesick fool meets a tragic end." "Rog, are you quoting a Chinese proverb?" Hermione blinked, intrigued by when he had acquired a second language. "Let us not dwell on such details. After all, he did punish me by sending me to the bottom of the lake." Just then, Rog suddenly grasped Hermione's arm as they both caught a whiff of a foul odor reminiscent of dirty socks mixed with a dead rat. Soon after, a colossal shadow loomed at the end of the corridor, the flickering candlelight elongating its silhouette, rapidly filling the entire passageway. "It's a troll," Rod exclaimed, pulling Hermione behind a statue to shield her. The 12-foot beast ambled aimlessly toward them, and any attempt to flee now would surely alert it. Its ashen skin glistened with a stony hue, and it clutched a hefty wooden club. Its small head contrasted sharply with its massive body, resembling a tiny chocolate bean. The troll dragged its club across the ground, producing a harsh, grating noise. Hermione clung tightly to Rog's arm, staring in terror at the monstrous creature, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for Rog's hand over her mouth, she would have likely screamed. Chapter 55, Quirrell's Unfinished Words. "Shoo, keep your voice down," Rog urged, attempting to calm Hermione. "Rog, how can there be a troll in the school? It's coming closer. What we do?" Hermione panicked, gripping him tightly, at a loss for what to do. "Follow me," Rog said, guiding her as they felt their way along the wall and turned the corner. Being so close to the troll, fleeing was not an option. He cast a glance at the simulation button. It was too late to leave the library now. Rather than placing his hopes on the simulation, it would be wiser to cherish every ounce of magic and prepare for battle with unwavering resolve. "Pick up your wand, Hermione. We are wizards. We can master everything." Rog clapped Hermione on the shoulder, instilling in her a sense of confidence and courage. Hermione nodded, her trembling hand gripping the wand tightly as her gaze flickered towards the slowly approaching troll. "It has stopped. Shall we seek the headmaster?" The temporary halt of the troll provided Hermione with a slight sense of relief. She exhaled a warm breath, feeling utterly drained, her grip on the wand quivering. "Today is Halloween. Aside from us and Mrs. Norris, everyone else must be in the Great Hall." Rog turned to see the troll gazing foolishly at the oil painting, grinning vacantly. "I'll find a way to distract it. You go find Mrs. Norris and have her take you to the headmaster and the professors." The thought of Dumbledore crossed Rog's mind, and he muttered to himself. Quirrell had not brought a bag. Without the old bee's permission, this troll would not have been able to enter. He was increasingly aware that Quirrell's true target was the Philosopher's Stone, with Harry merely a secondary concern. Although tonight's Halloween feast had already captivated Dumbledore and the others, this additional chaos would only serve to complicate matters, akin to the saying, "There's no silver here." Rog was inclined to believe that the troll had been deliberately released by the headmaster, and he had merely stumbled upon it. In the Great Hall, celebrations for Halloween were in full swing. Enormous pumpkins were carved into various ghastly faces, floating alongside rows of candles in midair. The ghosts, reveling in their festival, danced with glee. Even the Bloody Baron wore a smile. Various visiting ghosts entertained themselves with their own headhunting games within the castle. Harry felt the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, only then recalling that the usually loquacious Hermione was absent. Where has Hermione gone? He pondered. She must be in the library with Rog from Slytherin. I saw them together. Ron grumbled. She is practically a traitor to Gryffindor. She could have finished first. We all heard this morning that Rog lost 5 points for breaking school rules. If it weren't for Hermione, the professor wouldn't have awarded him any points. Ron continued his complaints. If you ask me, she might as well transfer her to Slytherin. Just as they debated Hermione's whereabouts, Quirrell burst in, exclaiming, "There's a troll in the school." He looked at Dumbledore with a desperate expression, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. I think you know, Dumbledore. Poor Professor Quirrell, before he could finish his sentence, was knocked unconscious by an inexplicable force, and the shrieks of young wizards filled the Great Hall. As Dumbledore instructed the professors and prefects to calm everyone and facilitate an orderly evacuation, Rog prepared to take action. Hermione, listen to me. When I say run, you must flee without looking back, Rog said earnestly as he saw the troll resume its advance toward them. But Rog, I can't run fast, Hermione replied anxiously, her voice quivering with fright. Don't cry. Wizards must not weep. Rog wiped the corner of Hermione's eye and flashed a radiant smile. I'll distract it. Just hold on to your wand for safety. If I die and become a ghost, I'll follow you around the school every day. If you don't want me to see you while you bathe, you'd better find the headmaster and the professors to save me. You wouldn't dare. Rog's dark humor elicited a laugh from Hermione as she watched him leap into action, casting the levitation charm to hurl a statue at the troll. Hey, big guy. Over here. Come and catch me. Rog taunted, dancing about as he waved his wand. The troll, noticing the small figure darting away, stomped heavily in pursuit, its foul and enormous feet thudding against the floor. With its massive club swinging in fury, it smashed the statues and suits of armor lining the corridor to pieces. Rogue? Hermione lamented her own helplessness in the face of the troll. Hermione, close your eyes. A flicker of light erupted as he cast his first spell, the one he trusted most. The ample magic surged through him, allowing him to wield the Lumos charm with skill, the tip of his wand illuminating the corridor with a brightness akin to a 1,000-watt bulb. Hey, big guy, can you see me? The troll's eyes, wide and white, could only perceive a dark spot bouncing about. Provoked by the cacophony of human cries, it let out a furious roar and charged at Rog in a deadly rush. Heavy obstruction. Rog cast the spell at the troll, but as described in the books, its hide was remarkably resistant to magic. The spell struck it, but to no effect. Damn it! It charged like an enraged unicorn, and Rog rolled aside just in time to evade the blow. The troll, swinging its club indiscriminately, began to unleash a barrage of attacks. Rog dodged continuously, but the troll's strikes grew increasingly fierce. It swung its club relentlessly, the range wide and daunting. Had Rog not blinded it momentarily, he would have been reduced to a pulp long ago. Levitation charm. Rog seized an opportunity to launch an attack on the club in the troll's grasp. The club paused in midair, but remained firmly clutched in its hand. I knew I shouldn't have trusted it, Rog exclaimed, rolling away in disarray while manipulating a nearby war hammer with the levitation charm. The iron hammer struck the troll's head with a resounding thud. It did not crush its skull, but merely left it momentarily dazed. Old B, I'll settle this with you later. Rog cursed inwardly, realizing that the hammer had barely harmed the troll. Hermione, run! He yelled urgently as the troll staggered from the impact. Hermione emerged from behind statue, her first instinct to swing her wand for a sneak attack. The young wizard's magic could handle minor creatures, but against such a behemoth, cunning was the only path to victory. Let us go, Rogue growled, as Hermione reluctantly stowed her wand, tears glistening in her eyes as they scattered across the corridor. The troll, rubbing its battered head, stared blankly at the tiny figures below. Rog continued to hurl objects at it using the levitation charm. At first, it attempted to swat them away, but soon began to ignore them altogether. As its vision cleared, it swung its club with clumsy but immense force. The wind from the wooden club stung Rog's face. Had it not been for the dragon blood enhancing his body, he would have been incapacitated and turned to mush. Yet his situation was still dire. Compared to the draining of his stamina, his circumstances worsened. The corridor was narrow, and at its end lay a dead end sealed by a mosaic window. If the troll charged directly, it could crush him. Fortunately, its small brain failed to command a second deadly rush. It continued to approach, swinging its club, leaving Rog with increasingly limited space to maneuver. I can't delay any longer. Rog assessed his dwindling magic and the limited space behind him, realizing his opportunities were running out. Outside the window was a cliff. He lacked Neville's talent, and jumping off was not an option. He was left with two choices, to trap it or to eliminate it entirely. Reveal the swamp. With his wand pointing at the floor beneath the troll's feet, he attempted to cast a spell, but like Filch's office, the floor here had been specially treated. The spell flew forth only to be rebuffed. The colossal creature paid no heed to the diminutive figure's actions, swinging a hefty club with great ferocity. Rog hastily rolled away, the club whistling ominously above his head. He was merely 3 inches from the wall, with the specter of death looming behind him, brandishing its scythe of doom. Perhaps at that moment, it would utter, "My scythe reaps souls and returns." The giant, seeing its prey cornered, let out a triumphant roar, filling the corridor with a foul stench of rotten socks mingled with putrid eggs. Rog crinkled his nose, and had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he would have succumbed to the noxious fumes. With both hands raised high, the creature wielded the great wooden club, preparing to bring it crashing down upon Rog's head. In the face of imminent doom, Rog's heart grew ever calmer, his gaze fixated on the descending club, his grip on the wand tightening. Like a knight fighting alone, the wand became his sole weapon. He placed his absolute faith in it, channeling all his magical energy into the slender shaft. The Kirin's heartstrings sensed its master's intent, radiating a crimson glow. The magic flowed through the double-spiraled sandalwood, returning as a surge of warmth into his body. The panel's magical energy rapidly surged from 35 to 15, invigorating him as he straightened his spine and raised his head defiantly towards the giant. "Soft as cotton," Rog proclaimed, casting the incantation with fervor, enhancing it with a flourish of Willard. The wand unleashed a powerful beam of crimson light, not aimed at the giant, but rather at the club hurtling towards him with near supersonic speed. In the giant's bewildered gaze, the wooden club transformed instantaneously into a fluffy mass of cotton. Success! Rog exhaled. The battle concluded, and he emerged victorious. The giant's brutish strength shattered the cotton club in midair, sending a flurry of cotton drifting down like a soft snowfall. More importantly, its excessive force had caused it to lose balance. The massive, cumbersome body could no longer be supported by its feet and toppled forward. Crack! The sound was crisp and melodious, evoking an involuntary wince of sympathy. The giant's ankle bent at an almost right angle. Before it could register the pain, its massive form crashed heavily against the floor. Bang! The impact felt akin to a minor earthquake, sending tremors through the entire corridor. The white fluff was scattered, resembling a delicate rain of feathers, gracefully swirling and descending in a breathtaking spectacle. Avada Kedavra! Faced with the temporarily incapacitated giant, Rog showed no mercy. He was not Harry, with guardians at every turn in the school. The dark magic struck true, piercing through the giant's eye socket and emerging from the back of its skull. The already limited capacity of its brain was utterly compromised. Rog stepped over the giant's lifeless body, leaving a trail of blood that stained the cotton-like debris a vivid red. Exhausted both magically and physically, he leaned against the broken statue for respite. Footsteps echoed from the stairway as Professor Dumbledore and several other professors arrived. "The police always arrive last," Rog quipped weakly. "Tonight is Halloween. May magic always accompany you," he declared, bowing gracefully to Dumbledore and the professors, offering them his Halloween wishes. "Rog," Hermione cried, rushing into his embrace. Coughing, Rog managed a wry smile, saying playfully, "Hermione, how is it that your strength rivals that of the giant?" Dumbledore glanced at the slain giant, now draped in a layer of cotton that resembled a shroud. The gaping hole in its head continued to ooze blood, gurgling like a spring. "Rog, what transpired here?" Dumbledore inquired, genuinely astonished that a first-year student could slay a giant. "As you can see, Professor," Rog shrugged, gently urging Hermione to stand. "This afternoon, I was in the library with Hermione, and on our way back, we encountered this oaf." "And then?" Dumbledore pressed, incredulous. "You couldn't have sought out a teacher?" Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, visibly shaken by the wreckage of the corridor and the giant's body. If a student were to suffer misfortune due to the incursion of this giant, she thought, growing increasingly anxious. "Professor, the giant was blocking the entrance to the Great Hall. We had no way to circumvent it," Hermione quickly explained. "After Rog diverted its attention, I had the opportunity to seek help. Honestly, the creature was quite foolish. Like a clown from circus," Rog added, seeing Hermione on the verge of tears, attempting to lighten the mood, only to have her sob even more. "I swear," he reassured her, Noticing Dumbledore's skeptical expression, I intended to use a transfiguration spell to turn the floor into a swamp to trap it. But alas, the school's anti-magic wards were too robust. The spell simply rebounded. Transfiguration? Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging the clever idea. And then it was quite simple. I transformed the Oath's club into cotton. Rog explained, demonstrating the motion, swinging his arm as if the club were still there, watching it explode in midair. I didn't wish to kill it, but there was no other option. Behind me was the wall, and death stood right there. Rog sighed, a hint of regret for having to slay the giant etched on his face. Fortunately, I had just learned the killing curse. Otherwise, he said, glancing at Snape with a look that seemed to plead, Headmaster, you must understand. Snape inspected the giant's remains and nodded at Dumbledore. It was I who taught him the spell. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. Ending a life is never a light matter. I comprehend the circumstances that led you to slay the giant. But remember, we do not become darkness to combat it. We strive to preserve the light. Dumbledore found no inconsistencies in the accounts from the scene and Rog's narrative, yet he felt something was amiss. Rog, you demonstrated cunning. Slytherin earns 5 points, Dumbledore commended. Then turned to Hermione, and Hermione, your loyalty to your friend earns Gryffindor 5 points as well. Children, tonight is Halloween. May magic always accompany you. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore restored the corridor, once laid to waste by the giant, to its former glory. The cotton losing its magical properties and turning into splintered wood. Headmaster, this giant is my trophy, is it not? Rog gazed expectantly at Snape, who merely nodded in silence. Splendid. This giant is remarkably intact. Rog had completely forgotten the creature's terror, counting off on his fingers. The giant's snot is potion material. Its eyes can serve as specimens, and its skin possesses high magical resistance, making it an excellent subject for study. Enough. You all should return. Professor McGonagall warned. Her brow furrowed. It had only been a short time since the school year began, and already a good student had been led astray by Snape. At her admonition, Rog recalled his own foul stench. He coughed, like a regurgitating cat, nearly retching. Without Harry and Ron's involvement, the Gryffindor trio had made no progress. However, due to the secrets beneath the trapdoor, Harry and Ron frequently violated curfew, and Hermione felt compelled to keep an eye on them. Oh, how I wish Hermione were in Slytherin. Rog closed his book, knowing Snape would not spare him on Sunday, sending word for him to report to the dungeons. Headmaster, may your life be vibrant and colorful. Rog offered with a somewhat sinister smile. As a form of reprisal, he left a letter from Mrs. Pants in Snape's name. Where is today's potion? Snape glared at Rog, his tone dark and probing. Rog stammered, Professor, it seems I may have, truly forgotten. As severe as Snape's increasingly malevolent gaze bore down upon him, Rog swallowed hard. The daunting task of delivering 20 vials at once was enough to exhaust him. Snape, however, refrained from continuing his acerbic mockery. He flicked his cloak and set up the cauldron. Rog promptly focused his attention, for this was one of the rare instances of Snape's hands-on instruction. Chapter 57, The Merfolk Potion. Snape produced 2 magical plants, each adorned with large, verdant leaves. Rog recalled from the enigmatic aquatic flora of the Highlands that this particular species was known as gillweed. Alas, it seemed a trip to the Black Lake was inevitable. Rog offered a silent eulogy for himself. What purpose did gillweed serve? Snape procured fresh water and dragon scales, meticulously preparing each ingredient. Ingesting the entire plant would induce webbing between one's fingers and toes, and temporary gills would sprout from the neck. Rog quickly replied, if my memory serves me correctly, you intend to gather wave grass from the Black Lake, correct? Do you believe it can be used in its raw form? As a potion maker, I hold that utilizing raw materials directly is a disgrace. Rog delivered this assertion with righteous fervor, adhering to the principles instilled in him by Snape. Though gillweed boasted remarkable properties, its effects were fleeting, lasting merely 1 hour. Professor, forgive my candor, but swallowing gillweed is akin to a pig snorting at a trough. Rog observed as Snape poured fresh water into the copper cauldron and adjusted the flame to a moderate heat until it reached a rolling boil. The chopped gillweed was cautiously added to the boiling water, stirred clockwise for a full 10 minutes, until the liquid within the cauldron emitted a verdant vapor. At this juncture, powdered sea serpent scales were introduced, and the mixture was stirred until the scales dissolved completely. Rog noted Snape reducing the flame to a diminutive size, akin to a pea, as he gently stirred the potion, allowing it to simmer at a low temperature. It took a full 15 minutes before Snape ceased his activity, removing the cauldron from the heat. As the potion cooled, it transformed into a mesmerizing aquamarine hue. Before the end of class tomorrow, submit 10 sprigs of wavegrass, Snape commanded, tossing a bag at Roge and ushering him out. Upon exiting the dungeon, Roge swiftly opened his undetectable extension bag, revealing processed materials from a troll. One glass jar contained troll mucus, while a smaller one held its eye. The troll hide had been meticulously cleaned by Snape, devoid of any foul odor. Various other odds and ends cluttered the bag, including a troll head preserved as a specimen, suitable for display. Regrettably, no materials for the gillweed potion had been provided by Snape, compelling Roge to devise a cunning plan, to borrow some from the professor's office. As for traversing the secret passage to Hogsmeade, such a breach of school regulations was utterly out of the question. Even if circumstances allowed, it would be under duress. The Black Lake was vast, teeming with myriad creatures. From his research in the library, Roge had learned of mermaids, giant squids, grindylows, and pike eels. Yet, he had yet to locate the whereabouts of wavegrass. Should he consult Snape? Roge shook his head. He would surely endure a lengthy tirade of mockery first. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek the affable Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House. "Oh, little Roge, come in, come in." Professor Sprout was tending to plants in the greenhouse, and upon spotting Roge, she eagerly beckoned him inside. "Breathe in the scent of the earth and listen to the whispers of the plants," she urged, pressing his hands into the soil and encouraging him to close his eyes. The soft earth enveloped him like a mother's embrace, and to his surprise, Roge began to relax within its warm hold. He inhaled the crisp scent of mint and heard the gentle slumber of the Radman grass. He even felt the sorrow of the sneezewort. "Professor, this place feels like another world," Roge remarked, eyes still shut, savoring the experience. "Indeed, little Roge. The nurturing warmth of Mother Earth, the radiant sunlight, and the vibrant life of the plants." Professor Sprout expressed her delight at Roge's ability to connect with nature, believing wholeheartedly in his innate talent. She held a special fondness for Roge, a child from Azkaban, recognizing the profound darkness within him, but also the indomitable spirit that fought against it. "We are all children of the earth," Roge smiled, envisioning a life spent napping beneath grapevines in a rocking chair, cradling Yumi. "Professor, could you spare me some gillweed? Professor Snape has tasked me with gathering wavegrass from the depths of the Black Lake." Roge opened his eyes and made his request. "Wavegrass?" Professor Sprout furrowed her brow, setting aside her trowel with a hint of irritation. "Wavegrass resides at the bottom of the Black Lake, within the domain of the merfolk." "The sirens?" Roge couldn't help but think of mermaids, though the merfolk of the Black Lake were rather unappealing. "Little Roge, do not be deceived by fairy tales," Professor Sprout cautioned, tracing the outline of merfolk in the soil with her finger. "Their skin is as rough as the withered leaves of Radman grass, and their noses are broad and flat." She added dorsal fins behind them and carved out two eye sockets. Their yellow eyes were disproportionately large, filled with sharp teeth. "Though different from us, they are still considered human." Professor Sprout imparted this knowledge to ensure Roge understood the disparity between reality and folklore. "Humans, they look like that?" "Indeed," Professor Sprout nodded, explaining their classification as humans based on the Ministry of Magic's initial definition. Any creature capable of speaking human language was deemed human. The criteria were later broadened to include merfolk. Regrettably, the merfolk were reluctant to be associated with dark creatures such as banshees or vampires, thus forfeiting their chance to be recognized as human. The Black Lake on campus was expansive, yet merfolk occupied only a small fraction. Even so, they maintained their own schools and communities. "Little Roge, they are quite wary of wizards. I disapprove of Snape's approach. Even graduates may lack the courage to venture down there. It is utterly irresponsible to send a first-year student." "Professor, fear not. My spells are formidable enough to deter a troll," Roge assured her, waving his wand to alleviate her concerns. "Consider it, Professor. The merfolk dwell at the bottom of the Black Lake. If they truly harm the students, the headmaster and the ministry would not let them go unpunished. Perhaps I might even make a few merfolk friends." "Very well, little Roge." Seeing his resolute attitude, Professor Sprout fetched 5 or 6 sprigs of gillweed from another greenhouse. "Take these. Each will allow you to remain underwater for an hour. If you decide to proceed, it would be wise for your friends to keep watch from the shore. We can come to your aid if needed." She no longer opposed Roge's decision, but offered her counsel. "Thank you, Professor." Roge gratefully accepted the gillweed, giving Professor Sprout a gentle hug. "I shall certainly bring you a sprig as a keepsake." The following evening, Roge arrived at the lakeside with the potion he had prepared. Hermione, preoccupied with assignments, had enlisted Daphne to keep watch at the shore. Daphne held a magically enhanced rope, one end tethered to Roge's waist. "Are you really going down there?" Daphne asked, taking Roge's clothes with a worried expression. "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. It's pitch dark, and visibility is nil." "Daphne, fret not," Roge replied, removing his shirt to reveal his toned physique. My eyes are as keen as an owl's. I can see in the dark. He uncorked the glass vial, braving the pungent aroma of the gillweed as he swallowed it down. The potion transformed his legs into a fishtail, and his black hair rapidly lengthened until it cascaded to his shoulders. Daphne gasped in astonishment as she beheld Rog's transformed appearance, exclaiming, "Goodness! Rog, you've turned into a mermaid." "I know," Rog lamented, staring at the fishtail that now adorned his lower half, cursing Snape in his mind. What happened to the gill potion? Why does it feel like something entirely different? In truth, Snape had never specified its name. The notion of a gill potion was merely a figment of Rog's own imagination. Blue sea dragon scales combined with gill grass. How could I have overlooked that? Regret washed over him as he noticed the young girl beside him reaching out to explore his fishtail. Chapter 58, Glimmering Lights. Clearing his throat, Rog seized Daphne's hand, which was wandering too freely, exclaiming, "Do not touch." However, Daphne's cheeks flushed like a searing iron, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "But you're simply adorable, Rog. I long to capture your current form in a photograph and transform it into a pillow." She was nearly overcome with the urge to embrace him, as Rog's exquisite appearance fulfilled all her fantasies of a mermaid. "Stop. I'm a male, all right? A male mare." Rog admonished her seriously. "Maintain some decorum. My dear Miss Greengrass, the potion lasts for 4 hours, and if I haven't resurfaced in 2 hours, please seek the professor for assistance." He shot her a warning glance, imploring her to refrain from reckless behavior. Taking a deep breath, he began to mentally simulate the scenario. 1. You discover a merfolk tribe at the bottom of the Black Lake. 2. The merfolk notice you and take you back to their village. 3. After some explanation, they ascertain that you are a young wizard and release you. Simulation halted. Seeing no significant issues, Rog leaned back and dove into the depths of the Black Lake. "Rog?" Daphne pouted as she watched the rope slip from his fishtail. She shouted urgently, but it was too late. Rog had vanished beneath the water, leaving her gazing helplessly. Surely, nothing will happen to him, she thought, fixating on the stillness of the Black Lake, praying that Rog would not encounter peril. Glancing at the surplus of potions on the shore, Daphne stomped her foot and, without hesitation, downed potion. In an instant, she felt a marvelous transformation take place. She had become a mermaid, gracefully diving into the water with a flick of her tail. Underwater, Rog quickly discerned the potion's flaw, while it allowed wizards to breathe. It rendered them mute. Opening his mouth, he could only expel a stream of bubbles. After swimming for a while, he discovered a dense forest of seaweed to the west of the Black Lake. According to the professor, the merfolk tribe resided in the heart of the seaweed forest. Wielding his increasingly familiar fishtail, he navigated through the seaweed, drawn by the distant glimmering lights ahead. Upon stealthily approaching, he confirmed that it was indeed the merfolk tribe. The village was constructed of stones of various sizes, with blonde-haired merfolk darting to and fro. They appeared just as Professor Sprout had depicted, frighteningly so. Soon, he spotted his objective on the outskirts of the village, a vast expanse of bioluminescent water-wave grass swaying at the lake's bottom. To avoid being captured by the merfolk, Rog planned to dive down and camouflage himself with mud. However, before he could act, he suddenly felt a weight on his head and then succumbed to unconsciousness. The merfolk, led by Marcus, observed Rog sinking and gently swished their tails, retrieving him back to their village. "Awake, awake!" The merfolk swam around him, chattering excitedly about the young wizard who bore a striking resemblance to a distant relative. They were at least 7 feet tall, making the young wizard appear as a mere newborn merling in comparison. Their voices were melodious, akin to soprano singers, resounding with crystalline clarity. "Leader, he is so beautiful. Just a tad small. Indeed, indeed. Is he not a wizard captured by Dumbledore from the Caribbean? It must be so. Just look at his skin and hair." Some restless merfolk began to touch him here and there. "Why are we so ugly? Have you forgotten? We dwell in cold waters." "Oh, right, right." One swam over to caress Rog's smooth face, then touched her own, sighing, "The Marrow tribe in Ireland is even uglier than us." "Enough," Marcus commanded, her stature towering and her appearance fearsome. "This is a Hogwarts young wizard, not one of our kin." Rog nodded vigorously, pointing to his mouth and producing his wand as proof of his identity. "Oh, has the wizard mastered the ability to transform into a merfolk? Does that mean we could transform into humans? Have you been reading those muggle books again about shipwrecks?" Unfazed by the murmurs of her kin, Marcus frowned and inquired, "Young wizard, what brings you to trespass in our territory?" Rog opened his mouth to explain, but only a stream of bubbles emerged, provoking the merfolk to erupt in melodic laughter. Reluctantly, he gestured to indicate friendship and pointed towards the water-wave grass, signifying that he had come to collect it. After pondering for a moment, Marcus spoke, Follow me, but should you trespass in our territory again, I will show no mercy. Rogue nodded yejirly, vowing that he would rather starve than return to the merfolk tribe again. Take the water wave grass. Marcus permitted him to gather freely, tossing him a strand of kelp to tie around his waist. Rog expressed his gratitude. The merfolk, though seemingly fierce, proved to be relatively amicable, at least during the ambush. They had not used their spears. He exhaled a sigh of relief, as the task of gathering the water wave grass had finally been accomplished. Just as he began to ascend towards the surface, a mermaid hurriedly swam over. Leader, I saw a man-eating eel pursuing a little mermaid. Her yellow fins quivered slightly, her curious gaze scrutinizing Rog from head to toe. Oh no, it's Daphne. Rog realized immediately. She must have consumed the potion to come find him. He grasped Marcus's fin, employing various gestures in an attempt to convey that the pursued mermaid was also a young wizard. You young wizards are such a hassle. No wonder Dumbledore often complains to me, Marcus remarked, observing Rog's bubbling attempts at communication, her voice laced with exasperation. With a gentle swish of her tail, she ascended, raising her spear and emitting a series of enchanting sound waves that rippled across the lake's bottom, creating a series of concentric ripples. This was the signal for the entire Selkie tribe to assemble. Under her command, the tribe swiftly gathered, preparing to rescue the little mermaid. Rog, observing their formation, keenly noted that all the merfolk warriors were female. Was the Selkie tribe a matriarchal society? Now was not the time to ponder merfolk culture as Rog trailed behind Marcus towards the direction of the man-eating eel. He waved his arms, gesturing to the nearby merfolk. How do you perceive Daphne's location? Sound is our vision, one mermaid replied, stroking Rog's hair, her gaze filled with envy. Those who dwell in warm waters must be so beautiful. Alas, we inhabit the cold black lake, and our kin grow increasingly less appealing. Marcus swiftly led the group to the assailant, a colossal, terrifying black aquatic creature with a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its tail was thick and robust, yet agile like a serpent. Daphne swam desperately forward, but the man-eating eel was drawing ever closer. Sensing the swirling water behind her, she screamed in terror, only able to emit a stream of bubbles. Daphne, over here, Rog shouted anxiously, his voice still unable to penetrate the water. Young wizard, can you lure it over here? Marcus turned her gaze towards Rog, explaining her plan. It cannot hear our voices. Rog nodded, and the tip of his wand emitted a brilliant flash of light. The depths of the dark lake were instantaneously illuminated, revealing a captivating and profound azure hue. The voracious eel, drawn by the sudden brightness, instinctively abandoned Daphne and turned toward the source of the light. Little wizard, shine even brighter, Marcus urged, noticing the eel's change in direction. Rog nodded and released more of his magical energy without reservation. The lake bed seemed to rise as if a sun had emerged, banishing the long-standing darkness that had persisted for eons. Creatures of the lake, such as grindylows, lobelugs, phosphorescent jellyfish, and octopuses were roused from their slumber, while fish from the sunken ship frantically swam toward the surface. Marcus was astounded. The intensity of the luminescence far exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, students observed the dazzling white light dancing upon the surface of the Black Lake, eagerly inquiring about the cause. I had anticipated a fierce battle, Marcus remarked, observing the fleeing eel. What a pity it was frightened away by you. Come, I shall escort you and your companion back to the surface. Chapter 59. A Million Galleon Snitch. On the return journey, Marcus's affection for Daphne was palpable. In contrast, she felt as though she were merely a servant in Daphne's eyes. A chill coursed through her. Was there truly no standing for mermen? When Marcus departed, she gifted Daphne a string of pearl bracelets and even extended an invitation for her to visit the Selkie tribe frequently. Rog glanced down at the kelp around his waist and the waterweed tied to it, feeling a stark disparity. Daphne, thank you. Although the girl's recklessness can be exasperating, I am nonetheless moved by her courage. It's nothing. We are friends, Daphne replied, flicking her fishtail, the potion's effects still lingering for another hour. The terrifying eel seemed to fade from her thoughts, and her smile remained as radiant as ever. Rog, could you deliver the potion to me? Daphne asked. These? Absolutely not. Rog shook his head, firmly refusing. Daphne, the depths beneath the Black Lake are far too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such a risk. It's all right. Marcus will protect me. Daphne smiled, explaining, she is the mermaid who just brought us up. Her voice is so beautiful. Daphne, are you not afraid of them? Rog remembered that Daphne was quite particular about appearances. How could she admire the fearsome mermaids of the Black Lake? Afraid? Daphne pondered, though they may not be conventionally attractive. They're all good-hearted. She cherished the sensation of transforming into a mermaid and swimming freely in the water, especially under the contrast of the Black Lake mermaids, which made her feel even more exquisite. "Look at this," Daphne exclaimed, shaking the pearl bracelet, her joy palpable. "Marcus has promised to take me on an underwater adventure and is willing to teach me the mermaid language." Laughing, she added, "Rog, so now we'll be able to converse beneath the waves." "Very well, but you must prioritize your safety." Rog, with a resigned gesture, handed Daphne the remaining 3 vials of potion. "The potion's efficacy lasts only 4 hours. You must manage your time wisely," Rog advised, also noting to write down the recipe. "You sound just like my mother." Daphne rolled her eyes, reaching for the potion, only to have Rog retract it. "Not today. The potion will be given to you later." "But I want it now." Daphne flicked her tail, splashing water dramatically in front of Rog, laughing triumphantly. Rog wiped his face and feigned fierceness, declaring, "No chance." The two, seizing the moment while the potion's effects still lingered, frolicked joyfully in the Black Lake. The Scottish Highlands in November were exceedingly cold, despite the enhancement from dragon's blood. Rog still donned a sweater and wrapped himself in a scarf. Other classes were manageable, but Wednesday evening's astronomy class was particularly grueling. Professor Aurora, adorned with a grand wizarding hat, instructed students on identifying constellations through telescopes. The lesson was intriguing, yet the weather was unbearably frigid. The astronomy classroom occupied the highest point in the castle, and the observation deck was drafty. When the cold winds from the Scottish Highlands swept through, Rog wished fervently for a roaring flame. "Rog, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Will you attend?" Daphne asked, adjusting the telescope out of boredom. Having not visited the Selkie tribe since the lake had frozen. "Quidditch?" Rog shook his head, as it was common knowledge throughout the school that he was a little wizard disinterested in Quidditch. "I have to visit the library to do some research." "The library?" Daphne exclaimed. "Rog, you're a Slytherin. Why are you acting like a Ravenclaw?" "Daphne, I'm a Gryffindor, and I visit the library just as often." "Achoo!" Hermione sneezed, her nose turning red from the cold as she intermittently blew her nose. "Gryffindor?" Daphne gazed at Hermione, lamenting, "You're the least lion-like Gryffindor I've ever seen." "I concur," Rog nodded in agreement. He visited the library out of necessity, while Hermione was determined to read every book within. "TCH, you have no say in this matter." Daphne quickly dismissed Rog from the discussion, turning to Hermione. "Let us go watch the Quidditch match together tomorrow." "Together? We're playing against each other." Hermione grinned mischievously, and Daphne suddenly realized that their 2 houses were rivals. Curiously, across the entire school, the other 3 houses hoped for Slytherin's defeat. Had Rog not made a few friends before the sorting, he too might only have been able to socialize with Slytherins. He glanced at Malfoy and his 2 cronies, increasingly convinced that his own house's future appeared bleak. "Rog, you've been searching for Quidditch books lately. Have you developed a fondness for it?" Hermione believed she had uncovered a secret, exclaiming, "I knew it. No wizard can resist the allure of Quidditch." "Not at all," Rog denied, shaking his head. "I'm researching Bowman Wright's work, the creator of the Golden Snitch," he revealed, pulling out a golden snitch he carried with him, skillfully dismantling its wings and separating it into inner and outer components. "The Golden Snitch?" Hermione inquired, taking the now flightless snitch from Rog's hands, marveling at its tangible form for the first time. "An extraordinary alchemical creation." Rog retrieved another box. "This is the one I found in Filch's office." "Are you studying how it flies?" Hermione curiously examined the components, channeling a bit of magic, causing the core of the snitch to vibrate rapidly. "Not just yet." Rog produced a collector's edition golden snitch for them to observe, hoping they might discover something new. "In recent days, I have researched all materials concerning Quidditch and magical alchemy from 1200 to the present. Records indicate that only 100 golden snitches were crafted by Bowman himself." As Rog turned the box around, he revealed the engraving that read 101. Could it be a counterfeit? Daphne took the box, examining it meticulously, but found nothing amiss. "I initially suspected so as well, but later wrote to a Quidditch collector for advice, and he assured me this one is genuine." Rog reflected on the fervor wizards held for Quidditch, even contemplating purchasing it for 1,000,000 galleons. "A million?" Daphne and Hermione exclaimed in unison, cradling the golden snitch in their hands, utterly astonished by its value. "That is of little consequence." Rog pointed to the mysterious markings on the surface of the snitch, furrowing his brow. "What matters are these winding, intersecting lines. They resemble a map." "Rog, do you have an impression of it?" Daphne gingerly placed the golden snitch back into its box, exclaiming, "Holding it truly brings immense pressure." "Indeed," Rog replied as he unfurled the impression paper. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept across the rooftop, causing the paper to flap violently before being whisked away. Children, I believe we should focus on astronomy class now, Professor Aurora declared, brandishing her wand and summoning the paper back from the wind with a spell. I apologize, Professor, Rog quickly offered, grateful that Professor Aurora was lenient and did not deduct points from the three of them. Nodding, Professor Aurora examined the patterns on the paper. Professor, do you recognize what is depicted here? Rog inquired, noticing her deep in thought. It resembles a star chart, though it is not entirely accurate, Aurora pointed out. Look at these points. They correspond to Canis Major. Rog gazed up at the sky and then back at the dots on the paper, noticing their stark dissimilarity. It's a mirrored image, Professor Aurora reminded him. Thank you, Professor, Rog exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, as a clue to unravel the pattern's mystery dawned upon him. Rog, could this be a treasure map? Hermione mused, intrigued by the design, surprised at Bauman's profound knowledge of astronomy. It's been far too long, Rog lamented. Bauman Late lived around 1200, nearly 800 years ago. If there were indeed a treasure, it would likely have succumbed to the ravages of time. Not necessarily, Daphne countered. The Wizarding World possesses numerous spells capable of preserving items from the decay of time. For instance, our school itself is an ancient magical relic. Recently, Daphne had been exploring underwater ruins with mermaids in the Black Lake, acquiring a wealth of knowledge about such relics. Chapter 60, Whose Betrayal? I heard from Marcus that some magic can even put life into a stasis. Daphne elaborated on her newfound knowledge, leaving both Rog and Hermione somewhat astonished. Stasis? Hermione gasped. Isn't that akin to immortality? No. Daphne joyfully shook her head, reveling in the moment of enlightening Miss Know-It-All. Life in stasis means your life ceases to flow. Once the magic is broken, time resumes. She explained to her companions. Since we've discovered a clue, why not unwind by watching Quidditch tomorrow? Daphne suggested, reassuring Rog that there was no need to rush, for what was a day more or less after 8 centuries. Besides, tomorrow our house faces Gryffindor. What if the headmaster catches you not attending? Daphne's subtle threat proved effective, as Rog recalled Snape's increasingly irritable demeanor and could only nod in agreement to attend match. The following day dawned bright and clear, with professors and students flocking to the Quidditch Stadium's high spectator stands. The field was adorned with flags and barriers, half in Slytherin's silver green and half in Gryffindor's gold red. From the central platform, Gryffindor's Lee Jordan announced, today, Gryffindor will face off against Slytherin. Look, Gryffindor has a new seeker. He cheered as Harry entered the field. He is our first-year student, Harry Potter. As Harry soared into the sky, Lee introduced his broom, exclaiming, goodness. It's a Firebolt 2000. This is the latest product from the Firebolt Company, unmatched in speed. Slytherin's old brooms could never catch up to our Harry. Ahem. Professor McGonagall coughed nearby, reminding Lee to maintain a sense of impartiality in his commentary. He reined in his enthusiasm slightly, yet his commentary remained evidently biased towards Gryffindor. Go Gryffindor! Go Gryffindor! The cheers for Gryffindor from the other 3 houses soon drowned out Slytherin's shouts. Rog glanced at the Gryffindor stands, where Hermione's banner shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, standing out remarkably. The players took their positions, and Madame Hooch entered the field. The golden snitch soared into the air. Capturing it would end the match and earn the team an additional 150 points. Lee Jordan shouted as Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air. The match has begun. Rog ducked as a swarm of young wizards rushed past him. The Gryffindor players seized the quaffle first, their figures darting across the field towards Slytherin's goal. Magnificent! Lee cheered. The quaffle is in the hands of our chaser, Angelina. She evades Slytherin's double team and charges ahead. Lee watched his idol dominate the skies, excitedly cheering for her. Angelina was indeed an exceptional chaser, possessing not only remarkable skills, but also an undeniable charm. Our beautiful Angelina was a reserve player last year, and today she has completely overshadowed Slytherin. Jordan, Professor McGonagall interrupted once more, urging him to focus on the match rather than his crush. My apologies, Professor. Lee nodded, passionately praising his housemate's stellar performances. With swift and precise passing, she outwitted Slytherin's chasers, and the ball landed in Alicia's hands. What a brilliant tactic against such sluggish opponents. Lee's commentary echoed throughout the stadium, igniting the ire of the Slytherin students glaring at him from their stands. Oh no, Slytherin's 2 chasers are closing in on Alicia. Lee exclaimed, great. The ball has been passed to Johnson. Oh no, Slytherin has snatched the quaffle. Hooray! The young wizards around Rog cheered, with Daphne also jumping up to rally for her house. The player who seized the ball was their captain, Marcus, charging towards Gryffindor's goal. Was he about to score? Tension filled the air as Marcus hurled the quaffle towards the goal, only to be thwarted by Wood, who expertly deflected the quaffle away. A splendid save by Captain Wood. The quaffle found its way into Katie's hands. It's a bludger, Lee Jordan exclaimed. Katie evades the bludger, but Slytherin's Dorian snatches the ball. Dorian raced towards the goal. Could Captain Wood stop him once more? Well done. Another bludger struck Dorian, courtesy of the Weasley twins. Gryffindor's beaters performed excellently, allowing Angelina to regain possession of the quaffle. With no obstacles ahead, Angelina accelerated. She was flying. The goal was right before her. Come on, Angelina. She scores. Gryffindor has made a point. Lee's enthusiastic shout, accompanied by Gryffindor's cheers, resonated in the chilly air, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff applauded their celebration. Rod, amidst the surrounding roars and lamentations, turned his gaze towards Harry Potter, who lingered at the edge of the field. Harry's matches always concluded with him catching the golden snitch. Slytherin launched another attack, yet proved futile once more. Lee watched as Wood cleared the ball, and Gryffindor swiftly counterattacked. It's a ploy. Katie and Angelina's synergy was remarkable, outmaneuvering Slytherin's chasers. A beautiful back pass. Keeper Leach's reaction was once again too late. Gryffindor scores. 200 Gryffindor leads. Blast it. Marcus has actually grabbed the bat and sent the bludger towards Wood. Foul. That SA foul. Amidst a cacophony of gasps, Wood was struck by a rogue ball, tumbling into the sandy ground below, prompting Professor McGonagall to rise in concern. Foul. The Gryffindors clamored loudly. Madame Hooch shook her head, regretting that such an act was not prohibited within the rules of Quidditch. A manifestly despicable act of cheating, though not technically against the regulations. Damn Jordan. Malfoy seethed beside her, wishing fervently to silence the wretched player with a spell. After Wood exited the field, a substitute from Gryffindor hastily took his place. His skills were evidently lacking, and Slytherin swiftly took the lead. Just as Slytherin rejoiced, Harry's broom suddenly went haywire. It swung wildly, soaring high before plummeting abruptly, spinning in circles as if attempting to dislodge Harry. Clinging desperately to the broom, Harry managed to avoid being thrown off by its erratic movements. Suddenly, the broom executed a complete 360-degree flip, leaving Harry dangling in midair with only one hand gripping it. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they murmured anxiously about Harry and his frenzied broom, concerned for his safety. Harry's broom is out of control, Daphne exclaimed, raising her binoculars. Her brow furrowed. Fear not, the headmaster and professors are in stance. Wood's fall was inconsequential. He'll likely just visit the hospital wing, Rogan assured. Scanning the high platform, he quickly spotted the dark-clad Snape. Lifting his gaze, he also noticed Quirrell, wrapped in his turban. There, direct your binoculars there. Rogan indicated for Daphne to look. The headmaster? Daphne gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the thought of Snape conspiring against the boy who lived in such a public setting. Look up. Rogan gently raised Daphne's hand, revealing Quirrell in the frame. Professor Quirrell, he hasn't done anything, Daphne said, perplexed as she regarded Rogan. He is far too quiet. The others display various emotions, worry, fear, even schadenfreude. Yet he sits there, utterly still. It's rather abnormal. Wizards possess the ability to cast spells without wands, as well as the art of silent incantations. Our defense against the dark arts instructor may well be well-versed in such techniques, Rogan pondered, unable to fathom Quirrell's motives. Was it simply an attempt to harm Harry? Surely Voldemort was not so foolish as to act in Dumbledore's presence. Even if Quirrell succeeded, then what? Would Harry merely spend a few days in the hospital wing? Could it be that Quirrell is orchestrating something himself? What? Daphne asked, confused. I mean, one seeks to cast Harry down, while the other aims to save him, Rogan chuckled, withholding the truth. I detest riddles, Daphne pouted, glaring discontentedly at Rogan. Noticing a new development, she quickly turned her attention back. Is that fire? Let me see who caused it. Daphne scanned with her binoculars, failing to notice Hermione slipping away unnoticed. Free from the spell's influence, Harry regained control of his Nimbus 2000. Like a cowboy taming a wild stallion, he won the crowd's enthusiastic applause and cheers. Chapter 61, The Boxing Wizard. The earlier incident allowed Harry to spot the golden snitch, and he dove swiftly after it. Slytherin's seeker pursued as well, but his broom was no match for Harry's, quickly falling behind. The snitch darted downward, and Harry followed suit, flying an extraordinarily low height, closely tailing the elusive ball. The Slytherin seeker dared not emulate his daring maneuver, opting instead to pull up and concede the chase. Harry! In a collective gasp, Harry leapt from his broom. The spectators watched as he rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach, and expelled the golden ball from his mouth. I caught the golden snitch. Harry raised the snitch above his head, and the crowd erupted in cheers, save for the Slytherins. It's Harry! It's Harry, Lee Jordan exclaimed jubilantly. Our seeker, Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in a century. He has captured the golden snitch. He elongated the score amidst the cheers from all three houses, 170-60. Gryffindor wins. An uproar of cheers filled the stadium, and Professor McGonagall rushed down from the stands to congratulate Harry. Only the Slytherins remained glum, some muttering curses, others sulking as they exited. Yet Marcus had not given up. He approached Madame Hooch to argue. Harry didn't genuinely catch the snitch. He shouted indignantly, he fouled. The snitch was swallowed. Madame Hooch shot Marcus a withering glare. If that counts as a foul, then what of you? We have triumphed. Even the dirty Slytherins' underhanded tactics could not defeat us. Lee Jordan shouted exuberantly, provoking the remaining Slytherins who wished to tear him apart. Damn you, Lee Jordan, Malfoy shouted, appearing rather ridiculous. Your impotent words only make you resemble a barking Welsh corgi, Rogan mocked, causing Malfoy's face to flush with rage as he bellowed back. Rogan, what do you mean? You want to fight? Rogan pointed to Lee Jordan, who was coming down from the stands, a faint smile on his face, further inflaming Malfoy's fragile pride. Malfoy followed Rogan's finger to see numerous professors nearby. I don't believe you would dare to act in front of the professors, Malfoy challenged, doubting Rogan's bravado, yet feeling a flicker of apprehension. If you're scared, just admit it. The worst that could happen is expulsion, Rogan shrugged nonchalantly. There's more than one wizarding school in Europe besides Hogwarts. Malfoy stood frozen, contemplating Rogan's retreating figure. Daphne snickered coldly and gracefully pursued him. Let us go. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged worried glances with Malfoy. Fighting in front of professors could lead to serious consequences. Come on, I don't believe Rogan would actually dare to strike. Malfoy sneered, glaring at the two before hastily following after them. Harry, your performance today was outstanding, Ron said, his eyes filled with envy as he animatedly recounted the match. He pointed at Marcus, who was entangled with Madame Hooch, saying something that made everyone laugh. Hey, the match is over. What are you doing here? Ron frowned, his tone somewhat unfriendly. We came to congratulate Mr. Harry Potter for winning victory for Gryffindor, Rogan said with a gentle smile, extending his hand towards Harry. Mr. Potter, you are as skilled in Quidditch as your father. Thank you. Harry looked into Rogan's eyes, perceiving no malice, and reciprocated the handshake. Lee Jordan? Rogan turned to the disheveled commentator for confirmation. That's me, Lee nodded. If you have an issue with my commentary, you might want to reflect on your actions. It seems you possess a sense of self-awareness, Rogan replied, nodding before suddenly stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch to Lee's nose. The surrounding young wizards barely had time to react before Lee collapsed to the ground. Rogan showed no signs of stopping, continuing to rain blows upon him. Lee cried out in pain, while Malfoy swallowed hard, realizing Rogan was indeed serious about the fight. Stop! Angelina stepped forward to intervene, and Daphne immediately drew her wand. Aiming it at her, Goyle, somewhat apprehensive, stammered, Malfoy, shall we depart? Block their path. If anything goes awry, it falls upon me and Rog. Malfoy brandished his wand, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry. In the center of the pitch, several individuals confronted one another, while Rog relentlessly pummeled third-year Lee Jordan. He crouched low, his fists raining down like a torrent, quickly transforming Lee into a crumpled shrimp. What on earth are you doing? Professor McGonagall, having noticed the commotion, hurried over. Rog, cease this instant. Her expression was a mixture of shock and confusion as she commanded him to halt, utterly perplexed as to why the usually composed Rog had resorted to violence. Good evening, Professor, Rog replied, rising with a gentle smile, as if the earlier flurry of fists had been executed by another. Angelina rushed to hoist Jordan upright. His nose was askew, his face marred with blood. Jordan, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Rog, why did you assault a fellow student? Professor McGonagall chastised sternly, joined by other professors, their faces grave. A mere warning. I was rather gentle. He bears no bruises, Rog replied casually, wiping the blood from his knuckles with a handkerchief. What transpired? Tell me. Otherwise, I shall expel you. McGonagall glared at Rog, the gravity of his actions weighing heavily. Professor, you ought to ask him, Rog asserted, his voice firm and his gaze piercing into Lee Jordan. Intimidated by the beating he had received, Jordan remained silent. Jordan, though you may struggle to accept Slytherin's ways, it does not grant you the right to insult our house. Rog's voice resounded with authority and weight. Rog, you are twisting the narrative, came the retort. Is that so? Rog stepped forward, causing Jordan to recoil in fear. With a chilling tone, he queried, Did you not utter the words filthy Slytherin? Jordan? McGonagall frowned, having warned him during the match to mind his language. She had never anticipated he would speak such words upon exiting the field. Noble deeds have their epitaphs, while the despicable possess their own passports. Rog surveyed the professors and students around him, his voice imbued with confidence and resolve. You may criticize Slytherin for its unscrupulous methods or condemn us as vile and ambitious. And that is acceptable. However, he proclaimed, casting his gaze over everyone present, for a wizard, filthy is the most intolerable of slanders. By the way, has Gryffindor not consistently opposed the derogatory term mudblood? Why then, can you so easily hurl similar insults at us? Rog's taunting question was met with silence. Thank goodness it is not the Middle Ages, otherwise I would have thrown down my gauntlet. Of course, should any of you wish to engage me in a magical duel, I will be most welcoming. Considering you are merely a third year, I shall show restraint. Rog leaned forward, his gaze fiercely aggressive. 1 against 2, how does that sound? He mused, observing the others, none daring to accept a challenge. He cast the blood-stained handkerchief to the ground and turned to leave. No one stopped him, nor did anyone question the repercussions of his assault. By dinner, the incident had spread throughout the entire school. Rog Travis had struck another student in front of multiple professors without facing any consequences. The members of the Slytherin table raised their cups in his honor, his fists overshadowing the day as Quidditch defeat. Rog, if it weren't for Madame Hooch's favoritism toward Marcus, the outcome of the match will be constantly lamented at dinner. Favoritism? I think not. At least she did not penalize you for exploiting the rules. Rog raised an eyebrow, while Marcus nodded sheepishly. The first-year students regarded Rog with immense admiration. At least Slytherin did. Rog's charisma and methodical approach served as an unspoken model for them. Unconsciously, they began to emulate Rog, maintaining decorum at mealtimes, exhibiting grace and the etiquette befitting a wizard. Under his influence, Slytherin's long table adopted an unusual serenity. Each individual sat upright, quietly savoring their meal. Other houses exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by Slytherin's demeanor. Had they truly lost just one Quidditch match? Lee Jordan's face was bandaged, his eyes swollen to the point of obscurity. Were it not for Madame Pomfrey's exceptional healing skills, Jordan's nose might have been irreparable. Chapter 62, Christmas Eve. Who struck him? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in exasperation, producing a potion for Lee Jordan to consume. It was Rog from Slytherin. Rog Travis. Ron seethed in anger within the hospital wing. Ron, it is not entirely Rog's fault, Hermione countered, provoking a more disdainful glare from Ron. Not his fault. He was the one who assaulted him, inflicting such severe injuries upon Jordan. But Jordan insulted Slytherin first. What insult to Slytherin? Everyone knows the term filthy Slytherin throughout the school. Jordan merely voiced it. He simply cannot stand that we won and sought revenge. Harry, what do you think? Hermione. Ron has a point, Harry affirmed, nodding. He clearly premeditated it. Even if Jordan's words were a bit excessive, there was no need for such brutality. You all are infuriating, Hermione exclaimed, stamping her foot before storming out of the hospital wing. The incident of Rog's assault on a fellow student faded from discussion across the school. As if nothing had transpired, everyone deliberately or inadvertently chose to overlook it. Following potions class on Monday, Rog submitted his potion assignment. After a friendly exchange with Snape, he was now required to only present 5 vials. Very well. Snape glanced at it before stowing it back in the cabinet. Professor, do you not have anything to say? Rog inquired curiously, noting Snape's noticeable limp from an apparent leg injury. Anything to say? Snape shot him a glance, sarcastically retorting, should I commend you? If you could defeat Gryffindor on the pitch, it would be far more convincing than your fists. Snape could not comprehend why some young wizards held disdain for Quidditch. Very well then. Rog shook his head, stating, a broom serves its purpose only on the field. My fists are effective anywhere. Do not forget, you are a wizard. A boxing wizard? Snape shot a disapproving look at Rog, perplexed by his mindset. As Christmas approached, owls delivered letters nearly every day. The estate manager, Andrew, repeatedly implored Jessica to send messages, claiming that investors sought him daily in the financial district. Investing? Just unwilling to concede defeat, Rog scoffed, tossing Andrew's letter aside. Jessica had purchased a shop in Diagon Alley to sell magical instant cameras. The store was directly across from Gringotts, a prime location indeed. 2,000 magical instant cameras were prepared, with only the Christmas opening remaining. Rog, are you returning home for Christmas? Daphne inquired, clutching her book, lamenting the tedious memorization of history of magic. Yes, the Shadow Portrait House will open for Christmas. I must return to prepare. Rest assured, your Christmas gift is already ready. Rog glanced toward the entrance, where Hagrid was carrying in a fir tree, with Harry and Ron assisting him. Really? Daphne exclaimed with delight. Give it to me now. No. Rog shook his head, Christmas gifts only hold significance on that very day. Humph, it's always the same, Daphne replied, swirling the juice in her cup, her gaze drifting towards the Great Hall. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning the hall with decorations, while Hagrid was hoisting a fir tree against the wall. Each wall of the hall was festooned with garlands made of holly and mistletoe, and dozens of Christmas trees, each uniquely adorned, stood proudly. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, enchanting the tree before him with hundreds of candles. How peculiar, Daphne remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she observed Harry and Ron. What is the matter? Those two have actually started studying in the library recently, she noted. Daphne had grown indifferent to Harry Potter's reputation as the savior. Despite minimal interaction over the past few months, she found him unremarkable, even inferior to Hermione. Aside from his remarkable prowess in Quidditch, he was as muddled in his studies as the red-haired Weasley. Hermione often complains to me that they constantly borrow answers from her homework. Now, they're actually studying in the library. I can't help but wonder if they've been cursed with the Imperius curse. We shouldn't always view others through an outdated lens. People are capable of change, Rog replied, placing Alexander's letter aside. The Muggle government in the Soviet Union was in utter chaos, nearly reaching a point of collapse. In contrast, the Ministry of Magic in the Soviet Union fared somewhat better, maintaining at least a semblance of order. An unbreakable alliance. What an ironically titled song. The Orthodox Christmas is celebrated on January 7th. Yet they presented the world with an unprecedented Christmas gift on December 25th. At King's Cross Station, Jessica awaited eagerly on the platform. Upon seeing her son return, she rushed over to envelop him in a warm embrace. You've grown taller and sturdier, she beamed, pinching and poking at him, gesturing to indicate Rog's height and nodding in delight. Quidditch? She lamented in the car, expressing her dismay that her son did not enjoy the sport. Mom, flying around up there is too dangerous. Rog firmly rejected the idea, stating he wouldn't even attend flying lessons if they didn't have exams. Back in my school days, I dreamed of joining the Quidditch team, but alas, I didn't even make it onto the Hufflepuff reserves. Jessica reminisced about her youth, regretting her son's disinterest in Quidditch. Their villa by the Thames was adorned with Christmas decorations, and a tall Christmas tree inside was draped with ribbons of various colors. Jessica prepared food for the owls downstairs, confident that her son would receive many gifts. The living room was overflowing with gift boxes, and Rog was busily engaged in his tasks. Despite having a magical quill to write cards, he still needed to ponder carefully what to give each person. Before long, a stack of greeting cards had accumulated on the table. Jessica smiled brightly, feeling gratified that Rog had made so many friends. Rog's first gift was for his mother, Jessica. It was not particularly extravagant, just a collection of magical photographs from his time at Hogwarts. He bound these photos into a book, unable to resist boasting. I'm getting more handsome by the day. Bubbles, go fetch the pocket watch I bought from Andrew, he instructed. Yes, young master. Bubbles vanished before Rog's eyes and returned in mere moments, carrying a gift box. Inside was a Patek Philippe enamel pocket watch, its round case adorned with exquisite landscapes painted in traditional enamel techniques, vibrant and lifelike. The cream-colored dial paired with Patek Philippe's custom-made movement was both elegant and tasteful. He placed the card for Daphne inside, and the ribbon automatically tied itself into a delicate bow on top. Choosing a gift for Hermione proved challenging for Rog. This studious young lady was perpetually buried in books. He was reluctant to gift her any textbooks or study notes, but after much contemplation, he concluded that those were the only things that might bring her joy. How about a protective spell instead? He thought, recalling Hermione's adventurous escapades at Hogwarts, which made him worry for her safety. And so, he resolved with satisfaction. He crafted a magical instant camera for Elena, a magical cloak for Snape, and a crystal cat sculpture for Professor McGonagall. It wasn't until midday that Rog sealed the last gift box and entrusted it to an owl for delivery. He had sent festive greetings to nearly everyone familiar to him, even Mr. Paul, who resided far away in Wales. As for the unfamiliar wizards, even the illustrious Harry was of no concern to him. Is this my Christmas gift? Jessica noticed a wide, flat gift box on the table and inquired curiously. I won't tell you. Rog darted back upstairs, prompting Jessica to chuckle with delight. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the clock's hands crept steadily upward. Thus, the Christmas of 1991 arrived quietly and unceremoniously. Chapter 63, Snape's Gift. What is home? It is a place that invites restful slumber. Rog lay back comfortably in bed, succumbing to the warmth of slumber. While perhaps not as secure as Hogwarts, it afforded him a greater sense of peace. Outside, the snow fell in feathery flurries, and Yumi, having returned from her frolic, shook off the snowflakes and leapt onto the two-legged creature. She scurried about on the bed, settling into a cozy position and emitting satisfied purrs. The next morning, Rog could hardly contain his excitement as he sprinted to the living room. Beneath the Christmas tree lay a mountain of gifts, with owls occasionally landing to deliver more. "Merry Christmas, Mom," he exclaimed. "And to you too, my dear," Jessica replied, smiling as she presented a carefully wrapped gift box to Rog. "Go on, open it." Rog cautiously unwrapped the paper to reveal a thick tome of magical spells and a family heirloom signet ring. "Mom, I love it," he declared, flipping through the book, which was inscribed in runes. "It contains many ancient spells. The ring is a symbol of the Travis family, and I hope you cherish it," Jessica said gently. "Of course." Rog nodded enthusiastically and presented his gift to her. Jessica, filled with anticipation, delicately unwrapped her gift to find a hefty photo album. The cover was inscribed in golden calligraphy, "Rod Travis and Hogwarts." "This is wonderful. I can't wait to see it," Jessica exclaimed, eagerly taking a seat on the sofa to peruse its contents. She instructed Bubbles to bring the photos Rog had sent home to add to the album. Rog nestled beside Jessica, narrating tales of his life at Hogwarts. He pointed out the Slytherin common room and recounted his frequent visits to the house elf kitchen just across from Hufflepuff. Jessica viewed the photos with a mix of joy and surprise at her son's experiences at school. Upon hearing about his encounter with the troll, she chastised him for being reckless, yet felt a swell of pride at his bravery in defeating it. Happily, she tucked the album away and urged Rog to check out the gifts from his friends. "Oh, it's from Elvin." The small box on top contained a discount card and a roll of parchment from the shabby shop. Rog grimaced, remarking how stingy old wizard Elvin was, not even forgetting to advertise his store during Christmas. Nevertheless, it was a kind gesture, albeit unexpected, and Rog thought to himself, "I'll be sure to visit your shop again next time." Next was Snape's gift, a potion Rog had never seen before. Sensing the potent and robust magic within, he surmised that his headmaster had spared no expense. Daphne gifted a black crystal pendant, evidently an artifact from some ancient ruins, presumably unearthed alongside Mercou's from the underwater site. Hermione's scarf was exquisite, woven in a stunning pattern of interlaced silver and green diamonds. The entire morning passed with Rog dismantling gift boxes. Almost every Slytherin classmate had bestowed upon him a Christmas present, even Draco, with whom he had previously clashed. Gazing at the Malfoy family crest, Rog recalled the ancient magical alliance that Lucius had mentioned. However, there had been no further news, likely discarded from his thoughts. So, what purpose did this potion serve? Rog carefully lifted the vial, observing its golden liquid glimmering in the light. He rummaged through the box and finally discovered an inscription on the inner wall, "Tears of the Phoenix." Tears of the Phoenix? Rog furrowed his brow, wondering if the primary ingredient truly originated from Dumbledore's pet, Fawkes. Phoenix tears possess remarkably potent healing properties, capable of mending both magical and non-magical wounds. The accompanying ingredients must surely be extraordinary, at least of unicorn-grade rarity. If that were the case, this gift was exceedingly precious. Rog cautiously unscrewed the cap, and a delightful blend of evening primrose and water lily wafted towards him. He felt a sudden surge of anxiety, yet could not suppress his curiosity. Ultimately, Rog summoned his courage, gently shook the potion, took a deep breath, and consumed the tears of the phoenix in one swift motion. Upon entry, an extraordinary flavor instantaneously filled his mouth. The tears flowed like liquid gold across his tongue, bittersweet with a hint of evening primrose's sweetness. Unlike any potion he had previously tasted, he soon felt a wave of warmth coursing through him, akin to the radiant sunlight of a spring day enveloping his entire being. Then, an indescribable calm and tranquility surged from the depths of his heart, dissipating all anxiety, fear, and pressure in that moment. A powerful energy erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, coursing through his entire body, reaching his fingertips. He felt as though he had been touched by golden lightning, his eyes wide in astonishment, and his skin radiating a faint golden glow. Rog sensed that he had been reborn, his body and spirit revitalized with unparalleled vigor. His physical strength and magical capacity seemed to have been enhanced by the effects of the phoenix tears, making him feel like a phoenix rising from the ashes, imbued with strength and vitality. The tranquil starry river that had settled within him was reawakened, causing Rog's magical prowess and physical attributes to nearly double. Rogue Travis. Magic power, 50-50. Mental strength, 25. Talents, dark affinity, strong will, night vision. Skills, wandless casting, silent casting of dark magic, advanced potion master. Spells, disarming charm, LV3. Disillusionment charm, LV2. Summoning charm, LV2. Potions, mermaid potion, blue moonlight, Magical energy reservoir elixir. At last, my magic is normal again. Rog exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. The scars of 11 years in Azkaban vanished in that instant. He gazed at the empty potion vial, rendered speechless. This was the Christmas gift from Snape, Tears of the Phoenix. A healing elixir akin to the Phoenix's rebirth. In that moment, waves of gratitude towards Snape surged within him. No matter how many vials of blue moonlight or tranquil starry rivers he possessed, Rog understood that they were merely stopgap measures. With the passage of time, the damage inflicted by Azkaban would become increasingly apparent, and his magical capacity would one day cease to grow. Even with his unparalleled talents, a lack of sufficient magic would render him a failure, akin to a tree without roots or a river without a source. In the competition with other wizards, his sole survival strategy was to defeat his opponents with lightning speed, only to face the sword of Damocles hanging over him. Once his magic was exhausted, this sword, independent of the battle's outcome, would inevitably fall. Yet now, with the Tears of the Phoenix, potential future tribulations seemed to dissipate effortlessly. Thank you, Professor. Rog solemnly stowed the vial away, uncertain how to face Snape upon returning to school. Rog, we should head to the shop now. Jessica, carrying a brown leather bag and holding a magical instant camera, was followed closely by Bubble, who clutched a large box. Seizing the opportunity while her son was distracted, she snapped several photos. So convenient, instant prints. Jessica exclaimed with delight, retrieving the photo paper to admire it, nodding in satisfaction. Mom, the black and white photos still lack something. I'll keep researching to produce a color version next time. Rog observed the photos in his mother's hands, contemplating improvements. Good child. There's no need to exert yourself so much. Jessica beamed with pride, knowing that when the Shadow Image shop opened, her camera would surely astonish the Wizarding World. Diagon Alley was blanketed in thick white snow, with shopfronts adorned with twinkling reindeer antlers and string lights. Behind the cupboards, festive Christmas trees were decorated, featuring exquisite gingerbread figures that occasionally performed amusing antics to entertain passersby. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine, while wizards clad as Santa Claus sold holiday gifts and treats from stall to stall. Chapter 64, Shadow Image Shop. When the Shadow Image shop first took over, it resembled other wizarding establishments that had been haphazardly added onto. Rog had insisted in his letter that it be restored to a straight and orderly state. Upon arriving at the shop's entrance, he was greeted by a quaint and elegant two-story building. The exterior was adorned with deep red bricks, with pale yellow embellishments on the corners and windowsills. Opposite Gringotts, a massive glass display case was embedded in the wall, covered with a cloth and concealing its wares from view. Above the oak door, an arched sign shimmered, inscribed with Shadow Image Shop, flanked by pairs of owls. Atop the sign, a large lightning bolt motif sparked curiosity among passing wizards. Since it was the Shadow Image, it was only fitting that lightning would convey the convenience of the magical instant camera. Rog was confident that his lightning logo would differ entirely from the direction of Harry Potter's scar. Rog pushed the door open, revealing a spacious and brightly lit store interior. The center featured an expansive activity area, with tall shelves of merchandise flanking both sides. The most prominent area on the left showcased the magical camera section, with 5 or 6 wooden racks neatly displaying the instant cameras in black, silver, and coffee colors. Each one was small and exquisite, adorned with a red circular label inscribed with a golden lightning bolt. To the right was the photography supplies section, where black and white magical image paper featuring adorable panda designs occupied the top shelf, while the shelves below were arranged with the Shadow Image potion. At the far end, various lenses were displayed in elegant boxes for customers to try. Following Rog's instructions, Jessica had set up protective charms such as alarm charms, anti-theft charms, and counter-disillusionment charms, making her feel that her shop's security measures rivaled those of Gringotts across the street. The decor is truly splendid. Rog admired the bright and orderly environment, setting his shop apart from the surrounding wizarding establishments. Of course, I've invested a great deal of effort. Even Diana came to help for this grand opening. Upon hearing Jessica's praise, Diana, perched nearby, chirped in response. Mrs. Jessica, Merry Christmas. Oh my, what adorable little ones. Sophie exclaimed as she emerged from the storeroom. Promptly greeting them, hello, I am Sophie, the shop assistant. Her golden hair fell in gentle waves, and her bright blue eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Dressed in the store's uniform, she exuded a charming and lively demeanor. Mrs. Jessica mentioned that you are a true prodigy of magic. Haha, that may be a slight exaggeration. In truth, I simply put in a bit more effort. Rog smiled, shaking his head, noting how overly enthusiastic the staff were. Sophie, Hurry and take Rog to the Prancing Pixie's magic shop to purchase fireworks. We must be ready before 2 p.m. Quick, quick, let us get going, Jessica declared, shifting into a brisk and efficient mode. All right, Mrs. Jessica, we shall depart at once. Sophie's eyes lit up as she grabbed her coat and took Rog's hand, racing toward the magic shop. Rog, the Mischief Maker's shop owned by Mr. Jerry has everything. Trick candies, faux wands, and wondrous fireworks. Sophie quickened her pace, her excitement evident as she reminisced about her fondness for the magic joke shop during her school days. Sophie, we're going to buy fireworks, Rog reminded her. What if we get back late? Fear not, it will be fine, Sophie replied with a mischievous grin. Rog, have you never been to the Mischief Maker's shop? As long as we don't tell Mrs. Jessica, I shall buy you a toy. She put on a pitiful expression, and upon seeing Rog nod, she cheered joyfully. Alas, my parents are both Muggle performers, so I couldn't earn much galleons during school. But now, with a job, I can buy whatever my heart desires. Sophie glanced at the crowd at the shop's entrance and struggled to squeeze through with Rog in tow. Rog, pick whatever you fancy. Before she could finish her sentence, she vanished from sight. Who is the shop assistant here, anyway? Rog pondered, reluctantly seeking out Mr. Jerry, hoping Sophie remembered the afternoon's grand opening event. Hello, Mr. Jerry. Do you have any fireworks? Fireworks? Young wizard, are you referring to the waterflower fireworks? They're just over there, Jerry replied while ringing up a customer, gesturing in the direction of the goods. The shop was bustling with young wizards eager to purchase various magical toys as Christmas approached. Waterflower fireworks. Rog blinked in confusion. What on earth is that? Mr. Jerry, do you have any regular fireworks in your shop? Regular fireworks? Child, this is a Mischief Maker's shop. Jerry furrowed his brow, shaking his head in denial. Then I shall procure some from Muggle Diagon Alley. Muggle? Their fireworks could never compare to mine, Jerry exclaimed, stopping Rog in his tracks upon hearing the boy's comparison. What do you need fireworks for? For the grand opening. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jerry waved his wand, summoning magical fireworks from the shelves. They only required a sprinkle of water to ignite, perfectly meeting your needs. Water? You don't believe me? Watch. Jerry, hearing the young wizard's skepticism, quickly dampened the magical fireworks with fresh water. With a resounding bang, the fireworks erupted, filling the shop with dazzling brilliance, casting a golden glow throughout. What do you think? Jerry beamed at Rog, confident that no young wizard could resist the allure of the magical fireworks. It's decent. I'll take 10. Rog scoffed. Is that really what you call fireworks? He had anticipated Sophie would linger in the shop for at least half an hour. But to his surprise, she returned disheartened in under 5 minutes. Sold out? No. Then why the long face? Rog, I've realized those things have lost their charm. I used to adore them before graduation. Sophie lamented. Have I changed? Perhaps it's because you're not in school anymore, which makes them seem dull. You make a valid point. Sophie forced a smile as she accepted the fireworks Rog held. Well, even though I can no longer relish the joy of mischief, you still can. Go pick a magical toy, anything you like. Hurry, we must return for the opening, Sophie insisted, pushing him forward. Rog glanced around and finally chose a sound-making mouth. It was a large, crimson mouth, as if it had magnified a circus clown's mouth tenfold. With thick, full lips in vivid, exaggerated colors, the glaring white teeth stood out strikingly among the rows of teeth, giving it an eerie and thrilling appearance. Whenever you spoke to it, it would amplify your voice like a giant loudspeaker, perfectly mimicking your tone and pitch. Isn't this just a talking tomcat? Rog mused, addressing the owner, Jerry, as if they shared a special connection. You're going to choose that? The sound-making mouth is so uninteresting, Sophie protested, casting a disapproving glance at Rog, who seemed devoid of mischief. You're going to choose that? The sound-making mouth is so uninteresting. The sound-making mouth mimics Sophie's voice flawlessly. All right, at least it could be quite infuriating. Sophie gestured for Rog to turn it off, not wishing to hear her voice amplified tenfold. Outside the shop, the drapery had been removed, and the winter sun bathed the smooth glass windows in warm light. Susan was setting up a small stage at the entrance, preparing to commence the raffle event. Glittering prizes adorned the golden tripod, a complete set of photography lenses worth 10,000 galleons, a firebolt 2,000 broomstick, an invisibility cloak crafted from the hair of a thestral. The complete works of Gilderoy Lockhart gleamed under the sunlight with their golden spines, while a small pouch held steaming galleons alongside golden pocket watches and music boxes. Anyone spending over 10 galleons in the shop could draw a number from the plush box nearby for a chance to win these lavish prizes. Chapter 65, Finista. This spectacle captivated the attention of passing wizards who gathered to witness the extraordinary raffle event. The nefarious individuals from Nocturne Alley, like sharks sensing blood, mingled among the crowd, greedily eyeing the expensive prizes on the stage. Is this a newly opened shop? I don't recall seeing it before. A middle-aged wizard in a gray robe inquired of his companion. It used to be a magical plant shop, don't you remember? His friend reminded him. But the place looks nothing like it did before. Ah, now I recall. The previous owner was murdered by a Death Eater under the command of a mysterious figure. I can't believe it's reopened. The Shadow Magic Shop is such a peculiar name. The middle-aged wizard nodded, his gaze firmly fixed on the prizes. They've been renovating for a month, and being so close to Nocturne Alley, they must not fear theft. Look at those folks, they're practically drooling. Forget them. I'm tempted too. My son has mentioned several times that he won a Firebolt 2000. So has my child. But a single Firebolt 2000 costs 5,000 galleons. That's an astronomical sum for us. We simply cannot afford it. Do you think they'll succeed? He pointed at the black wizards who had slipped into the crowd. Those guys should forget it. I just saw Delirious go in. Delirious? The Auror from the Ministry of Magic? Yes, the one with the gray-white hair. And members of the Gringotts family too. This shop dares to open here, clearly unafraid of the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. We should just enjoy the spectacle. The onlookers exchanged information, their eyes glimmering with greed as they fixated on the prizes. If this were not Diagon Alley, and if there weren't Aurors present in the shop, chaos would have surely erupted. Thompson strolled over, looking quite pleased with himself. Evidently having fared well at the Ministry of Magic lately, even befriending high-ranking Aurors. Rog, Merry Christmas. He pulled the young wizard to the window, lamenting to Gringotts. Those goblins have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. We merely exchanged 1,000,000 galleons, and they promptly shut down the exchange window, permanently no less. It's utterly heartless. 1,000,000, Rog exclaimed, somewhat astonished. It was indeed impressive to exchange such a sum. He had anticipated that exchanging hundreds of thousands would have attracted their attention. Well, those miserly creatures are scouring the world for any loopholes. Fortunately, with the assistance of Madame McMoth from the Flynn Network office, they're unlikely to uncover anything. Thompson boasted. I even exchanged part of it on the black market. Altogether, it totals 3,000,000. The black market traders around the globe are so generous and kind. Thompson sported a mischievous grin. They are in a frenzy, unable to exchange their piles of muggle coins. I hope they have a Merry Christmas this year. Currently, the exchange rate for galleons to pound has soared to 1,500. We are still dividing according to the previous ratio. Your share has already been handed over to Madame Jessica. Thank you, Thompson. You must be cautious. If I were one of those black market traders, I'd be tempted to devour you whole. Rob was taken aback by Thompson's decisiveness. He had managed to exchange a staggering 3,000,000 galleons. Indeed, that's why I brought Delirious to Diagon Alley. He is the most favored Auror by the minister, with an exceedingly bright future ahead. Thompson expressed a hint of trepidation, realizing that if word of this got out, he might very well face the wrath of dark wizards. He noticed a young girl waving at Rog and nudged him forward. Rog, I received your Christmas gift. Daphne exclaimed, tugging her sister Storia along, her face alight with joy. How do you like it? I absolutely adore it, though my sister snatched it away. Daphne looked helplessly at her sister, who beamed proudly, revealing a delicate pocket watch to showcase to both of them. Alexander Schmog, accompanied by Elena, entered the shop. He sported a splendid red beard and striking blue eyes. Though his hair was thinning, Rog felt it could fall out at any moment. Merry Christmas, Alexander remarked, admiring the shop's bright decorations and appreciating the clean, vivid decor. Naga, why don't you take a look around? He called out Elena's nickname, then turned his gaze to Rog. Daphne, we can chat later, my apologies. Rog and Alexander exchanged a glance before ascending to the second floor. Mr. Alexander, how fares the Soviet Ministry of Magic? Rog invited Alexander to sit and summoned Bubble to bring tea. A fine oolong from the Far East, perfect for this season. A complete shambles. Alexander shook his head gravely. The ministry has lost its government, much like in Grindelwald's day. Many face reckoning. Though I'm unsure how you foresaw this day. Perhaps, as Naga told me, you possess a prophetic gift. Alexander sighed. As a defector from the Soviet Ministry of Magic, his life had been far from easy in recent years. You may not be aware, but over the decades, numerous wizards faced trial by the ministry and were imprisoned in the Gulag, Alexander lamented, a place as terrifying as Azkaban. Now, many have been released. They escaped to the Eastern European magical community, wreaking havoc everywhere. Alexander's expression was complex. The Soviet Ministry of Magic is undoubtedly on the brink of tumult. As a fugitive, I could return with my head held high. The control of the Soviet Muggle government over our ministry has reached its twilight. Moscow's noble wizards will reclaim their glory. Alexander pounded his fist on the table, speaking with fervor. However, The American Magical Congress is eyeing us covetously, preparing to seize my former homeland at this opportunity. We are not the Muggle government of Moscow. I shall never allow the Ministry's vermin to sell off the properties of noble wizards. Indeed, plunder, Rog nodded, acknowledging the colossal giant has collapsed, and the greedy flies and wild dogs are drawn to the scent of decay. The moment he uttered those words, Rog paused, realizing he had inadvertently included himself in that condemnation. Uncle Alexander, let us venture to Eastern Europe together. Rod stood, his tone imbued with a sense of sacred redemption. This is not merely a business endeavor. It is a quest to reclaim magic for civilization. For the glory of noble wizards. For the glory of noble wizards. Alexander extended his broad hand, gripping Rog's firmly. Bubble, is the money prepared? Rog called to Bubble, who was carrying a seamless expansion trunk. Master, a total of 100,000 galleons and $50,000, Bubble announced, opening the trunk to reveal gleaming galleons that dazzled the eyes. Dola? Alexander inquired, puzzled. What use are these Muggle coins? Just in case, Rog replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Bubble will accompany us. Is that acceptable? Of course, Alexander nodded, acknowledging the little elf's undeniable magical prowess. Upon receiving the news, Jessica hurried over, her expression filled with concern as she looked at her son. Rog, are you truly going to the Eastern European magical community? It is not as safe as the British magical realm. In more stable times, vampires, werewolves, and other dark creatures lurked in shadows. Now that Eastern Europe is in chaos, these dark creatures will surely wreak havoc everywhere. Mother, do not worry. Uncle Alexander will be with us. We'll only be active in Moscow. Think of it as a vacation for me. Very well, but you must prioritize your safety. Jessica nodded, instructing Bubble to ensure Rog's well-being. Madam Jessica, I entrust Naga to you, Alexander declared before striding confidently into the fireplace, scattering flue powder. Finista. Rog waved goodbye to his mother and Elena, scooping a handful of flue powder and repeating his destination. The fireplace blazed with green flames, transporting him to the outskirts of Moscow, 4,962 miles away. As he uttered his destination, he felt a powerful force tugging at him from behind, as if an invisible hand were yanking him from his place. His vision blurred, and a myriad of sights, some adorned with Christmas decorations and others decrepit and cramped, flashed before him in a disorienting whirl. This is the Flue Network, where wizards can traverse swiftly between different fireplaces, reaching their destinations in a blink. Although the speed is remarkable, the journey is far from pleasant. Rog felt as though he were being thrust into a narrow, dark tunnel, his ears filled with the sounds of rushing wind and his own heartbeat. His head spun, and his stomach churned uncomfortably. Thud! The fireplace in the snowbound cabin stirred, and Alexander and Rog arrived in quick succession. Compared to the seasoned Flue user Alexander, Rog resembled a seasick traveler, dazed and disoriented as he tumbled from the fireplace. Rog, you're awake, Alexander chuckled heartily, invigorated by the cold wind. This is Finista, my hunting lodge. I haven't returned in many years, yet remains unchanged. Finista? Rog shook his woozy head, waving his wand to clear the soot from his clothes. Chapter 66, The Abstract Coup Plan. Finista is a mysterious and rare magical creature. You may be familiar with its other name, Phoenix. Alexander stepped outside the hunting lodge, inhaling the crisp air deeply. The little elf Bubble followed closely, arriving through apparition, carrying 10 large trunks, all specially crafted seamless expansion trunks. Each had been enchanted with multiple undetectable expansion charms, capable of holding 100,000 books. As per their agreement, Rog provided galleons to assist Alexander in rectifying the errors of the Soviet Ministry of Magic. In return, he would take some items from the ministry. Finista? Rod inquired. Like the pet phoenix of our headmaster? Indeed. Finista, adorned in fiery red plumage, could emit flames and was immortal, undergoing a cycle of death and rebirth. Alexander gestured for Rog to follow. The distance from the hunting lodge to Moscow was not far. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even receive news of Finista. As they traversed the streets of Moscow, the atmosphere was starkly different from the Christmas celebrations in England during December. The streets were shrouded in an eerie silence. Soldiers, military vehicles, and tanks patrolled the city, heightening the palpable tension. The two men arrived at a secluded alley, where a tavern named the Hearth awaited. Nestled in the shadows of dilapidated buildings, its low roof and wrought iron sign hinted at the enigmatic tales of the place. Upon entering the tavern, they found a dozen vintage round tables arranged in quiet order, with braziers on the walls emanating comforting warmth. Compared to the broken cauldron, the ambience here is slightly more inviting, albeit just a touch. Due to recent unrest, the tavern appeared unusually desolate. The balding tavern owner sat behind a dark oak counter, mechanically polishing glasses with a dull expression. Alexander removed his hat, excitedly calling out, "Semyon, it's been ages. Alyosha, you've returned." Semyon vaulted over the counter, embracing Alexander warmly and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. Suddenly recalling something, Semyon dashed to the door, locking it and hanging up the closed sign. "Alyosha, why have you come back?" Semyon's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with concern and astonishment. "Is this young man my nephew?" "What naga?" "Cough, cough," Alexander interrupted, urging Semyon to remain calm. "Uncle, I am Rod Travis, a partner of Mr. Alexander." "Partner?" Semyon blinked, glancing at Alexander. "Indeed, Rog is the heir of a pure-blood wizarding family for Britain. I have returned to address the current state of the ministry." Alexander solemnly conveyed his intentions as he pulled Semyon aside to a table. "What? You wish to return to the ministry?" Semyon stared at his brother, utterly astonished by his notion. "I cannot agree. Though the ministry is in disarray, it has not completely collapsed." Semyon shook his head. "You were one of the founders of Beloborg. They will not let you off easily. But now the Soviet Union is fragmented, and the ministry cannot accompany the Muggles to their grave," Alexander lamented. "The aim of Beloborg was merely to sever ties with the Muggle government, not to overthrow it. We cannot allow the downfall of the Muggle Empire to bring ruin and punishment upon our magical world." Standing resolutely, Alexander pounded his fist against his chest. "I seek only to restore the magical realm to its former glory, allowing noble wizards to reclaim their honor." His gaze was unwavering and fervent. He needed his brother to be a reliable ally. "What do you intend to do?" Semyon stared at Alexander, realizing that his long-lost brother was concocting a grand scheme. "Eliminate Yuri, correct the path of the ministry, and revitalize the honor of noble wizards." Alexander extended his hand, but Semyon hesitated, still in doubt. "Semyon, do not forget our surname," Alexander urged passionately, gripping his brother's shoulders. "Our family estate has been razed by Muggles, turned into an unrecognizable sanatorium. Our kin have been hunted to extinction, our brethren sent to laboratories. And you, Semyon, have you forgotten how little Ivan met his end?" Alexander's words ignited a fire within Semyon's eyes, prompting him to return to the counter and retrieve his wand. "Uncle Alexander, I will join you at the ministry. We shall confront Yuri, and amidst the chaos, you can acquire what you desire." Alexander tossed a map, detailing the names of most rooms within the ministry. "Just the three of us? Where to act now?" Rog scratched his head, perplexed at how they could possibly contend against the entire ministry. "Indeed now?" Alexander's confident demeanor left Rog speechless. Was the Slavic coup so abstract? "Uncle Alexander, even if you harbor thoughts of certain death, you must consider the future of the Schmaug family." Rog's words halted Alexander in his tracks. "If we fail, who will remember the Schmaugs? Look at the Gunner family in England. They are but a footnote in magic textbooks now." Rog spoke persuasively, hoping to make him reconsider. "We need not do much. Let's adhere to our agreement. Add a touch of assurance. Rally more supporters to embrace your vision and ideals. If you would, could you share about Belobord?" "Belobord is the god of light, one of our oldest beliefs." Semyon exhaled, pouring them strong spirits. "Years ago, Alexander and 6 others founded Belobord, aiming for the Soviet Ministry of Magic to operate independently from the Muggle government." Semyon sighed. "Decades have passed, and our highest officials in the ministry are traitors. It is truly absurd. Many were discontent with the ministry, and they quickly gained strength. No one anticipated a traitor infiltrating our ranks." Semyon gritted his teeth. "Yuri." He spat the name with palpable fury. Alexander observed his brother's anguish, feeling a surge of guilt and regret. He had betrayed Belobord, betrayed the wizards, merely to serve the Soviet government as a loyal dog. It was a day in late October when the wizards of Belobord convened in the Arctic Circle to discuss their next steps. "He betrayed our position, allowing Muggles to drop a bomb there." Alexander spoke painfully, downing an entire bottle of vodka in one go. "They called it a hydrogen bomb. My son and nephew were there at the time. That day was meant for me." His eyes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Afterward, we had no choice but to flee the Soviet Union. Otherwise, we would have been thrown into the Gulag." Rod noted, realizing this was also the reason for Elena's attendance at Hogwarts. "Bubbles," Rog summoned the house elf, receiving a box from its hands. "Uncle Alexander, a few galleons could persuade neutral wizards to sheathe their wands. Could they not?" Rog poured forth a mountain of gold coins, their bright, melodic clinking echoing through the dim tavern. "Rob, E." Seeing Alexander hesitating, Rog quickly clarified, "This is not a gratuitous gift. It serves as a down payment for acquiring books from ministry." I prefer to pay a deposit up front. He handed the box to Bubbles, who cast a disillusionment charm and hid nearby. If more wizards join you for the cause, I trust my deposit will not go to waste. The flames in the braziers on the wall flickered, their warmth licking the frigid air, illuminating the galleons with a dazzling crimson glow. Chapter 67. The Night in Moscow. Alyosha, we cannot simply storm in, Semyon said, regaining his composure as he grasped his brother's hand. Having lived under the ministry's watch for years, he had grown more cautious. Reflecting on his recently born son, Xiamiao hoped that his brother would give the matter more consideration. Very well, I shall reach out to other wizards. Though I sincerely hope they do not sell me to the Ministry of Magic. At the mention of Alexander, Xiamiao chuckled. Sell me to the ministry? The ministry doesn't even know whom to sell itself to. Rog, would you care for some borscht? Xiamiao inquired. Absolutely, Rog replied with a grin. His interest in present-day Moscow evident as he inquired about the plight of Muggles. It's dire, Xiamiao shook his head. The Muggles are undergoing a grueling economic reform. Though I am not entirely aware of the specifics, they are now so impoverished that they can scarcely afford bread. In the past, while queuing was a nuisance, at least one wouldn't go hungry, he lamented. Rog, what piques your interest in the Muggles? Just gathering information. Rog smiled before steering the conversation toward the library. Uncle Xiamiao, do you know where the largest library is located? The largest is in St. Petersburg, Xiamiao pondered, but Moscow boasts a comparable one at 3 Vozvezenka Street. I heard from some drunken Muggles that their government can't even pay wages anymore. I suspect the library might have closed its doors. Does the Fire Whiskey Tavern still admit Muggles? Rog asked curiously. It must, for if it only catered to wizards, it would cease to operate. Xiamiao shook his head, lamenting the Muggles' plight. They lacked not only liquor, but even potatoes. There are always those who can afford red wine, and some who can indulge in caviar. Rog chuckled, recognizing that the true guests of this revelry were themselves. The night in Moscow was tranquil, with Muggle patrols stationed only at a few intersections. In the early hours, Alexander returned, borrowing the remaining gallons. Xiamiao accompanied him, claiming to meet with an underground wizard organization. Bored, Rog cast a disillusionment charm and strolled through Moscow with Bubbles in tow. The resplendent Kremlin, once adorned with the red flag, now displayed the tricolor. The original significance of this flag mattered little. It now bore new connotations. White represented the restoration of Tsar's politics, blue symbolized the betrayal of democracy and freedom, and red had been relegated to the bottom. Moscow yearned for the sphere of influence of the Soviet Union, yet shunned its ideals and systems. Rog shrujid. It was a path of their own choosing, one they must tread even on their knees, gritting their teeth. The Lenin Library, situated in the heart of Moscow, was in close proximity to Red Square and the State Historical Museum. Constructed from abundant stone, the library's portico was supported by square columns. The tops of these columns bore the hammer and sickle emblem, though its meaning had long been disregarded. Passing through the ornate, arched entrance, one could observe various bas-reliefs carved into the stone walls on either side. Arahoko, Rog waved his wand, and the lock on the door clicked open. Inside the silent library, an elderly caretaker dozed, oblivious to the arrival of visitors. Under the faint moonlight, Rog wandered among the towering shelves, resembling ancient trees in a primeval forest, meticulously lined with an endless array of books. This repository housed nearly 30 million original volumes, manuscripts, and documents, including a portion of precious Chinese classics. Suddenly, Rog chuckled. The barbarians seized the tomes of others merely to smear a veneer of civilization upon themselves. Yet, if they can venture forth, so too can I, a barbarian as well. Regrettably, the bag of holding was too small to accommodate even a fraction of the library's vast collection. Let's find a large warehouse, Bubbles. At least it can house such a multitude of books, Rog proposed. The warehouse in the outskirts stood desolate, devoid of even a mouse. Upon learning that someone was willing to rent it for dollars, the manager beamed with excitement. In today's fluctuating market, the ruble's value changed daily. What could purchase bread yesterday could only buy potatoes today. For a mere 500, he secured a year's lease on the warehouse. Are we being robbed? Rog cautiously glanced over his shoulder, noticing 4 bald youths in Adidas tracksuits trailing behind. In these turbulent times, for ruffians prowled the outskirts, targeting well-dressed children. They feigned indifference, resembling famishid wolves shadowing roads. The chill of the night and the desolation of the outskirts rendered Rog incredulous at their clumsy disguises. However, one of them had his hand stuffed in his pocket, bulging ominously, concealing some weapon. Encountering thugs upon my arrival in Moscow. Am I the unfortunate one? Or are you? Rog pondered silently, discreetly waving his wand, causing the group to vanish from sight. Sucka, where is he? Quickly, find him. One shouted. This kid has plenty of cash. I saw him hand Vanya several dollars. The four miscreants frantically searched, but Rog was nowhere to be found. A chill ran down their spines. Surely, they had not encountered a ghost. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly emerged from behind them, startling them into a frenzy as they hastily drew their weapons. Most brandished knives, while one, adorned with tattoos, revealed a shiny black pistol. Drop your weapons, Rogue commanded, his heart racing at the sight of the gun, and with a flick of his wand, he sent their weapons flying. A ghost, the four shouted, scattering in panic. Rog was determined not to let the fleeing thugs escape. He cast several spells, sending them crashing to the ground. However, the tattooed one miraculously withstood the spell's onslaught, vanishing into the night. How curious! How could a muggle resist a spell? Rog mused, glancing at the unconscious thugs, regretting his inability to erase their memories. His inherent kindness prevented him from using magic to harm them. He could only consign them to the Winter General. Perhaps the benevolent Winter General would show mercy to those who preyed upon children. In the dark and convoluted alleyways of Moscow, Igor hastily traversed, as though the shadows concealed ravenous beasts. He knocked on a door deep within the street, and upon recognizing the boss's nephew, the occupant opened a small window to let him in. Inside the warm abode sat several burly men, engrossed in watching Woody Woodpecker with a pile of guns nearby. Igor rushed upstairs, where his Uncle Victor was inspecting newly acquired gold bars. "Uncle, I've tangled with a wizard," Igor said, swallowing hard as he beheld the gold, greed glimmering in his eyes. "A wizard? Where did you encounter one?" Victor locked the gold in a safe. "Out in the outskirts. It was a mere child. IHA and the others lured him away." Igor lied, concealing the fact that he had abandoned his companions in flight. "Oh, just a little wizard, nothing to worry about," Victor reassured, patting Igor on the shoulder and handing him a glass of liquor. "They are not formidable. A single bullet to the head when they are unawares will surely take their lives. Igor, do not wander about too recklessly. Moscow has changed." "Yes, I understand." Rogue, hidden nearby, noted Igor's fidgeting with his collar as he spoke. It seemed the object capable of resisting spells lay there. "Now go rest," Victor said, watching Igor depart with a fond gaze. His affection for the son he could not acknowledge was always excessive. "It appears these fellows have encountered wizards before," Rog squinted, casting a spell that sent Victor sprawling to the ground. In the face of muggles, wizards are not always invincible. As long as a fatal wound is inflicted upon their heads or hearts, wizards shall meet their demise. He utilized the Alohomora spell to unlock the safe, and indeed, discovered within it a sum of galleons and sickles. Beneath a thick stack of bills lay a blood-stained alchemical journal, a grim testament to the tragic fate of its former owner. Chapter 68, the operation commences. Upon entering Igor's chamber, Rog discerned a necklace adorning his neck. It was a silver serpent bone necklace, strung with an oval golden pendant intricately engraved with complex symbols and patterns. Clearly, it was a masterfully crafted artifact of an alchemist. From the alchemical notes, Rog learned that it was called the Akodia amulet, capable of warding off a single ordinary curse every 24 hours. Recalling how Igor had previously withstood a stunning spell, it was undoubtedly the necklace's merit. While it could not render one entirely immune to spell damage, it indeed provided formidable protection against non-lethal magic. "Ah, dear alchemist, let this serve as compensation for avenging you," Rog mused, shaking his head as he stowed the items away. In addition to the alchemist's recompense, he also appropriated weapons from an underground arms dealer: pistols, grenades, and explosives. It would be a shame to visit Moscow without bringing back some Soviet specialties. To minimize magical traces, Rog ignited a gasoline barrel with a Franklin spell, hoping these nefarious individuals would find restful dreams amidst the flames. The following day at the tavern, Alexander returned with a jubilant Semyon. "Rog, they have agreed," he exclaimed excitedly. "In 2 days, we shall go to the Ministry of Magic. That scoundrel Yuri won't escape this time." "We? Just the two of you?" Rog inquired with curiosity. "Certainly not," Alexander replied. "We shall storm the ministry to apprehend Yukichenko, and the other wizards will rally to our side." "Who is Yukichenko?" "The current Minister of Magic." "So, you expended 100,000 galleons, and in the end, it's still only the two of you acting?" Rog lamented, cradling his head. "What sort of team was this?" Alexander opened his mouth, as if realizing the truth. "Rog, worry not. We will surely succeed." "Alyosha, Rog seems to lack confidence," Semyon remarked, sensing this plan was foolproof. Rog observed the brother's unwavering faith and contemplated whether he should devise an escape plan in advance. Beginning the simulation. 1. The Alexander brothers infiltrate the Ministry of Magic via a secret passage, aiming to capture Yukichenko. 2. Yukichenko immediately seeks assistance from the Kremlin. 3. The Kremlin sends a warning through the American Magical Congress, compelling the ministry's wizards to act against the Alexander brothers. 4. The Alexander brothers are imprisoned, and after a fortnight, sentenced to death. It seems I must devise a way to divert the Muggles' attention. Rog gazed at the exuberant Schmorg brothers below. The Soviet Union was no more, and Yukichenko sat comfortably in the ministerial seat, surely having clandestinely forged an agreement with the Muggle government. Though motivated by self-interest, this could indeed be of assistance to them. He incapacitated the librarian with a stunning spell, instructing Bubble to transport him to a nearby inn. Master and servant, like diligent little bees, scurried through the library. Rog waved his wand, a smile illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The books on the shelves stirred under the enchantment, eagerly leaping down to partake in this grand relocation. Thud, thud, thud. Volume after volume cascaded from various heights. Some fell heavily, while others floated gently to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to magical protection, many hefty tomes avoided being shattered upon impact. The books formed an orderly line, their spines erect. Corners aligned neatly against the floor, resembling disciplined soldiers awaiting the general's review. Rog had already released 10 untraceable expansion bags at his feet, their openings gaping wide in anticipation of today's spoils. With wand in hand and focus unwavering, Rog resembled a conductor leading a symphony orchestra. He waved his wand, orchestrating each book in motion, officially commencing today's symphonic performance. The tomes began to leap, using their corners as feet, soaring into the untraceable expansion bags. Some ancient texts took flight with grace, spinning several times in the air before landing perfectly within the bags, while others glided languidly, performing a slow and measured adagio. Under Rog's direction, all the books leapt into the untraceable expansion bags in an orderly fashion, producing a harmonious cacophony of thuds and flutters. The notes arranged themselves into a synchronized melody, and the 10 expansive bags soon bulged with the gathered treasures. At the rear, Bubble was already prepared. It accepted the laden bags and operated to a warehouse on the outskirts of Moscow. The enchanted warehouse maintained a constant temperature and humidity, serving as a temporary transit point for the little creatures within the bags. For a full 5 hours, Rog's wand never ceased its movement, while Bubble made nearly 100 trips back and forth. Such a laborious task would leave even Merlin himself breathless. Rog panted heavily, surrounded by bottles of restorative potions from magical energy. Bubble also lay exhausted, sprawled on the ground, flapping its large ears. They surveyed their surroundings. The library's shelves stood barren, not a single scrap of paper remaining above ground or in the basement. Bubble, splendid work, Rog commended, giving Bubble a thumbs up. The little sprite leaped in excitement before collapsing in fatigue. We must take our leave. Rog retrieved a potion for magical restoration, and both he and Bubble downed a vial each. While their magical energy was partially replenished, the weariness of the spirit lingered. Flames roared, Rog waved his wand, and fire began to spread among the shelves. Seizing the final bag, the two vanished from this once knowledge-filled sanctuary. With a resounding crash, the shelves toppled, heralding the climax of this symphony of knowledge liberation, culminating in a fervent finale. Beginning the simulation. 1. The Alexander brothers infiltrate the Ministry of Magic via a secret passage, intending to capture Yukichenko. 2. Yukichenko promptly requests assistance from the Kremlin. 3. The Kremlin receives no response, and the Ministry's wizards stand idly by. 4. The Alexander brothers successfully apprehend Yukichenko and imprison him. Splendid. Rog gazed through the window at the darkening sky, smoke billowing in thick plumes, alarms blaring in a chaotic symphony. He collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep sleep, as if the events outside bore no connection to him. Bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, the door was rattled violently. Alexander exclaimed excitedly, Rog, it is time to act. Here it comes, here it comes. Rog, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lamented the impending task of retrieving books from the ministry. In Red Square, fire trucks sped by in a relentless rush. The Lenin Library had been ablaze for 6 hours, and it showed no signs of abating. Rog smirked, thinking it best to let it burn for 3 days and nights. The three of them, utilizing the disillusionment charm, arrived at the southwest corner of Red Square. Alexander produced his wand and struck the ancient historical building's rear 7 times, causing a black wrought iron door to silently materialize. The door appeared quite old, its knocker rusted. Only a few wizards were aware that this was the secret entrance to the Moscow Ministry of Magic. Alexander recited a specific incantation and then struck the knocker. The door opened soundlessly, revealing a passage that allowed them entry. Rog followed Alexander into the winding stone corridor that led downward. The passage was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dimly flickering torches affixed to its walls, which guided the travelers' steps down the stone staircase. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the corridor, they arrived at its terminus, a formidable stone door. At the center of the door was a grand engraving of an orchid, beneath which a lifelike tapestry was intricately carved from stone. Inscribed upon the fabric in runes were the words of a profound maxim: suffering forges glory. The nobility shall eternally bask in splendor. As Alexander recited the inscription, a circle of mysterious blue flames encircled them, causing the magnificent orchid to bloom resplendently. The heavy stone door before them became ethereal, and Alexander nodded to his companions before stepping through the portal into the Ministry of Magic. This was a clandestine entrance, known only to the elite wizards. Alexander donned the robes of a ministry employee, while Rog cherished the sights around him, realizing that the vestiges of history concealed a multitude of hidden pathways. Even at Hogwarts, it seemed that Dumbledore could not possess knowledge of every secret. Beyond the door lay a spacious chamber adorned with portraits of wizards. A frosted glass wall at the rear revealed glimpses of elevators bustling with activity within the ministry. Chapter 69. The Fruits of Victory. Alexander pushed open the grand door, nonchalantly striding alongside Semyon and Rog within the ministry. It must be said, the Moscow Ministry of Magic was resplendent, with golden embellishments radiating dazzling light. The employees bustling within were rife with tension, paper airplanes darting through the throng, punctuated by the occasional outcry. Lukashenko was alone in his office when a hurried blonde wizard approached him, delivering a message before vanishing into the crowd. "Rog, we must part ways now." Alexander knelt to meet his gaze. "If anything untoward should occur, please look after Elena." "Rest assured," Rog replied with a firm nod. Watching as the Schmorg brothers ventured into the ministry's grand hall, it seemed that every soul in the hall recognized them. Some wizards nervously drew their wands, only to be restrained by their companions. The hall fell into an eerie silence as the wizards exchanged glances, parting to create a pathway leading directly to the minister's office. The Schmorg brothers brandished their wands and charged into the opulent office of the minister. In the hall, they awaited the outcome of the final battle to determine their allegiances. Rog recited the disillusionment charm and stealthily made his way to the ministry's library, guided by the map. Just as he arrived at the library, a distant rumble echoed, signaling the commencement of the battle in the office. Alohamra. Rog cast the spell, only for the library's lock to remain obstinate, instead emitting a piercing alarm. Yet no wizard paid a heed, as the entire ministry was awash with various alarms. "Damn it! A counter curse!" Rogi nalid dipli. Closing his eyes as he rapidly formulated a new plan in his mind, then attempted a more complex incantation on the library door, but the lock remained unyielding. "Bubble, bring the explosives." Rog hesitated for a moment before opting for brute force, determined to breach the door. He affixed explosives to the entrance and cast a silencing charm to avoid drawing attention. As he triggered the explosives, the entire corridor shook. Once the smoke cleared, the door stood unscathed, though a crack had formed in the adjacent wall. Cutting curse. Rog's eyes lit up as he directed his wand at the wall, striving to widen the breach. The battle in the distance intensified, spells illuminating the corridor in a dazzling display. Just a little more time. Regardless of the outcome of the conflict, he had to act swiftly. With a resounding crash, the wall finally collapsed under the cutting spell, allowing Rog and Bubble to slip through. On the shelves stood neatly arranged tomes, including titles like The Art of Cerebral Closure, The Deadly Dark Arts, revealing the pinnacle of dark magic and forbidden secrets, The Covenant of Dark Resonance. The library was dominated by dark magical texts, including the Horcrux tomes that Dumbledore had transferred to the headmaster's office. Some of these books Rog had never encountered in the school library, and even suspected they were absent from the restricted section. "My treasures, today marks your liberation, so I shall not be polite." Rog chuckled to himself, eagerly commencing his task. He had deliberately avoided the restricted section at school to evade Dumbledore's scrutiny. Fortunately, the headmaster's gaze lingered upon the school library, allowing the Moscow Ministry, which housed an even greater and more diverse collection of magical texts, to be overlooked. Among the shelves, he even discovered Grindelwald's spellbook. Regrettably, the quantity of books paled in comparison to that of the Lenin Library, filling only 8 boxes. "To our new home, my friends," Rogue exclaimed contentedly, patting the unmarked expansion box and instructing Bubble to evacuate with the books. The battle in the distance raged on, though its intensity was waning. He unfurled the map to check. The Department of Mysterious Affairs lay in another direction, and time was of the essence. Alas, Rog stealthily returned to the hall, where the Schmore brothers stood, barely holding their ground, while Ukachinko lay fallen before them. Alyosha, welcome back. As the battle concluded, ministry officials extended their congratulations to them. An Auror had already confiscated the minister's wand, binding him securely with the binding spell. Peter, we agreed on this, Alexander said, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure beside him. Of course, my brother, I am grateful for your efforts. The Moscow Ministry of Magic is independent once more. We shall no longer associate with Muggles. A wizard named Peter stepped forward, solemnly nodding to them. He approached the center of the hall and addressed the Assembly of Wizards. From 1920 to 1991, a span of 71 years. We were compelled to submit to the rule of the Muggle government, aiding them in their tyranny. Throughout this protracted era, our wizarding brethren were subjected to stringent surveillance and oppression, living in a perpetual state of white terror. His voice resonated throughout the hall, powerful and impassioned. Our brothers and sisters, young wizards and witches mysteriously vanished, thrust into laboratories, dissected to fulfill the ambitions of the Muggle government. They endured inhumane torment and experimentation, their cries eternally confined within the cold walls of the laboratory. Yet today, Paul paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over each listener, all of whom were enveloped by the fervor of his words, anxiously anticipating the culmination. Today, we have finally toppled the Muggle agent Ukachinko. We can once again hold our heads high and reclaim the dignity of wizards. It is thanks to the Schmore brothers. They are our heroes. They ignited the love and courage within our hearts. They have unveiled a new era to us. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The wizards clapping in encouragement for Peter, feeling the flame of hope igniting within them. We will no longer endure oppression. We will no longer be forced to conceal our magic. Today, we stand united, vowing to restore the glory of the wizarding world, to pass on our magical heritage, so that every wizard can proudly display their power. We shall forge a new world. Peter's impassioned speech resonated with authority, his commanding voice inspiring every soul present. Expel the Muggles from the magical realm. Expel the Muggles. Expel the Muggles. Rog observed the wizards becoming increasingly frenzied, reflecting, this could very well be a Crimson Winter. Mr. Peter, I hope you do not forget the hydrogen bomb in the Arctic Circle. Rog stepped forward to remind them. If the means employed were excessively cruel, they might find themselves facing an even graver fate than Grindelwald. The mere mention of hydrogen bombs gradually quelled the rising tension among many. The haunting specter of Belleborg in the Arctic Circle still loomed ominously over the wizards. Peter twitched his eyebrows, reluctantly conceding that such weapons were indeed terrifying. Once detonated, no wizard could withstand their might. The exact number of hydrogen bombs possessed by Russia remained shrouded in mystery, and the wizards had no assurance of annihilating them in an instant. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Peter swiftly masked his worried expression and inquired about the guest brought by the Schmal brothers. Rog Trelawney, from England. Here on business. Rog replied with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake with Peter, whose grip was notably worldly and exceedingly soft. Trelawney? Peter exclaimed in surprise. I had thought that family was eradicated by the British Ministry of Magic. This chaotic Moscow hardly seems conducive for business. On the contrary, Rog shook his head. Land, forests, mineral deposits, and properties have all lost their original value amidst the turmoil. Chaos is but a ladder to our advancement, Mr. Peter. Indeed, you speak true. Chaos propels our progress. Peter nodded, regarding the young man before him with newfound seriousness. Mr. Trelawney, since you are aware of the dangers posed by hydrogen bombs, do you have any suggestions? Chapter 70, an array of seats dividing the fruits. Currently, the nuclear warheads in Moscow serve to protect the Kremlin. Rog remarked with a sardonic smile. Oh, are you suggesting spells be cast upon Muggles? That would contravene the laws governing the entire magical realm. Pito liesiga. Exhaling smoke amidst the disarray of the hall. Laws? Rog chuckled dismissively when wizards find themselves laid upon the dissection table. Not a single ministry of magic from any nation will come to your aid for justice. Before you sever ties with Muggles completely, there are bound to be transgressions. The weight of this responsibility can only be shouldered by the future minister. Of course, Peter nodded, unhesitatingly accepting this mantle of responsibility. Faced with the Schmal brothers, who had apprehended the Minister of Magic, he had long lacked a compelling reason to have other wizards endorse him for the position. Now, Rog had provided him with a clear and weighty justification. The Trelawney family's business was undeniably thriving, especially here. Oh, we're grateful for the friendship of the minister. The Trelawney family shall remember it well. Rog said, showcasing the family's signet ring, their hands clasped tightly together. The unprovoked upheaval in Moscow went unnoticed by the Muggles. It had sent shockwaves through ministries of magic worldwide. Peter utilized the betrayal of Yukikin to cover up Muggle dissection experiments on wizards as a pretext to ally with other ministry officials to depose the imprisoned minister. He led all wizards in Moscow to blockade the Kremlin, presenting boxes of evidence demanding accountability from the Muggles. Headmaster Dumbledore was compelled to journey to Moscow during the Christmas holidays, insisting that Peter refrain from harming the Muggles. Under Dumbledore's pressure, both parties agreed that the Muggle government would completely sever ties with the Slavic magical community and return all property confiscated from aristocratic wizards prior to 1920. The headmaster actually came. Rog flipped through the pages of the Forbidden Division, savoring a chocolate from the big-headed doll. This tome explored the dark arts of creating and wielding Horcruxes, offering profound insights for him. Yes, Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of our time. Semyon filled his glass, his mood evidently buoyant. We acquired Yuri from the ministry. Trust me, no one wishes to know our means of dealing with him, Semyon declared with a cruel smile, downing a gulp of his drink. Does Minister Peter have any plans? Rodin queried. Peter? Sokolov, that despicable little man. Semyon cursed angrily. It was we brothers who vanquished Yukikin. How come all the newspapers attribute the credit to him? Uncle Semyon, you surely don't believe you could become minister? Rog chuckled, noting how Peter regarded the Schmaud brothers as a sword, capable of slaying the minister if fortune favored them, or discarding them if not. Should Alexander emerge as a contender? Given his status as the founder of Belleborg, it would indeed be a challenging situation. Alas, he held no interest in the ministry, accepting a title of special advisor, choosing instead to work as a laborer, vowing to transform the Muggle sanatorium into the estate of his memories. Me? Semyon opened his mouth, acknowledging that he truly lacked support, and that few in the magical realm recognized him. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to step back and request a position from Minister Peter. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Semyon exclaimed, finishing his drink and hastily departing. The International Trade Association offered little work for ample pay, along with opportunities for funded travel, a prospect he had long sought before his dismissal. Time to return. Rog stretched, having gained deeper insights into Voldemort's Horcruxes through these tomes. Horcruxes were undoubtedly potent, dark magical artifacts, capable of fragmenting a portion of one's soul and concealing it. When a wizard perished, their soul remained tethered to the world, allowing for potential resurrection. The more Horcruxes created, the greater the chance of revival, effectively equating to immortality. Why is Tom so fearful of death? Rod pondered, biting his quill as he jotted down his queries in his notebook. The creation of Horcruxes exacted a horrific toll, requiring the sacrifice of a human life to cleave one's soul. Once severed, the wizard's emotions would also be affected, often leading to extremism. The incompleteness of the soul would alter the physical form. No wonder Voldemort lacked a nose. Rog chuckled, underlining this observation for emphasis. Dark magic and the soul were not opposing forces, but rather intertwined existences. In the concluding sections of the Forbidden Division, the author elucidated the relationship between dark magic and the soul. The original intent of dark magic had already articulated its essence. It is a formidable and perilous form of magic, devoid of inherent notions of good or evil. Dark magic, in relation to the soul, is akin to a sharp sword in the hands of swordsmen. The sword is innocent, while the morality lies with the wielder. Over time, it has become synonymous with evil due to the ambitions that fill the hearts of those who wield it. Throughout their studies, a wizard's soul is continually tested by dark magic. The more fervently they pursue knowledge, the more susceptible they become to its double-edged nature. When the soul cannot withstand these trials, it may plunge into the sea of desire, leaving indelible marks. Conversely, those who can temper themselves, approaching dark magic with rational perspectives and methods, will find their souls becoming more resilient and profound. In essence, the relationship between dark magic and the soul represents a battle of self within the wizard's psyche. Rog nodded, concluding that dark magic is merely an amplifier of desire. Some can restrain themselves, while others become increasingly indulgent. The prevalence of dark wizards and Death Eaters within Slytherin House stems from their thirst for power and authority. Coincidentally, Voldemort emerged as their leader during this pivotal moment. Might it then be inferred that graduates from Hogwarts over the past decade have not faced the trials of dark magic? Rog's eyes brightened. Based on his observations, the abilities of the young wizards from Hogwarts appeared rather unimpressive. Or perhaps Dumbledore had shielded them too effectively. Apart from the 2 exams mandated by the ministry, their studies experienced little pressure. They clearly possessed the capability to devise a superior curriculum. Rogue contemplated the various bespoke trials that awaited Harry in the future and couldn't help but lament the apparent favoritism of their headmaster. Damn Paul. He only bestowed upon me the position of director of the Department of Transportation. Semyon cursed vehemently, though it was evident he was quite pleased. Congratulations, Rogue said with a smile, retrieving a bottle of wine from the cabinet to toast him. Heh, I must thank you for the reminder, he said disdainfully as he surveyed the tavern, eager to take his leave. Come on, let's drink freely today. Semyon filled his glass, while Rogue shook his head and quietly sipped his own drink. What about Uncle Alexander? Rogue poured some juice, mindful that alcohol was not beneficial for his young brain development. My brother? Semyon rubbed his bald head and lamented. He only wishes to restore the Schmarv estate and has no interest in a position within the ministry. Is there a problem? Alexander, weary from travel, clapped Semyon on the shoulder. Semyon, you know me. I didn't establish Belloborg for any title or power. He filled his own glass and reclined comfortably in the wooden chair. I know. Semyon nodded. Alyosha's ideal is to sever all ties between the Ministry of Magic and the Muggle world. But Alyosha, no nation's magical community, can completely detach itself from the government. So what? Alexander was well aware, yet insisted, the key lies in control. 70 years ago, the Ministry became the lapdog of those Muggles. And now, Alexander stood up excitedly, proclaiming, the glory of noble wizards is reviving, and orchids bloom upon Slavic soil. I know you are dissatisfied with Paul, that little man you speak of. Alexander glanced at his brother, exasperated. But who else can we choose? Semyon, you must understand, we have received what we ought to have. Is the position of director of the Department of Transportation not sufficient? Brother, you know. Semyon hesitated. Oof. The moment you joined the ministry, Paul informed me. That son of a dog has mastered the art of surveillance, Alexander cursed, wishing he could pull Paul out and give him a thrashing. Chapter 71. The Iconis Circus. Alexander patted his brother on the shoulder. Do well, Semyon. The position of Director of Transportation is a token of gratitude towards the Schmarv family. Rogue, this is for you. He produced a weathered scroll, exuding an air of antiquity. What is this? Rogue asked curiously as he unfurled it, revealing a map on ancient parchment. It is the treasure map of our family, said to contain the riches of the last royal court wizard, Rasputin. Noticing Rogue's astonished expression, Alexander added, Our family has searched many times to no avail. The final clue points to Romania. Alexander sighed. It lies northwest of the Black Sea, still the domain of the bloodline, and is unlikely to be connected to Rasputin. In truth, his treasures were divided in 1916. This treasure map is merely decorative. Alexander chuckled sheepishly, his innocent demeanor endearing. I assure you, I will repay your generosity. His words made Rogue feel somewhat embarrassed, as it was indeed a family heirloom being gifted to him, regardless of its authenticity. The sentiment behind the gesture was genuine. It's of no concern. Our friendship is more precious than gold galleons, Rogue said earnestly. Well said, Gulme. Tonight, I shall show you something extraordinary. At this, Rogue sputtered his tea, coughing for a spell before managing to utter a complete sentence. But I'm still young. Is that appropriate? What nonsense are you thinking, you little rascal? Alexander exclaimed, playfully ruffling Rogue's hair. He glared at the young lad, recognizing that despite his youth, Rogue harbored many thoughts. I'm speaking of the Iconis Circus from America, which has come to perform in Moscow. Let me tell you, it is a renowned ensemble within the magical world, known as the Museum of Oddities. A circus? Rogue's interest waned. After all, wasn't it merely lions and acrobats performing tricks? If he were a muggle, he might be astonished by such spectacles, but he was a wizard. Rogue waved his wand and cast the feather-light charm on his goblet, causing it to float gracefully. Rogue, these attractions are not what has earned them renown in the magical community. Alexander seized the goblet from him, enthusiastically extolling the wonders of the circus. They have an array of magical creatures, truly a rare spectacle. Without further ado, he pulled Rogue from the tavern, braving the wind and snow towards the outskirts of Moscow. They have tamed mountain trolls, making those lumbering giants perform ballet in tutus. Can you imagine such a sight? Alexander's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Rogue recalled the mural at school depicting Barnabas being pummeled by a troll. And the Kaba, those Japanese pygmy monkeys with scales, can perform comedic acts. He was absolutely delighted, chattering incessantly about the circus's various thrilling performances. As Rogue was swept along, he tightened his scarf, thinking it was clear that Alexander was the one eager to witness the wizarding circus, with him merely serving as a pretext. The wizarding circus was stationed in a clearing amidst the forest on the outskirts. A massive tent loomed large, and at the entrance, a gnome wizard rode upon the neck of a troll, offering every young wizard entering the tent magically changing colored and patterned balloons. "Hello, 2 tickets, please." Alexander patted the lumbering troll and tossed 2 gold galleons into the box hanging around its neck. "Of course, sir. Please enjoy today's latest performance, the talking fluffball." The gnome wizard waved his wand, and the troll clumsily tore off 2 tickets and handed them over. "Oh, and the balloons for the little wizards." The gnome's foot slipped into the troll's mouth as he dangled upside down, one hand deftly retrieving a balloon that followed him automatically. "Thank you." Rogue carefully accepted the magical balloon, which bore the likeness of a clown, continually grinning foolishly. Alexander dashed into the tent with uncontainable excitement, and the moment he entered, he spotted a griffin soaring within, a young which clung tightly to its neck, bouncing up and down with the rhythm of its powerful wings, shrieking with laughter. "Merlin's beard. This is simply astonishing," Alexander exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to touch the griffin as it flew overhead. "Wow, look over there." Before Rogue could respond, Alexander sprinted to a nearby corner. "These ugly fellows can actually play instruments." Following his gaze, Rogue saw 5 kaba in the corner, some cradling harps, others holding flutes, while a dapper water monkey in a suit sat at a piano, dramatically playing. As a slow waltz began to play, more kaba danced over, their movements far from coordinated, resembling a chaotic display. The scene was undeniably comical, prompting Rogue to laugh heartily. "Damn, why didn't I bring camera?" he lamented, slapping his hands together in frustration. At that moment, a swarm of magical balloons rushed down the aisle, with a clown reclining on a balloon and waving his wand. Below, audience members occasionally snatched one, much to the clown's dismay, who shrieked in protest. "Ha ha ha." Everyone erupted in joyous laughter at the sight of the clown's vexation, and Alexander, seizing a balloon right before the clown's eyes, only caused the poor jester to stomp his feet in frustration, eliciting even more merriment from the crowd. "Rob, look over there. A talking fluffball," exclaimed Alexander as he dashed forward, leaving Rog to follow suit, who couldn't help but think that Alexander was the true child among them. The little wizards gathered around a tower, where a pink fluffball resided. This creature was remarkably large and adorably round, prompting the little wizards to extend their hands in an eager attempt to pet it. One young wizard purchased a banana from a jester to feed it, and to Rog's astonishment, the fluffball spoke. "Thank you. Bananas are delightful." "Isn't it a scavenger?" Rog asked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm that the creature had indeed just spoken. Being a scavenger doesn't preclude one from enjoying normal food. Alexander generously procured a banana from the jester, merely to express gratitude to the pink fluffball, just as Rog began to suspect whether this fluffball was an animagus, Barnum. The ringmaster appeared in the center of the tent, sporting an exaggerated tall hat and twirling a cane that was rumored to be a staggering 40 inches long. 40 inches? Rog gasped at Alexander's mention, staring incredulously at the black wand. The wand, adorned with a T-shaped handle, gleamed brilliantly as Barnum waved it, captivating the audience's attention. "My dear friends, welcome to the Wizarding Circus. I am Barnum, the ringmaster of this spectacle." Bowing to the audience, Barnum waved his wand, conjuring a rainbow within the tent. As he snapped his gloved fingers, the rainbow transformed into a shower of colorful candies cascading towards the crowd, prompting excited cheers from the little wizards. "It's real," Rog exclaimed as he caught a piece of magical candy, marveling at Barnum. This was no mere transfiguration. How did Barnum achieve such a spectacle? Observing the astonished expressions of the little wizards, Barnum continued his performance with satisfaction. He danced, weaving complex patterns with his cane. Exhausted, he quickly wiped his brow, only to find that the gloved hand, lacking a body, continued to manipulate the wand on its own. Feigning surprise, he glanced at the audience, then circled around the cane with a look of bewilderment, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Barnum reinserted his hand into the glove, which seemed to argue with his hand over control of the wand. Suddenly, with a pop, the wand pointed in a direction, unleashing a brilliant white light that instantaneously conjured a series of fantastical audience seats. "Rob, look, it's our turn," Alexander shouted excitedly, as the white light swept beneath them. A tiered seating arrangement rose, lifting them into the air. "What do you think? It's undeniably magical." Rog nodded, turning to survey the others who, whether young wizards or adult sorcerers, were all cheering and throwing flowers and coins towards the stage. At that moment, the braziers on the tent's columns ignited one by one, spewing forth vibrant fireworks that formed a massive fire dragon in the sky. Chapter 72, Nagini. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the fire dragon spiraled overhead before suddenly spewing flames towards the audience. The flames dissipated before a wizard clad in a shimmering silver robe appeared, his face obscured by an iris mask, enhancing his aura of mystery. With a flick of his wand, dozens of white doves materialized, forming intricate patterns in the air. How about a math competition? The silver-robed wizard invited the audience, selecting a fortunate little wizard to compete against the doves. The silver-robed wizard posed simple arithmetic questions in flames, and the little wizard matched the dove's prowess. Ultimately, the doves fell slightly short, losing to the young wizard. "Congratulations," the silver-robed wizard declared, raising the little wizard's hand as the doves circled around him. Before everyone's eyes, a crown fashioned from dove feathers materialized above the little wizard's head. "Incredible," Alexander exclaimed, initially amazed that the doves could perform mathematics, let alone wield magic. Rog joined in the applause, acknowledging that the wizarding circus was indeed a feast for the senses, revising his previous opinions. Ladies and gentlemen, next in our lineup of marvels and oddities, I present to you the blood-cursed beast, Nagini, Barnum announced solemnly from the stage, waving his wand to summon a large cage draped in black cloth, prompting everyone to lean forward in anticipation of its contents. The musicians struck up a chaotic yet expectant melody. What could it be? Barnum deliberately heightened the suspense, slowly pulling back the black cloth and unveiling the mysterious creature amidst the crowd's eager anticipation. To their astonishment, a 12-inch-long viper emerged, its scales as dark as night, marked with a distinct triangular emblem on its head. It flicked its forked tongue and raised its body, surveying the wizards in the audience with its cold, slit pupils. The little wizards shrieked in fear, not expecting such a terrifying magical creature to be unveiled. "Fear not, my friends. This is Nagini, the blood-cursed beast, once a part of our circus and now returned to us. Though she has lost the ability to transform back into a human, rest assured, she means no harm." Barnum quickly reassured the audience, waving his cane to open the cage. "Nagini? Where did the circus find her?" Alexander wondered, gazing intently as Nagini slithered out of her confinement. "What's the matter, Uncle Alexander?" Rog recalled that this serpent was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, curious as to why she was not in Albania. "My father spoke of the circus when he was your age. He encountered this serpent while traveling in France," Alexander replied, observing Nagini as she moved to the center of the stage under Barnum's direction. The musicians began to play a whimsical yet eerie tune, and Nagini began to sway to the melody, her movements fluid and captivating, albeit laced with an element of danger. The ringmaster at that time was named Skander. He captured her from the jungles of Indonesia. What happened next? Later, Nagini escaped. I heard it was related to Dumbledore. I'm not certain how the circus found her again. Alexander pondered, his gaze fixed on Nagini with a hint of confusion. "My father said she was once human." "Oh." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surrounding wizards, taken aback by Nagini's presence. She seemed to understand the music, perfectly synchronizing her dance with the rhythm. And even the initially frightened little wizards began to cheer for her remarkable performance. Soon, fire rings appeared in the arena, and without hesitation, Nagini leaped through the hoops, her scales shimmering enchantingly in the firelight. The applause grew more fervent among the wizards. As the music reached its crescendo, Nagini coiled her body and leaped high, arching through the overhead rings. Her sinuous form danced gracefully in midair, captivating the audience with her beauty and peril. Nagini had once been a witch, and it was no surprise that she could deliver such a dazzling performance, even in her serpentine form. Uncle Alexander, what a terrifying yet enchanting dance. Even if Nagini were to escape 100 times, the circus would never easily relinquish her. Rog felt his heart race, deeply moved by Nagini's mesmerizing display. The music of the Kabas has momentarily ceased, and Nagini gracefully descends from the heights, captivating the hearts of all spectators with her performance. Approaching Barnum, everything appears to be perfectly normal until he gestures for Nagini to join him in bowing to the audience. In that fleeting moment, as Barnum bends down, Nagini suddenly strikes. The enormous serpent opens its gaping maw, revealing its venomous fangs in full view. It lunges ferociously towards Barnum's neck, eliciting gasps of horror from the audience. "Be careful," some spectators shout, while others cover their mouths or close their eyes in trepidation. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of disaster, a flash of red light hurtles from the audience. Nagini's assault on Barnum abruptly halts, and she crashes to the ground. It is Rog who swiftly brandishes his wand, casting a stunning spell that thwarts Nagini's vicious strike. "Thank you, my child," Barnum remarks, sensing the proximity of death. cold sweat beading on his brow as his legs tremble while he wipes his forehead with a handkerchief. Nevertheless, Rog's spell has not entirely subjugated Nagini, who begins to stir on the ground, seemingly on the verge of awakening. The audience screams in fear, hastily fleeing the tent with the young wizard, fearful that the terrifying serpent might break free and wreak havoc. Bind her tightly. Rog, intrigued by the beautiful serpent, has no desire to kill her unless absolutely necessary. Do not misunderstand. My interest lies solely in the blood curse. As an enigma within the wizarding world, this matrilineal magical curse evokes thoughts of animagi. Is there a connection between the transformation of humans into beasts in both cases? Emerald-hued spells erupt from his wand, coalescing in midair into two intertwining beams that securely ensnare Nagini. Enraged, she hisses, causing Barnum to collapse in fright. Yet, despite her struggles, Rog's formidable incantation keeps her firmly pinned to the ground. Quick, confine her in a cage, Barnum commands, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Rog is not assisting him. The other circus companions, paralyzed by fear, remain rooted to the spot, reluctant to approach the massive viper. Mr. Barnum. It appears the wizarding circus has failed to manage Nagini's power. Rog sees through Barnum's ruse, aware that his spells are merely flamboyant and impractical for combat. No, it was merely an accident. I can certainly control her, Barnum retorts, unwilling to concede defeat. This is Director Scrimgeour from the Ministry of Magic in Moscow. I believe he is more qualified to comment on this matter. Rog gestures towards Alexander, who shares the same surname. Mr. Barnum, I suggest you consider how to placate the audience. After all, you wouldn't want an investigation from the Ministry of Magic, would you? Alexander sneers. Though the reason for Rog's interest in the serpent remains unclear, it does not deter him from lending a hand. I heard she once escaped. Have you forcibly imprisoned this blood-cursed beast again? It is no longer 60 years ago. Blood-cursed beings were granted the same rights. In other words, your confinement is illegal. No, absolutely not. Barnum hastily denies. Director Scrimgeour, the blood-cursed being has entirely devolved into a mindless beast. She cannot revert. She is a true serpent. Barnum is unwilling to be cast into Azkaban, a place filled with twisted wizards. 20 years ago, when we performed in Hogsmeade, Captain Skinder found her again. By then, she had already become a viper, and the entire circus can testify to that. Oh, and what of Skinder? Alexander inquires. Did you kill him? Not me, it was Nagini. Barnum inadvertently let slip, his face contorted in anguish. When Skinder discovered Nagini, she was completely a beast. He thought to tame her with a whip, but Nagini counterattacked. And you continue to keep her? Alexander shakes his head, regarding them as a bunch of greedy individuals. Are you certain you can manage such a perilous magical creature, Mr. Barnum? There is a warning in Alexander's tone. Rog discreetly loosens the binding spell, and Nagini immediately begins to thrash about, displaying a strong inclination to escape. No, I do not want her. Take her away. Damn blood-cursed beast. I should have killed her long ago, Barnum exclaims, staring at the massive serpent's head so close that he feels his pants dampen. We will handle her appropriately. Rog casts a powerful stunning spell at Nagini's head, and she glares at the young wizard in fury as she collapses. Rog, she is dangerous, Alexander warns. I am aware, Rog nods, but he cannot reveal to Alexander that Nagini will eventually become one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He is curious about what Voldemort will do in the future, considering that such serpent blood-cursed beings are rare in the magical realm. Very well. You must keep a close watch on her, remaining vigilant at all times. If necessary, kill her immediately. Seeing that Rog has made up his mind, Alexander refrains from further persuasion. Strange, how do they find Nagini in the Scottish Highlands? The Christmas trip to Moscow was both fulfilling and fleeting, and Rog, along with Bubble, returned to the British magical community laden with books. However, this caused significant upheaval in their London home. The collection from the Ministry of Magic in Moscow was manageable, but the over 30 million Muggle books Rog pilfered simply could not fit. From the living room to the attic, from the bathroom to the kitchen. Even the garage was overflowing with books. They towered precariously, leaving barely enough space for a person to navigate. Rog, what use are all these Muggle books? Jessica exclaimed, hands on her hips, her frustration palpable as she gazed at the countless volumes stacked to the ceiling. Our home is not Ollivander's wand shop. Jessica turned to glance at Nagini in her cage, who was hissing menacingly, causing Yumi and Diana to scamper upstairs in fright. And this snake? Mom, calm down, calm down. Rog replied cautiously, I can use the undetectable extension charm to enlarge the study enough to fit Nagini into a bag. Fine, but if you don't sort this out before school starts, I will burn all these Muggle books. Jessica crossed her arms, glaring at him. Faced with an angry Jessica, Rog dare not retort, much less mention that this was merely a fraction of the total. Bubble, can the Travis Manor be utilized? Rog rubbed his temples, realizing that with only 3 days until school starts, it was impossible to manage such a vast space with the undetectable extension charm. Young master, the manor is in disrepair and will require a significant sum of galleons to restore. Never mind, just take me there to have a look. Rog grasped Bubble, and with the help of the house elf's apparition, they arrived at Travis Manor. In January, the Irish island was swept by a cold, damp sea breeze, and an abandoned cobblestone avenue wound its way into the distance. Towering ancient trees stood bare, their branches resembling ghoulish claws reaching toward the overcast sky. A thin layer of snow covered the grass on either side of the road, occasionally revealing lifeless blades of grass. At the end of the driveway stood the old manor, tightly entwined by vines. The ornate patterns on the gate were rusted beyond recognition, and the knocker had loosened and fallen away. With a gentle push, Rog sent the entire door crashing to the ground. A wave of damp, putrid air assaulted his senses. Traversing the manor square, a grand fountain stands resolutely at its core. The water has long since evaporated, and the statues that line its edges are now but a shadow of their former selves, their features eroded beyond recognition. Circumventing the fountain, one encounters the imposing main house of the estate. Its dark gray exterior is marred by cracks, while the shattered glass dispassionately reflects the feeble rays of sunlight. The front door hangs precariously, battered and broken, with only a stubborn remnant clinging to the frame. As Rog stepped through the creaking entrance, the enchanted portraits within erupted into a cacophony of noise. Damnable thief, cursed mundungus, here to pilfer once more, roared the image of a bearded old wizard. Someone, chase off this scoundrel, shrieked an elderly woman with silver hair, brandishing her cane. That lot from the ministry has already made off with all our valuable antiques. Bellowed a portrait obscured by a hood, its feline eyes blazing with fury. What more is left to steal? Get out. Do you intend to rob us of these worthless, decrepit paintings? Snarled a grim-faced, middle-aged wizard, shaking his fist menacingly. Cursed Dumbledore. I knew he would eventually take his revenge on us, Travis. The hanging portrait cursed, drawing Rog's attention. He picked it up and brushed off the dust, inquiring, May I ask who you are? The man in the portrait, clad in a gray woolen coat and a round hat, glared at Rog with an intensity that suggested he might leap out to bite him. Me? He huffed, adjusting his collar. I'm Torquil Travis, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the turn of this century, responsible for imprisoning the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in Nurmengard. Young man, do you wish to uncover the secrets between Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Torquil asked enticingly. The secrets of the greatest white wizard and most dangerous dark wizard. Grandfather Torquil, do tell. Rogue Urgid. Listen closely. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were lovers. Torquil shouted, only to suddenly ask in astonishment, What did you call me? Torquil, he called you grandfather. Huh, where did this little wizard come from? Hoping to join the Travis family. Rog chuckled, bowing to the surrounding magical portraits. Iam Rogue Travis. My father is Theodore Travis, and my mother is Jessica Travis. Impossible, cried the silver-haired matron. The last male of the Travis family was Buck, who was imprisoned in Azkaban. Wait, Aunt Annie, Torquil interjected. I recall Theodore did have a child. But the ministry killed him, did they not? Grandfather Torquil, I am that child, Rog declared as he revealed the family signet ring, prompting a flurry of chatter among the enchanted portraits. Indeed, I fell victim to an unspeakable curse from an aura, yet I survived. I do not believe it, unless your name appears on the family tree. Aunt Annie screeched, demanding Rog search the fireplace for the hidden genealogy. Though apprehensive, Rog complied and unearthed a small tome from behind the hearth. As he opened the book, a magnificent tree unfurled, its branches adorned with nearly 100 male faces. According to Travis family tradition, each male is named after a plant's Latin nomenclature at birth, with the name inscribed beneath his visage. For example, Rog's father Theodore, whose Latin name means oak. Buck, still in Azkaban, is aconite, while grandfather Torquil is spruce. As for Rog, he is Muget, commonly known as Lily of the Valley. The Travis family tree is lush, yet it bears the weight of grief. Most names have turned black, signifying the death of the corresponding wizards. To the astonishment of the portraits, 2 names still gleamed brightly, Buck Travis and, standing before them, Rog Travis. Indeed, Rog nodded. The lineage is confirmed by blood rather than soul. Muget, Rogue Blinked. Are you addressing me? Of course. Torquil gazed fondly at Rog, while the attitudes of the surrounding portraits shifted dramatically. Muget, that is your name, and it is also our term of endearment for you, exclaimed the bearded old wizard, his excitement palpable as they celebrated the continuation of their family bloodline. It sounds rather like French, Rog murmured, feeling somewhat uneasy. You may still call me Rog. Very well, Muget Rog, Torquil said, his eyes sparkling with joy. Tell me, child, what is the state of the magical world now? Quite peaceful, Rog replied, waving his wand to restore the portraits to their rightful places on the walls. Voldemort is dead, and Headmaster Dumbledore is busy knitting at Hogwarts. Cursed be, if that is the case, the Travis family will never rise again. Why do you say that, Grandfather Torquil? Rodin queried. It was I who caused your family's downfall, Torquil lamented, recounting a tale of yore. At that time, a dark lord named Grindelwald emerged in the European magical community. I led the enforcement department, compelling Dumbledore to confront his former lover. After my demise, the Travis family fell into disarray. Surely Dumbledore sought revenge. The descendants, swayed by Voldemort, became Death Eaters, and now only you two remain. Surely not. Rog replied skeptically to Torquil's assertion. Given Dumbledore's power, if he intended to act against the Travis family, they would have faced annihilation long ago. Cursed Torquil, you have nearly brought our family to extinction. The other portraits chimed in, rushing toward Torquil to berate him. Torquil begged for mercy, pleading with them to spare him in front of the child. Rog, where do you currently reside? I live in London with my mother. London? No wonder Jessica visited recently and took Bubble with her. That woman, Aunt Annie, seemed less than fond of Jessica, yet refrained from expressing further disdain for Rog's sake. I acquired a vast collection of books, but our London abode cannot accommodate them, so I came to explore here. Rog surveyed the chaotic surroundings, troubled by the disarray, and understood why Jessica preferred not to return. I apologize, child. As you can see, Aunt Annie said with a tone of resignation, the ministry has left our estate in shambles. Were it not for Torquil, they would have incinerated this place with a fiendfire curse. Rog detected the anxiety and sorrow in her words. The manor, once resplendent, now lay in ruins, a devastating blow to the elders. Subsequently, many dark wizards have come to steal, particularly that Mundungus Fletcher, who has visited several times. That wretched thief has made off with everything of value from the estate. Torquil fumed, yet the portraits remained powerless. The manor, stripped of so many treasures, could no longer be restored to its former glory. If you wish to store your books here, the entire estate must be renovated. To preserve the honor of the Travis family, it would require at least 1 million galleons. How much? Rog's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? Indeed, and that is merely the most basic cost, just to make the manor presentable. The bearded wizard elaborated that the manor required a plethora of ancient and exquisite collectibles for decoration, as these were indispensable for the maintenance of a pure-blood family. Stop. Rog swallowed hard. The demands were exorbitant, which explained why the Weasley family did not pursue pure-blood glory. I merely seek a storage space for books. The restoration of the manor can be addressed later. Rog dismissed the incessant chatter of his elders and waved his wand, reciting the incantation for restoration. The toppled furniture in the main hall, the shattered fence, and the broken doors swiftly returned to their former state. Except for the desolation that made it resemble a place ravaged by dogs, it seemed barely acceptable. Let us discard this furniture for now. Rog waved his wand, clearing out the unnecessary items. Next, he set about creating an appropriate storage environment for the books. He meticulously cast spells for dust protection, insect repellent, moisture control, and fire prevention, ensuring the books were shielded from the ravages of time. He also applied temperature control magic to maintain a suitable climate throughout the building. Rogue, magical books possess inherent magic. Such a stringent environment is unnecessary. Grandfather Torquil, I am not storing magical books here, Rog replied as he opened a seamless expansion bag, from which thousands of books soared into the air. Books fluttered about, some adorned with lavish bindings, even embellished with pure gold patterns, while others appeared worn and on the verge of disintegration. They represented the crystallization of human knowledge across various eras, and this was but a fraction. Rog, you're insane. These are Muggle books. Dispose of them. The ancestral portraits erupted in a cacophony of outrage, eager to leap out and intervene personally. I have already stated they are not magical books. Rog paid them no heed. He had yet to finish relocating the books from the storage in the suburbs of Moscow. Books piled from the floor to the ceiling, arranged meticulously in rows, encompassing literature, mathematics, art, architecture, history, almost every subject imaginable. You traitor of pure blood, do not tarnish the family manor with such filth. Aunt Annie raged, but her outcries were futile against the towering stacks of books. Titles such as Essentials of Easter Medicine, Jupiter's Laws, and Linear Algebra sparked astonishment among the portraits. They had never fathomed the profundity and breadth of the Muggle world. The vast living room was instantly transformed into a sea of books, tumultuous and grand, as the volumes rose like a flooding tide, threatening to engulf them. Stop! The portraits paled, watching as the hall slowly filled to capacity. This is merely the beginning, Rog remarked with an indifferent expression, commanding Bubble to transport all the books. The main hall of Travis Manor sprawled across approximately 2,000 square meters. With 3 stories, it could accommodate 3 million books, an impressive library indeed. However, Rog possessed 30 million books, necessitating at least 150,000 cubic meters of space. The seemingly vast hall appeared diminutive when confronted with such magnitude. He directly breached the walls, dismantling unnecessary staircases and bedrooms. After all, the entire manor was set for reconstruction. It mattered little whether it was damaged. "Cease, child," Torkel pleaded, his eyes filled with despair. One day later, every structure in the manor was filled to the brim with books. Each time the portraits opened their eyes, they beheld an impenetrable mountain of literature surrounding them. Even though the majority were in Russian, the sheer volume was enough to leave them dizzy. Perhaps in the future, there will be even more books here, Rog smiled, delivering the final straw that broke the camel's back. The ancestors, steeped in pure blood ideology, were left speechless upon learning from Rog that this was merely the inventory of a single library in an Eastern European country. The books of an entire nation were sufficient to astonish their world. The vast expanse of knowledge far exceeded their imaginations. Even combining all the texts in the Wizarding World would not amount to half of this. Gazing upon the unimaginable ocean of books, they could no longer voice their doubts. Perhaps the Muggle world indeed concealed astonishing mysteries, awaiting the exploration and learning of wizards. Perhaps it was the living knowledge that this family truly needed to inherit as a treasure, rather than mere bloodlines. The 2-week Christmas holiday was fleeting yet fulfilling. Rog regretted not witnessing who ultimately received the activity prizes. He waved goodbye to Jessica at King Cross Station. Clutching a bag containing Nagini and a box filled with dark magical tomes regarding blood curses. In the train aisle, young witches and wizards dashed about with magical instant cameras, the sound of shutters clicking incessantly. How delightful! Rog chuckled as he sat in the carriage. The shutter sounds reminiscent of the cheerful chimes of a cash register. The magical instant camera achieved tremendous success in the British wizarding community, overwhelming the old-fashioned alternatives, with only a few exceedingly conservative wizards still opting for traditional cameras. Just think, the basic kit for the flashing apparition camera was merely 99 galleons, and they held monthly photography contests where winners could earn a grand prize of 100 galleons. Who would desire a set? Chapter 75, Hermione's Complaints. The fervor surrounding the magical instant camera in Diagon Alley swiftly spread across the continent, even crossing the Atlantic to attract numerous wizarding families. They flocked in hopes of collaborating with the Travis family. Jessica personally spearheaded the initiative. Aside from a few hesitant partners in the Americas, others were promising collaborators. Everything seemed to be falling into place, except for that dreaded reconstruction plan for the family manor. So expensive? Fentanyl. Rog exhaled sharply, crumpling the parchment into a ball. The wizarding construction companies he contacted, upon realizing it was a pure-blood family project, immediately hiked their prices. Design fees were set at 100,000, materials at 200,000, construction at 300,000, and safety systems and magical facilities another 200,000. Even the library alone amounted to 500,000. Even if all entertainment facilities were cut, the total came to a staggering 5 million. This was their most rudimentary version. A luxurious manor could easily exceed 10 million, not including the land. No wonder the Malfoys' ancestors had once usurped Muggle land. Constructing an opulent wizarding manor was exorbitantly costly. What remained valuable in the design blueprints from centuries ago, aside from moving staircases and seamless expansion spaces? Rog fumed, determined to have Andrew seek bids in the Muggle world. He planned to have the basic design drafted by a Muggle design firm. A budget of £1 million could yield a top-tier proposal. And he could also procure building materials for Muggles. I refuse to believe that additional enchantments necessitate magical materials, if it truly comes to that. I'll just buy fairy metal from the goblins. I won't be fooled into spending such exorbitant amounts. Only the actual construction required wizarding assistance. Relying on British Muggle construction crews was futile. Not only would the Ministry of Magic's approval be impossible, but their efficiency was such that they wouldn't finish until the next century. Rog outlined his requirements on paper, performing a simple calculation. including the cost for wizarding construction and magical facilities. A 200-acre estate should cost no more than 500,000 galleons. As for the decor, let that thing have a chat with the Grim Reaper. It still seemed excessive. Sighing heavily, Rog laid his head on the table, perhaps influenced by those portraits. Jessica was rather averse to that place. She had only approved 300,000 galleons, leaving him to devise a solution for the remainder. In her words, the current exchange rate could easily buy a manor near London, and with plenty to spare. What to do? Rog sighed over the table, rummaging through all his magical belongings. The recipe for the flashing apparition camera was a golden goose he could not sell. The remains of the giant were being sold for a staggering 50 galleons. As for Rasputin's treasure map, Rog had little hope. After careful consideration, the only item that could be sold at a decent price was the gold thief number 101. Even if it didn't fetch 1,000,000 galleons, perhaps 50 or 60,000 would suffice. He toyed with the limited edition gold thief. Yet he was reluctant to let the hidden secrets with light slip through his fingers. Rog had attempted to simulate a brute force hack in the past, but it yielded no results. The constellation of Canis Major, Sagittarius. How could I forget to bring an astronomy book? Rog adjusted his monocle, diligently trying to discern the tiny constellations. He slumped onto the sofa, feebly examining the intricate patterns above him, each that represented a star, and if drawn out, it would create a complex celestial map. 1, 2, 38. Rog shook his head in surrender to counting any further. Bowman Light lived around the year 1200, and the night sky then was entirely different from what it is now. Rog, at last, I have found you, Hermione exclaimed upon spotting Rog on the sofa, wishing she could hurl her luggage at him. Hermione, Merry Christmas. What is the matter? What is wrong? You do realize that young wizards are not permitted to use magic off school grounds, don't you? Hermione remarked, glancing at the scarf beside her, a smile creeping on her lips. She pulled out the Christmas gift Rog had given her, a piece of parchment inscribed with a spell. Oh, Rog had completely forgotten this restriction. He had been using magic throughout the Christmas holidays without any interference from the ministry. The new spell felt like an oasis to Hermione, who had endured the entire holiday in torment. The spell you gave me can be read, but not used. I've endured this for the entire holiday. It drives me mad. Hermione looked at Rog, bewildered, and inquired, Didn't you know we can't perform magic off campus before graduation? I truly forgot. Rog said with an awkward smile, but the ministry hasn't caused me any trouble. Really? Just after Hermione had performed a transformation spell for her parents. A ministry official had promptly arrived to warn her. He brought along a hefty tome of laws, pointing out to Rog. Underage wizards are prohibited from abusing magic. Article 14A12 states that traces must be placed on the wands of underage wizards, which will be lifted upon reaching adulthood. A2. Underage wizards are forbidden from using magic outside of school. Could it be that my trace is malfunctioning? Rog queried, producing his wand. Its dark wood adorned with a shimmering silver thread. Hermione, I almost dismantled my home. How could I possibly deceive you? Rog shook his head, since reclaiming the unicorn wand. He had discarded the old one in his dormitory. That leaves only one possibility, Hermione pouted, flipping to the next page. B1. Underage wizards are exempt from repercussions when using magic in appropriate circumstances, such as registered magical locations, wizarding villages, or in emergencies. Is your home in a wizarding village? No. It's clearly at 13 Richmond. Hermione looked at Rog in confusion. I rarely used magic in London, but I did use quite a bit when I returned to my ancestral home. Rog nodded, beginning to grasp the reason. The Travis Manor was classified as a registered magical location, and hence the ministry would not intervene. As for Moscow, it was beyond British jurisdiction, and the local ministry had no time to enforce laws there. Is your ancestral home in a wizarding village? Are there many wizards? Are there magical creatures? Hermione bombarded Rog with questions, leaving him momentarily flustered. It's quite remote, akin to wilderness. I'm not very familiar with the surroundings either. All right, Hermione sighed in disappointment. She had never visited a wizarding village. Hermione, yes, what is it? How had you been faring in Gryffindor? Me? At Rog's inquiry. Hermione suddenly found herself at a loss for words, murmuring, It's all right. The professors all like me. I have you and Daphne at school. Harry and Ron are friends too. She forced a smile, feeling a pang of bitterness. I've always thought you were better suited for Ravenclaw. Rog felt a twinge of regret for Hermione, but there was nothing that could be done about it now. He harbored strong suspicions that old McGonagall might be attempting to assemble a team for Harry, akin to how the school founders did. Perhaps in her eyes, he resembled Salazar Slytherin. Not necessarily. My courage is no less than that of any other lion. Hermione waved her fist, showcasing her bravery and strength. Rog, everyone says Slytherin. What if you went to another house? Rodchaclid Knoingly. completing her implied thought. Slytherins are all dark wizards and Death Eaters? Hermione, although you come from a Muggle family, your lineage is far cleaner than mine. Oh, Hermione looked at Rog in astonishment, not expecting the pure-blooded Rog to say such a thing. Following the Quidditch brawl incident, she had specifically researched the meaning of mudblood, realizing it was a particularly vile term. She also understood why Rog had assaulted Lee Jordan. The filthy Slytherins and mudbloods were indistinct in essence. My parents followed the Dark Lord, and the first glimpse I had of this world was one of darkness. Rog said with a smile, carefully avoiding uttering Voldemort's name out of consideration for Hermione. Family is our first label. Some expend their entire lives attempting to sever ties with it. But in the end, how many succeed? Even if they do, others will still view them through colored lenses. Imagine, what would happen if such an exceptional wizard as I joined Gryffindor? Chapter 76, The Unlocked Prisoner. No one could rival me, not even Harry Potter, hailed as the savior of the wizarding world. The key is I'm also quite dashing. Those little lions would surely go mad with jealousy. Perhaps by graduation, no one would become my friend, Rog narcissistically remarked, instantly lightening the atmosphere in the carriage. Hermione shot Rog a glare, feeling unable to refute him, but not deterred from expressing her discontent verbally. Conversely, in Slytherin, everyone shares a similar background. No one looks down on anyone else. For instance, Malfoy can oppose me, find me disagreeable, even fight me, but he would never ostracize me. Hermione, do you know why there's so many dark wizards in Slytherin? At Rog's question, Hermione opened her mouth as if to respond, but then shook her head in silence. There are various theories, such as familial influence and pureblood ideology. If that were the case, why do all students need a professor's signature to enter the restricted section? Rog's inquiry prompted her to reflect deeply. She grasped Rog's point, that dark magic posed a significant danger to any wizard. Once one dabbled in it, the risk of falling into the abyss was tremendous. To be honest, the Killing Curse is a spell of Professor Snape's own invention. It contains traces of dark magic. Would you still like to learn it? Of course I want to learn, Hermione asserted, recalling that night when Rog had urged her to leave first, facing the giant alone. She yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with Rog in battle, rather than flee in panic. However, you must exercise caution. The power of the Killing Curse is beyond imagination. I have another request that I hope you will honor. What is it? Please do not teach it to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. I promise you that, Rog replied, nodding, but seizing the opportunity to inquire further. Will you tell me why? Harry's father was James Potter. I've seen that name in the trophy room, Hermione recalled, having used it to encourage him in the past. He and Snape were in the same year, but sorted into different houses. Snape, being half-blood, entered Slytherin, while James, a pureblood, was unfortunately placed in Gryffindor. This engendered a profound animosity within him towards Professor Snape. Rogue pondered whether the Sorting Hat was indeed infallible. Perhaps it simply never acknowledged its own errors. Throughout their entire school years, James rallied Black, Lupin, and Peter to relentlessly torment Snape. Observing Hermione's incredulous expression, Rogue added, "It was far worse than you can imagine. There was an occasion when it nearly cost the headmaster his life." Hermione, covering her mouth in disbelief, could hardly fathom that Harry's father was such a person, completely akin to Malfoy. Subsequently, James employed unscrupulous means to win over Snape's childhood sweetheart, who happened to be none other than Mr. Harry Potter's mother. Rogue reflected for a moment before adding, "This is merely my subjective perspective. Perhaps you may arrive at a contrary conclusion upon further contemplation." Nevertheless, Snape's loathing for James and his companions was unequivocally heartfelt. Were I in his position, I would have long since eliminated them. Rogue twisted his neck, while Hermione found herself enveloped in a peculiar sensation, lost in a tangle of complex emotions. In Rogue's eyes, Snape was akin to a sheep garbed in wolf's clothing, merely terrifying in appearance. Having had his beloved taken from him, he chose to silently depart, resigning himself to the role of a spy. A master of potions, one of the very few in the magical realm, he languished in the shadowy confines of a dungeon, lamenting the past. Perhaps he was punishing himself for failing to save Lily. Sighing, Rogue gazed out at the expanse of grasslands, pondering that Snape was a prisoner without bars, forever ensnared in the dungeon of his emotions. No wonder he harbored such animosity towards Harry, even going so far as to attempt to unseat him from his broom during Quidditch matches. Conversely, a loyal knight will always protect his princess. While the headmaster indeed despised Harry, he would never genuinely harm him. Rogue paused, acknowledging that preconceived notions could be detrimental. Harry was the sole child of that witch, and a sycophant meets a grim fate. Rogue found himself torn between admiring the headmaster's unwavering devotion and disdain for his self-indulgent sentimentality. A sycophant meets a grim fate? Hermione blinked in surprise, realizing this was the second time she had heard Rogue utter such words. Perhaps it was akin to a goddess marrying countless times, while one remains devoted to her as though she were the first love. Listening to Rogue's explanation, Hermione's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, a vivid display of emotions. Rogue, your words are too sharp. The poignant depth of love was rendered trivial by his remarks. Poignant depth? Rogue shrugged. Snape was merely moved by his own sentiments. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Hermione covered her ears, turning away in a huff. You promised me that you wouldn't teach them any spells. Otherwise, Rogue clenched his fist, I shall render them incapacitated for life, so they may never cast a spell again. Observing the seriousness etched upon Rogue's face, Hermione understood he was not jesting. When it came to defending Slytherin, no one would dare question him. However, what perplexed Hermione was how dramatically his attitude towards Snape had shifted after just one Christmas holiday. Previously marked by admiration and respect, it now seemed imbued with a kind of loving exasperation akin to that felt by a mentor. Loving exasperation? Hermione repeated, feeling an oddity in the term. If Rogue were aware, he would have remarked, it is a love as unyielding as steel from Moscow. Yet the true reason lay in Snape's Christmas gift, the tear of a phoenix that had allowed him to be reborn from the ashes. In the ensuing course of events, Hermione joined Rogue in deciphering the golden snitch. They collaborated, using the flow of water to sketch a star map in the air. The constellation of Leo needs to be elevated a bit more. Holding the golden snitch, Hermione gestured for Rogue to adjust the position of the stars higher. Like this, Rogue gently lifted it, watching as Hermione nodded eagerly, prompting him to secure it in place. A tad to the right, now a smidge to the left. Hermione's meticulous demands ensured their star map aligned perfectly with the snitch. Hermione, time is of the essence. Rogue peered through the window, observing the train's head veering to the left. Hand me the camera. It's up there. Not the pouch. The box. Rogue barked, startling Hermione, causing her to drop the bag to the floor. Fortunately, it did not open, or the consequences would have been dire. Rogue, you frighten me. Hermione frowned as she opened the box. Inside the untraceable expansion box lay a plethora of books Hermione had never encountered, with the top 2 volumes titled Secrets of the Bloodline, The Magical Genetics of Dark Blood and Brain Shielding Techniques. Dark magic? Hermione gasped internally, discreetly retrieving her instant camera. All right, I've captured it. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Rogue sighed in relief. As the train turned, the distorted star map transformed into a stream of water, flying out the window. I apologize for startling you earlier. Rogue picked up the fallen bag, carefully inspecting it before storing it away. Rogue, are you hiding something? Hermione hesitated before asking with concern. She believed that friends should not conceal anything from one another and that difficulties should be shared. I took a trip to Eastern Europe over the holidays and brought back some items. Rogue opened the box, revealing the dark magic book facing up, understanding her inquiry. A dark magic book? Hermione regarded him sternly, recalling the school's strict prohibition against students engaging with such material without permission. Calm down, Hermione. Rogue closed the box, gesturing for her to sit and discuss matters slowly. It's not dangerous magic. It's literature concerning blood curses, he quickly clarified. Blood curses? Hermione had never heard the term before. Even the name sent shivers down her spine. It is an ancient bloodline curse, essentially a form of blood magic. The incantations and methods of casting have been lost to time. Yet, its repercussions remain, still afflicting wizards. To deter Hermione from probing further, Rogue felt compelled to mention the Blood Beast men. They are born with a curse, capable of transforming into animals. Natural animagi? Hermione marveled at the power of such a bloodline, pondering why it was deemed a curse. Indeed, natural animagi. However, as they age, they will eventually lose their emotions and reason, devolving into true beasts. Rogue pointed to the bag, explaining the reason for his earlier loud reprimand. The bag contains a viper. It was once a blood beast man. May I see it? Hermione inquired with great curiosity. No. Rogue shook his head firmly, refusing her request. It's extremely dangerous, Hermione. Even the trolls we encountered might not stand a chance against it. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth, her gaze fixated on the ancient bag. Had it been opened earlier, she might have faced dire consequences. If it is so perilous, why bring it to school? Well, some say Hogwarts is safer than Gringotts. Despite my near demise at the hands of Troll last Halloween, Rogue quipped, patting the bag in jest. I require the professor's assistance. I wish to attempt unraveling the blood curse. Rogue's earnest expression swayed Hermione, prompting her to nod in agreement and refrain from further questioning about the magic book within the box. On the rough, muddy path, several carriages drawn by Thestrals occasionally paused, transporting students as they swayed along. "Rogue, what are you looking at?" Hermione asked curiously, peering into the empty distance, finding nothing out of the ordinary. "Thestrals. One must witness death to see them," Rogue replied, a complex expression gracing his face, his pupils reflecting the figures of the Thestrals. The Thestrals possessed large, black heads and bat-like, slender yet powerful wings, shrouded in a shadowy veil that resembled congealed death. Upon closer inspection, their skeletal faces retained eerie, cerulean eyes. The creatures described by Rogue are truly terrifying. Upon hearing his account, Hermione instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. She was relieved not to behold them, yet felt a pang of sorrow for Rogue. Born from the shadows of death, these beings possessed a mysterious power derived from the very essence of mortality. Rogue gazed upon them, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the magical realm. The commencement of the school year brought both anguish and joy. Elena had transferred back to Moscow, leaving behind only a farewell letter. In it, she mentioned that the school was called Codis Dor's Magic. Before he could fully indulge in his melancholy, Professor Snape summoned him to the classroom. After months of study, Rogue's address to Snape transitioned from headmaster to professor. Snap maintenant à un visage. Neither rejecting nor accepting this change. The sunlight of March lingered a tad longer than usual, yet Snape's countenance remained grim, as though the entire world owed him a wife. He refrained from mentioning the Christmas gift he had received, seemingly indifferent to the cloak Rogue had gifted him. His long hair, still somewhat greasy, cascaded over his dark robes, and his eyes bore an icy intensity that deterred direct gazes. Standing in the waning light of the sunset, he informed Rogue that the submission of potion assignments was temporarily suspended. Rogue smirked, momentarily believing Snape had a change of heart. However, just as a smile blossomed on his face, Snape coldly remarked, "I reserve the right to conduct surprise inspections of your previous potions and expect you to brew them before my very eyes." The situation was vastly different from that of the classroom. The severity of Snape's demands was beyond description. He would pose questions at any moment, and even the slightest error in response would necessitate a complete rebrewing. Ultimately, every detail mattered. Where the test tubes were placed, any residual droplets in the cauldron, any imperfection would earn a scolding lasting a full hour. Alas, at long last, this week had come to an end. Rogue trudged out of the dungeon, feeling as if he had been released from imprisonment. "Damn Snape, just wait," he muttered, clutching his textbooks as he entered the library, immediately meeting the vigilant gaze of Madame Pants, ever watchful for mischief. "I refuse to believe I cannot play matchmaker," Rogue grumbled under his breath, wondering how their pen pals were faring. Settling into his usual spot, Rogue retrieved his thick log of errors. The white potion had finally passed the assessment. He exhaled a sigh of relief and inscribed his name beneath the hand-drawn potion diagram without a care. He longed to reward himself lavishly. Rising amid the scrutinizing eyes of the library, Rogue stood and then, disheartened, sank back into his seat. There was nothing to entertain him. A bitter smile graced his lips. Hogwarts lacked gaming consoles, karaoke halls, and aside from gobstones and flying broomsticks, all that remained were pranks. Sighing, he resolved to find a way to earn some money. Rogue extracted the design plans sent by Andrew, jotting down suggestions for further improvements. "What's wrong?" He noticed Hermione, who appeared despondent, and offered to take her books. "It's nothing," she pouted, sitting beside him, unwilling to elaborate. He spotted Harry and Ron entering, prompting him to exclaim, "Well, this is a rare sight." The two, under Madame Pants's watchful eye, cautiously placed their books on the table. Although they sat nearby, they clearly had no intention of greeting him. As long as the hoe dances well, no corner is too tough to dig, Rogue thought, a smirk on his face that suggested a hint of cunning. "Harry, I still can't find anything on Nicholas Flamel." Ron scratched his head in frustration. Ever since Hagrid inadvertently let slip a clue, they had been sifting through various materials for information. Neither recent publications on wizardry nor modern magical history contained a mention of a wizard by that name. "I'm certain I've heard of him." Harry closed his book, puzzled, "but I just can't recall where." "Why don't we ask Hermione?" Harry suggested quietly, to which Ron scrunched up his nose, but eventually nodded in agreement. "You go ahead," he said, having offended Hermione too greatly to want to make matters worse. "Hermione, may I sit here?" Harry approached, and upon seeing Hermione nod, he hurriedly took a seat. He appeared hesitant while glancing at Rogue. Aware that Rogue's close ties with Snape would mean sharing information with him was tantamount to informing Snape. "I just remembered I have an experiment to attend to, Hermione. See you tomorrow." Rogue flashed a friendly smile, internally lamenting, "Harry, you might as well have just asked me directly." Seeing that Rogue was not angered, Hermione quietly said, See you tomorrow. Harry turned to confirm Rog had left before cautiously asking, Hermione, do you know Nicholas Flamel? Hermione set down her copy of Significant Discoveries in Modern Magic and blurted out, Marvolo Gaunt. Who is Marvolo Gaunt? Harry looked at her excitedly, realizing that Hermione indeed had knowledge of this individual. No, it's not Marvolo Gaunt. Hermione shook her head, recalling that Rog had once confused the two. It's Nicholas Flamel. Hermione, you've completely confused me. Harry was bewildered, unsure of who this Marvolo Gaunt was. Do you have a portrait? A portrait? Harry was even more puzzled. What connection could Flamel have with a portrait? Dumbledore's portrait. Oh, wait a moment. Ron has it. Harry waved to summon Ron over. Hermione huffed softly, showing no objection. Ron approached with a stiff expression, retrieving Dumbledore's portrait from his pocket. Look here. Hermione pointed to a line that detailed Dumbledore's achievements, notably effective in alchemy alongside his partner Nicholas Flamel. So that S where it is. Harry exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, realizing why it felt so familiar. Silence in the library. Madame Pants scolded, causing Harry to lower his voice hastily. Hermione, is there a book that introduces him? He eagerly inquired, feeling he was getting closer to the truth. Meanwhile, Rog lounged on the sofa in the room of requirement, enjoying a moment of rest. This place, at least, was free from surveillance. Let me think, he frowned, realizing he had been so busy that he had forgotten about Harry. In the second semester of their first year, Hagrid had raised a dragon, and Harry had been caught violating curfew, followed by the Forbidden Forest and unicorns. All right, you're waiting for me here. Rog suddenly leapt up, having completely forgotten about the detention he had not served from the previous year until he heard Flamel's name. Grasping his wand, he contemplated that though Voldemort remained but a fragment of a soul, Professor Quirrell was a legitimate wizard. He spent all day with young witches and wizards, making it difficult to gauge his own abilities. Facing an adult wizard suddenly left him feeling uncertain. Rog hastily began to expend magical energy and simulate. 1. You find Snape to discuss the detention, and Snape instructs you to await further news. 2. After some time, you receive a detention notice. Gather at the main gate at 11 p.m. 3. Hagrid assigns you to another group, where you encounter Professor Quirrell hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. 4. Your vigilance pays off as you successfully deflect Quirrell's curse. 5. A centaur's cold arrow is redirected by Quirrell, and you are inadvertently injured. 6. Hagrid rescues you, and you miss out on the Philosopher's Stone and the House Cup while in the hospital bed. Stop simulation. Rogshotet internali, Gigildred. What on earth? Is this a wrap for the bed scene? Chapter 78. The Patronus and the Magical Society. Missing the final exams could lead to being held back. He was unwilling to place his fate in others' hands. After a moment of contemplation, Rog decided to simulate once more. 1. You anticipate a trip to the Forbidden Forest and proceed with caution to avoid Quirrell. 2. Malfoy's prank alters the group assignments, leading you and Harry to encounter Quirrell. 3. You find yourself unable to resist the spell cast by Quirrell, fleeing in solitude. 4. Harry is rescued by the centaurs, and tales of the deserter, Rook, circulate throughout the school. Simulation halted. It is certainly better to be a deserter than to be disabled. Rook's countenance darkens, yet he is relieved that the outcome is not fixed. The unicorn is indeed a valuable creature. A glimmer of inspiration strikes him, and he hastily pens a letter home, requesting some Soviet specialties to be sent by Bubble. The incantations must not be neglected. The wand's trace cannot be carelessly employed with dark magic, but one can wield the stunning spell. Defensive spells include the Patronus charm, and he must also dedicate himself to mastering the shield charm to defend against ordinary curses. What if Quirrell were to unleash an unforgivable curse? Rook finds himself in a rather precarious situation as the professor of defense against the dark arts. Quirrell must surely possess knowledge of such spells. If it truly comes to that, then escape is the only option. Alas, Rook confronts the harsh reality, preparing for the worst. He retrieves his alchemical tome, resolving to transform troll leather into counter-curse equipment. Meanwhile, he intensifies his practice of spells. What will my Patronus be? Once more, Rook waves his wand, its tip emitting a cascade of silvery light. Yet alas, there are still no signs of form. Having reached the 3rd level, it seems that the panel can only enhance power, not unravel mysteries. Rook ponders deeply, seeking a way to manifest his Patronus. The first time he conjured a Patronus was in Azkaban, recalling his most cherished memories. Rook takes a deep breath, clearing his mind as images of joy and happiness flood his thoughts. With time, these memories have matured, becoming richer and more beautiful. Patronus. He softly utters the incantation, and a brilliant silver light bursts forth, coalescing into a vivid shape. A raven with outstretched wings soars through the air, its body shimmering with light. Its eyes bright as stars. It gracefully circles above before gently landing upon his shoulder. A raven? Rook is both astonished and delighted. He had imagined a dragon or a chelan, yet a raven indeed resonates more fittingly with a wizard. Completing his practice for the day, his internal magic nearly depleted, Rook wearily returns to the common room, only to collide with Malfoy, who is on his way out. Malfoy out so late? Rook, good evening. He responds, his demeanor somewhat unnatural, tinged with a hint of guilt. For half a year, Rook has established himself as the leader of the Slytherins, thanks to his remarkable abilities and elegant demeanor. While the upperclassmen may not regard him with much interest, they cannot thwart his rise to prominence. Malfoy, upon seeing him, feels a twinge of apprehension. Is there an event tonight? Yes, indeed, there is an event. Malfoy nods eagerly. Count me in, although he is reluctant, as he has overheard that Harry intends to release the dragon tonight and is preparing to report them. Well, it seems to be a secret affair. Until tomorrow. Rook, ever perceptive, smiles and turns to head back to his dormitory. See you tomorrow. Malfoy exhales a sigh of relief. Right, of course. Rook suddenly turns back, startling Malfoy's heart into a frantic pace. If you're caught by Filch, your fate will certainly not be pleasant. Fear not, it certainly won't, Malfoy asserts with determination, terrified that Rook might change his mind and rush out of the common room. He may not be caught, but he could very well ensnare himself. Rook shakes his head. Tom is not on his side. He returns to his dormitory, retrieving the box sent by Bubble, which contains a Stechkin APS. This Soviet-era submachine gun should catch Professor Quirrell off guard. If that proves insufficient, there are also RGO and RGN grenades, dozens of them, enough to keep Professor Quirrell quite occupied. As for the collateral damage to flora and fauna, Rook can only hope they fend for themselves. As expected, Malfoy reports to Professor McGonagall that Harry and the others are illegally harboring a dragon. McGonagall, utterly disbelieving, deducts 20 points from him. Later, she apprehends Harry and his companions. During breakfast, Malfoy anxiously sits at the Slytherin table, all eyes upon him, as his recklessness has led to the loss of point for the first time in 4 months. Rook, Harry, and the others lost even more points. I deducted 50 from each of them. Malfoy defends himself, believing he is a hero. Let us eat first. Rook shakes his head. It is a good habit to observe the rule of silence while dining. Malfoy is shaken by McGonagall's admonitions, entirely lacking an appetite. The crucial matter is Rook's attitude, which will determine his standing among the Slytherins. Rook sets down his utensils, fixing an intense gaze upon him. Malfoy, I recall reminding you last night. I know, but I brought Gryffindor down to last place. Malfoy raises his voice, audible throughout the hall, while the Gryffindor table falls into a deeper silence. And then, Rook queries calmly, I did not intend to criticize you, but some say your actions lack thought. Violating curfew and lying to a professor. Rook's words cause Malfoy's face to flush crimson, especially in front of everyone. Rook, I did not. Malfoy rises, pointing at Harry. Harry intended to bring a dragon into the school. I heard it outside Hagrid's hut. A dragon? How cool. Harry, you actually have a dragon. Can it breathe fire? The Weasley twins exclaim excitedly, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Isn't it illegal to privately harbor a dragon? Indeed. The Ministry of Magic prohibits dragon eggs from circulating in the market. Where do you suppose Harry's dragon came from? Could it possibly be Hagrid's? Malfoy's words spark a discussion, all eyes turning to Harry, marveling at the audacity of the lions. So, do you have evidence? Malfoy opens his mouth defiantly. I saw the dragon with my own eyes. And I heard it. Its name is Norbert. Gazing into Rook's increasingly indifferent eyes, Malfoy slowly falls silent. Malfoy, yes, you should start a newspaper. I have a name for you. Heard it through the grapevine. Rook's words elicit a wave of laughter, and he gestures for silence. Malfoy bows his head, finally realizing his folly. Given your adamant claims that Harry possesses a dragon, why not inform the headmaster? Malfoy is momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why not? Why did he rush to Professor McGonagall when if it were Snape, that dragon named Norbert would have become potion ingredients? Not only would he avoid losing points, but he might also gain some. 20 points. You have lost the most among us. Perhaps we will relinquish the House Cup to Gryffindor because of this. Rook's statement leaves everyone puzzled. With nearly a 200-point deficit, how could they possibly overtake Gryffindor? Well, what's done is done. There is no need to dwell on it. With 8 weeks left until the final exams, I have requested permission from the headmaster to establish the Ravens Magic Society, and he has consented. Rook, I want to be the first to join. Daphne, though uncertain of what it entails, eagerly offers her support. Others look at Rook with curiosity. What purpose does this newly formed magic society serve? alongside the Gobstones Club and the Charms Club. It is set to be officially established in the second year, and is currently in preparation. Rook smiles gently at Daphne, signaling her to be patient. The Cold Crow Magic Society is dedicated to exploring the mysteries of magic and enhancing the magical prowess of its members. Within this fellowship, members share their knowledge and experiences regarding potions, spells, and transfiguration. With a flourish of his wand, Rog waved and invoked the Patronus charm. A silvery crow burst forth from the tip of his wand, soaring freely within the hall, scattering glimmers of silver light like a dreamscape. The young wizards gazed in awe at the circling crow, exclaiming in wonder. "Rog, is this your guardian spirit?" Marcus asked, astonished. "Indeed, it is not particularly difficult," Rog replied, nodding. "Compared to the solitary crow, the communal cold crow is far more fitting for our society's name." "Then you and I," Marcus stammered excitedly. "The Patronus charm is an incredible spell. Once mastered, it will surely set you apart in the Ministry of Magic after graduation." Chapter 79. The Delayed Detention. The society exists to facilitate communication and learning, elevating everyone's magical capabilities. I shall not withhold my knowledge, nor shall the society impose restrictions based on house or background. However, Rog's words tightened the atmosphere. They understood that it was not as simple as it seemed. Official members must achieve no lower than an E in all subjects during the previous academic year, with at least one subject attaining an O. Of course, if one excels exceedingly in a particular discipline, the Magic Society may extend special invitations. E in every subject, gasped everyone, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at him. The school's grading system is divided into 6 categories. O for outstanding, E for exceeds expectations, A for acceptable, P for poor, D for dreadful, and T, which Rog derisively termed foolish. Is it truly that difficult? Rog inquired, puzzled. If one lacks intelligence, then one must at least exert effort. Oh, and by the way, Quidditch does not factor into this. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled in unison, well aware that Rog was not particularly adept at flying broomsticks. Nor was Miss Granger. For those aspiring to join the Cold Crow Magic Society, please strive diligently, Rog concluded nonchalantly, gathering his textbooks and departing the hall. The young snakes were the first to realize that the Cold Crow Magic Society was not merely a study group, but an elite circle, a symbol of a special status. Consequently, they exhibited a marked increase in diligence, pairing off to venture into the library and actively engaging in class discussions. In response to their inquiries, Rog willingly shared his insights. The upper-year wizards, unable to suppress their pride, questioned how Rog could possibly rival them in magical knowledge aside from the Patronus charm. "Rog, your proficiency with the Patronus charm is remarkable. Your skills in defense against the dark arts must be exceptional. Could you share some tips?" Nate hurriedly pursued Rog after class, his eyes brimming with expectation. To master defense against the dark arts, one must first understand the enemy correctly, rather than blindly learning a plethora of spells. Rog replied with a smile, elaborating to Nate. In addition to the young snakes, wizards from other houses gathered around him, their eyes alight with anticipation. For instance, the immensely strong trolls are exceedingly foolish. The intelligence of a giant spider rivals that of a wizard, yet fire terrifies them. In facing such creatures, a transfiguration spell or a roaring flame can serve as an effective protection. The audience listened intently, many gazes sparkling with admiration. In truth, spells are secondary. Secondary? The young wizards surrounding him felt puzzled, astonished that something could hold greater importance than spells. Reason and conviction. Rog reiterated these 2 words, citing his own experiences. "I was once cornered by a troll, yet I clung to the unwavering belief of victory, transforming my wand into cotton and ultimately vanquishing it." As he spoke, Rog pulled down his school robe to reveal a trophy, a vest crafted from troll leather, designed to counter curses. If the opponent is overwhelmingly powerful, it is not disgraceful to temporarily retreat, Rog chuckled, continuing his discourse. Spells and equipment are merely tools to bolster one's strength. It is the wizard himself who transitions from mere strength to greatness. Take our headmaster, Dumbledore. His wisdom possesses greater potency than his magic. Rog's words profoundly inspired the crowd, prompting applause filled with admiration and gratitude. "Wow, Rog, your insights are truly remarkable," Daphne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars, convinced that Professor Quirrell was nothing compared to him. "I could never understand why we had to memorize so much in defense against the dark arts class, but now it all makes sense," Blaze praised, gaining a deeper understanding of the school's curriculum. "Indeed, it is a pity we cannot apply this knowledge practically." The young wizards engaged in fervent discussions. While Rog patiently listened to their thoughts, incisively pinpointing the issues at hand. Harry, did you see? That fellow is boasting again. He flaunted his Patronus in the hall this morning and is now showing off his knowledge. Look at him bragging. Hermione isn't even this arrogant. Ron complained, pointing at Rog with his dragon bite injured hand. A large crowd surrounded him, making him appear akin to the Prince of Slytherin. It's revolting, he huffed, his nostrils flaring with jealousy as his face reddened. I wager he must be secretly using a love potion. Otherwise, how could so many adore him? Harry. He southed even close to Snape. Ron vented his discontent towards Snape on a rock, muttering under his breath, "Damn little Death Eater." Harry hesitated, refraining from immediately voicing his opinion. He felt uncomfortable seeing wizards from his own house rushing over, and he was further unsettled by Neville's incessant praise of Rog. He only taught him potions in class. Is it really that significant? As he observed Rog, he couldn't help but recall Snape's face. Ron, I understand your feelings. Snape has a fondness for him. He surely won't grow into a commendable wizard, right? Let's report him to the headmaster if he becomes a dark wizard in the future and have the school expel him. Ron grimaced as he heard the derisive laughter, departing in disgust. To everyone, the pure-blooded Rog appeared more humble and composed than Malfoy. Despite his remarkable magical talents, he did not exhibit the same arrogance as Hermione. His performance in classes was nearly flawless, save for flying lessons, which had Mrs. Hooch lamenting to Snape on multiple occasions. Snape merely replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps you should encourage him to take an interest in Quidditch." Mrs. Hooch, realizing the reasons behind Rog's aversion to flying broomsticks, could only resign herself to the situation. After all, she was powerless to alter the lingering shadows cast by the Dementors in Rog's mind. Sigh. Snape furrowed his brow, placing a letter into his drawer. Had it not been for the headmaster's reminder, he would have forgotten that Rog's detention from last year had yet to be enforced. On a weekend morning, Rog, Malfoy, Harry, Hermione, and Neville received a note at the dining table. Weasley had narrowly escaped a calamity after being bitten by a fire dragon. Rog, how will Filch punish us? Will it be detention? Or shall we be suspended from chains and whipped? Enough, Malfoy. Rog folded the note and urged him to calm down. Perhaps we should consider how we might hang ourselves instead. It's merely a curfew violation. The punishment won't be severe. Rog's words relieved Malfoy. His gaze traversed the long table, eyeing Harry and the others, for he could not afford to lose to Harry. At 11 o'clock that night, Rog arrived in the entrance hall. Concealed at his waist was a wallet-sized, undetectable extension charm bag, and around his neck hung the Arcadia amulet. Beneath his black school robe, the vest originally crafted from troll leather had been awkwardly reconfigured into a shirt. However, the stitching was so clumsy that if it were visible, its primary function would be to induce laughter in enemies. Malfoy trailed behind, feeling a twinge of fear at Filch's smug expression. A while later, Harry and the others arrived. They had nearly forgotten Malfoy had also broken curfew, and they wondered why Rog was present. I thought last year's detention would have been forgotten, Rog remarked half-jokingly, flashing him a smile. Now come along with me. Filch snorted disdainfully as he led the group out of the castle, lantern in hand. He rambled incessantly about medieval punishments, seemingly deriving amusement from the fear etched on the faces of the young wizards. Damn it, not here, Malfoy muttered under his breath upon spotting a lit cabin ahead. What S wrong? That S Hagrid's hut, the one belonging to that scruffy fellow. He noticed Harry's excitement and grumbled that he would surely be treated differently by Hagrid. Don't think you can have a jolly time with that fool. Filch, of course, noticed the delight on Harry and his friends' faces and ominously stated, "Your punishment is to venture into the Forbidden Forest, not to linger in the hut. Let us hope that foolish man can bring you all back in one piece." The Forbidden Forest? Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief, though he felt a sense of calm wash over him upon seeing Rook's relaxed demeanor. "Mr. Filch, I recall the headmaster strictly forbidding students from entering the Forbidden Forest on the first day of term." Rook glanced at Hagrid approaching, accompanied by a dog named Fawn. "Are you defying the headmaster's orders, deliberately sending us to our doom in the Forbidden Forest?" His piercing gaze swept over Filch and Hagrid, demanding to know whose command this was. Hagrid, a Slytherin, glared with disdain at Rook and Malfoy, thinking that if it weren't for these cunning snakes, Harry wouldn't be facing punishment at all. Let's not digress. Hagrid, I've heard there are many perilous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, some of which originate from outside its boundaries, specifically creatures someone has introduced for breeding. Rook's intense stare made everyone suspect that he was referring to Hagrid. For instance, spiders, eight-eyed spiders. The Acromantula? Hermione gasped, recognizing it as a level 5 magical creature known to have killed witches and wizards. Rook offered Hermione a reassuring smile before continuing to question Hagrid and Filch. Whose command is this? Did you decide this on your own? His words dripped with accusation. His wand pointed at them. Fong growled menacingly at Rook, baring his teeth as if ready to pounce at any moment. Hagrid, control your dog, or I shall make it into a dish to remind it who its master truly is. Hagrid stormed forward, heavy footsteps echoing with fury. Hagrid. Filch intervened hastily, attempting to defuse the situation. This is the headmaster's order. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must accept your punishment. Rook, I can assure you. Malfoy is already quaking in his boots, his legs trembling at the mention of the acromantula. Chapter 80, Patrolling the Forbidden Forest. As students of Hogwarts, we shall, of course, obey the headmaster's orders. Rook gestured for Malfoy to silence himself. However, let me kindly remind you that if we are attacked, particularly by creatures not native to the Forbidden Forest, Rook's smile bore a hint of menace as he regarded Hagrid. I guarantee, in the honor of the Travis family, that the Ministry of Magic will conduct a thorough investigation. And the Malfoy family Malfoy began, but Neville interjected. I stand with Rook. Malfoy shot an indignant glare at Neville. Even if you're on our side, don't butt in. Ahem. Rook chuckled, pulling Neville behind him. Trust me, gentlemen, if anything happens that we all wish to avoid, those creatures will be eradicated without mercy, and their companions shall find themselves in Azkaban. I believe, since this kind gentleman can interact with them, the Dementor's kiss should be no trouble, right? Rook's words further provoked Hagrid, whose eyes were blazing with rage, wishing to knock the little wizard to the ground. Hagrid, feeling the hostility from Slytherin, worried and fumed at the thought of Harry facing these individuals daily. He assured them that the creatures in the Forbidden Forest were kind-hearted. The Dementor's kiss? Hermione, what is that? Harry quietly inquired. The creature from Azkaban that can suck out a wizard's soul, Hermione replied, watching Rook with concern. His demeanor turned cold and lethal at the mention of Dementors, instilling fear in her. Ugh, Slytherin wizards are always like this. Hagrid roared, as long as you behave. I promise you all shall encounter no danger. Oh, is that so? How delightful. Rook remained non-committal, sheathing his wand. Follow me. Hagrid raised the lantern high, guiding them onto a narrow path concealed within the dense forest. Do you see these silvery glimmers? That's unicorn blood. Hagrid pointed out. The unicorns in the Forbidden Forest have been wounded gravely. I discovered one dead last Wednesday. We must find the injured unicorn and relieve the poor creature of its suffering. Hermione, what is a unicorn? Harry instinctively turned to Hermione for information. I've read about them in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Level 4 magical creatures. They have horse-like bodies and a horn on their heads. Their horns have detoxifying properties, and their tail hairs can be used to make wands. Mr. Potter, you ought to learn how to research, or at least read, Rook offered, unhelpfully elucidating for Hermione. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Rook's mockery. He disliked Rook's tone, but found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Rook's demeanor had grown increasingly aggressive, likely due to a prior simulation. 1. Hagrid assigned you and Malfoy to a group led by Fong to search for the unicorn. 2. You encountered the centaur Bane, who cautioned you against trespassing and brought you to Hagrid. 3. After communicating with Bane, Hagrid resorted the groups, with the centaur leading Harry and you through the Forbidden Forest. 4. You unexpectedly met Quirrell, and the centaur intervened just in time to drive away the creature that was killing unicorns. Simulation has ceased. Has something changed? Rook wore a bemused smile. The simulation results hadn't been like this just before departure. Quick intervention? Afraid I might alert the Ministry? He cautiously scanned the surroundings, occasionally crouching to collect the unicorn's spilled blood in a vial. Having invested so much effort in preparing for tonight's detention, he was reluctant for things to end so anticlimactically. Professor Quirrell, or Voldemort, he was eagerly anticipating the encounter. Rook brushed his fingers against the pouch at his waist, pondering what would happen if he eliminated him. Hagrid glared at him, warning, little wizard, unicorn blood is exceedingly dangerous. Dangerous? Magic itself is inherently perilous. What kind of wizard would shy away from danger? What a pity. The blood has lost its potency. Rook raised the vial above his head, scrutinizing it against the moonlight before regretfully capping it. Perhaps due to time. The blood resembled a viscous silver paint, pure yet utterly useless. All right, you should also know that anything capable of harming unicorns is incredibly dangerous. But we must capture it. Hagrid shouted, seemingly unaware of the true peril they faced. We? What if that thing discovers us? Malfoy screamed. As long as Fong and I are here, no creature in the Forbidden Forest can harm you. He gestured to the silver blood on the ground, indicating that the poor creature had been wandering here since last night. We must split up and search. Rogue, I want to follow you. Malfoy exclaimed, firmly grasping Rogue's arm, utterly unconvinced that Hagrid could safeguard him. In that case, Yaya will team up with you, Harry, Hermione, and Neville will accompany me. Wait a moment, Rogue interrupted, since it ultimately comes down to me and Harry confronting Quirrell. We might as well form a group from the outset. Malfoy, you stick with Hagrid. Why? Do you think he possesses any courage? Rogue's piercing gaze fixed upon the snarling black dog, which immediately retreated to Hagrid's side. Be polite to Yaya. It has the ability to sense danger. Hagrid encouraged, giving Harry a hearty pat on the back that nearly sent him stumbling. Don't worry, Harry. You're a brave Gryffindor, and we never shy away from danger or challenges, nor do we concede defeat. His words ignited a fire within Harry's chest, dispelling the unease that had lingered. Yes, he was a courageous Gryffindor, and with Yaya by his side, he was sure to locate the injured unicorn. Harry glanced at Rogue, resolute that he would not be outdone. Everyone else follow me. If you catch sight of the little one, your wand should emit green sparks. If you encounter danger, let them shoot red sparks. If a magical creature attacks us, can I kill it? Impossible. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest would never harm you. Hagrid thundered, his opinion of the young wizard plummeting upon hearing him suggest harming his friends. Oh, Rogue rubbed his ear and suddenly burst into laughter. So, does that mean creatures outside the Forbidden Forest or non-magical beings are fair game? What do you think the one who kills the unicorn comes from? Hagrid huffed, panting heavily. It was perilous to continue this conversation. He despised dealing with wizards from Slytherin and moodily led the others in a different direction. Hermione cast a concerned glance back at Rogue, her keen intellect grasping the truth behind his inquiry. It was wizards who harmed unicorns. Yaya, let us go. Harry found Rogue even more insufferable than Malfoy and preferred to avoid speaking to him altogether. Yaya led the way, with Rogue trailing behind. They had walked for nearly half an hour in the dark, oppressive, and perilous Forbidden Forest, without encountering even a small spider. Well, it seems the area has been cleared. Rogue thought to himself, feeling a cold disdain for Quirrell's intellect. Chapter 81. A burst of 9mm. Poor Quirrell was so naive, completely unaware that the Forbidden Forest was far too quiet. Even more pitiable were the two unicorns, who had sacrificed themselves in silence. Harry, don't you find the surroundings rather silent? Isn't that concerning? Harry looked at Rogue in confusion. Yaya had not detected any danger. Each time he faced Rogue, a twinge of insecurity washed over him. Rogue resembled a true prince, his demeanor and speech so poised and perfect that Harry could only look up to him. Were it not for his remarkable talent in Quidditch and the title of the boy who lived, Harry would scarcely dare to meet Rogue's gaze. This is the Forbidden Forest, not a Muggle park. The creatures here have their territories. Outsiders should not intrude carelessly. Be cautious. I fear we may have entered the domain of some dangerous creature. As Rogue spoke, he unfastened a leather pouch at his waist, preparing for the task ahead. Rogue, is that a handgun? Harry recognized the object in Rogue's hand. He had seen it on the television at the Dursleys. Yet, he couldn't fathom why a wizard would carry a Muggle item. Could it possibly serve a purpose against wizards? A semi-automatic pistol might just eliminate the one responsible for the unicorn's demise. Rogue deftly checked the Stetchkin APS. The crisp sound of chambering around, sending a shiver down Harry's spine, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. Shouldn't we be using wands? Harry inquired, clutching his own wand in confusion. Oh, that. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter. When death comes, it doesn't care whether you're a Muggle or a wizard. Rogue chuckled at Harry's wand, noting that not everyone possessed Voldemort's twin wand. Let us move. Hopefully, we won't need it. Rogue disengaged the safety, anticipating a delightful surprise for Quirrell when they crossed paths. Guided by Yaya, they ventured deeper into the forest. Rogue reflecting on the precious nature of unicorns. Hunting unicorns would lead to a worldwide manhunt in the wizarding community. Their horns and hides could only be harvested after natural death. Not all wizards behaved as recklessly as Voldemort, severing ties with the entire wizarding world. Professor Quirrell, you try to keep up. Rogue glanced at the swaying branches, wondering if dear Professor Dumbledore was lurking nearby. Wait for the right moment. Do your best to retrieve the body. As he pondered, Yaya suddenly barked fiercely ahead. Before them lay an ancient oak grove, its trees intertwined with robust roots. A flash of green light surged through the air, followed by a painful wail and a heavy thud. Rogue dashed forward, spotting a radiant white unicorn collapsed beneath an oak tree, a shadowy figure greedily eyeing its delectable neck. It crawled towards the unicorn. Yaya erupted in a frenzy, startling the shadow, which turned abruptly, its eyes glinting with predatory hunger in the darkness. Yaya, frightened, tucked its tail and fled with a yelp. Clever beast, Rogue mused, not deriding Yaya's cowardice, but rather commending its instincts. Not everyone could gain entry to the private gathering of Harry and Voldemort, informally known as a clandestine meeting, and uninvited guests often enjoyed the privilege of being mere spectators. The shadow fixated intently on Harry Potter as he rose, akin to a whirlwind approaching. Harry felt a sharp pain in his forehead, the agony penetrating his mind and reaching the depths of his soul. He sensed the scar on his brow igniting. Stumbling to the ground, Rogue wasted no time in drawing the APS, pulling the trigger, unleashing a barrage of 20 rounds of Makarov 9mm ammunition towards Quirrell. Quirrell, utterly focused on Harry, had disregarded the young wizard beside him. By the time the flash erupted and the gunfire rang out, the alarm bells in his mind blared. But it was too late to conjure a spell to shield himself from the bullets. Just as he faced the prospect of being struck down by Muggle weaponry, a mysterious force intervened. Barriers of magic deftly deflected the bullets, allowing Quirrell to witness the air trails left by the slowing yellow projectiles. The bullets hovered momentarily in the air before clattering to the ground. Damnable little wizard, daring to ambush me with Muggle weapons. Quirrell's face paled beneath his hood. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he would have perished moments ago. Not bad, you possess some skill. But how will you respond to this? Rogue snapped his fingers, sending a dozen high-explosive grenades soaring into the air. Just as he was about to pull the pin and ensure that Quirrell and Voldemort enjoyed a proper confrontation, a centaur burst forth. Not Hecarim, but a tall centaur with greasy hair. Quirrell quickly evaded the centaur's attack, retreating into the thicket. Such a perfect cooperation. Had he not shown up, I could have killed him, Rogue scoffed, retracting the grenades. The proud centaur remained silent, approaching to help Harry to his feet. You must be the boy from the Potter family, the centaur said, excitement glimmering in his eyes as they fixated on the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. Rogue, feeling invisible, merely rolled his eyes and walked toward the deceased unicorn. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he nonetheless brandished his wand, casting a frostbite charm to preserve the entire corpse. I am Firenze. The centaur knelt on his forelegs, allowing Harry Potter to climb onto his back. Child, the blood of a unicorn can transform a wizard into a wretched, cursed existence, the centaur warned as he observed Rog placing the unicorn's body into a bottomless bag. Cursed? Rog replied nonchalantly, rising to his feet. It seemed following the protagonist had its merits, especially as he relished the task of tidying the battlefield. This presented an intriguing inquiry. Did wizards become half alive due to the curse, or was it the blood that rendered them so? Might there be a connection between the curse and the blood magic? Raising an eyebrow, Rog took out his notebook to jot down his musings. He scrutinized Firenze, his frigid gaze akin to that of one examining a specimen awaiting dissection. What kind of anatomy could support the centaur's immense frame? How many hearts did they possess? Did their stomach reside in the humanoid upper body or within the equine abdomen? Or perhaps both? Your gaze instills a sense of danger, Firenze cautioned Rog, urging him to temper his unsettling scrutiny. Oh, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I presumed you were solely concerned with the stars. Unaware of your keen insight into the human psyche, Rog chuckled, tucking away his notebook. Suddenly, the sound of more hooves resonated through the woods as centaurs Ronan and Bane, having parted ways with Hagrid, arrived at the scene. Rog observed their heaving flanks with a hint of sarcasm, questioning their haste. Had they rushed here upon discovering the unicorn's presence? If so, they were clearly tardy. Firenze, Bane bellowed, what are you doing? Do you not feel shame being ridden? Or do you consider yourself a foolish donkey? Perhaps he was not named Firenze, but rather Muir. Rog fanned the flames, taking a keen interest in their quarrel. Muir? That is a term for a mule, a more scathing insult than donkey, Rog interjected. Firenze glared disapprovingly at Rog, rebuking. Have you not recognized who he is? Harry Potter, the child who vanquished the Dark Lord. Seeing his kin remain unmoved, Firenze exhaled a plume of steam from his nostrils, departing with Harry upon his back. It seems he does not concur with your sentiments, Rog remarked, shaking his head as he continued to taunt. Perhaps the stars have ceased to capture his interest. Chapter 82. The Master of Astrology. Young foal, the matters of our tribe are not for your judgment. Bane positioned himself before Rog, his imposing figure exuding a palpable sense of authority. Enough, Bane. Perhaps Firenze acts out of goodwill, Ronan said, gazing up at the night sky, his tone tinged with melancholy. Young foal, I am Ronan. Mars shines particularly bright tonight, he murmured, unclear of the prophecy he divined from the celestial bodies. Rog Travers, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Rog said, observing Ronan's fascination with Mars, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he produced a star chart from approximately 7 centuries ago. Ronan, might you assist me with this ancient star chart? He tapped his wand to unveil the chart, upon which the stars shimmered with magical luminescence. A star chart from 7 centuries past? Both Ronan and Bane leaned closer, their curiosity piqued. Centaurs, naturally adept at astrology, far surpassed any wizard in this domain. Even the elders of their kin had never laid eyes on such an ancient chart. Indeed, it is a relic of the distant past. Ronan nodded in agreement, comparing it to the night sky. However, there's an issue, Bane interjected, scrunching his nose as he pointed at the southwestern corner of the chart. The celestial alignments here are entirely inaccurate. Young fool, have you erred in your drawing? Impossible, Rog replied, scanning for any discrepancies, finding none. Oomph. You wizards are mere imitators. Utterly oblivious to the essence of true astrology, Bane dismissed the young fool's assertion, determined to highlight the faults. The angle connecting the Great Bear constellation is flawed. The entire constellation must rotate counterclockwise by 15 degrees. The third star should ascend half a star position, while the sixth descends by 15. And here, Ronan added, gesturing to the center of the chart, from both right ascension and declination, this star must shift downward by 0.3 arc degrees. Although the chart was 7 centuries old, it had been hastily assembled. For instance, the stars depicted here had trajectories that could not be observed directly. Their existence could only be inferred through the variations of other celestial bodies. Ronan, no wonder you have won the astrology championship for 10 consecutive years. Bane marveled at Ronan's explanation. All knowledge imparted by my grandfather, Ronan replied with a modest smile. We all attended the Elder-S lessons. Yet none can rival your talents. Beyond innate ability, you must have dedicated considerable effort to your studies, Bane praised. Allow me to draw 2 lines first, Ronan said with a smile, pulling the star chart closer as he sketched on the ground with a spear. The first line connects the solitary star of the Great Bear constellation to the North Star, enabling the calculation of the chart's precise temporal alignment. Ronan mused aloud, swiftly performing the calculations. The year 1207. The second line extends from the North Star of the Little Bear to the second star, determining the trajectory and angular relationships. After a moment, Bane's eyes lit up with realization. So that's it. These 2 lines precisely connect the North Star and the Alpha of the Lion constellation. Indeed, we can infer the coordinates of the other stars on the chart based on the Great Bear and the Lion. Ronan smiled, while Bane assisted with the calculations. Look here. This reddish star is highly likely to be Sunflower 1. Thus, the nearby star should be. Ronan began to recite, and before long, the entire star chart was transformed. Remarkable. The creator of this chart possessed extraordinary wisdom, Bane exclaimed in genuine admiration, astonished to discover a high-caliber stargazer among wizards. What on earth is this? Rog, utterly perplexed, grasped each word, yet failed to comprehend their collective meaning. In simpler terms, the author of the star chart presented a riddle. Young fool, if you restore it to this form, the riddle will be solved, Ronan said, exhilaration evident in his demeanor, his attitude towards Rog considerably warmer post-revelation. So I now possess the answer. All that remains is the process. Rog hastily transcribed the answer, the crucial task now being to inscribe it onto the golden snitch. Oh, dawn approaches, and Mars has vanished, Ronan reminded him. You ought to leave the Forbidden Forest. Thank you for your assistance, Rog nodded, confirming the accuracy before bidding farewell to the centaurs. Harry, how could you abandon Rog? Hermione anxiously gazed into the Forbidden Forest, contemplating rushing in if not for Hagrid's unwavering assurances that Rog was unharmed. Perhaps our savior is frightened. He fled the Forbidden Forest with the centaur while leaving his classmate behind. Silence, Malfoy, Hagrid snapped, prioritizing Harry's safety over the concerns of the Slytherin wizard. Are you all waiting for me to return for breakfast? Rogue? Hermione rushed towards Rog's figure, and Malfoy straightened up as well. Rogue, do you recognize who that person was? Harry suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on him. On the way back, Firenze elucidated the properties of unicorn blood. Harry speculated that Snape had murdered the unicorn to procure its blood for Voldemort's continued existence. Rog frequented Snape's office almost daily. It was implausible that he would not recognize the man. Me? Rog shook his head. I have no idea who that was. Harry took a few steps back in fear. Rog was lying. Why would he lie? Harry gazed at the other in disbelief. Ron's assertion proved accurate. Slytherins were indeed malevolent wizards, destined to become Death Eaters. Professor Snape might be able to glean something from the corpse. Rog, have you brought out the unicorn's body? Hermione instantly deduced, having never laid eyes on a unicorn before. The unicorn's corpse. No, Harry suddenly shouted, brandishing his wand at him. Disarm. Rog swiftly cast a spell, sending Harry's wand flying. Mr. Potter, It is my prerogative to decide how the unicorn's body is disposed of. You have no right to dictate my actions. Rogue, the unicorn should be returned to the Forbidden Forest. It belongs there. Hagrid's imposing figure shielded Harry, glaring fiercely at Rogue. He had never anticipated that a Slytherin would be so audacious as to not only steal a unicorn's body, but also to assault Harry. Is that so? Since you are the self-proclaimed guardian of the Forbidden Forest, then perhaps you could enlighten me on how those spiders have survived? Rogue's wand flickered ominously with a red glow. He issued a stern warning. Hagrid, if you intend to confront me, draw your wand. Do not think to rely on your fists. Perhaps you could withstand a muggle grenade. But what about Harry? Rogue's laughter appeared devilish to the eyes of both men, and Hagrid halted, his expression akin to one who had just consumed a bitter potion. If you could offer me 500,000 galleons, I might consider selling it to you. Rogue smirked, perhaps believing himself a conspirator alongside the Dark Lord in Harry's eyes. Malfoy, why are you standing there? Do you wish to be beaten by them? The Forbidden Forest does not strictly belong to the school grounds. He beckoned Malfoy, gesturing for Hermione and Neville not to follow. Gryffindor held Harry in high regard, and Rogue did not wish to embroil Hermione in their conflict. Rogue, wait for me. Malfoy hurried after him, turning back to mock Harry with a sneer. Chapter 83. A Dreadful 5 Points Deduction. Hagrid, the unicorn's body absolutely cannot be entrusted to Snape. He is an accomplice of Voldemort. Harry, Professor Snape is trustworthy. He is in no way an ally of the Dark Lord. Hagrid repeatedly denied Harry's accusations. Facing his unwavering resolve, Hermione, hesitant to speak, observed Harry's determination without uttering a word. Rogue, are we truly handing the unicorn over to the headmaster? Malfoy trailed behind, incessantly chattering. What do you wish to say? Rogue gazed skeptically at Malfoy as the sun rose. Let us sell the unicorn's body. Our family has exclusive channels. Stop. Selling unicorns? Draco, if you wish to die, do so without dragging me along. Rogue regarded the foolish boy, genuinely concerned for Lucius. Can such matters be openly discussed? If I do not intervene, Malfoy might even reveal the smuggling channels. He would bet his life that Dumbledore was undoubtedly watching. Before the unicorn was handed over to Snape, he would certainly keep a close eye on him. As for why he would stake Malfoy's life, Rogue believed it conveyed sincerity. Rogue, trust me, unicorns are indeed valuable. Many families in the magical world collect such rare creatures, even if only to dismantle them for materials. Silencio. Rogue waved his wand, swiftly silencing Malfoy, and advanced toward the castle. Malfoy trailed behind, his tongue glued to the roof of his mouth, resentment etched on his face. The headmaster's spell works wonders, Rogue chuckled, praising the brilliance of the Half-Blood Prince. Navigating past the Great Hall to the dungeon office, Rogue habitually pushed open the door. Good morning, Professor. Snape paused, rising to glance outside. Is the lockdown over? Malfoy gaped, making a wheezing sound, eagerly staring at the headmaster. Snape shot a sidelong glance at Rogue, knowing it was undoubtedly his doing. As loquacious as ever, he could not be bothered to draw his wand, instead directly lifting the silencing spell from Malfoy. Where's the herbology book? Oh, I will return it to you next time, Rogue hastily promised, producing the frost-covered unicorn. It embodied both death and purity, exuding a haunting beauty. Wow, this is a unicorn. So exquisite. Malfoy could not resist reaching out to touch it. If only we had arrived sooner. The unicorn has already been slain by Voldemort. According to Hagrid, it was the second unicorn to die. Each time Malfoy heard that name, he shuddered in fear, trembling as he said, Voldemort, you dare speak the Dark Lord's name so freely. Malfoy, you have class to attend, Snape admonished, his abyss-like gaze urging him to leave. As Malfoy fled the dungeon, it suddenly dawned on him that he had potions class that morning. Did you see the Dark Lord? Snape, closing the door, nodded in appreciation of Rogue's self-developed frostbite spell. Maintaining the freshness of active ingredients was a task requiring great skill, ensuring the materials remained viable while shielding them from low temperatures. I couldn't say. I only caught a whiff of a foul garlic odor emanating from beneath the black cloak. It was quite familiar. His abilities are lacking, Rogue commented casually while sipping from a cup. Lacking? Snape paused, taken aback. While Quirrell might be inept, he was still capable of handling first-year wizards. Indeed, I did not even draw my wand, and he was rendered speechless. Gunpowder scent? Snape sniffed, fixing him with a terrifying glare. A wizard dueling with muggle weapons. What an embarrassment. Hand it over. Professor, you must have misinterpreted. Rogue inwardly cursed himself for forgetting Snape's keen sense of smell. Oh, you're questioning me? Rogue sighed in resignation. You should have bathed before coming. Faced with Snape's exasperated gaze, he reluctantly surrendered his concealed expansion bag. You're a wizard, Rogue. Snape slammed the firearm onto the desk. sternly reprimanding Rog for such behavior that contradicted the spirit of wizard dueling. But it is so convenient, Rog muttered under his breath. Convenient? Snape leaped up, his hair standing on end, allowing Rog a glimpse of what true fury looked like. Rog, I fear you have been led astray by those foolish muggles. Snape sneered, incredulous that after receiving a magical education at Hogwarts, Rog still felt the need to rely on those rudimentary muggle contrivances. Rog shrank back, tempted to retort that they were not rudimentary. However, upon seeing Snape's murderous glare, he wisely held his tongue. Is there nothing in that pitiful little brain of yours beyond how to secure an effortless victory? Do you possess no sense of honor as a wizard? Snape mocked. If our traditions can be so easily trampled upon, then why do we bother with all this tedious magical training? Thus, the morning potions class was effectively cancelled. The Slytherins and Gryffindors occupied the classroom, studying while listening to Snape's furious outbursts from the adjacent office. Those Slytherins who were at odds with Rog wore smug expressions. For instance, Ron felt particularly pleased to hear Snape reprimanding the other. However, Harry, in contrast, was deeply anxious, contemplating leaving the classroom to seek out Dumbledore. I had forgotten. Slytherins are known to take shortcuts, disregarding means and morals. Yet I had thought you retained at least a modicum of wit and wisdom. Snape sneered. At present, our shadow-level headmaster, Mr. Roger Travis, appears to embody the very essence of Slytherin, devoid of any sense of a wizard's honor, having completely forsaken even the most basic principles. Or perhaps it is that you are utterly unworthy of entering our esteemed academy, instead deserving only to associate with those inept Gryffindors. Severus Snape extends his ire towards Gryffindor as well. The young lions in the classroom bristle at this, taken aback that he would chastise members of their own house alongside them. We have not provoked you, let alone sullied your shadow-level headmaster. Listen, to duel with muggle weaponry is a disgrace to wizards. Snape is spreading slander. No Gryffindor would ever stoop to such an act that tarnishes the honor of our kind. Mark my words, should you dare to further besmirch the glory of Slytherin, I shall personally administer magical punishment without mercy. You shall regret your reckless use of muggles' inferior tactics and pay dearly for your foolish actions. Snape threatened vehemently, his anger palpable. Do not lament the meager magical knowledge within your foolish head when that time comes. I grant you one final opportunity for self-reflection. You may either remove yourself from my sight or vacate Slytherin entirely. Snape's fury culminated in an uproar that echoed through the morning, ultimately driving Roger out. Furthermore, Slytherin loses 5 points. This serves as your lesson. Snape concluded his reprimand with ruthless finality, ordering him to depart. It must be said that for Snape to deduct points from his own house, Roger accomplished a remarkable feat were there an achievement system. It would undoubtedly shine as a mythical accomplishment. Observers could discern Snape's ire. The repercussions of provoking him during this period were assuredly severe. Until the end of the academic year, all students kept their distance, even hesitant to ascend the same staircase as him. In the remaining potions class, every young wizard complied like quail, which oddly pleased Snape. Severus, you need not be so harsh. The hidden Dumbledore revealed himself, exhaling deeply, should this tirade continue. Even an elder, such as himself, might struggle to endure it. Chapter 84, Professor Aurora. Roger, still a young wizard, is bound to make errors. Dumbledore smiled as he rummaged through Roger's bag. One by one, grenades were extracted, causing Snape's pallid complexion to rapidly flush crimson, then turn a deep shade of blackish purple. Resembling a dye shop, a sight most entertaining. Travis. Snape ground his teeth, enunciating his surname with emphasis. The moment Roger emerged from the dungeons, he felt a chill race down his spine and hastened his pace. When confronting Voldemort, employing certain methods that defy wizarding honor can indeed be acceptable. Dumbledore removed the pin from one grenade, causing it to explode in his hand. However, the explosion transformed into slow motion, with all energy and metallic fragments being heavily restrained within his palm. Quite impressive. Dumbledore nodded, massaging his tingling hand. Had he been unprepared, a wizard could have perished beneath its might. Fortunately, plans were adjusted in time, allowing Firenze to intervene early. Otherwise, Quirrell might have met his demise there. Albus. This could lead to the loss of wizarding tradition. Even Voldemort does not seek to overturn our customs. Are you suggesting your student is more terrifying than Voldemort? Dumbledore asked calmly, yet the inquiry bore significant weight. I do not know. Snape shook his head, earnest and remarkably talented in matters that piqued his interest. However, he held no desire to engage with that which did not. Quidditch? Dumbledore chuckled. Madame Hooch had expressed her grievances to him as well. We all know he grew up in Azkaban, The sight of wizards riding broomsticks is akin to that of dementors in his eyes. His aversion to flying lessons is almost instinctual. Snape lamented, as Slytherin had yet to find a seeker capable of rivaling Harry. So you entrusted the seeker's position to him. Dumbledore mused, tossing a lemon drop into his mouth. Better than him sneaking off to the restricted section in search of spells. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze lingering on the massive carcass of a unicorn. Roget's aptitude for spells surpassed Snape's, bordering on the eerie. In his first year, he could conjure 0-degree frost as needed, and his Patronus had already taken shape. Not to mention his prowess in potions and transfiguration, few in Hogwarts history had matched his excellence. Coupled with information gleaned from the merfolk, it was evident that Roget had inherited his father Theodore's talent, enabling him to amplify the potency of spells infinitely. Dumbledore felt a twinge of concern. Roget was not like Tom, or rather, Tom could not compare to Roget. He resembled his friend from youth, Gellert Grindelwald. Yet, he was more restrained than Grindelwald, rendering him elusive. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting out the window to the horizon. This child always knows what he desires and what he wishes to avoid. His goals have remained unwaveringly clear. Albus, why not allow Roget to view the mirror of Ariste? I have considered it, but it appears our Mr. Roget lacks a desire for adventure. In the common room, classrooms, library, and great hall, Dumbledore shrugged and sighed. Placing the mirror in the room of requirement could lead to its loss. Perhaps we should entrust the Marauder's map to him, rather than letting it fall into the hands of the Weasley twins, Snape quipped, deeming the map a waste in the hands of those two troublemakers. I shall contemplate it. Oh, I have an idea, Dumbledore exclaimed, stroking his beard with delight. The centaurs could assist Roget in solving a riddle, and Professor Aurora could lend her expertise during Wednesday's astronomy class. Severus, I will need you to extract the unicorn's blood. I believe Professor Quirrell will find a way to procure some. Understood. Snape nodded in agreement, his gaze momentarily lost in thought as he regarded the unicorn's body. Aside from that person, no one in the magical realm dared to provoke curses. By the way, what would happen if Nagini consumed unicorn blood? Upon returning to the dormitory, Roget released Nagini from the bag, and she coiled, flicking her tongue, seemingly eager to strike down the young wizard before her. Do not look at me like that. You were once human. Roget gestured for Nagini to comply, carefully extracting 1 milliliter of blood from her vital spot for preservation. Wizards like me? Roget placed the test tube in a box, labeling it meticulously. After her meal, Nagini willingly retreated to the bag for rest. Under Roget's guidance, she had developed a basic conditioned reflex to draw 1 milliliter of blood daily, ensuring she was well fed. If she resisted, Roget would deliver a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. She could go 3 days without sustenance, yet blood would be drawn every day. The frequency of tests led Nagini to realize she could not overpower Roget, thus leading a life of eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Research on blood curses had reached an impasse, leaving Roget to collect blood samples daily for future use. Alas, communication is impossible. I cannot speak Parseltongue. Roget pondered, aware that only Voldemort and Harry among the wizards he knew could converse with snakes. Harry? Never mind. He would not assist. Moreover, I cannot explain how I know he understands Parseltongue. Roget dripped the unicorn blood collected from the floor into the test tube, causing the liquid to tremble violently before descending into an eerie stillness. Hastily donning his monocle, he wiped the lens to observe the blood sample, only to find all cells had shattered. A reaction. Yet the current conditions hindered further research. Roget sighed, documenting the first experimental record. The magical community's exploration of blood curses was scant, with few wizards possessing knowledge of it. The only certainty was that blood curses were passed down through females, not males, which Roget speculated was related to the double X chromosome based on Muggle knowledge. Yet this is a realm of magic, and no one can definitively ascertain that the issue lies within the chromosomes. Perhaps it is merely a curse, akin to the position of the defense against the dark arts professor. A curse? Roge circled the word emphatically. Perhaps modern scientific instruments could assist in eliminating conjectures, ideally. One might identify a lineage afflicted by such a hereditary curse. Slytherin's tongue, Roge contemplated, holding only Nagini's materials. The issue reverted to communication. If only he could converse with her directly, the study of blood magic would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. However, the dilemma is that Parseltongue is innate. It is seldom heard of anyone acquiring it through diligent learning. Perhaps I should shift my focus away from the Gunner family in England. There may be wizards on the continent who comprehend Parseltongue. As Roge perused the wizarding cards, he retrieved one depicting a dark wizard, the despicable Herbach. He was the first to breed a basilisk and also the earliest to master Parseltongue. Moreover, he was the inaugural creator of Horcruxes. Perhaps his Horcruxes still exist, or perhaps his lineage has descendants. After astronomy class, Aurora called out to him. Roach, please wait a moment. Aurora approached with a smile. I heard from the centaurs that you have unraveled the secrets of the star map. Indeed, Professor Aurora. Are you familiar with them? Roach replied, somewhat astonished to discover that Aurora had connections with the centaur tribe. Chapter 85, A Verse to the Mirror. He recalled that at the beginning of the term, Professor Aurora had sat to the left of the headmaster, with the vice principal, McGonagall, facing her. What could a relatively obscure professor be doing in such a position? Roach pondered curiously. Had Trelawney made a prophecy regarding Voldemort, with Aurora assisting in its interpretation? The centaurs are born astrologers, possessing much that wizards could learn from. Aurora sincerely praised the neighbors of the Forbidden Forest. Professor, can you also predict the future through astrological signs? Roach pressed further. Prophecy is Professor Trelawney's expertise. I can only occasionally discern faint hints from the stars, Aurora replied modestly. However, if you're interested in divination, you may choose it as an elective in your third year. Professor, the centaurs mentioned that Mars shone brightly that night. What does it signify? A prophecy for July? Aurora appeared taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently revealed information and quickly silenced herself. July? Roach furrowed his brow. After a year of study, he had gained a foundational understanding of astronomy. That prophecy foretold that only one could survive between the Chosen One and Voldemort, yet remained classified. July is the month of Mars, corresponding to the sign of Leo in astrology. In Roman mythology, July belongs to Vulcan, the god of fire, and Mars, the god of war, symbolizing conflict, power, and chaos. If this is indeed a prophecy, it suggests that the magical world will soon face war. Roach's gaze sparkled, bright as the North Star. Aurora was momentarily taken aback. This young wizard was remarkably astute. With just a hint of information, he could deduce so much. Roach, she hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, if the prophesied individual were to be born at the end of July, who do you think it might be? Who could it be? Roach fell in a deep thought. Harry or Neville? It mattered not who, but rather that there be a reasonable explanation, he mused. He paced back and forth. Ponting op mosh. Professor, Ronan suggested that Mars' brightness that night may signify the turning of the wheel of fate. There was a mysterious presence in the Forbidden Forest that night. Perhaps one among us is the prophesied one. That is a bold analysis. Professor Aurora nodded approvingly. Were it not for the time after class, she would have readily rewarded Roach with extra points. Excluding Hagrid, the giant, there are only 5 of us left. Draco and I hail from Slytherin, which does not align with the astrological implications of Mars. We can ascertain that the prophesied individual is from Gryffindor. Mars represents masculinity. Hermione does not fit this criterion. The remaining candidates are Harry and Neville. If only we could ascertain their birth dates. Unfortunately, both were born on July 31st, Aurora interjected, eager to provide the clever young wizard with more information. Professor, how do you know this? I remember the birthdays of every young wizard at Hogwarts. You were born on June 6th, under the sign of Gemini, Aurora smiled, standing beside him as they gazed at the starry sky. However, it is peculiar. Only a dark star shines in your astrological chart. Perhaps the northern skies are too dark and the auroras linger too long. Roach quickly diverted the topic, aware that Gemini and the dark star hinted at his identity. It would be wise to limit interactions with Aurora in the future. Professor, could it be possible that they are both the prophesied individuals? Prophecies can involve anyone becoming a hero. An intriguing perspective. Aurora did not oppose Roach's view, and the two conversed about the stars as though engaged in a riddle. Trelawney's opinions diverge from mine, yet some aspects of her prophecy have been validated. It appears she may be correct. Aurora privately considered Neville to have a greater likelihood, though Harry had indeed vanquished Voldemort. Perhaps humans can triumph over destiny? Rather than entrusting fate to the stars, it is better to take it into one's own hands. Roach shrugged, uninterested in whether Harry or Neville would slay Voldemort. Roach, your responses never fail to astonish me. Aurora greatly admired Roach's attitude. Few wizards would challenge their fate, even those deemed the greatest, like Dumbledore. Thank you for the compliment. Professor. Roach extended his palm as if to grasp the starlight into a fist. If everyone's destinies were confined to a predetermined path, the night sky would be dreadfully mundane. Indeed, within the cosmos, there are always stars striving to break free, either shattering into meteors or becoming suns. Aurora nodded in agreement. Professor, do you believe I could become an astrologer? Roach inquired, looking at Aurora. I regret to inform you, Roach. Prior to this exchange, I was convinced of your considerable talent. However, Aurora shook her head. You could excel as the top student in divination class, but you cannot be the best astrologer. Please forgive my candor. This is not a reflection of your worth. She quickly lowered her head in consolation. An astrologer must believe in the trajectory of fate, yet you do not. Very well. I hope to pass the courses related to divination, Roge sighed. Certainly, examinations do not equate to true divination. Genuine prophecy can never be measured by tests. Aurora retrieved the trajectories of stars from a bookshelf. The small tome unfurled to the size of a carpet. It can serve as a theoretical reference, but it has no practical application. Roge, if the stars deviate by even half a position, the outcomes of prophecies may differ drastically. Aurora reminded him once more, ensuring the young wizard did not rigidly adhere to what he learned. I understand, Professor, Roge promptly affirmed, placing the shrunken book into his pocket. If only there were a corresponding dictionary for Parseltongue. No, wait, the rhythm of the stairs is off. Someone seeks to ensnare me. Roge halted on the staircase, hesitating whether to proceed. Could it be that old bee? Who else could control the moving stairs? Simulation begins. 1. You turn and change direction, still lost in the tower. 2. You discover a secret chamber and behold the mirror of Ariste. 3. You refuse to confront the mirror. Dumbledore heightens his vigilance towards you. 4. You follow Harry into the room where the Philosopher's Stone is concealed and are discovered by Professor Quirrell. 5. Professor Quirrell retaliates against you, leaving you gravely injured. 6. You fall into a coma for a year, compelled to repeat a year and become Harry's junior. End of simulation. How ruthless. Rog maintained an impassive expression, steeling himself as he pressed onward. Unsurprisingly, the concealed corridor was cloaked in dust and decrepit cobwebs, culminating in a mysterious wooden door at its terminus. Excellent. It was unlatched. Offending the abbot was a consequence that the young monk could scarcely endure. Rog silently scoffed, his mind fervently yearning for another simulation. 1. You glimpse your past life within the mirror of Ariste. 2. Dumbledore, perplexed, questions your true identity. 3. You are slain by Professor Quirrell, becoming a ghost at Hogwarts. Where's this place? Rog's tone quivered slightly, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own exaggerated expression. He pushed open the heavy door, revealing a room adorned with a grand, full-length mirror. The mirror was encased in a gilded frame, supported by the claws of 2 golden-winged beasts. He approached it slowly, seizing the moment for yet another simulation. Once more, I must grow stronger, surpassing even Dumbledore himself. 1. You find yourself yearning for power and dominion, witnessing your reflection as the leader of dark wizards. 2. Headmaster Dumbledore grows wary of you. 3. Professor Quirrell seeks you out as Voldemort unleashes the soul-sucking curse upon you. Stop! Rog's mind screamed, though he was compelled to feign confusion and curiosity on his face. The mirror of Ariste drew him closer, his gaze fixated on the inscriptions upon its frame. He dared not lower his eyes to the mirror's surface, fearing it might reflect uncontrollable desires. He was utterly convinced that Dumbledore was observing from the sidelines. It appears to be a riddle, he murmured, rearranging the letters of Mirror of Ariste in his mind. I comprehend now. The correct spelling must be thus. Rog hastily crouched down, repositioning the letters on the floor. I do not show your face, but rather the desires deep within your heart, he recited slowly, buying himself precious time. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble everything. This was his final opportunity. He would go all out. Chapter 86. The Rescue of the Unicorn. 1. You harbor a desire for vengeance, determined to slay all Dementors and obliterate Azkaban prison. 2. You return to the opulent estate of the Travis family, where the study is filled with books. The household maid is stunningly beautiful, attending to you with gentle care. 3. Dumbledore appears behind you, cautioning you against unhealthy obsessions. Rog sighed in relief. Although the results of this simulation were morally dubious, they were refreshingly candid. Should Dumbledore inquire, he could easily deflect the blame onto Grandpa Trelawney, attributing the unhealthy thoughts to his influence. After all, the old man had never gotten along with Dumbledore, compelling him to confront Grindelwald. Now that he had passed away and transformed into a portrait, he would fear the old bee even less. I do not show your face, but rather the desires deep within your heart. Rog stood, his gaze fixed upon the mirror before him. On the silvery gray surface, Azkaban loomed amidst the tumultuous waves of the North Sea. He wielded his wand, soaring through the air as crows erupted from its tip, tearing apart a legion of Dementors. Within the mirror, he cast his wand, and clear waters transformed into a cataclysmic tsunami, crashing upon the fortress of Azkaban. The castle crumbled instantaneously, disintegrating into rubble that sank beneath the waves. Splendidly executed, just as it should be, Rog felt an exhilarating rush at the sight. Before he could finish his thought, he found himself placing borrowed books onto the bookshelf with a nonchalant grace. A beautifully proportioned maid approached, bearing tea, her attire revealing and her movements enchanting. "Oh, Rog, have you discovered this room as well?" Dumbledore's voice drifted from behind, prompting Rog to feign surprise. "As well? Headmaster, is there someone else?" "You possess a remarkable talent for uncovering clues within language," Dumbledore remarked, joining Rog at the mirror's side. "Harry and Ron have both seen it." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he observed the words on the floor. "You have discovered its exquisite nature." Clearing his throat, Rog shyly scratched his head. "Headmaster, it was all Grandpa Trelawney's doing. During Christmas, he would regale me with strange tales." "Headmaster, Grandpa says he knows you and fought alongside you in Germany." Before Rog could finish his sentence, Dumbledore swiftly interrupted. "Rog, curfew is approaching." Rog exclaimed, dashing towards the door. "Good night, Headmaster." "Good night." Dumbledore nodded, and once Rog's footsteps faded, he turned his gaze back to the mirror. Within its depths appeared a man with lustrous golden hair, deep and piercing blue eyes exuding confidence and cunning. Despite his simple attire and unkempt beard, he exuded an air of elegance and courtesy. "Long time no see," Dumbledore mused, his gaze filled with a blend of nostalgia and wistfulness. After a lingering moment, he waved his hand, allowing the figure within the mirror to depart. The hatred for Dementors, the insatiable thirst for knowledge, coupled with Trelawney's indoctrination. Dumbledore chuckled softly, acknowledging that while the latter 2 points were indeed unethical, they posed no threat to the wizarding world. The little wizards from pure-blood families are always troublesome, especially with a loose-tongued elder, Dumbledore lamented. The new generation of the magical world has nearly forgotten the tale of myself and Grindelwald. Upon returning to the dormitory, Rog felt utterly drained. He collapsed onto his bed, casting aside the book gifted by Aurora. That was close, so close to falling into a trap. The old bee is a man of immense control. He could not have allied with Grindelwald out of kindness. Today's events had firmly established that he had grown wary of Rog, necessitating increased caution in the future. "Albus, you dare to set a trap for me? Just wait." Rog glared at the constellation of stars, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He brandished his wand, intending to incinerate the books strewn across the floor, but paused, reconsidering. After all, they were hard-won by risking his life. Why should he destroy them? Voldemort was no fool. Dumbledore had to leave the school temporarily to draw out the snake. Rog returned the books to the shelf, resolved to exact a searing revenge. The Philosopher's Stone was elusive, but the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. He grinned, a fire of vengeance igniting within his eyes as he penned a letter to summon Bubble. "My house elf, do not disappoint your master. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." In the Slytherin dormitory, a plot against the unicorns began to take shape. Rog did not perceive this as a conspiracy. Rather, he believed he was contributing to the protection of magical creatures to prevent them from becoming sacrificial pawns for someone else's designs. Just before defense against the dark arts class, Malfoy was boasting to Goyle and Crabbe about his experiences in the Forbidden Forest. "Do you two know about the Forbidden Forest?" Malfoy inquired, looking down at Goyle and Crabbe. "Who feigned ignorance? Filch punished me by sending me to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, that oaf, wouldn't let me do anything." "Malfoy, you are not permitted to insult my friends." Harry shot back angrily, glaring at Malfoy. "Friends? That big oaf?" Malfoy raised his chin haughtily, his gaze landing on Ron nearby. "I had forgotten. You always associate with dolts." "Malfoy, who are you calling a dolt?" Ron leaped up, ready to confront him with fury. "You can't even master Transfiguration or the Leglocker Curse. Aren't you the dolt?" Malfoy suddenly brandished his wand, casting the Leglocker Curse on Ron. Ron's legs snapped together, and he lost his balance, tumbling toward the ground. He widened his eyes in terror, helplessly watching as his nose hurtled toward the floor. "Bang! Ha ha ha!" The young wizards erupted into laughter upon seeing the clownish Ron, and the classroom was filled with a jovial atmosphere. "Ron, are you all right?" Harry hurriedly helped him up. "Those Slytherin wizards are insufferable. They ought to be expelled from Hogwarts." "Damn Malfoy!" Ron, covered in grime, felt a deep desire to sink into the floor as the laughter echoed around him. "Malfoy, I challenge you to a duel. Ron and I will teach you a lesson," Harry exclaimed, glaring at Malfoy while noticing the blood trickling from Ron's nostrils. "You wish to duel me?" Malfoy looked at Harry incredulously. "Potter, you abandoned your companions in the Forbidden Forest. To duel you would be a disgrace to my honor as a pure-blood wizard." Harry is not that kind of person. Ron staunchly defended his friend, unwavering in his belief. "Is that so?" Malfoy approached, towering over Ron. "If that's truly the case, Mr. Potter," he said with a sly grin, tilting his head. Why did you leave the forbidden forest first, while Rook only returned at dawn? That dim-witted giant said you encountered a creature that slays unicorns. Were you frightened? Did you flee? Harry is no coward, Ron interjected, clutching his nose and standing valiantly in front of Harry. Perhaps, but at least Rook brought the unicorn's carcass to our headmaster. Humph, Weasley, what kind of look is that? Don't believe me? Malfoy taunted. Let me tell you, I have seen the unicorn's body with my own eyes. It was remarkably lifelike. That's enough, Malfoy. Rook entered the classroom just as their argument escalated, instructing Malfoy to return to his seat and help Ron undo the leg-locking curse. Harry and I faced the creature together. It was the centaurs who saved us. Rook smiled at Harry, signaling him to temper his hostility. Even if there were real animosity, it should be concealed. After all, they were all on the same side when it came to vanquishing Voldemort. Chapter 87, Confronting the Professors. Unfortunately, the centaurs are not particularly fond of me. Rook offered as a reason, assisting Harry in diffusing the tension. He turned to Ron, whose eyes blazed with indignation. Mr. Potter, dueling is a serious matter. At the very least, your companions must be adequately prepared. Class is about to begin, and you wouldn't want your house to lose points, would you? Faced with Rook's piercing gaze, Ron nervously fell silent. In any case, being last means it doesn't matter if we lose points, Malfoy sneered. His words struck a nerve with Harry and Ron, who had become so engrossed in their studies that they momentarily forgot about the significant points they had lost. Now, with Malfoy's taunt, it felt like a dagger piercing their hearts. Harry and Ron, unusually silent, watched as Malfoy flaunted his triumph before the other Slytherins. Cough! Rook shot a glare at him, reminding him that the dust had yet to settle. The more one spoke, the harder they would ultimately fall. Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in cloth, entered the office, prompting everyone to obediently return to their seats. Hello, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness, Professor Quirrell stammered, exuding an air of innocence. This is our final class of the academic year, and you may ask any questions you wish, such as about dark wizards. Quirrell encouraged the students with a smile, but upon mentioning dark wizards, the first figure that came to their minds was the one whose name could not be spoken. The students bowed their heads in silence, unwilling to utter the name of that dreadful being. Professor Quirrell, do you know about he who must not be named? Rook, unusually eager, directed his gaze toward Quirrell, or rather, the back of his head. Oh, he who must not be named. Quirrell pondered for a moment before responding. The despicable Voldemort. Is it? Yes. That's him. Rook nodded, retrieving a wizard trading card that stated he was the first to breed a basilisk and created the first Horcrux. Professor, what are basilisks and Horcruxes? Quirrell's expression tightened abruptly, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Good question, Slytherin. 5 points to your house. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he wrote Voldemort's name on the blackboard. The despicable Voldemort. He is one of the oldest and most powerful dark wizards. Of course, dark wizards are all evil. There is no greatness in that. Only dark wizards would refer to him with titles of admiration. The students felt a shiver of fear, prompting Quirrell to hastily add, he is dead. Voldemort lived before our era. I believe the only way you would come across him is through chocolate frog cards. Quirrell's jest and exaggerated tone elicited laughter, easing the atmosphere in the classroom once more. He created and named the basilisk. In truth, it is not a true snake, but a magical creature resembling one. It is entirely emerald green, with elongated fangs harboring deadly venom. Quirrell sketched the basilisk on the blackboard, and the students gazed at the bizarre creature with a mix of fear and curiosity. Never look into its eyes. It can kill any living creature with its gaze. Quirrell set down the chalk and emitted an odd hissing sound. Harry looked around in confusion, wondering why no one was taking notes despite the professor's instructions. Had he misheard? He nudged Ron. Did the professor just say something? Not at all. Ron shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Rook. That stuff won't be on the exam. No need to remember it. A Horcrux is an evil magical artifact. Only the most malevolent of wizards would study it. Professor Quirrell shook his head, refraining from further explanation. I once traveled to Greece, where according to local legends, the despicable Voldemort, though dead, still lives on in his basilisk. By all accounts, it is at least 1,800 years old. Professor Quirrell marveled. In a sense, Voldemort was a great wizard. Professor, you've let something slip. Rook shot Quirrell a pointed look, recalling how he had just stated that only dark wizards would refer to Voldemort in such a manner. Harry, 1,800 years old. Ron exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Harry's sleeve. That's older than Nicholas Flamel. Shoo, Harry, keep it down lest Rook connects it to the Philosopher's Stone. If he finds out, he will surely inform Snape, Harry cautioned. Professor Quirrell continued the discussion on notable dark wizards, speaking fluidly about dark magic, his stammering forgotten. As a distinguished graduate of Hogwarts, Quirrell possessed a wealth of knowledge, enriched by years of travel and experience. He skillfully interwove local lore into his narratives, captivating the young wizards who listened with rapt attention. What a pity. Rook expressed to Quirrell, lamenting that there were some tales he had never heard. Had it not been for Quirrell being deceived by Voldemort, he might have made a decent defense against the dark arts teacher. The Bloody Baron resides within Hogwarts Castle. If you invoke his name to frighten Peeves, that troublesome poltergeist will surely be terrified. Just as Quirrell concluded, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and he regretfully bid farewell to the students. This concludes our first-year curriculum. After the summer break, I will regale you with tales of other renowned wizards. Goodbye, Professor. They chorused as Quirrell smiled and waved. Is this a flag? Rook pondered, glancing at him in confusion. Did Quirrell truly not know about the curse on the defense against the dark arts class? Or had he simply grown fond of the teaching experience? After everyone had left, Rook approached the podium, teasingly reminding Quirrell, Professor Quirrell, do take care. Rock, how are you? Professor, it is rumored that a mysterious figure has placed a curse on your position. No one can safely hold the position for more than a year. Rogue, the mysterious figure has perished. The curse must surely have lost its potency. Chilo felt a twinge of apprehension. He had never heard his master mention this matter before. This year's courses have concluded, and I'm still here, aren't I? Chilo spread his hands and smiled at Rock. However, the House Cup has yet to conclude. Chilo hesitated, suddenly receiving a message from Voldemort at the back of his head. Mr. Rog, would you be interested in discussing the curse in my office? Me? Rog's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his back. Damn it, could it be an invitation for Voldemort? Comment simulation? 1. You declined Chilo's invitation. 2. In a moment you turned. Chilo cast the Cruciatus curse on you. 3. You were sent to steal unicorn blood from Snape's office. Stop. Rog felt a chill. He hadn't anticipated that Chilo, wrapped in bandages, would strike so swiftly and accurately. He needed to conserve his magic to contend with Chilo and Voldemort and could not delve deeply into the simulation. Thus, he resolved to accept Chilo's invitation and re-simulate. 1. You accepted Chilo's invitation. 2. Chilo launched a surprise attack, which you successfully repelled. 3. You threatened to inform the headmaster that Voldemort himself had come to recruit you. 4. Voldemort resorted to coercion and enticement, hoping to obtain the unicorn's blood. 5. You struck a deal with Voldemort, who marked you with the dark mark before allowing you to leave. Stop. Rogix halid daily. It appeared that agreeing to Voldemort posed no mortal danger. Nevertheless, he did not desire to bear such an unsightly dark mark on his arm. Of course, Professor, Rod nodded, engaging Chilo in discussions about the history of dark arts. Your understanding of dark arts is remarkably comprehensive. You have even mastered the killing curse. That is a spell invented by Professor Snape. Professor, it seems our headmaster harbors some prejudice against you. Chilo pushed open the office door. Ah, merely old tales. Gomein. This sentence served as the starting gun, and before the words had fully escaped, Chilo and Rog moved almost in unison. Both wielded their wands without incantations. The outcome would be decided in an instant. Chapter 88, Greetings, Voldemort. The Cruciatus Curse. Disarm. That night, Rog nearly used a muggle gun to end his own life, which incited Chilo's fury and frustration. In his eyes, Rog was merely a Slytherin who relished clever tricks, utterly oblivious to the honor of wizard duels. He looked down upon Rog from the depths of his heart, causing his spell casting to become slightly sluggish. He could have cast silently and without a wand, yet he insisted on brandishing his wand to demonstrate to Rog what wizarding honor entailed. However, as soon as he drew his wand, before he could complete the incantation, it collided with Rog's spell. No one magic, Chilo exclaimed, watching his wand fly away. Professor, my incantation is far longer than yours. Rog pointed his wand at Chilo's temple, compelling him to sit in a chair. Rog, how dare you lay a hand on a professor? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Chilo shouted, attempting to intimidate him. Consequences? Ash and unicorn hair. Professor, do you think the ministry could uncover something if I were to deliver them? Rog toyed with Chilo's wand, unapologetically stowing it away. Return my wand, or I will deduct 50 points, not 150. Rog observed the agitated Chilo and chuckled. How about 1,000 points? Have you considered how you will explain this to the headmaster? You. Chilo was not a man of eloquence, and was immediately rendered speechless by Rog's retort. I shall send you to Azkaban. Yes, Azkaban. Chilo stood up excitedly, the dangerous red glow from his wand prompting him to sit down hastily. Calm down, Rog. If you lay a hand on me, you will be sent to Azkaban. Chilo gazed into the cold, indifferent eyes of the young wizard, a chill running down his spine. His instincts warned him that this was no idle threat. Rog might genuinely resort to violence. Has no one informed you that I just emerged from Azkaban? Rog regarded the anxious Chilo with a cold smile. You might need to explain why you resorted to violence against a young wizard. The esteemed defense against the dark arts professor being defeated or even killed by a first-year student. How ludicrous, wouldn't you say? Furthermore, has no one advised you to maintain personal hygiene? Rog looked at Chilo with disdain, contemplating Voldemort's lack of a nose, thus understanding why he could endure such a pungent garlic odor. Moreover, regarding your slaughter of unicorns. Chilo, allow me to speak with him. Master, your power. Silence, fool. Chilo's face suddenly contorted with terror, completely forgetting the thread of his wand as he unwrapped his headscarf. He offered Rog a peculiar smile, standing to turn away. His bald head bore a face that appeared as if it had been scorched, grotesquely contorted like wax. Rod Travis, Voldemort called in a low, raspy voice, and the office was instantly enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of terror. Should I address you as Professor Chilo or as Lord Voldemort? Rod Smiled, keeping his wand trained on him. I, the greatest wizard of all time. Stop. Rog interrupted Voldemort's self-introduction, reminding him. Even Headmaster Dumbledore has never referred to himself in such a manner. And you? What merit do you possess? Albus, that coward, if it were not for Potter, Rog. Your family once followed me. Theodore and Buck were both my most capable subordinates. Voldemort seethed through gritted teeth, his tone laced with intense hatred. Firstly, it was certain individuals who followed you, not our family. Secondly, one is dead, and the other is serving a life sentence. It seems that following the great Lord Voldemort was not a prudent decision, Rog interjected, nearly choking the overconfident Voldemort with his retort. He glared furiously at the young wizard before him, struggling to suppress his rage and recalibrating his emotions. Just as he was about to speak, Rog coldly cut him off again. Voldemort, speak plainly. Our time is precious. Rog glanced at Voldemort's snake-like nostrils, responding succinctly. An impatient young wizard, Voldemort sneered, using a low and oppressive voice to threaten. Your relatives bear the dark mark upon their arms, a mere incantation from me, and they shall suffer far worse than death. Oh, Rog looked at the indistinct face and immediately burst into laughter. Voldemort gazed at him in confusion, perplexed by what was amusing. What is so funny? Are you an orphan? You are the orphan. Your entire family has been wiped out. Rog spat vehemently, continuing, thanks to you, my father Theodore met his demise at the ministry, and my mother and I were imprisoned in Azkaban for a full 11 years. Ah, so you are Theodore's child. Your mother is Jessica Lestrange. Voldemort suddenly comprehended, realizing he was dealing with the offspring of a Death Eater, and now he could not escape his grasp. Voldemort, has no one told you that interrupting others is quite rude? Rogue Riprakid. Damn it. Do you not fear that I shall kill your mother? He suddenly spoke with newfound confidence, his serpent-like red eyes scanning Rog, his tone dripping with menace. Wait until I finish speaking, then you may act. Rog calmly remarked. At least for now, we have ample time. Voldemort scrutinized Rog with suspicion. The peculiar boy before him was unlike any other, leaving him perplexed. A shadow of doubt crept into his heart. Did the young one care nothing for his mother? Or was he merely a ruthless wizard, much like Voldemort himself in his youth? The headmaster has removed the dark mark from my mother. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it, Rog declared, delivering a sharp retort. I am not like certain individuals, born as orphans, forsaken by their parents. Rog Travis, are you not afraid that I might kill you? Voldemort bellowed, struck where it hurt. Papers scattered chaotically in the office, an oppressive aura enveloping Rog. Voldemort's face contorted grotesquely, as if he might burst forth from his own scalp to devour. Wow, Mr. Voldemort, do you still possess the strength to act? Rog not only expressed disbelief, but continued to threaten. I may not be your equal, but I can certainly summon Dumbledore. Since you claim to be the greatest wizard of all time, how about we wager our lives against each other? What say you? With his wand at the ready, Rog provoked Voldemort further, who hesitated. You are the Dark Lord, the former nightmare of the British magical community, and I, merely a first-year Hogwarts student. In this light, your chances of victory are nearly 100%. Rog's taunts intensified, deepening Voldemort's uncertainty. Quirrell had already located the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort was reluctant to expose himself at this moment. To resurrect, he would spare even his nemesis, Harry. How could he allow a mere boy to thwart his endeavors? Even though his fragmented soul had rendered him extreme in temperament, Voldemort had not lost his wits. He swiftly adjusted his tone, his voice calm, yet commanding. Rog, there is no need to provoke me. We are both wizards and not adversaries. We ought to sit down and converse. There should be no bloodshed among wizards. Rog reminded himself to maintain seriousness, yet could not restrain a laugh at Voldemort's words. What is this? After failing to threaten me, you begin to rally? an evil wizard who had wreaked havoc upon the magical world, a butcher responsible for countless murders, now spoke of avoiding bloodshed among wizards? What are you laughing at? Voldemort demanded. I recalled something amusing. What could it be? Summer vacation is just around the corner. Rog, I have endured the painful years of the Muggle world. Magic is our lifeblood, the foundation of our superiority. We are destined to dominate those filthy mudbloods, establishing an ideal world for pureblood wizards. Hatred cannot govern us, and there should be no bloodshed among wizards. As pureblood wizards, we bear the responsibility to bring true equality to our kin, to forge a bright future for purebloods. Enduring Rog's piercing laughter, Voldemort admonished himself to remain unfazed, to not let it bother him. And with our wisdom, we shall eradicate the ignorance of the mudbloods. Rog, I have tolerated you for long enough. What, pray tell, do you find so amusing? What is there to laugh about? Chapter 89. The Frustrated Dark Lord. Mr. Voldemort, I am cheerful because summer vacation is imminent. However, I am curious. When you are your most powerful, can you leave the earth? Rog observed the bewildered expression on Voldemort's face, clicking his tongue. I can fly. Fly? As in, fly off the planet? Surely, Mr. Voldemort, you do not live in the Middle Ages, for I recall reading that you were born in this century. Silence. Voldemort's fury boiled over. Confronted with the imminent explosion of magic from Rog's wand, he had to quell his wrath. Recognizing that the pureblood ideology failed to sway Rog, he sought to capture him with ambition and power. Rog, perhaps you do not share my ideals, but as a Slytherin, you must possess ambition. Do not deny it. Voldemort coaxed. I am your senior. I understand the aspirations of the gifted in our house. Who said I would deny it? Rog shook his head. The current magical world is nothing more than an antiquity. Look at this office. There is not a trace of the electrical age. For heaven's sake, it is nearly the 21st century, yet I cannot even enjoy a cold cola. Rog's disdainful gaze encompassed not only Hogwarts but Voldemort as well. There is no joyful drink here, hence, no joy at all. Upon hearing this, Voldemort found himself laughing instead of fuming. He was not concerned that Rog disagreed with him, but feared that Rog lacked ambition. To seek change in the magical community, good, very ambitious, he liked that. Join me, Rog. Help me acquire the blood of a unicorn. I shall lead all wizards to glory. Voldemort revealed his true intentions, though it also exposed his frailty. In his current soul state, he could only inhabit other beings, clinging to life through their vitality. Quirrell's life force was nearly depleted. He needed the blood of a unicorn to survive. You shall stand beside me, gaining supreme power and glory. At that moment, the entire magical world will be yours to reshape, and no one shall impede you, not even Merlin. Standing alongside a king, sharing the realm, entering court without bowing, worshipping without name. As Voldemort painted a grandiose picture, Rog's mind churned with a barrage of historical references. History had taught him that those who enjoyed such privileges often met a tragic end. If you find it too hollow, I can assist you right now. I can make you the head of Slytherin, the student council president, the minister of magic. Is that all? Rog's flippant tone left Voldemort momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. I'm already the shadow head of Slytherin. Do I need that title? As for the student council president, what a trivial position to wield power when I am pleased. I may call him president. When displeased, I may merely pat his face and have him step aside. Rog declared confidently and flamboyantly, a wizard is always judged by strength. Those without power deserve to be mere rats in the sewers. Reputation and authority are merely byproducts of power. The law does not judge the victor. As for reshaping the entire magical world, forgive my candor, Mr. Voldemort, but you are a good person. A good person, me? Voldemort received Rog's compliment with discomfort and unease. Indeed, to change the magical world requires lofty ideals and a spirit of self-sacrifice, which, coincidentally, I lack both. Mr. Voldemort, I am rather timid. Timid? Voldemort screeched. Having never encountered such a shameless and peculiar wizard, to bellow and mock before him, reciting his name at will, without a shred of reverence. Was this what fear looked like? Very well, Rog. Seeing that the direct approach had failed, Voldemort resorted to sweetening his words. I must admit, you possess quite the imagination. So, are you interested in dark magic? True dark magic? Even the creation of Horcruxes? Voldemort enticed him. As far as I know, the restricted section of Hogwarts is off-limits to young wizards. The books on Horcruxes have all been moved to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. If you agree, I will have Quirrell provide you with a pass, allowing you unrestricted access there. I, the greatest dark wizard in existence, can be your mentor, imparting all the dark magic you wish to learn, guiding you through any spells. Mr. Voldemort, Rog looked at Voldemort's excited demeanor, feeling somewhat reluctant to burst his bubble. I accidentally emptied a certain underground library of the Ministry of Magic while traveling during Christmas. The closure of the mind, the revelation of cutting-edge dark magic. The forbidden schism. My home is replete with books, rendering a visit to the restricted section unnecessary. The more literature Rog reads, the deeper the indentation on Chilo's occiput becomes. I hope his mentality remains intact. Rog rubbed his nose, and his visage took on a somewhat ethereal quality. He wished that the illustrious Dark Lord, the patricidal riddle, the supplier of prisoners, the man whose name is forbidden in the British magical community, dear Mr. Voldemort, could endure. A true warrior must dare to confront the bleakness of life. If you don't believe me, I could recite a passage about Horcruxes. Enough, Voldemort bellowed. You don't need dark magic. What about galleons? I still possess the key to the Lestrange family's vault. Your mother hails from the Lestrange lineage. How about their family key? Voldemort clung to the remnants of hope. Gazing longingly at Rog. Do you have 1,000,000 galleons? Rog glanced around Chilo's cramped office, frowning. It's too small here. The money I've stored in Gringotts could inundate the entire room. Alas, the goblins are far too miserly. After exchanging even a small amount, they permanently closed the exchange window. Rog lamented, regretfully confessing that he possessed billions of pounds with no idea what to do with them. If you Voldemort had a heart, it would have shattered by now. He looked at Rog with a feeble gaze, feeling like a relic of a bygone era, a destitute wretch. Just leave. He weakly closed his eyes, devoid of the initial arrogance. Like a dying elder, he sighed listlessly. If you inform Dumbledore, I shall kill you. Even if it means sacrificing Chilo. Voldemort's words filled Chilo with dread. Why would he risk his own life? Fear not. I shan't disclose anything to Dumbledore. I swear by Merlin. Rog smiled, recognizing that the tides of power had shifted. It was time to articulate his own demands. Mr. Voldemort, if you assist me with a few minor tasks, I may be able to offer my help. Truly, Voldemort exclaimed excitedly, quickly recovering his dignity as the Dark Lord. Speak. As a wizard, I adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. First, a few minor inquiries. With your vast knowledge, you are surely capable of teaching me. Of course, I am the most distinguished graduate in the history of Hogwarts. In matters of magic, particularly dark magic, even Dumbledore pales in comparison to me. Upon seeing Voldemort nod, Rog posed a long-held question. Surely, you won't tell me how many Horcruxes were created. Rest assured, I shan't ask. But could you enlighten me as to why you crafted Horcruxes? Immortality, Voldemort replied bluntly. Immortality? For what I gather, you began researching Horcruxes during your school years. At merely a tender age, why such an obsession with death? Voldemort closed his eyes, remaining silent in the face of Rog's probing. Well, it appears you fear the Grim Reaper. Since you are capable of creating Horcruxes, you must be familiar with the despicable He Who Must Not Be Named. Tell me, is he dead or alive? I do not know. Voldemort regarded Rog with a glint of disdain. I do not deceive you. Some say he perished when his soul was fragmented, while others claim he remains hidden somewhere. The truth is elusive. I have traversed all of Greece without finding any trace of him. Thus, there is reason to believe that he is deceased. Rog harbored doubts about his words. If he must not be named were truly dead, why would Voldemort obsessively create Horcruxes in pursuit of immortality? Very well, then for my third inquiry, is it possible to erase the consciousness of a Horcrux and transform it into a mere magical artifact? A cold glimmer flashed in Voldemort's eyes. He had indeed never considered such a method for handling soul fragments. Yet the crux lay not in the answer, but in the question itself. In the realm of wizards, the answer and the process were of little consequence. The question was the essence of all. A truly prescient inquiry could incite a revolution, precipitating monumental changes in the world. For instance, before He Who Must Not Be Named, no one could have fathomed the existence of basilisks or Horcruxes. Such phenomena had never occurred. It has never happened, Voldemort replied coolly, scrutinizing Rog in an attempt to discern his intentions. Well, I had thought it might serve as an intelligent assistant. Rog chuckled, refraining from further inquiry. However, he had gleaned a clue from Voldemort's lips. Never happened implied that it could indeed transpire in the future. Mr. Voldemort, are you familiar with this? Rog produced a golden sphere, the golden snitch, number 101. The golden snitch? A delightful little trinket. Indeed, it hails from centuries ago, crafted by Bowman Wright, the inventor of the golden snitch. It seems to conceal some secret, but I have yet to decipher how the patterns upon it move. You pose an abundance of questions. Voldemort's eyes sparkled with a shrewd glint, hinting at ulterior motives. Mr. Voldemort, as an upperclassman, assisting a junior is a noble virtue. You impart a modicum of knowledge and gain unicorn blood in return. It is a most equitable exchange. Very well, Rog. Bring it closer to me. The featherlight charm. Observing the disappointment on Voldemort's countenance, Rog realized that the noseless fiend harbored malicious intent. Remarkable control. You possess the potential to become a dark wizard. Voldemort grinned, unperturbed by the revelation of his scheme. The exquisite design and structure of goblin metal. Voldemort quickly discerned the craftsmanship and structure of the golden snitch before him. Two methods. The first is to shatter it. What lies within may be damaged. The second is to seek out some goblin tomes to study. Therein lies the answers you seek. Mr. Voldemort, why not be more specific? Robert said, Oh, should not wizards be self-taught? Or are you as dim-witted as a Gryffindor who cannot think for themselves? Voldemort's derisive laughter echoed. TCH, Voldemort, your sharp tongue rivals that of our esteemed Professor Snape. Severus? Huh. Now, let us discuss the terms of our transaction. Damn it, Rog, were those questions not part of the deal? Voldemort seethed, feeling deceived. Nay, that was merely an amicable, scholarly exchange between fellow Slytherins. Oomph. Now, academic exchanges at Hogwarts can encompass Horcruxes? Were you not to uphold the principle of equivalent exchange? Certainly, it is equitable, but I shall determine the value. Ha! Rog, you do possess a knack for the dark arts. Do not fret over such details. I can pilfer unicorn blood for you, but you must provide me with what I desire. Very well, and what is it that you seek? Voldemort's eyes gleamed with a cunning light, pondering yet another scheme. All known potion recipes. Do not attempt to deceive me with the mundane. Otherwise, I shall have the headmaster speak with Chilo. All potion recipes? Such audacity. I appreciate the compliment. My appetite has always been considerable, even earning me the moniker the belly of the hidden dragon. Did you think I was complimenting you? Greedy little wizard. Do you not know the adage, a man's ambition exceeds his grasp? 3 vials of unicorn blood. No, too little. I, Voldemort, have traversed all of Europe. The potion recipes I possess are rare and potent. 10 vials, and I shall teach you 30 potion recipes. 10 vials? What nonsense! If Snape discovers this, he will kill me. 5 vials for 50 potion recipes. If you disagree, so be it. Rog shrugged and stepped back, seemingly poised to depart. Come back. Voldemort had not anticipated that anyone would dare to impose upon him. He inhaled deeply. I acquiesce. What else? Rod? I possess a wealth of knowledge that could be bartered for unicorn blood. Can you teach me the language of snakes? Do you aspire to become a Parselmouth? Voldemort laughed heartily, for he could detect no trace of the gaunt bloodline within Rog, which meant Rog was inherently incapable of becoming a Parselmouth. Mr. Voldemort, has no one ever mentioned that your laughter is quite grating? Rog remarked, digging into his ear to signal for silence. Being a Parselmouth is an innate gift. Without the gaunt lineage, it is utterly impossible for you to acquire that ability. I am well aware of that. Furthermore, do refrain from regarding me with that imbecilic gaze. Are you familiar with the concept of a ventriloquist dummy? A ventriloquist dummy? A toy? Voldemort was perplexed by Rog's notions and required the young wizard's assistance to broaden his perspective. It is true that Parseltongue is naturally occurring, but that does not preclude wizards from mimicking the sound of snake speech. Oh, you wish to be a poor imitator? Voldemort taunted, do not forget, a ventriloquist dummy can only replicate a single phrase. That is something I need not be reminded of. The essence of sound is vibration. If I can capture the sonic imprint of Parseltongue, I can utilize that vibration to recreate the voice. In other words, attach a needle to a talking mouth and record the sound onto a medium. Oh, in the Muggle world, there exists a similar device known as a phonograph. A relic from the last century. Then why should I teach you? Voldemort discerned the mockery in Rog's tone and scolded himself for feeling outdated. Rod, 5 vials of unicorn blood are sufficient for my needs. I believe I require no further transactions. Well, it seems I must sell you some knowledge. You? Selling me knowledge? Voldemort scoffed, for during his reign in the magical world, Rog's parents had yet to be wed. Allow me to finish before you laugh. Considering what useful knowledge he might impart. Mr. Voldemort, why do you think he who must not be named sought to fuse his own soul? Surely, it could not be as the text suggests, that the vile he who must not be named had repented. Do you believe in the reformation of dark wizards? A flicker of interest sparkled in Voldemort's eyes. Continue. He who must not be named was a genius. In his pursuit of immortality, he created Horcruxes. Assuming the records are accurate, there exists an interpretation of his actions. Division cannot grant eternal life. Only fusion can bestow immortality. Proceed. Voldemort felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Rog's hypothesis held truth? Had he strayed from the correct path? Do not rush, Mr. Voldemort. Is it possible that the basilisk serves as his Horcrux A biological Horcrux? Rog thought of Harry, whose fragment of soul within his forehead was indeed a ticking time bomb. Voldemort suddenly grasped the concept, envisioning various scenarios for a biological Horcrux. A bold hypothesis, theoretically entirely feasible. A biological Horcrux? Why had he never considered it before? He rambled to himself. First, create a powerful magical creature, then transform it into 1S Horcrux. In doing so, one soul could coexist with a magical being, gradually familiarizing itself with its form. When the time is ripe, abandon the frail human shell and infuse the primary soul into the magical creature. Utilizing the soul within the Horcrux, consume the other. Voldemort quickly sketched out a magical version of possession, believing this notion to be without flaw. The lifespan of a wizard is confined by the body, while the soul possesses the potential for eternal existence. As long as one can completely dismantle the other, it is possible to switch vessels for the soul at any time. Indeed, this not only remedies a fragmented soul, but also grants one the formidable vitality of a magical creature. Voldemort licked his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Rog, as if appraising a highly valuable treasure. Rog, your perspective on issues is astute and unique, your mind unconfined by the conventional constraints of ordinary wizards. Join me, child. You shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Mr. Voldemort, do not be so fervent, Rog cautioned. We are discussing a transaction, remember? Chapter 91, Lich and Death. I had almost forgotten. But I am already aware of He Who Must Not Be Named's experimental methodology. My apologies, it appears you have lost your bargaining chip. Is that so? Rog's nonchalant tone set Voldemort on edge. Had he overlooked some crucial information? The basilisk. I happen to know of a basilisk. Do you wish to know where it resides? Mr. Voldemort, interrupting others is quite an unbecoming habit. Kindly take heed. Rog frowned and continued. The basilisk you are aware of, I too know of. It resides in the Chamber of Secrets, the pet of Salazar Slytherin. Ignoring Voldemort's astonished expression, Rog inquired softly, Mr. Voldemort, are you certain your current state can subdue the soul of that millennia-old basilisk? You might find yourself devoured instead. Hiss, why not give it a try? Try? I commend your bravery. Perhaps you should graduate wearing a scarlet and gold robe. Blast, do not compare me to that pack of foolish lions. Calm down, teach me Parseltongue, and I shall reveal how to hatch a basilisk. Hatch a basilisk? Voldemort scrutinized Rog, pondering whether the young wizard had discovered Who Must Not Be Named's laboratory in Europe. Very well, Rog. I consent. Tell me, teach me Parseltongue first. What if you were deceiving me? I could disclose the key materials. Rooster eggs. Rooster eggs? What jest is this? Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. Believe it or not. All right, I agree to teach you Parseltongue. 3 days. How much you learn depends on your aptitude. 3 days? Acceptable. Rod nodded, sensing that Voldemort's preparations for stealing the Philosopher's Stone were nearly complete. Mr. Voldemort, would you be interested in selling me the key to the Lestrange family vault? Rog inquired like a greedy little imp, eager to extract every ounce of value for Voldemort. Truly, you are the shadowy head of our Slytherin house. Your avarice is commendable. A fair exchange, and I am quite curious. Why is the key to the Lestrange family vault in your possession? Rog recalled the plot, sensing that this vault held significant importance. If memory serves, you are the last of the Gaunt line, are you not? Gaunt. Voldemort's expression grew complex at the mention of that familiar, yet distant surname. As a master of the Death Eaters, is it not customary for servants to offer treasures? The Lestrange family vault was, after all, gifted by Bellatrix. Bellatrix? Rog regarded Voldemort with a knowing smile, realizing that he was indeed the master of the Green Hat, sharing a peculiar affinity with one known as Boss Chow. What? Voldemort failed to comprehend Rog's words, yet he sensed the underlying mockery in his tone. If your knowledge piques my interest, I might consider entrusting you with the vault key. Rest assured, it is an entirely new version of the basilisk and the transformation of wizards, along with the Lich's phylactery, particularly the latter, which is knowledge not recorded even in ancient magic. Commonly referred to as fabricated lies, Rog internally defined. Do share. No, Mr. Voldemort, you are far too clever. You must either refuse me entirely without revealing a single word or agree to relinquish the vault to me. The key is hidden in the Hogshead Inn. Grant me the key or deny me, you wretched little wizard. Rogan exclaimed. Very well. The key resides within the Chamber of Slytherin, located in the girls' lavatory where Myrtle met her untimely demise. Rogan shook his head, realizing that Voldemort was unwilling to relinquish the key to his vault. Rising to his feet, he bid farewell to Voldemort and Quirrell. Grod Nafelgar's vault Rogrod. What? Rogan queried, casting a wary glance at Voldemort while conjuring a Patronus before him. Prepare to defend against any curses that might be cast. You ignorant fool. That is goblin language, Voldemort replied, a rare sense of superiority evident in his expression. It means to give you the key and unlock the vault. You must venture to Gringotts and speak to Griphook, uttering this phrase, and he shall grant you the key. Alternatively, you could seek out Bellatrix. She carries a wand and can similarly unlock the vault. Could you repeat that? Humph. Pay close attention. Grodnafel. The goblin language sounded somewhat guttural, a cacophony of tones that resembled a chattering sound. Rogan memorized it after the second repetition, but still felt compelled to jot it down in his notebook. Are you planning to consult the dictionary as well? Bingo, you guessed correctly. Rogan's distrustful demeanor incited some ire within Voldemort, yet he refrained from reacting, motivated by the value of knowledge. Tell me about the transformation between basilisk and wizard, as well as the lich's phylactery. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, often referred to as one who upholds his promises. However, I am unaware of how a basilisk transforms into a wizard. Rogan gestured for Voldemort to remain patient, assuring him he had no intention of jesting. I can provide you with a clue. The blood curse. The blood curse? Voldemort pondered, for this enigmatic curse remained an unsolved mystery within the magical realm. Indeed, there was once a performer in the Arcanist wizarding circus who could metamorphose into a viper and revert back to a wizard. I know who you speak of, Nagini, a companion of Newt and Jacob. Is she still at Hogwarts? I offer knowledge, not intelligence. However, in light of your standing as the Dark Lord, I shall divulge. Nagini has been captured and returned to the circus. I knew it. Voldemort's lips curled into a smirk, yet he left his thought unspoken, regarding Rogan with a meaningful glance, urging him to continue. Mr. Voldemort, I trust that as a prominent sorcerer of our time, you can surely manipulate the blood curse to your advantage. As for the lich's phylactery, it is a remarkable magic devised by a cadre of mages seeking eternal life. They abhorred the constraints of mortality that hindered their pursuit of infinite magical knowledge, thus yearning for eternity. The mages devised a method to transform into liches, allowing them to evade death. First, one must create a phylactery, then completely sever one's own soul. Finally, encase the soul within the phylactery. In doing so, the mage can detach from their corporeal form, becoming an immortal spellcaster. They require neither sustenance nor sleep, retaining all memories and talents. The destruction of the physical body is inconsequential. As long as the phylactery endures, one can be resurrected at any time. Rogan recounted, his eyes gleaming with interest as they met Voldemort's, as if suggesting that Horcruxes were but a crude imitation of phylacteries. Mr. Voldemort, it appears you are aware that becoming a lich is no longer an option for you. Fear not, another method exists. Rogan lowered his voice and slowed his pace. You may forge a pact with certain beings, such as death itself, to transform you into a lich. Death? Voldemort echoed the term, uncertain of the existence of such a concept. Indeed, the legendary figure of death. If you can locate him, immortality could be yours. Rogan's words ignited a fervent desire within Voldemort. Whether through Horcruxes or as a lich, the prospect of eternal life seemed tantalizingly within reach. Rogatravis, join me. Together we can stride into eternity. Voldemort had lost count of how many times he had extended this invitation to Rogan, yet each plea grew increasingly earnest and heartfelt. I am still young. Perhaps we shall discuss this again when I am old and unable to move. Rogan took his leave from Voldemort and Quirrell, unwilling to become a mere skeleton at such a tender age. Master, shall we not? Quirrell glared at Rogan's retreating figure, lamenting the loss of his wand. Silence. Fool, I am weary and require rest. Why yes, master. Quirrell hastily apologized, and once the voice in the back of his head fell silent, he wrapped his head in cloth once more. Upon departing Quirrell's office, Rogan sought out Snape without delay. He had only promised not to inform Dumbledore, not Snape. Professor, may I have a few vials of unicorn blood? Rogan stated rather directly, not concealing his dealings with Quirrell. You encountered him? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing. Voldemort. Chapter 92. Speculations on the blood curse. Since you have seen him, refrain from uttering his name. At least not now. Snape interrupted Rogan, his tone grave. His name carries a tracking curse. Should anyone utter it, he will be able to sense it. Oh, I understand now, Rogan replied thoughtfully, curious as he asked, Professor, if every muggle in the world were to simultaneously shout his name, would the Dark Lord's head explode? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Snape glared at Rogan, bewildered by the peculiar thoughts of his student. Such a powerful wizard would have certainly implemented threshold management in his curses. Filtering and barrier spells would be in place. What if? Rogan pondered internally. Having said that, Snape led Rogan to his private collection. The small chamber was filled with rare ingredients and priceless potions that Snape had amassed over the years. Here lay a millennium-old serpent's gall preserved in amber, a shimmering veritaserum, bloodied hearts of beastmen, and even the remnants of a claw encased in ice. Rare potion materials intertwined, and the air was thick with an extraordinary, mystical aura. Snape gently brushed his fingers across the shelves, pride evident in his eyes. "How many vials of unicorn blood do you require?" Snape unlocked a cabinet with a key, revealing nearly 100 crystal jars within. Each jar exuded a chill, preserving the freshness of the blood. The silvery liquid shimmered with a sanctity and wealth that was unmistakable. Every potion master is a wealthy individual, Rogan mused, realizing that despite Snape's disheveled appearance, he was indeed a man of considerable means. Any potion taken from that shelf could fetch a fortune on the market. I made an arrangement with the Dark Lord. I will assist him in acquiring unicorn blood in exchange for a valuable potion recipe. He requires 5 vials. Could you possibly spare me 2 more? Rogan estimated that he would need some for experimentation with Nagini as well. What do you need them for? Snape inquired, not refusing. As he extracted 7 vials and closed the cabinet, he opened 5 of them and poured in a liquid resembling mercury. I discovered that unicorn blood has remarkable effects on the blood of blood-cursed beings, and I wish to study it further. Rogan chose to trust his professor, Snape. Blood-cursed beings? They are quite perilous, Snape cautioned, instructing Rogan to handle the vials with care. His fingers skimmed the shelves until he located the cabinet marked for werewolves and vampires. Werewolves and vampires are similarly reliant on the transmission of blood, in a certain sense. They may be considered manifestations of a blood curse and could possibly originate from the experiments of ancient wizards. Werewolves and vampires. Rod noted, acknowledging that both represent transformations between humans and magical beings, sharing an intrinsic commonality. The vampires in this context are not the elegantly dressed nobility, but rather grotesque. Enlarged versions of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. They possess wrinkled skin and thin wings, embodying a repulsive and hideous dark species. Professor, do you think it's possible that they both stem from some experiment? The failed specimens could be termed blood beastmen, the moderately successful ones werewolves, and the overly successful ones vampires. Rod's imagination soared as he boldly hypothesized. Since blood beastmen and vampires stand at opposite ends of the spectrum, what would we call the successful specimens? Snape paused, momentarily taken aback by Rog's divergent thinking, which indeed sparked intrigue. Animagus, he exclaimed, his eyes widening slightly, an expression of surprise breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. Yet, it was a conclusion that made sense. Rog felt his conjecture was on point. These entities, seemingly unrelated, all bore connections to animals. Perhaps there is some merit to that, though the order of your deductions may require adjustment. Snape refrained from declaring whether Rog's reasoning was correct or incorrect, instead retrieving the brain of a werewolf and the heart of a vampire, both rather grotesque specimens. Vampires are the failed specimens, werewolves are the unstable ones, and blood beastmen could be the successful specimens, Snape elucidated, observing Rog's puzzled expression. Let me inform you that there are only 7 registered animagi in the entire British magical community. Even counting illegal animagi, the total does not exceed 20. And blood beastmen? Snape handed Rog the specimens of the werewolf and vampire, gesturing for him to follow. I understand now. The blood curse can be inherited by female descendants, though they may eventually transform into true beasts as they age, before losing their sanity. They are all inherently animagi. Rog was astonished, feeling increasingly close to uncovering the truth behind the blood curse. There is no need to consider innate talent, no need to concoct complex potions, nor even to recite incantations. Merely infusing a spell into the bloodline can grant one the abilities of an animagus. Snape's tone bore a hint of envy. Despite the considerable side effects of the blood curse, it remained astonishing. Professor, does that mean blood beastmen are the final specimens? On the contrary, blood beastmen are most likely the first specimens. Snape discerned Rog's confusion and retrieved his notes on animagi. Harry's father, James, was an animagus, and Sirius was also one. Yet, the self-proclaimed half-blood prince, Snape, lacks the innate talent for becoming an animagus. We can reasonably surmise that ancient wizards conducted numerous experiments to transform into animals. The blood curse was the initial step, and subsequent modifications led to the emergence of animagi. What is the effect of animagi? Snape immediately inquired. To transform into an animal. To be precise, into an ordinary animal. Ancient wizards would not be satisfied with such simplicity. Their true ambition lay in those magical creatures imbued with extraordinary powers. Like the immortal phoenix? Your thoughts tread on dangerous ground. Snape glared at Rog, suspecting he was alluding to Fawkes, yet lacking evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Assuming our hypotheses are correct, future generations may perceive their experiments as failures. Werewolves and vampires as failed products. Escape the laboratory to become perilous dark creatures within the magical realm. Concerning etymology, there exists a consensus among wizards. Magical creatures and wizards are fundamentally distinct, operating magic in disparate manners. Wizards cannot transform into magical creatures, for such an endeavor would yield unpredictable consequences. Unpredictable consequences? Death? Rog inquired curiously. But Snape did not respond directly. The werewolf, transformed under the moonlight, fears silver objects, while the nearly immortal vampire dreads sunlight, both considered unpredictable outcomes. However, Snape shifted his tone, instructing Rog to pour the blood into a test tube. He opened the lid, extracting the biological samples and slicing them into small pieces. Werewolves and vampires possess magical powers, their existence proving current theories contain flaws. And these flaws, in turn, suggest that the theories themselves are erroneous or, at best, narrow-minded. There must be a more advanced theory that facilitates a wizard's transformation into a magical creature. Unicorn blood possesses the ability to resurrect. Perhaps it can restore balance to power. As Snape spoke, he placed the samples into the test tube. The fresh unicorn blood exhibited remarkable effects. The two test tubes swiftly transformed from silvery white to crimson and ebony, an unmistakable aura of lifelessness emanating from within. An intriguing subject, Snape mused, having anticipated the failure before him, yet it confirmed that unicorn blood indeed had utility. Professor, please don't look at me that way. I feel inadequate. Is that so? It appears that entrusting you with unicorn blood is a misallocation. No. I meant that I require time and your assistance. Rog hastily grasped the jar, pledging to undertake the research project. Snape casually tossed the key to Rog. This will be your graduation project for potions. Do not disappoint me. With that, he turned to leave, as if the small compartment contained mere earthenware pots rather than valuable, rare potion ingredients. Rog watched Snape's retreating figure, his expression filled with gratitude. As he had previously stated, he never withheld knowledge and resources from gifted students. Yet, when confronted with fools, it was simply a waste of time, a form of self-destruction. Perhaps this was why Snape had always harbored grievances regarding Harry's ineptitude in potions. Having gained admission as Snape's student, he understood that should he reap benefits, he must also bear the corresponding burdens. Any hint of negligence would subject him to Snape's merciless critique, often accompanied by the most scathing ridicule. After a year of training under Snape, Rog's proficiency now rivaled that of any senior potion maker. Be it OWLs or Newts, he could easily pass. Snape recognized that the project he assigned was complex. Even he could not guarantee a resolution 6 years hence. However, it would serve to elevate Rog's potion-making skills, preventing his studies from devolving into a mere exercise in futility. Rest assured, I will complete it, Rog silently vowed, determined to present his research findings as a graduation gift to Snape. He returned to the room of requirement with the unicorn blood, contemplating whether Dumbledore had mastered the art of animagy while modifying the sound-making mouth. The Dumbledore family seemed to have forged a pact with the Phoenix. Whenever a member faced peril, the Phoenix would appear at their side. Rog suddenly recalled the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, which had suffered significant damage at the hands of Fawkes. If the headmaster were indeed an animagus, what might his animal form be? A phoenix? Rog swiftly dismissed his own conjecture, for Dumbledore had ultimately died or vanished. Perhaps he was an old bee. No longer preoccupied with this line of thought, Rog resolved to extract every ounce of knowledge from Voldemort in the coming days. Missing this opportunity would mean encountering a far stronger Voldemort in the future. He needed to be prepared, for who knows, he might even seize the Philosopher's Stone. In the life of a wizard, one must always harbor dreams. Without dreams, wouldn't one be akin to a lifeless fish? In the final days leading up to the exams, Hermione and Daphne had intended to seek him out for joint revision. Yet, Rog was nowhere to be found, and no one knew what he was preoccupied with. At this moment, Rog had abandoned his revision and was engrossed in the study of all things pertaining to fairies. Meanwhile, he also had to visit Quirrell's office to practice the pronunciation of Parseltongue as demonstrated by Voldemort. As the holidays approached, the objectives of both parties were no longer aligned. Although their collaboration was not particularly pleasant, it had not resulted in any significant blunders. However, Voldemort's instruction in Parseltongue was rather sluggish. In the end, he had taught a mere 1,000 phrases, sufficient only for rudimentary communication. Rog had also refrained from handing over the unicorn blood in one go, instead opting to leave a vial each day after their trade concluded. Rog, on which side will you stand? Voldemort gazed at him with intense scrutiny. The unicorn blood indeed possessed remarkable powers. After consuming 2 vials, he felt revitalized. Rog was still unaware of the additional substances Snape had mixed in, but thus far, Voldemort had not detected anything amiss. His visage appeared more distinct against Quirrell's nape, even taking on a semblance of three-dimensionality. On the victorious side, Rog examined the black cards and reiterated the phrases using a mimicry of the mouth. Only after multiple comparisons confirmed no discrepancies did he stow the cards away and present today as vial of blood. Initially, Voldemort was skeptical of the mouth's ability to imitate Parseltongue. When he uttered the language, the large mouth merely opened and closed. A slender silver needle behind it incessantly etched incomprehensible patterns onto the black card. Once he finished speaking, Rog twisted a knob, and in turn, spoke a lengthy segment in Parseltongue, which was flawlessly echoed by the small contraption before him, without a hint of deviation in tone or inflection. It was then that Voldemort became convinced that Rog had indeed deciphered the language. With those black cards and the mimicry mouth, any wizard could master Parseltongue henceforth. It appears you will unreservedly align yourself with my cause, Voldemort declared, confident in his imminent return to supremacy within the magical realm. Mr. Voldemort, you certainly exude confidence. However, the magical world will not allow you to orchestrate matters at will, Rog remarked, noting Voldemort's unwavering self-assurance, which served to undermine him. Are you referring to Dumbledore? He is old and belongs to a bygone era, Voldemort exclaimed as he savored the unicorn blood, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. I have imparted the basics of Parseltongue to you. According to our agreement, you are to deliver the remaining vials of blood and knowledge to me. Voldemort's expression turned cunning, as if everything lay within his grasp. Did Quirrell not find anything in the library? Rog raised an eyebrow in mockery, having recently overheard Mrs. Pance's criticisms of Quirrell. As a black card was inserted, the mimicry mouth adopted Mrs. Pance's tone, cursing, "Damn Quirrell, he has tainted every book with the stench of garlic." He even dared to invade the restricted section to wreak havoc upon those precious spellbooks. I must report him to the headmaster. Apologies, the volume was a bit loud, Rog said, pursing his lips apologetically as he adjusted the knob several times. Voldemort chuckled, displaying no embarrassment. He, like Rog, had no trust in the other. I was merely searching for books on Lich. He was indeed curious about Liches and the Horcrux. It had found no relevant information after scouring the entire library. Voldemort could not help but suspect that Rog was deceiving him. After all, a completely new lie could not be disproven. Rog, I've already handed you the potion recipes. You promised me unicorn blood, and today marks the final deadline with only 3 vials delivered. Mr. Voldemort, you have not adequately taught me Parseltongue. If you seek knowledge about hatching basilisks, allow me to enlighten you. Rog keenly sensed a shift. Voldemort appeared poised to breach their agreement. Many had indeed been deceived by him. What need did the soul-bound Voldemort have for blood? The true sustenance he sought was Quirrell's life force. Those vials of unicorn blood were to nourish Quirrell, lest he perish before acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Rog dared not let his guard down, concealing his wand within his voluminous sleeve, mentally simulating scenarios. 1. You inform Voldemort that a toad is required to hatch a basilisk, and he displays an expression of realization. 2. Voldemort casts the Cruciatus curse upon you, and you are unable to resist becoming a Death Eater. 3. You assist Quirrell in entering the Chamber of Secrets, but fail to locate the Philosopher's Stone. 4. You cast a spell upon Harry, who is engaged in a struggle with Quirrell. 5. Harry is injured by your spell, and you are expelled from school. Simulation ceased. Rog realized he had been negligent. The recent tranquility had lulled him into a false sense of security regarding Voldemort. He hastily resumed his simulation, discovering that he still had options. Mr. Voldemort, I surmise you must have come across the knowledge of hatching basilisks in some book from the library. For instance, it requires a toad. Rog smiled confidently, causing Voldemort to grow uneasy. Are you suggesting that book is flawed? Yes and no. Rog revealed an enigmatic smile, momentarily adopting the role of Voldemort's instructor. In medieval times, breeding basilisks was deemed illegal. If you had read the laws prohibiting the domestication of animals for experimentation, you would understand that there are explicit regulations in place. Laws? I never pay them any heed, Voldemort scoffed. Of course you could do as you please. We all know you are adept at overturning the law. However, even without such regulations, dark wizards would not breed basilisks, for they are exceedingly dangerous and can only be controlled by Parseltongue. Now, it seems you need to be added to that list. Voldemort fixed his gaze upon Rog, hoping to unearth a flaw in his expression. Oh me? Truly? Rog rose with feigned excitement. To think that mastering Parseltongue would allow one to control a basilisk. How splendid. Of course, this is all thanks to you, Mr. Voldemort. You are indeed an exceptional professor. That being said, the book did not lie. It merely omitted crucial information. For instance, the egg has specific requirements, and hatching cannot occur at just any time. As the greatest dark wizard, you surely comprehend these secrets. Indeed, at Rog's flattery, Voldemort appeared pleased, realizing his charisma had not waned. The young wizard was beginning to gravitate towards him. He accepted Rog's praise without hesitation, entirely oblivious to Rog's fidgeting at the doorway. From what I understand, the egg comes from a 7-year-old rooster in the constellation Canis Major. What? Voldemort lifted his head. The office door swung wide, and Rog had vanished. A talent for sensing danger? Voldemort narrowed his eyes, regretting not having acted the moment Rog entered. Master, shall I assist you in locating him? No. Now that he is wary, he will not easily reveal himself to me. How are preparations at the Ministry coming along? Voldemort dismissed Quirrell's suggestion. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone was of utmost importance. Once he returned to power, where could that young wizard possibly escape to? Master, Lucius is willing to help divert Dumbledore. So it was that cunning fellow. Quirrell, you did not disclose my intentions to him, did you? Without your permission? I would not dare, Quirrell replied, trembling of Voldemort's suspicion. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Voldemort emitted a chilling laugh, gradually sinking into silence. Chapter 94, Examination Week. The weather grew increasingly oppressive, and the classroom lacked even a fan. Rog clutched an examination quill specifically designed for the occasion and began to swiftly tackle the questions. He had heard from Daphne that this pen was imbued with an anti-cheating spell to prevent students from resorting to magical deceit. The questions on the paper were quite fundamental, covering the basics of magical knowledge. Rog completed the exam promptly, feeling no compulsion to cheat. During Professor Flitwick's charm examination, Rog undoubtedly received the highest accolades in the room. His pineapple performed a rhythmically captivating tap dance, its cheerful sounds irresistible enough to make everyone sway along, even as it danced atop the desks. When the students heard Professor McGonagall announce the exam question, regret washed over them. Inside the cage at the podium was a mouse, and what the students were required to do was transform it into a snuff box. If they had diligently completed every piece of homework, this task would not have posed much difficulty. The stern Professor McGonagall's spectacles gleamed with a sharp light, causing most students to lower their heads in guilt. No one had anticipated that the examination question for the academic year would be assigned during the very first class. They distinctly remembered that this was merely an extracurricular exercise designated for Rog and Hermione. Rog, you must have practiced, right? Quickly teach me your techniques. Daphne nudged Rog, lacking confidence about the exam question. Daphne, you know how it is with me, Rog shook his head, asserting that he wouldn't engage in any extra practice beyond the assigned homework. Well then, Daphne, somewhat disappointed, turned her gaze toward the top student, Hermione. Rog was not the ideal student in the eyes of the professor. That accolade belonged to Miss Granger. She consistently approached the problems and assignments set by the professors with unwavering enthusiasm. Universally acknowledged, she was the most obedient, diligent, and earnest little witch. However, Hermione was well aware that despite the professor's fondness for her, the younger witches and wizards secretly refer to her as a bookworm and an annoying telltale. Harry, do you feel confident? Ron nervously observed the mouse in the cage, feeling that Scabbers was, in comparison, far more intelligent. This is the consequence of not completing your assignments properly, Hermione remarked as she was the first to step forward. With a calm and graceful wave of her wand, her incantation was both steady and swift, and the mouse in the cage instantaneously transformed into an exquisite snuff box, devoid of any trace of its former rodent form. An impeccable transfiguration. Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, marking a high score beside her name. The next to step up was a nervous Ron, who pointed his shoddy wand at the cage, but hesitated to utter the spell. Come on, Ron, you can do it. Harry encouraged him from the side. Yes, I can. Ron took a deep breath and loudly pronounced the incantation. The mouse in the cage responded to the spell, transforming into a bizarre and grotesque snuff box. What a loss of sanity, Rog mused, surprised that Weasley possessed a hint of Cthulhuesque talent. The snuff box bore long whiskers, with 4 legs and a slender tail flailing about. Eerily grotesque. Weasley, your snuff box won't squeak, will it? Malfoy mercilessly mocked, eliciting a wave of laughter from those around. Next, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and jotted down a P, poor, beside Ron's name. Well done, Mr. Potter, she acknowledged, nodding and awarding an E exceeds expectations. Ron pouted for below. Although he and Harry had performed the same task, their results varied drastically, and he had barely scraped through the exam. With Ron setting a low benchmark, the others gained confidence, achieving transfiguration results that exceeded expectations. Overall, the young lions did not disappoint their head of house. With everyone except Ron managing to pass. When it was Slytherin's turn, Professor McGonagall found herself momentarily stunned. Aside from Goyle and Crabbe, who merely scraped by, the majority achieved E, exceeds expectations, while Rog and Daphne undoubtedly secured O, outstanding. Slytherin's transfiguration results overwhelmingly surpassed those of Gryffindor, stirring a complex array of emotions within Professor McGonagall. On one hand, as the transfiguration professor, she felt a sense of pride in Slytherin's commendable performance. On the other hand, as the head of Gryffindor, she pondered whether the disparity among the young lions indicated her own negligence or lack of diligence. With a conflicted expression, McGonagall rolled up the report card, already envisioning the smugness that would adorn Snape's face upon learning of the results. Remembering his unrelenting demeanor, she braced herself to evade him for a while longer. Her stern gaze swept over the young lions. She knew she must alter the situation in the coming academic year, especially in Transfiguration. Soon they faced Snape. For Gryffindor, this undoubtedly heralded a torturous ordeal. Your examination task is quite simple. Brew a potion of forgetfulness within the allotted time. Snape intoned with his characteristic tone. I hope you still remember how to brew a forgetfulness potion. Rog chuckled softly, true to form. Snape infused even the examination question with a hint of sarcasm. Done. It had barely been 5 minutes. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched upwards slightly as he heard Rog's voice, his steps lightening. He strode past Harry, holding aloft the forgetfulness potion Rog had crafted. Perfect in both hue and quality, Snape unreservedly praised his student, simultaneously inscribing a large O, outstanding, on the report card with flourish. If scores could exceed perfection, he would have awarded Rog beyond the maximum. Then he surveyed the classroom, casting a cold smirk toward the Gryffindors. Have you all imbibed a forgetfulness potion prior to the exam? Forgotten that time marches on? Or did you think I would pity you and grant you extra time? The room fell into a profound silence, with everyone hastily bowing their heads to continue brewing. Too intimidated to speak, Snape loomed silently behind Harry, who felt as though a dark, brooding bat hovered menacingly behind him, his sharp, icy gaze causing Harry to freeze in place. Nevertheless, Harry endeavored to shake off the fear, steadying his mind to diligently handle the potion ingredients and brew the forgetfulness potion. Snape's oppressive presence did not daunt Harry. Rather, it made Ron beside him flustered and prone to frequent mistakes. Subpar, Snape snatched up Harry's potion, casting a disdainful glance before tossing it back. Ron, don't worry. I saw Snape mark your score as P. Harry consoled the dejected Ron, which only deepened his despondency. We've been studying together all this time. Ron fumed, storming out of the classroom without looking back. What is wrong with him? Hermione asked in confusion, knowing Ron was not typically one to place great importance on grades. Imagine this. Rog approached Hermione, analyzing if you were inseparable from your roommate, even bathing together. Yet when it came to the exam, you merely passed while your friend earned good or outstanding. How would you feel? Upon hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in realization. Rog continued, wouldn't you feel indignant? Frustrated? Even think it unfair? Don't try to drive a wedge between me and Ron. Harry glared at Rog angrily, turning to chase after Ron. He excels at wizard chess, but that won't be tested. Hermione hesitated, reluctant to voice the harsh truth. Ron's talent paled in comparison to Harry's. Hermione, self-deception is not a virtue. If someone lacks innate talent, they must at least be sufficiently diligent. Do you truly believe these exams rely solely on talent? Rog said calmly. He needs to recognize his own limitations instead of trailing behind Harry all day. That will only lead to his detriment. As they awaited the flying class examination, the young witches and wizards finally became animated. Each was eager to showcase their abilities, as this was a subject where both Rog and Hermione felt less confident. Madame Hooch surveyed the excited faces, noting Rog and Hermione's resigned expressions, uncertain whether to feel pleased or apprehensive. All right, class. The examination will take place on the Quidditch pitch, where I have set up a total of 25 markers. You must ride your broomsticks in an orderly fashion and then return, with the shortest time yielding the best results. Do you understand? Understood. The young wizards chorused, eagerly rushing forth to showcase their prowess. Chapter 95. Far ahead. Rogue, is it true that even the academic elite struggle with sports? Malfoy exclaimed, clutching his broomstick as he excitedly leaped beside Rogue. Did you receive the boxing gloves I sent you for Christmas? Rogue, gazing at Malfoy's insufferable expression, inhaled deeply. Indeed, I did. Next time, bring them along, and I shall teach you what sports truly entail. With his hand resting on Malfoy's shoulder, he felt it sag under the weight, prompting Malfoy to plead for mercy. Malfoy, the success of our Slytherin flying class rests entirely upon you. Fear not, Malfoy declared, raising his broomstick with fierce determination, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Harry Potter. I shall not be bested by him. Though Malfoy regarded Harry as a rival, he could not deny Harry's unparalleled talent for flying. Rogue even mused that should Harry pursue a career as a professional Quidditch player, he might very well become legendary. Damn this wretched broom. Malfoy descended, kicking the broom aside before dutifully retrieving it under Madame Hooch's piercing gaze. If you complain about flying so quickly, perhaps I should just retake the course, Rogue lamented, shouldering the large broom like a janitor returning home. The silver lining was that flying lessons were exclusive to the first year, but the downside was the annual Quidditch matches necessitating their support for the house. Rogue swore he would never touch that contraption again. The final subject was History of Magic, a course purely reliant on rote memorization. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, merely recited from the textbook, which failed to encompass the truly bloody and brutal tales behind the events. Professor Binns would never enlighten the young wizards on why the goblins rebelled or why giants waged war against wizards. The tedious examinations mirrored Professor Binns' classes, lulling students into a stupor. Finally, it's over. The young wizards cheered with excitement, as Hogwarts seemed to bask in the joy of the festival. The results would be released in a week, meaning they could now frolic without a care. Vacation time, Daphne exclaimed, tossing her books into the air and twirling joyfully. Do you have any plans for the summer? Hermione inquired, gazing at the exuberant Daphne, her mind beginning to formulate plans for the break. Contemplating how many books to take home and what topics to preview, while also thinking about ways to earn some money. Earn money? Both Daphne and Hermione turned to Rogue in unison, knowing the Shadow Magic Shop's products had been selling like hotcakes throughout the magical community, leaving no doubt about his financial status. When developing the magical instant photo camera, both Hermione and Eilina had provided substantial assistance. After the product launched, each potion sold would yield them a share of the profits. Having transformed into a little wealthy girl, Hermione was wholly unconvinced that Rogue could be in need of funds. Rebuilding a house requires a considerable sum, Rogue sighed. Despite his efforts to cut costs, he still faced a shortfall of several $100,000. Rebuilding a house? Hermione questioned, perplexed. The family estate? From what Lady Jessica said, it's on the verge of becoming a ruin. Daphne was more informed, aware that it would indeed be a significant expense. As they rounded a corner in the corridor, Harry called out softly, waving to Hermione. She turned, feeling slightly embarrassed as she addressed Rogue. I must be off. Stay safe. Rogue nodded, and Hermione looked at him in surprise, sensing he might know something. Rogue, let us go to Hogsmeade tonight to celebrate the end of exams. Daphne's eyes sparkled with excitement as she invited him. Hogsmeade? Do you have a way to circumvent the school gates? Of course. I've learned of a secret passage that leads directly to Honeydukes, she replied. Let us postpone it for tonight. Rogue noticed Harry and his friends were heading to find Hagrid, realizing that the curse from their defense against the dark arts class was about to take effect. If they were caught by the headmaster, they could each lose 100 points. How unfortunate. The headmaster is a Gryffindor. He might just do that, Daphne lamented, nodding regretfully, especially since their house was currently leading the entire school. Once the House Cup concludes, I shall treat you to some butterbeer. Rogue conversed with Daphne as they made their way back to the Slytherin common room. At 11 o'clock, Rogue opened his eyes. The young wizards were celebrating the end of exams in the common room, and he discreetly slipped out using the disillusionment charm. Tonight's momentous event must not be missed. Missed what? Oh, Daphne, you startled me. Rogue exhaled in relief upon seeing Daphne emerge from around the corner. Rogue, are Harry and the others planning something tonight? I noticed your unusual demeanor this afternoon. Daphne positioned herself in front of him, clearly intent on following. Is there? He feigned nonchalance. I merely ventured out for a stroll. Do you expect me to believe that? All right, I'll tell you, but you must promise to follow my instructions and not wander off. Rogue sighed, realizing how astute the girl was, which made her less endearing. Do you recall the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor that the headmaster warned us to avoid? The corridor? You mean? Daphne's eyes widened. Are you suggesting we defy the headmaster's orders and venture into that forbidden corridor? There must be a secret hidden there. You must know, right? The Philosopher's Stone. Rogue hesitated, lowering his voice. The Philosopher's Stone? Daphne gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Take me with you, or I shall inform the headmaster. Daphne clutched Rogue, her persistence unwavering. Fine. But you must strictly follow my lead and not run off. Observing the eagerness in Daphne's eyes, Rogue realized that even if he refused, she would stealthily follow. No problem. After all, it is the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary treasure said to grant immortality. Headmaster, Rogue suddenly shouted, causing Daphne to turn her head. In that instant, darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed into Rogue's arms. Daphne, I cannot allow you to accompany me on this perilous venture. Rogue stowed his wand and, using the disillusionment charm, swiftly placed Daphne into his dormitory. I hope it's not too late. He waved his wand, casting a beam of light that erupted into a splendid display of red fireworks and bubbles. Please, do not let me down. The door at the end of the fourth-floor corridor swung open, revealing a three-headed dog furiously guarding the trapdoor, having just detected 3 intruders. What a stench! Rogue covered his nose, as its foul breath rivaled that of a troll. Quickly restore. He waved his wand, mending the crushed harp back to its original state. However, this action revealed his presence, exposing him to the 3-headed beast. Faced with the monstrous canine, Rogue hastily retreated from the room, cursing the wretched creature with its 3 heads. A foe even Snape struggled against. Magical hand, he incanted, as the floating harp began to play a soothing and hypnotic melody under the influence of the magical hand. The howling 3-headed dog, lulled by the enchanting music, began to succumb to drowsiness, struggling to keep its eyes open, until at last, it toppled over. You wretched beast. Even in slumber, you lay across the entrance. Rogue stepped onto the creature's body, kicking its large head. I wish I could slay you. He leaped off the beast and cast the featherweight charm. As he channeled his magic, the 3-headed dog gradually floated upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Rogue slid into the trapdoor. Flames roared. He waved his wand in midair, sending flames to engulf the devil's snare below. The myriad of ebony tendrils contracted in an instant as Rogue cast a featherweight charm upon himself, landing gracefully upon the ground. Thank you, Professor Sprout, he murmured. Stepping out of the cavern, he beheld a dimly lit hall where thousands of intricately designed keys flitted about. They guarded the grand door behind them, ensuring that no intruder could trespass. Should anyone seize one of the keys, they would instantly transform into a multitude of sharp blades, raining down upon the thief with lethal precision. However, it seemed they had failed, for both Quirrell and Harry had successfully breached the entrance. Rogue scanned his surroundings, but found no flying broomsticks in sight. Yet, you have your clever stratagems, and I possess my own means of scaling obstacles. Weight enhancement charm. With a sweeping incantation, he rendered the keys burdensome, their delicate wings gradually losing their strength. The first of the injured keys plummeted to the ground. Well, that simplifies matters. Rogue chuckled, the hall echoing with the clattering of keys hitting the floor. He inserted one into the lock and twisted. With a resounding snap, the key broke. Chapter 96, Identity Revealed. Alohomora. Rogue discarded the fractured key aside and cast a spell upon the door lock, but yielded no response. His expression darkened. Could it be that a counter-charm had been set? You shall not impede my path. Rogue retreated 2 steps and turned, commanding the fallen keys towards the lock. Like an army of swords converging upon a target, the multitude of keys charged relentlessly against the lock. 1 to 100, 200. Under Rogue's control, they collided and shattered, the remainder continuing to strike and break. As the keys multiplied in their destruction, the lock was battered into a state of disrepair, ultimately yielding a gaping hole, and the door swung open. Perhaps there was still time. Rogue began to run, hoping Harry had yet to vanquish Quirrell. Rogue, is it you? Halt! In the ruins of Wizard's Chess, Ron leaned against a shattered knight, brandishing his wand with wary eyes fixed upon Rogue. Where's Hermione? She went to assist Harry. Ron realized something and quickly fell silent. It seemed the ordeal was not yet over. Rogue nodded. Beyond the corridor lay Snape's potion riddle. To his mind, the headmaster had practically affixed the answers to the potion bottles. He even suspected that consuming those so-called poisons would pose no danger. It appears your game of Wizard's Chess has been rather impressive. Ignoring Ron's warning, he approached the discarded queen. With a flick of his wand, he invoked the spell Arresto Momentum, and the colossal chess piece reverted to its original form, which he then kicked aside. You wish to tell me how Wizard's Chess is meant to be played? Rogue shook his head. Allow me to enlighten you. The weak abide by rules, whilst the strong dictate them. Petri Ficus Totalis. Accept your weapon. Rogue swiftly turned, sending Ron's wand flying. The Weasley boy was always filled with bravado, even if it appeared foolish. Has no one informed you that wizards must abide by duel etiquette? Sneaking up from behind is hardly the conduct of a noble wizard. Rogue strode away, disregarding Ron's plight of losing his wand. Damn you, little Death Eater. You should have remained imprisoned in Azkaban for eternity. Ron cursed vehemently, and, as he desired, Rogue halted and turned back. You know me? Faced with Rog's piercing gaze, Ron felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, in a bid to buy Harry some time, he mustered his courage and replied, "Of course I do. We encountered a lady at the train station on our first day." And then, Rog inquired, stepping closer and kicking aside the debris before him. "At first, we did not recognize her. Later, my mother wrote to say she was Jessica from the Daily Prophet." "Go on," Rog urged, tilting his head slightly, his tone indifferent. "She mentioned her son was starting school with us, possessing a snowy owl, much like Harry's Hedwig. So, you understand who I am now?" Rog seized Ron and delivered a forceful punch. "You exhibit considerable courage, as well as loyalty. I must concede to someone's discernment. You truly are Harry's most dependable ally. But what if I were to kill you? Why you wouldn't dare?" Ron stammered, his voice trembling yet defiant. "If you were to kill me, Headmaster Dumbledore would not spare you." "The headmaster?" Rog chuckled internally. Had Dumbledore returned? Even if he has, he might be below, observing how Harry contends with Quirrell. Oh, or perhaps Voldemort. During his tenure as a professor, Hogwarts had seen its share of fatalities among students. Your absence would not be significant, and perhaps you might find companionship with a weeping ghost, moaning Myrtle. Stupefied, the spell whizzed past Ron's ear, creating a sizable breach in the chessboard. "Rog." Hermione dashed down the corridor, seizing Rog's arm. "Rogue, no." She shook her head, clinging tightly to his wand-bearing hand. "Rest assured, I am not so foolish as to enter Azkaban for the sake of a fool. I merely wish to frighten him." Rog patted Hermione's hand, signaling that he would not act recklessly. Ron, panting heavily, realized Rog would not kill him.